Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Summon Elf Mage Frieren. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Can't you just fly us all the way to the border? We've been walking for hours. Rody grumbled as he and Izuku walked through a town, their previous outfits tucked away in the same case that had gotten police and villains on their throats. They now wore completely different sets of clothes, more befitting random civilians than anything else. Well, as random as two teenagers carrying a rather expensive-looking case would look, anyway. My Quirk can only carry me for about 15 minutes. Add another person and it's just about 8 minutes, unless Izuku remembered how Achiko used her to Quirk to make it perfectly possible for him to use flight magic on 4 people at once back during the sports festival. That little combination of quirks, magic, and May's technological infants had made his team in the cavalry battle completely invulnerable and safe while all the others had to duke it out. Unless what? Rody asked, instinctively keeping his head low when a group of townspeople passed by. One of my friends has a quirk that nullifies the pull of gravity on anything she touches. If she were here, then we probably could fly all the way to the border, Izuku continued. She isn't, though. She's in France right now. Oh. I see. If I keep us airborne for more than 8 minutes, I'll completely run out of energy, Izuku replied. And if I run out, I can't keep you safe. That is my priority. Rody let out a tired sigh. Okay, can I make a quick call, though? He pointed toward a nearby phone booth. There seemed to be barely anyone around at this time of the day. Izuku raised an eyebrow for a moment, but he quickly relented and shrugged. All right, but as you said, keep it quick, we don't want to get tracked. Oh, and, Rody, yeah? Rody turned to look back at Izuku just to see that the latter was handing him a penny. For the call. Rody took the penny and examined it. Part of him suspected that this was just a rock that got turned to a coin, somehow. DMN, you got euros already? I don't go to places unprepared, Izuku smirked at the other boy. Now go on. I'll wait for you here. Alright, Rody bounded over to the payphone and called Old Man Stanley. Predictably, the man wasn't completely pleased about the fact that the goods never arrived to his clients. And, also predictably, Stanley couldn't be bothered to tell Rody's siblings that he wouldn't be home for quite a while. DMN it. I can't even know if they're okay or not. Rody slammed the payphone back into place and walked back to Izuku, who had been watching him all this time. Everything alright? Izuku asked. Rody was visibly distraught, probably a bit sad. Rody shrugged. He wasn't about to tell Izuku about Roro and Lala, or Old Man Stanley, not yet, anyway. Maybe. Yep, he hid Pino with his hand, I'm fine. Anyway, what's next? I'd rather not walk all the way to the border. If we take public transportation, I'll be identified. Izuku put a hand under his chin, as though he was in deep thought. Actually I was thinking, oh wait, look at that. Rody pointed a gloved finger at a bus with transit line written on the digital signs on the sides and front, a bus that travels a road that gets near the border. Let's ride on top of it. You can fly us up there? Good idea, Izuku nodded. He considered saying how they needed to pay for a ride, even if they're on the roof, but decided to let it go. Let's wait until it leaves, then I'll fly us up to the roof. True enough, about 10 minutes later, Izuku and Rody found themselves on the bus roof with little issue. Alright, I guess we'll just be here all day long, Izuku yawned. Are you seriously going to sleep here? Rody narrowed his eyes as Izuku seemingly prepared to take a nap. I'm not sleeping, Izuku replied. I'm just going to lie down and close my eyes for a bit. Don't worry. What if we get shot at again? Rody shrieked. As I said, I'm not actually going to sleep, I'm going to rest for a bit. You know what they say. Izuku conjured a pillow seemingly out of nowhere and laid it on the bus roof in front of an incredulous Rody. A well-rested mind and body is the most effective in battle. You're just unbelievable, Rody sighed. What? I need to be well-rested to use my quirk at maximum effectiveness. Rody put a hand over his face. He was grateful that Izuku had saved him from getting shot, truly, but this is just ridiculous. What even is your quirk, anyway? It's a permit that I give to reality that says, I can do whatever I want, Izuku yawned. What? My quirk lets me do what I can perfectly visualize myself doing, Izuku answered a little more seriously. It's really complicated, but that's the gist of it. So, Rody began counting with his fingers the things Izuku had done so far. You can perfectly visualize yourself shooting beams of energy, flying, going through portals, turning rocks to gold, spewing hellfire, and throwing chains? Izuku was lying on the pillow now, his green head just a few inches away from Rody's left knee. Just a little closer and he would actually be lying on it. Pretty much, though the portal thing only became possible when a villain threw me and my classmates through portals in an attempt to kill us. Rhodey blinked. Just what kind of hero school did this guy go through? Wait, what? So, this isn't your first time having the prospect of death hanging over you. You know UA High School, right? In Japan? Izuku asked. Yeah, I think so. Rhodey could still remember when the televisions played the news of a terrorist attack in a hero school in Japan, as well as the kidnapping of a hero course class's parents and guardians by a group called the League of Villains. How he still remembered such factoids is a mystery, even to him. Wait, you're from that school that got attacked by villains? Yes, that's the one. Izuku looked up at Rhodey from his supine position beside him. It hadn't even been a few weeks since we started our first year back then. It was crazy. Some of my friends had to go to therapy because of it. I'm so sorry to hear that. Rhodey sounded a little remorseful that he even asked. I hope I didn't bring up bad memories for you. No, don't worry, it's been a long time, so it's all fine now, Izuku sighed. The important thing is, it gave us a taste of what the fight against villains would be. I like to think that we're better heroes because of it. Yeah, Rhodey leaned back on the roof. I guess you're good at what you do. Really? Thanks. Careful, you might dislocate your shoulder patting yourself in the back, Rhodey scoffed. You're still the one that got me into this mess by chasing me around after all. I know and I'm sorry about that. It really annoyed Rhodey that this guy was just relaxing on top of a moving bus, but he didn't show it. He wouldn't want to tick off the guy who promised to protect him with his life, and he's done it pretty well so far. Overall, he seemed pretty cool. But you might have still picked up the wrong case whether or not I was chasing you. Or you might have gotten crushed by debris when you crossed under that skyway. Either way, let's not think about how things could have gone, but how things can go from now on, okay? Alright, Rhodey raised his hands in mock surrender. Just look forward to the future, and all that. Great. Now, if you'll excuse me, Izuku then closed his eyes and dozed off, or so Rhodey thought, as he suddenly talked again. By the way, if we come across a pawn shop, let's sell off some gold. I didn't bring any more money with me. Denki had all the cash. Rhodey looked down at the clothes that they got from the secondhand store. He didn't bother to ask who this Denki was, probably one of his hero friends. Don't tell me. You wiped out all your funds when you had me buy these. Well, I didn't exactly plan on being a fugitive, Izuku pouted. Rhodey, once again, frowned at this kid. Unbelievable. So, you gotta pawn some gold. Not too much, though, just a little bit. Okay, Rhodey nodded. Anything else you want to order me to do? That was when Izuku reached out and started petting Pino. So cute, Hawks? You look unhappy, Fumicage asked as Hawks entered through the lounge's doors. The pro hero was visibly puffing and said, and looked like he was one bad day away from committing murder. Of course, I'm not happy. Hawks hissed. The police won't even give me any evidence that our little green friend is a murderer. Just absolutely bullsh. Hawks stopped himself as Fumicage raised an eyebrow at him. I mean, absolutely bullcrap. CRP, yes. It is highly unlikely indeed that Izuku would commit such a heinous act, and even if he is capable of something like this, why now? It makes no sense, Fumicage shook his head. Dark Shadow, who had been quietly lounging on Fumicage's shoulders, nodded along in agreement. The fact that they refuse to present evidence is telling, too. Todoroki said to me a while ago that this is probably a ploy by Humorize infiltrators within the ranks of the police to remove one of the most powerful members of our task force. I came to the same conclusion earlier, too. So, a conspiracy? Hawks whispered. We don't have any evidence for that, but I think you and Todoroki are onto something. His eyes flashed with remembrance as he said Todoroki's name, though he didn't say anything about that. Fumicage nodded. It would make sense. He is perhaps the single most dangerous member of the Atheon task force aside from you and me. And Fumicage looked down as his phone rang with a text message, from Izuku. Why does he want me to eat oranges and strawberries? Fumicage narrowed his eyes on the text. Wait, it's code. Hawks pointed a finger at the screen, counting the first letters of each sentence. K-L-A-Y-D, he's headed to Clade. Smart decision. Clade doesn't have an extradition treaty with Atheon, so there's nothing the KCPD could do once he's there. And his apparent accomplice, the boy that we chased, Fumicage reminded. I need to go to him. Same, had this been his less experienced self, Fumicage would have jumped when Denki suddenly spoke from behind him, but now, he simply gave the electric user a slight nod of acknowledgement. I'm going with you, Fumicage. We need to know what's up with him and that other guy. Our friend is in trouble and I won't let that pass. You do know I'm right here and I can hear you planning to go off on your own, right? Hawks looked at the hero students with a wry smile. He is all alone in unfamiliar territory, Hawks, Fumicage countered. He was about to think of a better argument when Hawks simply waved him away as though it was nothing to be concerned about. Well, I suppose it won't hurt to send you two out to know what on earth is happening with our green friend, and whoever is with him. Hawks plucked a feather from his wings and handed it to Fumicage. Keep this on you at all times so that I know what is going on. I may not be able to come to you, but I just want to know if you're okay or not, alright? Yes, Hawks, Fumicage nodded. As for you, the winged hero turned toward Denki, I'll just tell Edshot that I borrowed you for a bit. I'm sure he'll understand. Wait, for real? Denki seemed to vibrate in place at the thought of going on a solo mission, well, duo, air, triple mission without any supervisors. You're just letting us go? Of course. Find out what's happening with all mana, and fast, because the police are being suspicious and shifty. There's only one border crossing between Clade and Otheon, that being the town of Karakoram, so they'll probably be heading there. That, and the mana detection Mage Frieren taught us should be able to allow me to pinpoint where Izuku is once we're in close proximity, Fumicage thought. It's really fortunate that basic mana detection is an easy, very low-cost kind of magic. Alright, Hawks. Thank you. Don't do anything stupid, Hawks reminded. Now go. So, are you well rested now? Rhodey asked as he and Izuku lumbered toward an abandoned barn with the case in tow. They were halfway to the border town of Karakoram, at least. The sun was setting, and soon enough, it would be night. I don't know why, but I still feel tired, Izuku sighed. Alright, let's sleep here for the night. He felt at the abandoned hay, it was soft, and not too rough, so they won't itch when they lie on it, probably. But first, let's have dinner. You don't mind a bit of MSG, don't you? I don't, Rhodey muttered. He just wanted to go home, really. Curse his terrible luck. Within a minute, using the food Rhodey acquired from a convenience store with money that was in turn acquired through pawning off a nugget of gold, Izuku had cooked at least an edible dinner for the both of them. It was amazing how far some pre-cooked pasta, bread, and cheese sauce could go. Is it good? Izuku asked. It's fine, Rhodey replied. Izuku smiled at Rhodey. Glad to know. Soon enough, they finished eating and went to sleep. That is until. Is that the case? Rhodey was so ready to go home already. Truly, he didn't enjoy having to betray that hero kid by going off with the case and calling the police through a nearby phone booth. It was nothing personal, really. Izuku is nice and cool and all, Rhodey wouldn't mind having him tag along in his life if not for the crazy circumstances that drove them together, to begin with. And his priority had always been Roro and Lala. They were his reason for living and being. He just wants to get back to them and make sure they're okay. He's the only person that they can rely on, old man Stanley is useless in that regard. Are you with the police? Yes. Is that the case? Yes, it is. Rhodey handed the case to the shadowy figure that emerged from a helicopter. Does this mean I can go home now? The man did not reply. The way his face was shrouded in darkness was simply unsettling. And then, in a move that terrified Rhodey, he took a step forward, his arms twitching and his sleeves seemingly on the verge of bursting apart. You know about the case's contents, don't you? Wait, no. Rhodey stepped back. I never opened it. I don't even know what's so important about it. Liar, the man replied, transforming into a red-skinned creature with clubs for arms, one of which he raised over Rory's head. For the salvation of humanity, you must die. No, no, please. Rhodey fell to the ground, scrambling to get away from the demonic man who obviously wanted to kill him. Why did I even think this was a good idea? Now I'm going to die for real. I didn't do anything wrong. Rhodey fell to his knees, as if that will dissuade the Hummerized fanatic from clubbing him to death right then and there. I just want to go home. Die. The demon roared, but a different roar, one of crackling energy, overpowered his roar. Rhodey then saw a beam of blue light, bigger than the ones that were used when Izuku chased him back then, impact against the red-skinned demon, sending him flying towards the helicopter. The vehicle's front simply crumpled underneath the weight and force. Huh? Rhodey then saw another person, the woman with the green archer outfit, taking aim. Once again, Rhodey imagined himself dying, just for familiar blue hexagons to appear in front of him, deflecting the arrows that came flying toward them. Are you okay? Izuku stepped through a portal and looked down at Rhodey, who had crumpled to the grass. You woke up? Pino was screaming at my face, Rhodey. Izuku dispelled the hexagons and unleashed another blue beam towards the archer, sending her scrambling for cover, just for said cover to be blown away as the helicopter literally came flying away from the force of the beam. With the archer villain exposed, Izuku fired 2 more beams in quick succession, sending her into an unconscious heap on the ground. Izuku, Rody could barely speak as he saw the devastation before him, as well as the fact that Izuku had saved him from death, again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. Izuku scanned the unconscious villains, making sure that they weren't dead, or awake. Come on. Let's go somewhere safe before somebody sees the smoke from the helicopter. Why did you save me? Excuse me? I literally just betrayed you, you know, Rody sighed. You could have grabbed the case and left me. Izuku sighed and put a hand on Rody's shoulder. Rody, you're asking me, an aspiring hero, why I would save you, a defenseless civilian. Hey, I'm not defenseless. Rody snapped. Izuku looked around and smirked. Looked pretty defenseless to me. Ugh, Rody looked away in shame. You could also say I was consorting with villains. Not a good look for me. Let's just put that in the past, alright? Izuku reached up and patted a surprised Rody on the head. As for now, let's wait. What is it? Rody asked. Were there more of those villains coming? He can't handle more than one life-threatening situation every day, DMN it. Izuku looked over to the sky, where there was a slight crackling of golden electricity moving towards him at high speed. We got company. What kind? Rody hid behind Izuku as the crackling lightning came closer and closer. The good kind. Izuku broke into a smile as he could make out Fumicage's and Denki's tiny mana signatures descending towards him and Rody. Rody, I'd like you to meet two of my friends. Within half a minute, Fumicage and Denki floated down towards him. The former was held aloft by Dark Shadow, and the latter used Fumicage as a flyboard. Fumicage, Denki. You can't believe how relieved I am to see you. Likewise, Fumicage replied as Dark Shadow looked over at the unconscious villains. Who are those fallen? Humorize, Izuku replied. I heard one of them say the Humorize catchphrase, for the salvation of humanity, before trying to reduce poor Rody here to shreds. Of course, it's them. Denki clicked his tongue and looked over at Rody. It seems Todoroki's theory was absolutely correct. And I guess this is Rody? Hi, Rody sheepishly greeted. He wondered if Izuku would mention how he betrayed him literally minutes ago. I'm, Rody Soul. Hello, Rody. Denki grabbed his gloved hand and started shaking it vigorously. I'm Denki Kaminari. Yeah, nice to meet you. Rody scratched the back of his head as Denki excitedly greeted him. And I am Fumicage Tokoyami, Fumicage added. And this is Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow would lock eyes with Pino, who stared back at him with wide, starry eyes. Hey, appealing, whatcha doing tonight? Dark Shadow said to the other sentient Quirk with a suggestive tone. Fumicage immediately facepalmed, while Denki and Izuku started chuckling. Dark Shadow, cease this behavior at once. Can you stop two staring at each other? Rody thought as Pino and Dark Shadow locked eyes. Okay, that's enough. Rody covered Pino with his hand, blocking her from Dark Shadow's sight. Naturally, Dark Shadow was less than pleased. How did you find us? Izuku asked. I saw the beams from the train, Fumicage replied. More like I detected your mana, but I'm not going to say that in front of them, Fumicage thought. Denki nearly refused to go because he hadn't suited up. I can't use my electricity from a distance without support items, you know. Denki defended himself. But, yeah, he saw it and instantly knew it was you. Wait, if you saw it, then others would have. Yep, so that means we gotta go, Denki answered. You two want to go to Clade, right? The police are still after you, after all. But most importantly, is that the case of jewels? Why did you hold on to it? You really want to get a quick buck once you get in, huh? No, that's not it, Izuku shook his head. When the police tried to kill Rody, they demanded that the case be handed over. Rody ran, and they shot at him. Naturally, I wouldn't let that happen, but they shot at me too. And well, he glanced at the fallen villains and the soldering helicopter. Villains have attacked us twice by now. There's something about this case that they really want, even though apparently it seems to have nothing incriminating. I suspect there's a hidden compartment, but we're going to check on it once we're over in Clade. Let's just cross the border to avoid any more hiccups, Fumicage added. The difficult part will be transportation. I can only carry so much of you at a time, and you are heavy. If we use the train or the bus, you will be recognized. Are you calling us fat? Denki questioned. No, Fumicage grumbled. Let us leave this place before those villains awaken. Right, Rody nodded. I'll just borrow a truck in the morning. Soon enough, the 4, or 6, if you counted the 2 sentient Quirks, found a cave that would probably be safe from Humorize agents or police. Ah, a dark cave. Fumicage took a deep breath of the damp air within the hole in the ground. It was so much like the cave where he and Dark Shadow trained together, if you could count loudly screaming in pain while trying to restrain a violent beast as training. Reminds me of the summer camp. You were screaming really loudly, dude, Denki chuckled. Well, so was I, but that's beside the point. Not dark anymore, Izuku said as he lit a piece of wood with a low-powered Volzamball. Dark Shadow, can you dash? Gather firewood? Of course. The sentient Quirk then flew off, while Fumicage just sat down, not minding that his tether with Dark Shadow rapidly stretched and thinned out. He then pulled out a familiar red feather from his jacket. Is that Hawk's? Izuku asked. Fumicage replied with a quick nod. He wanted to always be in the know of what is happening with us, Fumicage replied. There is no doubt that he is hearing us, even now. Rhodey curiously looked at the red feather, wondering how something like that could be used to know things from afar. More importantly, though, I still don't get it. The three heroes in training looked over to Rhodey. He didn't know how the other two would react, but screw it. He just wanted to get it off his chest. I don't get why you'd still save me after I was so ready to leave you for dead. You, what? Fumicage narrowed his eyes at Rhodey, his aura turning dark. Denki did the same, though his gaze was less antagonistic, and more like curiosity. Guys, it's okay, don't be mad at him. Izuku raised his hands to calm his friends down, mostly Fumicage, really. It's alright now. Fumicage took in a deep breath. Yes, of course. I understand. As for your question, Rhodey, an answer that isn't just because I am a hero would be, well, I admire two very important people, both of whom are great heroes in their own right. I want to be like them. The first one is All Might? You mean, the world-famous hero? Rhodey asked. He saw the hero's merchandise quite a lot in stores, but he never got the chance to really look into them, let alone buy one. Izuku nodded. Yeah. He was my very first inspiration to become a hero because I want to save people, as he does. The other hero I admire is my mentor, actually. She is part of a party of heroes that defeated a great evil, though you wouldn't know about their exploits, because Izuku thought of an appropriate word there. Thankfully, his few interactions with Fumicage's dad gave him an idea. Classified. Either way, I want to be the kind of hero that will put others at ease, because they know that I'm there. Rhodey looked down. As for me, my dreams had been destroyed ever since my dad disappeared from my life and my siblings. Fumicage's formerly suspicious expression turned into a sympathetic one, while Denki let out a quiet gasp escape as he covered his face with his hands. Heroes never visit our place in Kessel City's slums, because there's no money to be made there. So, I sometimes get beaten up when I try to protect my siblings, since I'm the only person they can rely on. And they call themselves heroes, Fumicage growled. Denki sighed as Rhodey recounted his story. Yeah, well, that's just the commercialization of heroism for you. But outright abandoning an entire section of the city is just absurd. Fumicage hissed. Even the poor parts of Tokyo back home, like the Sanya slums, get patrols, though fewer in number. So I've always thought of heroes as selfish, Rhodey continued. At least until Izuku here saved me, even after I was about to give the case back to Humorize. Now I know that not all heroes are like that. If we were in the same position, I would have done the same, Fumicage mused. As for Denki here, I'll gladly get shot for your sakes. Izuku facepalmed. Power Loader and May already gave you a shield, you don't need to get shot. I know that. When the next morning came, Rhodey woke up earlier than anyone else, at about 5 a.m. Izuku had his arms protectively wrapped around the case, like it was the most important thing in the world. Not that I can blame him if he thinks I can't be trusted with the case, Rhodey thought. Denki, for his part, was quite the unstable sleeper, constantly moving about while saying something about someone named Jiro being appealing as he slept and dreamt. Rather annoyingly, Rhodey had to wake up with the blonde's foot on his face. Fumicage, meanwhile, had nicely wrapped himself in blankets, as though he was a mummy in an Egyptian tomb. As for Dark Shadow, he was still inside his host, though Rhodey was sure that it was the sentient Quirk that decided to rest on his forehead during the middle of the night. Rhodey wanted to make up for his stupid mistake, and betrayal. So, the first order of business was finding a mode of transportation. As he stepped out of the door, though, he suddenly felt a claw tapping at his shoulder. Whatcha doing? Rhodey turned around to see that Dark Shadow had emerged from his host to follow Rhodey around. Weirdly enough, all three of the aspiring heroes were still asleep. You're not planning anything dumb, are you? Sure. Rhodey hushed the eldritch creature, while Pino jumped on his shoulder. I'm just going to find a car, or a truck, or whatever. Dark Shadow narrowed his glowing yellow eyes at Rhodey before looking back at his host and his friends. Stealing? Well, no, just borrowing. Rhodey smirked. Your host did say that transportation will be the hard part since people will recognize Izuku on a train or bus. Izuku said that Dark Shadow is a very sweet thing, at least when it isn't dark. With the morning sun shining in the horizon, though, Rhodey hoped that the Quirk wasn't in a bad mood or anything like that. Okay. I'll come with. Dark Shadow said, though he was mostly looking at Pino. Gotta make sure that you're safe, right? Rhodey stared at the eldritch creature before shrugging and continuing outside the abandoned barn. Yeah, thanks. Don't worry, Rhodey soul. I already like you. Dark Shadow continued as he slithered alongside him, his tether stretching and stretching as they got further away. Rhodey rolled his eyes. Dark Shadow's moves toward Pino last night hadn't escaped his notice at all. Me, or Pino? Dark Shadow started fidgeting his claws together at the question. What are you talking about? You obviously like my Quirk, Rhodey replied. Dark Shadow suddenly felt very small under his gaze. Gah. We meet another sentient Quirk for the first time, and it's a horny bird of darkness of all things. Why couldn't it be a wise little dragon or something? Fumicage's mom has a little dragon named Wushu as a Quirk. Rhodey raised an eyebrow at that. Seriously? Yeah, I am. Now that I have to see. Am I not enough? Dark Shadow pouted. How is that even possible? Rhodey thought. No. Now keep your grubby claws away from Pino. Dark Shadow kept on pouting at that. You're no fun. I don't want to know what happens when two sentient Quirks love each other very much, Rhodey shot back. Come on. Dark Shadow nudged at Rhodey's arm. It's not like either of us will lay an egg or something dash. Rhodey immediately covered his ears as was suddenly cursed with something that he never imagined he would see, nor was it something he wanted to see to begin with. But really, Pino laying an egg? Stop, I don't want that mental image in my brain. Sounds like a you problem. Rhodey sighed. At least he had also been told about the things Dark Shadow likes. If I give you head pats, will you shut up? Yes. Please dash. Fine, Rhodey reached out and petted Dark Shadow, who purred in sublime bliss in response. Geez. For an eldritch creature of destruction, you sure have simple wants and needs. Purr? Rhodey couldn't help but continue petting. The purring reminded him of the cat he and his siblings used to have when they hadn't been kicked out of their house yet. He is pretty sure one of the neighbors stole it. Dark Shadow's shadowy feathers were surprisingly soft to the touch, like the down of a young duckling. Rhodey and Dark Shadow had walked at least a kilometer before they across a rather garage with a brand new truck, and a dilapidated four-seater that looked like it had been sent into an active war zone as a technical. Just going to quickly borrow this thing, Rhodey stepped toward the old, crappy vehicle while pulling a piece of paper out of his jacket. Let's see, what do you think will be a good way to say that this was acquired for heroic use, Dark Shadow? I don't know, I don't usually think about those, the sentient Quirk said as he peered over Rhodey's shoulder. You're just useless, Rhodey clicked his tongue and began writing the note. Okay, dear owner, just going to quickly borrow your car. If it does not return, just bill it to the World Heroes Association. Do you know the association's number? Surprisingly enough, Dark Shadow knew the number. Are you sure this isn't the number of some kind scam call center somewhere? Rhodey asked. Pretty sure, Dark Shadow shrugged. Alright, Rhodey stuck the note on a nearby wall. Time to hotwire this thing. Can you break a window, Dark Shadow? Yeah, sure, which one? Izuku would soon find himself woken up by the rumbling of a car's engine. Thinking that it might be Hummerized pulling up here, again, he rushed out of the door, just to see that Rhodey had an ancient piece of CRP car. Oh, and Dark Shadow was with him, his tether to Fumicage just nearly invisible under the morning sun, but not quite. Oh, Rhodey, you shouldn't have, it should be me looking for things like these. Don't worry about it. Rhodey pointed finger guns at Izuku with a wry smirk on his face. I have to pull my weight, too. After all, I gotta repay you somehow. Rhodey, Izuku scratched the back of his head. Well, if they got transportation to the border this way, then he's fine with taking it. I guess Dark Shadow was good for keeping you safe, yes? Yeah, he did. Rhodey warily eyed the shadowy creature and protectively hid Pino with his hand. He would never forget how Dark Shadow injected the thought of Pino laying an egg into his head. I was very, very safe. Though I would have liked getting a Cessna more. A Cessna? This time, it was Denki that asked, as he stepped beside Izuku and looked at the rundown car. Isn't that a plane? Also, you can drive too? You drive? Rhodey asked. Denki pointed both thumbs toward himself. Yeah. The best driver in Class 2A. We can take turns driving. Please do not be reckless like the last time you drove. Fumicage came in with a messy head of feathers and hair. That was something everyone found out when Achiko braided it while they were lounging in Heights Alliance's common room. How he had both is a mystery. You nearly ran Kirishima over. That was just one time, dude. Do it again, and I'll inform Jiro and Ida about your disregard for traffic laws, like texting while driving. Do you know how terrified I am with the thought of you being in the driver's seat? Denki immediately grabbed Fumicage's shoulders in a panic. Fumicage, no. Please don't, they'll kill me. Izuku would break that little thing up, though, as he pushed between Fumicage and Denki. How about we just have some breakfast before proceeding to the border? Within minutes, they were seated in a circle. All they had were canned beans, which Izuku heated with a culinary spell that Frieren and her party apparently used back then to help themselves survive in the wilderness, far away from any towns. Hawks just messaged me, Fumicage said as he looked at his phone. Still no progress with getting the police to budge with releasing any evidence. Not that they would have any. Did he say anything about Edshot or the other lurkers? Denki asked, nervous that one of those three pro-heroes was mad that he suddenly left the hotel without them knowing. Yes, another message here that he sent earlier, while we were asleep, confirms that Edshot was more or less fine with it. And Kamui Woods and Mount Lady? Very worried. I'm dead the moment they see me again. At Fumicage's insistence, Rhodey was the one to take the driver's seat. He was apparently good enough at driving that Fumicage felt relaxed enough to not even use a seatbelt, though Izuku quickly forced him to put on one. As for Denki, he was in the passenger seat at the front, so he and Rhodey were sitting beside each other. It had been about an hour of driving and idle banter about their respective experiences getting here to begin with when Denki decided to ask Rhodey something a little more personal. So, Denki fidgeted. You mentioned siblings. What are they like? Rhodey fished a pendant from within his polo, opening and presenting it to Denki, as well as the other two, who were now peering at it from behind. These are Roro and Lala, my younger siblings. So cute. Izuku practically squealed at the sight. Rhodey simply let out a little laugh at that. Fumicage, meanwhile, looked a little jealous? They remind me of my siblings, Denki thought. You've been raising them all by yourself all this time? Yeah, it's really hard, Rhodey sighed. But it's absolutely worth it. I'd give my life to see them safe and prosperous, if not for the fact that I'm the only one that can care for them. We've been living in a trailer in the shantytown ever since our dad left to join Hummerise and abandoned us. I hated him, until I didn't care anymore. Hummerise, the terrorist organization that's been trying to kill us twice now? Izuku asked. Not to mention the one that we're here to fight to begin with. That's really sad. I'm sorry. You and your siblings didn't deserve that at all. Once all of this is over, we must ensure that Rhodey and siblings get the support that they deserve, Fumicage called out from the back. Oh. Endeavor's agency has been all the craze with charity lately, maybe we could ask Todoroki, Izuku mused. Endeavor's has really been different ever since he found out Tuya was Dabi, huh? Even with the divorce and all his kids leaving him, it had been a nice development for the man. All Might is our teacher and one of the richest men in the world, Denki reminded. I'm sure if we ask him, he'll hand out cash money to Rhodey. Oh, you said you've got dreams, right? You can chase them and get a real job this time. That way, we won't have to chase you the next time we come here. Ihihi, is that all necessary? Rhodey stammered. I mean, I am, after all, just some kid in a foreign country. No, Rhodey, you're not just some kid, Fumicage crossed his arms and closed his arms, like all the times he tries to look cool. You are Rhodey's soul, caretaker of a sister and a brother. One that we have sworn to protect. Your dreams are not lesser than anyone else's. What are your dreams, anyway? Rhodey sighed. That I want to be a pilot. So that's why you said you wanted to get a Cessna. Izuku practically screamed there. Yeah, it's just that since my dad is a member of Hummerise, no one would even give me an honest job. Don't worry, Rhodey, Denki pat him on the shoulder and flashed a bright smile. We'll help you with that, for sure. Heh, thanks. An interesting development, don't you think so, Lord All for One? Somewhere, in a hidden bunker deep in the mountains of central Japan, All for One and Kyudai Garaki watched as the Yakuza leader, Overhaul, entered the allotted meeting place between the two villains. About a month ago, Overhaul's contacts had somehow reached out to Dr. Garaki after months of digging for a doctor with great skill and no ethical qualms. He wanted help with cloning some girl's frozen tissue samples. Garaki had even been given a bit of it so that he could determine the prices of his services. What Overhaul did not know, however, was just who Garaki held his allegiance to. Or that he never had cloning, he just put that in his curriculum vitae to mislead villains so that All for One could take their quirks. Indeed. All for One rubbed at his chin as he watched Overhaul and two of his precepts of death stand in wait in a forest clearing. It is well within the range of Johnny the Nomu's warp quirk, as well as All for One's very own sludge warp. Come, then. Let us greet our guests. Very well, Lord All for One, Garaki nodded. A pair of high-end Nomu shifted uneasily and stood beside them as All for One opened up a sludge warp portal, bringing himself, Dr. Garaki, and the two high ends to the forest clearing. Overhaul's eyes twitched at the sight of All for One's non-existent face, as well as the Nomu. They stank of industrial chemicals and the very stench of death, smells that Overhaul so thoroughly despised. Chronostasis handed Overhaul a bottle of ethyl alcohol, which he then obsessively cleaned his hands and face with. "Who is this faceless, ugly thing?" Overhaul asked. Of course, he had some vague idea of who All for One is, but no one has actually seen what he looks like for years. Not since All Might removed half of his face. Garaki moved forward at the insult, but All for One raised a hand, making the most loyal underling stop in his tracks. The ancient villain smiled. The two precepts were unnerved that the man's jaws seemed to open too wide, like he was an all-devouring maw that would consume the very world itself. "I am All for One, the Lord of the Shadow World. Dr. Garaki here is my most loyal minion." "I see." Overhaul looked over at the Nomu, audibly snorting at the sight. "So, you're the one that reused the Yao Guai into these creatures. They are very disgusting. Makes me want to throw up just looking at them. They are the most appealing works I have ever made." Garaki growled. He kept his voice low, though, as he would never upstage his most sublime MSTR. Overhaul would subtly make a gesture with his fingers at the other precept of death with him. "I suppose All Might removed your face back then?" Overhaul asked. "He did," All for One answered, not caring that the other precept was using his truth-telling quirk on him. Truly, he did not care. It made no difference in the end of the day. "Your quirk is most interesting, Overhaul. You can return someone to their prime, is that correct?" "That is true," Overhaul replied. "If you wish it so, I can do that for you, provided that you aid me in return. There is something of mine that dash." "Actually," All for One interrupted, "I have a better idea." Before Overhaul could blink, All for One was already in front of him, almost as if he'd teleported. The shockwave of his sudden movement sent the two precepts flying, while Overhaul found himself restrained by some kind of telekinetic quirk. He tried to speak, but his throat was being constricted, his windpipe cracking under All for One's enormous hand. "I know what you want to do, Overhaul." All for One held Overhaul by the throat while using telekinesis to keep the Yakuza's leader's hands away from him. "You wish to create a weapon that rewinds quirks away from genetic code. That cannot do. If I am to be a demon king, then there always has to be something for me to steal from others. And I must keep growing in power. What you seek is irrevocably opposed to my goals." Overhaul choked. He could even barely hear the precept screams as the high-end Nomus crushed them into paste. "However, your quirk is exceedingly useful," All for One continued. "And yet you waste it on such petty things. I will put it to better use." As Overhaul continued to choke, a red light began to pass between him and All for One. The Yakuza leader felt part of himself leave his body, as if he had lost a limb. Yes, yes. Truly a delectable addition to my collection." All for One roared in sonorous laughter with his newly acquired quirk. Garaki looked on with pride, while the Nomus were still quietly stomping on the remains of Overhaul's precepts. He then threw Overhaul to the ground without sparing him another glance. You can't use it." Chisaki howled and choked. "You need intensive medical knowledge if you are to reconstruct anyone. You need me." "But, you see, Dr. Garaki is right here." All for One smiled as he put a hand on the doctor's head, transferring the quirk to him. "I trust him. You, on the other hand, I do not." "Doctor," he turned back towards Garaki. "Please proceed." "Yes, Lord All for One." Garaki put a hand on All for One, who then exploded into a storm of flesh. One by one, atom by atom, molecule by molecule, All for One's body parts returned, reforming the ancient villain. All of his past injuries were gone. His face returned to its former glory, as the formerly featureless visage gave way to a head of white hair and golden eyes. All for One was, for the lack of a better word, pristine and majestic, though an aura of overwhelming evil and petty cruelty still emanated from him. All for One inspected his newly reconstructed body, reveling in the delight of regaining his sight. "Most masterful work, Garaki. Truly, you are my most loyal ally." He then noticed his minion was visibly tired, as Garaki had just slumped to the ground. Such a powerful quirk was not suitable for the decrepit man, it seems. "I will have to take that back," then. All for One promptly took Overhaul from Garaki, making the doctor breathe out a sigh of relief. "What about him, Lord All for One?" Garaki pointed at the now numb and dead-eyed Chisaki, who was still staring at All for One in his prime. "Leave him here to rot. A quirkless individual might as well be lesser than dirt." All for One waved him away. "Let us return, Doctor." Chisaki was still staring into the void when All for One, Dr. Garaki, and the two high-ends left through a sludge warp portal, leaving him alone with the flattened corpses of his precepts. Well, that was interesting. Chisaki barely turned his head to see the same demon he met all those months ago walking into the clearing. Unwar, the all-seeing, he was called. You watched? Chisaki asked. I have made it my mission to observe humans. Unwar shrugged. His voice was just as monotone as it used to be back then. Interesting creatures, you lot are. But just that, interesting to observe. And also delicious. What do you dash? Unwar wouldn't let him finish as he bit down on the former Yakuza leader's head. Too much iron, the demon commented as he began to eat. Must you be a messy eater, Unwar? Hours later, another demon stepped into the clearing. She had bright, red hair, and red pupils set in eyes with black sclera. A pair of horns shaped like that of a unicorn's jutted out of her head, while her body was clothed in a fancy suit and tie, which were also red. Bluthund. It has been a decade since I last saw you in the flesh. There was barely anything of Unwar's meal left, save for the pair of legs still on the ground. He doesn't like eating the leg parts. Such a short time. When did you arrive in Japan? Yesterday, the demoness replied. She glanced at the nearby pancaked bodies, and turned up her nose in disgust. She preferred her food fresh, kicking, and screaming. Now, direct me. Where is that elf? Are you that impatient? Unwar said in between chewing. You should await the others if you want to have victory. I am 1,500 years old. I have killed more than you ever could. As such, I am very well capable of defeating a single elf mage by myself, Bluthund coldly answered. Now, where is she? You spoke to us of her as a potential threat for the future, and I will remove that threat. She is very adept at concealing her mana, and I have been very careful not to alert her to our existence, or presence. As a result, I can only give you a general area. That is sufficient, Bluthund nodded as Unwar imparted the area in question with a memory transfer spell. She would then turn away, leaving Unwar to keep eating alone. Later then. After about 5 hours of driving, Rhodey started getting sleepy on the wheel, and Fumicage wouldn't let Denki drive out of overwhelming terror, so the group parked the car on the side of the road. That part of Atheon was relatively empty, and there appeared to be no other cars for miles. The closest sign of human civilization were a pair of dilapidated road signs, which were placed on the fork of the road just ahead. It was a relatively peaceful place and time, quite honestly. On either side of the road was a vast meadow filled with grasses and flowers, with an unspoiled forest looming in the distance. The clouds were rather sparse, allowing a lot of sunlight to come down on the ground. It was pretty warm, but not too hot. What are you doing with that flower, Izuku? Rhodey asked as he sat beside the green-headed mage, who had been holding a glowing hand over a wild flower with blue petals and long golden pollen tubes. You're doing something imaginary with it? One of the uses I have for my quirk is growing a field of flowers, Izuku replied. He would never forget that the first time Frieren used that spell in this world was to give Aerie something pretty to look at. It's like she had done something similar before. Well, that's what she did when she first met Himmel when he was still a little kid crying in the forest. However, I need to have seen the flower beforehand, and that has to be with my own 2 eyes, in its natural environment or a bouquet or a pot. Whatever the case, I need a real one. That way, I can actually visualize it growing out of the ground. Wow, Rhodey nodded in wonder. So you can do this as well as fire laser beams of death? Your quirk is crazy. If I didn't know that it was impossible, I would have thought that you have multiple quirks. We do have a schoolmate that does something similar, actually. Denki slid in beside them. Rhodey couldn't help but be curious. Most kids his age want to be a hero, or at least have dreamt of it at least once, though Rhodey always thought that they're dumb to do so, at least, until what happened last night. These 3, or 4, Dark Shadow, were actually actively fulfilling that dream. And they promised they'll help him chase his own dream. So, he just has to know. They also listen to his own story, so it's just right that he listens to what they had to say. Really? What's he like? He's from our sister class, so we're not too close, but what he does is pretty amazing. He uses onomatopoeia to do all sorts of things. Like when I fought him in the sports festival, he said whoosh, and breathed fire at me, and then he said boom, and made an explosion. Rhodey sighed. DMN, these guys all have amazing quirks, don't they? Geez. You're all amazing. Meanwhile, my quirk is kinda lame in comparison. Please don't refer to Pino as lame, Fumicage held said sentient quirk on his palm, while she and Dark Shadow were talking in birdspeak to another. How they managed to understand each other was quite the mystery. For one, I am quite excited at the prospect of meeting another person with a sentient quirk. We are quite the rarity. With you here, I would have met 3 people with sentient quirks. My mother, then myself, and now, you. And Pino is quite, Fumicage watched as Dark Shadow let Pino pat his head. Quite the friendly creature. Just because it's not good for fighting, doesn't mean it's useless, Izuku added. He would know, his MSTR likes collecting spells, even if they have no combat utility. And even if a quirk was useless in a fight, he'd still find it amazing. He finds most quirks amazing, really. Well, that's not the reason, Rody looked down. It was difficult to admit, but there it was. You see, Pino's actions indicate what the real me feels. Isn't that good? Denki asked. Not when you're trying to get yourself out of a hairy situation, or when I'm trying to stay cool in front of someone while I'm secretly really mad at them, Rody sighed. It's just bad luck all around, isn't it? I have to keep lying just to stay alive, because, well, no one wants to give me an honest job, and yet my quirk shows that I'm lying. Izuku gave him a look. Rody. I think, not being able to lie is a good thing. Haha, out of all the people, I didn't think you would say that. Denki nudged him at the shoulder. What happened with you, huh? You're always deceiving and shooting us in the back during combat training. Hey, that's just combat, I don't do that when I'm just talking with you guys. Izuku snapped. Denki laughed. Meanwhile, Fumicage just watched on, mostly observing Dark Shadow and Pino talk in their own strange birdsong. Yeah, I know. It's like the Izuku in battle and the Izuku in normal situations are two different people. It's called locking in, my dude. Izuku gently jabbed a finger at Denki's shoulder, making the other boy crackle out a small amount of electricity back at him in retaliation. Now, hey, Fumicage, didn't we say dash? Fumicage looked up from the case that they had been safeguarding all this time. Dark Shadow was seeping his immaterial form into every nook and cranny of the thing, meanwhile. That we'll look into it once we get into Clade? Yes, but I'm looking for hidden compartments, like you suspected. Hawks taught me lockpicking by using Dark Shadow's ability to freely morph his form. I just had a sudden epiphany that this may accelerate our timetable. Izuku pouted at that. Wait, he taught you lockpicking, but he didn't tell me anything about it? He figured you'd just melt the doorknobs of every door that blocks your way, Fumicage answered rather humorously. Dark Shadow, goes your search? I think there's something at the bottom, Dark Shadow said. Pino was sitting on top of his head. Come back here, Pino, Rody commanded, and sure enough, Pino complied, returning to her MSDR's shoulder, just for Denki to hold out his hand for her to hop onto. He too found her adorable. And honestly, who wouldn't? With a little bit of effort, as Dark Shadow delicately morphed his claws so that he wouldn't accidentally completely annihilate the case, a hidden drawer was revealed. It contained what appeared to be some kind of puzzle, which Fumicage plucked out of the tiny drawer. What a strange puzzle, Izuku commented. I've never seen one like this before. That's... Rody snatched the puzzle out of Fumicage's hand and immediately got to work solving it. I know this. I've had one like this before. Makes sense, this puzzle may be a traditional Otheonian thing. Izuku watched along with the other two as Rody solved the puzzle. It was apparently a complex puzzle, as even with his familiarity with the thing, it took about 5 whole minutes for him to solve it. But solve it he did, and a hard drive of some kind fell out, just for Izuku to catch it with levitation magic. A hard drive, Izuku looked at Denki. Your phone has an adapter for hard drives on it, right? Oh, yes, I got it right here. Denki pulled out his phone, opening the casing to put the battery back inside to turn it on. He then took out an adapter and plugged it into the phone's charging port before taking the hard drive and plugging it in. Immediately, the phone's holographic projector sent out a rather sizable window filled with files named with timestamps. We should look at this inside the car, Izuku said. Let's look at the latest time-stamped file, looks like it's audio. Denki tapped on the folder. Immediately, an audio file began to play. To any that may come into possession of this hard drive, I am Alan K. I, along with my colleague, Eddie Sol, were scientists that Humorize kidnapped to build the trigger bomb, or as they call it, the purification device. We did not wish to simply comply with Humorize, and so we thought of a way to stop their insanity. To this end, we devised a deactivation key that, when inserted into the central control system for the trigger bombs, in the primary Humorize, will stop their activation sequence. However, the voice coughed. Izuku looked around. He immediately noticed that Rody, who had been sitting with him and Fumicage on the passenger seats, was just completely petrified. Rody Sol? Eddie Sol, could Eddie Sol be the father that supposedly abandoned him? Maybe. Sol is a common surname in Otheon, after all. Eddie Sol and I were forced to separate, as Humorize sought to diversify its locations and avoid being destroyed in one fell swoop. He continued on working on the deactivation key, while I was forced to keep amplifying the trigger within the bombs. According to our last communication, Eddie Sol succeeded in creating the deactivation key at the cost of his life and hid it somewhere, but he was unable to say where it was before the message was cut short as, he was killed, shot in the head from behind. But, if there's one place where the key's location may be found, then it would be in the Humorize archive facility in Karakoram. All the files of Humorize are hidden in plain sight in a little office building. The exact address is in file. Whoever finds this, you need to infiltrate that facility, take possession of files related to the trigger bomb, which is underneath Project Stardust, and find out where Eddie Soul hid the key. In his reports, he would use code to communicate with me, the interpretation of which is also in this hard drive. In file, I am sure that he had the insight to include the key's location as a coded message in his final report before we plan to escape together, should one or both of us fail to do so alive. He told me he would do so, after all. Once you find that key, you have to strike the main Humorize facility, where the central control system is located. The exact location of that is in file. Be careful. I don't know what Fleck turns Quirk is, but he is clearly exceedingly powerful. He'll be there, as he personally operates the bombs, and you'll have to fight him to get through to the central control system. Whatever intelligence told you that he'll be in the American branch of Humorize is a load of bull. You're only hearing this through here if I'm dead, so, you, whoever you are the world's last hope. Karakoram, huh? Denki swiped at the hologram and looked for file 8, which pinpointed said Humorize facility in a map. Looks like we're headed right where we should have been all along. Nice going, Fumicage. Why didn't you think of doing it earlier, Izuku? I don't exactly have hands that can morph into a formless shape, Izuku muttered. Huh. I guess it's time for us to go. Denki began heading to the driver's seat and began driving forward. This time, Fumicage didn't have anything against him driving, as he was more concerned about Rhodey's blank stare. Rhodey, are you alright? Fumicage asked, shaking him by the shoulder. You appeared to have seen a ghost. Huh? No, I'm fine. Rhodey smiled back at him. Right, Izuku? If you say so, Izuku simply nodded. He was skeptical, but he'll just have to ask whether Eddie Soul is his father or not later. After all, Eddie is also a pretty common name. After about another 2 hours, they would, at long last, arrive at the border town of Karakoram. However, while escape to Clade had been the former objective here, the message in the hard drive had changed things. The rundown car stopped just behind a quaint little office building. There weren't a lot of people in Karakoram, or anything, really. It is a small town, the only border crossing between Atheon and Clade, but even then, it seldom saw much traffic. Both nations find it easier to just trade with France and Spain instead of each other. Their major cities were mostly near the coast, as the central portion of the island was mostly a barren plateau surrounded by meadows, forests, and grasslands without much economic importance. While they were neighbors on an island, Atheon and Clade were both islands themselves in other ways. And that fact reflected itself on Karakoram, as it was sparsely populated and unimportant. But it was still in a place that saw some traffic with another country. In other words, the perfect place to hide an illegal archive in. Denki and I will be going in to get those files, Izuku explained as he made sure that the black hair dye and face mask were properly on. Fumicage, you stay with Rhodey. Keep Rhodey safe. Stay safe and don't cause a ruckus. Fumicage nodded at Izuku as the latter opened a portal in the rather spacious rear section of the car, leading directly into one of the hallways of the office building's secret Humorize facility. Take care, then, Rhodey bade them farewell with a small, sheepish wave. That flood is mostly empty, so we'll start there, Izuku thought as he momentarily scanned the office with soul sight and mana detection. It was easier to use the latter now that he was mostly dealing with fellow Quirkless, a fact that quietly gnawed at him. Alright. Are you ready to steal some files? I was born ready. Denki excitedly nodded. Finally, all those infiltration lessons with Edgeshot are paying off. I'd expect a top-secret archive to be more heavily guarded, don't you think? Denki quietly commented as he and Izuku silently stalked through the hallways. They wore their stealth costumes, which were made especially for their time within the Atheon task force. One bonus they had was the complete silence in each step, like moccasins, as well as the masks with integrated radio comms. It would be more suspicious if there are a lot of people around, Izuku added as he watched a nearby CCTV camera as it moved its gaze in order to cover the whole corridor. I feel like I'm in a spy movie, Denki added. Scratch that, I think we're spies right now. Izuku would indulge Denki, if only to take the edge off his nerves. Don't you mean special operatives? You mean what Fumicage's dad was like when he was younger? Denki asked. Yes, sure, Izuku motioned at Denki to stop moving as he detected someone coming close. They would wait for them to pass by before proceeding. This will take a while. So, Rhodey fidgeted as Fumicage silently sat beside him on the front passenger seat. How long have you guys been friends? Izuku and I have been friends since we were small children, Fumicage replied. As for Denki, we met him when we became classmates a year and a half ago. Ah, okay, I see. So you go a long way back. I just wonder, with a quirk like his, I'm surprised he didn't become spoiled, or anything. Spoiled? Ah, I mean, Rody sighed. The people that beat me up back then included those with good quirks. Flashy ones. Some of them even became heroes. So, again, it was really surprising when he saved me. Twice. Fumicage looked outside to the quiet streets. A single car passed by, with nothing else of note happening. That is just how he is. He is a bull-headed idiot who will rush into danger if he sees someone else getting hurt. At least, he was, before his MSTR set him straight so that he thinks before doing anything. I can still remember him standing between a bully and another child back then, despite being quirkless. Wait, what do you mean quirkless? He clearly has a quirk dash. I slipped. How foolish of me. I mean, he was misdiagnosed as quirkless. His quirk is based on imagination and belief, as he has told you, so it wasn't easy to manifest. The doctors wrote him off as quirkless, but then he finally used it at age 14, shortly after middle school, when he imagined himself being a mage after watching too many fantasy shows, Fumicage explained. I had nearly fumbled our secret. Curses. But even before that, he always wanted to be a hero. He never stopped speaking of wanting to get to that dream, even if everyone thought he was powerless. Fumicage let out a quiet scoff. I suppose that we are the same in that regard. Both of us would rush to danger if it meant protecting the innocent. The difference is that at least some people believed in me. In him? Not even I did, to be honest, until he manifested that quirk. But you can't imagine the joy he felt knowing that he could, after all, become a hero like All Might. Oh, okay, Rody nodded slowly. That had certainly been a lot to think about. By the way, don't you think there's an awful lot more people in this street than before? You would be correct. Fumicage and Dark Shadow looked around to see that there were now 20 people nearby, rather than the grand total of 2 before. Your assessment, Rody? You're asking me? You're the Dash. You're the Otheonian, is this some kind of greeting tradition? Fumicage looked around, concern clear in his eyes. I believe that they intend to surround this vehicle. No. That's just offensive, we don't have a tradition where we surround someone's car as a greeting. Rody shrieked. Whatever they're up to, it's not good. Men, women, and children. What did you just say? They've got kids with them, on the front. Then it struck him. Cultic extremists tended to be all about self-sacrifice for the cause, and Hummerais definitely fit the bill. I have a suspicion that this town is populated primarily by Hummerais members. They probably told their children that their quirks are diseases that must be purged. Oh, no. Angel 1, Angel 2, are you there? Fumicage chipped into the radio comms with Izuku and Denki. Rody, meanwhile, looked at him in disbelief that they made code names. We're slowly being surrounded by the townsfolk. I have a sneaking suspicion that the population of Karakoram are all Hummerais members. You mean like how Daika City was just a big meta-liberation army boot camp? Denki asked him and Izuku came across what they were looking for at last. Izuku would cast a quick illusion spell to fool the cameras in the room before they entered. Oh, and good news, we found the file room. And the bad news? They're all in hard copies in file cabinets. We'll have to see which of these has Eddie Soul's reports as head scientist of Project Stardust. Sheet. Thankfully, Izuku ran over to the cabinet labeled S. They're arranged in alphabetical order and we can read English. Denki, look at the one labeled P. Quickly, the two began looking through the files, searching for Eddie Soul's reports. You need to hurry. Rody screamed. Working on it, Denki called back. After a tense minute, he found something. All right. Project Stardust, report by Eddie Soul. All right, I found his reports. Scratch that. Denki flitted through at least 20 such reports, all authored by Eddie Soul. This entire filing cabinet is just his reports. Let's just take the whole thing. Rody, Fumicage, prepare for a large file transfer. Izuku, if you would be so kind. Get down. Fumicage was quick to get Rody to duck as bullets began whizzing through the air and into the car, tearing holes through the vehicle, and his shoulder. He covered his beak and let out a muffled cry as the pain registered in his nerves, but that wasn't enough to dull his focus. He was less concerned about himself and more about Rody, and despite Dark Shadow protests ringing in his head, are you all right, Rody? Am I all right? No, Fumicage, are you all right? Rody pointed at the trickling blood on the other boy's shoulder. He could still see that he had been shot even under the darkness of being enveloped by Dark Shadow. You're the one that's bleeding. It is. Fumicage winced in pain, carefully avoiding the concerned Dark Shadow's glowing yellow eyes looking at him. Nothing. You call that nothing? What kind of school do you guys go to? Fumicage did not answer that question, instead mentally commanding Dark Shadow to continue acting as their shield from incoming fire while he cast Nebulung to lower nearby light levels. The Quirk then ripped off the car door on Fumicage's side so that they could leave. Rhodey, hop on my back. Dark Shadow is extremely durable at this state, so do not worry as we step outside. Every day that I spend with you guys just keeps getting better and better. Rhodey complied and did as Fumicage asked, and though he could mostly see the enlarged, shadowy form of Dark Shadow surrounding them in a rather warm embrace, he could also see that darkness itself seemed to manifest around the other boy. There were also bright, yellow flashes coming from outside, which he assumed to be guns that the crazy Hummerized cultists were using. Are you sure you're fine with carrying me when you got a hole through your shoulder? Dark Shadow, let us leave this place. Fumicage commanded the now titanic Quirk, which towered over the crowd of gunners. Dark Shadow ignored the incoming bullets, letting Fumicage and Rhodey stay safely kept within his vast, ponderous form. What's happening? We're hearing gunshots. Denki called through the comms. Are you guys alright? The townsfolk are all armed with submachine guns and opened fire on us, but Dark Shadow is currently keeping us safe, Fumicage stoically replied. The car is lost, however. It is gone. How can you people get shot and just ignore it? Rhodey screamed. Training, Fumicage bluntly responded. Crazy heroes, Rhodey grumbled as he fished out the first aid kit he always kept in his jacket for situations like this. Even as Dark Shadow casually shrugged off a storm of bullets all around them, Rhodey began wrapping a bandage around Fumicage's wounded shoulder. Thank you, Rhodey, Fumicage said. Rhodey's hands shivered as he heard the gunfire all around them, even if Dark Shadow didn't seem to lose any effectiveness in repelling them. Izuku let out a sigh. He had been levitating a file cabinet through the hallways and the next thing he knew was that Fumicage and Rhodey were getting shot at. He thought that he and Denki could get there in time, but it looks like luck wouldn't have it. I'll just deal with them so that we can get out of this cult town together. Denki, let's go. Aye, boss. Denki nodded and followed Izuku to a nearby window. Oh, I think I know what you want to do. Izuku summoned his staff with a flash of white light and smashed the window with it. With the air simply ringing with the overbearing roar of gunfire, none of the Hummerized cultists heard the window of their precious archive building being broken into shards. Instead, they continued to focus their attention on the fleeing Dark Shadow, never mind that the enhanced sentient Quirk was simply eating the incoming bullets. Then one of the Hummerized cultists pulled out a rocket launcher out of his car and took aim with a fanatical scream in his lips, cleanse the afflicted. He never got to pull the trigger. Wald goes. Izuku pointed his staff at the Hummerized cultists. A whirlwind formed in the middle of the group of Hummerized gunmen, completely obscuring their vision and, in some cases, sent them flying away into walls and vehicles, knocking them out. A few of the most fanatical members held their ground either through pure spite or by holding on to nearby posts and benches. It didn't matter much, though, as the whirlwind prevented them from seeing anything. Now, they began firing wildly in every direction. One by one, the Hummerized cultists found themselves electrocuted and knocked out, as Denki took aim with his stun gun, powered it with his electrification quirk, and opened fire while Izuku kept the whirlwind going. Accelerated taser bolts struck the cultists in rapid succession, leaving them writhing in pain or outright unconscious on the ground. Denki hesitated as the scope landed on a kid that's maybe middle school age. He was just 13 or 14, at the most, but was already firing a submachine gun at someone else with nothing but fanatical fire in his eyes. No, you're not actually hurting them, Denki, he reminded himself. If you do this, they can get high help they need later. He squeezed the trigger. Hawks, you look like you haven't been paying attention. Are you alright? Hawks seemingly didn't notice clairvoyance asking him a question as he sat on a sofa, deep in thought and worry. He had been hearing everything that his Edshot's mentee, and their new friend, had been saying and doing. I think I'll like this kid, Hawks had first thought when he listened into the conversations involving Rhodey. He was dealt a bad hand in life and was no hero fanboy like most kids his age. But, it was quite easy to deduce that he's a good guy. But now, Hawks was simmering in a quiet panic. Fumicage and Rhodey had apparently been shot at, but Dark Shadow had thankfully kept them safe. He didn't know if he was going to regret letting Fumicage go, and convincing Edshot that it was fine for Denki to go, but the gunshots were starting to make him lean on yes. Actually, never mind. He just heard the Hummerized cultists screaming and panicking, which must surely be Izuku's handiwork with that crazy, overpowered quirk of his, and of course, Hawks heard the telltale boom of his mad laser beams. Right, no need to worry. Yeah, I've been listening very intently, Claire. Hawks looked up at the Otheonian hero, who nodded in response. She seemed to be satisfied with how Hawks answered, and walked off to look at a nearby news bulletin. That would be when Edshot silently sat beside him. Hawks. Are they fine? Don't worry about a thing, Hawks shrugged nonchalantly. I'm honestly more scared for Humorize than for them. Please don't be like that, Hawks. I'm serious. Hawks patted Edshot on the shoulder. So I am. I'm dead serious. All right, then, Edshot sighed. I'll take your word for it. I'd say that it's your turn to get accused of terrorism, but they didn't exactly see you, Izuku said as he banished the whirlwind he summoned, leaving behind about 24 collapsed Humorize sleeper agents on the ground. Some of them were actual kids, a fact that irritated and angered him to no end, but he didn't show what he felt. Instead, he looked back at the file cabinet, which was still lying on the floor. Come on, now, let's go. I can't believe I shot at kids, Denki muttered. He folded the handheld railgun and tucked it at his back. Neither can I, but we didn't really hurt them, Izuku replied as he cast levitation magic on the file cabinet again. So, don't feel bad about it. Pity them instead. They've probably been indoctrinated to martyr themselves. Yeah, you're right. We were never going to hurt them. Denki took a deep breath and, with Izuku's helpful flight magic, descended to the street below. The two of them then ran off to join their companions, who were now looking over a different car on the street. You're borrowing another car? Izuku watched as Dark Shadow broke one of the windows, letting Rody get inside to hotwire the thing. He then glanced at Fumicage, and the bandages covering the wound on his shoulder. A blood vessel in his head twitched at the thought of someone putting a bullet through his friend. Fumi, how much does it hurt? Extremely, came the muted response. Do you guys have, like, extremely high pain tolerance? Rody asked as he busied himself with hotwiring the car. If that was me, I'd be screaming bloody murder. I mean, I got beaten a few times, but I never got shot. You get shot and you just walk it off. Hero students are crazy. We got smashed through walls a few times, Izuku commented as if were the most natural thing to happen to anyone. After all, if you're work studying under the number 3 hero, then rather powerful enemies are expected. Though it mostly just happens to Fumicage here. It's because you use me as your tank support, though again, I volunteer to do so. I can take a few hits too, you know, Izuku shook his head. Fumicage shook his head back. Can you? You get stricken by Gang Orca's shockwave once and you are knocked out for minutes. Are they always like this? Rody looked over at Denki, who just shrugged in response. Usually, came the electric user's reply. It's kind of fun to watch. As if his prayers were answered, Rody finally succeeded in hotwiring the war. I got it, he said, jumping in the driver's seat. Let's get out of here. I hate this place. One moment, Izuku guided the file cabinet to the car's rather sizable trunk. All right, now we can go. They immediately went to the other side of the border after that. An hour later, with Izuku's magic, a stone tent was erected to hide the car and its passengers from both aerial observation and the intense summer heat. This is the latest report from Eddie Soul, Denki said as he held out the file. Izuku would scan it for a minute before he created a magic hologram of its pages. This spell, incidentally, is a modified version of the mapping spell normally used for dungeons. Let's see. I think the code is right here. Rody and Fumicage looked at each other, neither of them were very good at solving code. Instead, Fumicage turned on his phone to see that he had 6 messages from Hawks, all of them asking if he was fine. Fumicage would quickly type and send out a reply saying that yes, he was fine. Denki, with his brain enhanced by a high 80% charge, was quite adept at the code. With the help of Alan Kay's instructions, he managed to decipher the key's location after about 3 minutes. According to this, Denki blinked. The deactivation key is a code that we need to type into the central control system for the trigger bombs. Where's that code? Izuku asked. It's right here, Denki pointed all over the hologram. If Alan Kay's instructions are right, then it should be, he pointed at numbers cleverly scattered throughout the report, disguised as figures and citations. 0213 to 2241. Rody read the number twice. That's my birthday, he thought. Friends, Fumicage held up his phone, where there was a text message. It's Hawks. He says that Humorize has begun the next phase of their plans, and that we should check the news. I see, Fleckturn nodded at the message that he received from Karakorum's mayor. 1 hour ago, a strange, rundown vehicle parked in front of the Humorize archive building for 15 minutes. Members of the organization began approaching the car after it was deemed to be suspicious. They then opened fire, but a sentient stage 5 affliction came out of the vehicle and protected the afflicted within, absorbing every incoming bullet with no issue. More afflictions were then unleashed upon the believers in Karakorum, allowing all the interlopers to escape to Clade. Soon after, the keepers of the Humorize archive found that the file cabinet for Project Stardust had been stolen, something that the cameras failed to capture. They only found out once they actually entered the room. It was an illusionary affliction. One of the worst of them all in its dishonesty. It was unfortunate that the archive was scantily guarded and the interlopers were able to infiltrate the place. That is what happens when most of Humorize forces are scattered across the globe, waiting for the signal to begin the purification. A whirlwind. A demon of shadow. Electricity. Stage 5 afflictions, bordering on stage in the end, however, whatever they seek from those files will not aid them. The trigger bombs can only be controlled from here, and if they come here, they will die. And now, it is time. Turning to face the gathered congregation, Fleckturn raised the activator above his head, beginning the countdown to destruction. Camera drones floated around him, capturing him as he broadcasted his intentions to the world. Greetings, we are Humorize, Fleck began, posing with his arms to the side. We have activated the trigger bombs to begin the process of purifying this world of the accursed affliction called quirks. Soon, the pure will be saved, and the earth will become a paradise. However, we are not totally without mercy. We will tell you the locations where purification will happen, and we will give you 2 hours. No more, no less. Your efforts will all be in vain, of course, but I believe that we should at the very least allow you the chance, heroes. With that, Fleckturn turned his attention to his flock, the robed cultists of Humorize. Altogether, they began to chant. For the salvation of mankind. Tenya, allow the police and the rescue heroes to deal with the evacuation, Thundercracker called out to his student as they, along with his fellow seekers, soared over Tokyo. Tenya had, with the help of wings and additional engine ports integrated to his costume, become flight-capable, like Thundercracker and the other seekers. May had wanted to add missiles, but Tenya didn't want those, and Power Loader wouldn't let her do it anyway. Below them, millions were panicking. Everyone already knew what happened to Celesti and its people, and the prospect of the same thing happening in Tokyo of all places caused an immediate mass hysteria. The threat was clear: if the trigger bombs detonated here, then one of the planet's largest metropolitan areas would be erased. The same panic was happening in cities all over the world as Humorize unfurled their devious plan, and doubtlessly, other hero teams were having to deal with them. We will look for the trigger bomb from the sky while Gang Orca, Symphony, and Kraken look for it on the ground. All Might and Lemillion should be able to deal with any Humorize resistance should they be defending the bombs. Yes, Sensei. Tenya responded as he looked down on the streets below, using his helmet's zoom-in function to search for anything out of the ordinary. But, Thundercracker Sensei, if we fail. We will not fail, young Tenya. All Might boomed into the shared comms network between the various hero teams in Tokyo. The mere sound of his voice invigorated his fellow heroes, as well as civilians, who would see him and Lemillion jumping above them. Why? Because we are here. Yes, of course, All Might. Tenya affirmed. We will do our best and defeat Humorize. That is the spirit, young Tenya. Where is that F-Smurf? I am going to kill him. Stars and Stripes roared as she and her squadron swept the sky over New York City, rapidly scanning the place for a trigger bomb, or more than one of them. In the meantime, Endeavor, along with Shoto and Katsuki, conducted their own set of operations. Endeavor, with his prodigious pyrokinesis, blasted through the skies alongside Katsuki, who propelled himself forward with his explosions. As for Shoto, he could very well keep up with Endeavor and Katsuki with his ice sliding, and that is exactly what he did. Equite, aid in the evacuation however you can, Endeavor ordered. Dynamite and I will assist Stars and Stripes and Lord Admiral in locating the trigger bomb and eliminating any Humorize resistance at the site. Understood, Shoto nodded and slid off with his ice. He quickly spotted a traffic jam, which then escalated into a car pileup as panicked drivers smashed their vehicles into the vehicles of other panicked drivers. He would form an ice ramp so that the people on the freeway would be able to evacuate. Come on. Shoto motioned at the people, it is safe down here. He would watch on with concern as people began sliding down the ice ramp, running off to hopefully get out of the trigger bomb's radius. Shoto would take a moment to look out to the distance in New York Harbor, where 5 American amphibious landing ships were actively taking in beleaguered citizens rather than the war machines that they were designed to accommodate. In another direction, in Central Park, an American sky carrier, with the name USS Breaker of Chains proudly pasted on its hull, was taking in fleeing civilians, too. Once it was filled to capacity, the flying warship will take off, carrying thousands to safety. Swarms of helicopters and gunships were hard at work, but even with their combined efforts, it would be impossible to evacuate everyone in just 2 hours. So, all the more reason to find those bombs. Uravity, Nijire, Froppy, Clear a way for evacuation, Ryukyu commanded as a traffic jam quickly developed underneath the Arch of Triumph in Paris. Vehicles that had been abandoned by the desperate who found themselves stuck in a jam would float away by Ochako's zero gravity, while Nijire and Tsuyu moved them to the side to allow the people trying to evacuate Paris to escape. However, there are too many people to be evacuated, and not nearly enough time to do so. Shining Finger, can you give us a calculation of how many can be evacuated within 2 hours if the trigger bombs are not found and disarmed? Ryukyu asked as the Technopatha's drones began to scan the area for trigger bombs. In case the worst happens, we need to be prepared. Based on current predictions, the heroine's voice filtered through the drones, 150,000 all in all. The traffic jams are bad, and the trigger bomb, based on data from Celesti, would have a range beyond even the city limits. The entire Paris metropolitan area will be destroyed. That's it? In a city of 3 million? Ochako asked, terrified at the clear implication of those numbers. We need to clear these lanes, and fast. Let's go, Froppy. With that, Ochako flew off with her jetpack and Quirk combined while Tsuyu hung onto her with her tongue. With quick taps, Ochako removed the weight of vehicles stuck in traffic jams and had Tsuyu move them to a cleared lane, allowing their occupants to flee from Paris. Still, there are too many people to evacuate and not enough time. Nijire and Ryukyu, along with France's number 1, Leclerc, were hard at work trying to find the trigger bomb, but so far, they had not found it. Should we do something, Lord All for One? Dr. Garaki asked as he and his MSTR watched Humorize plot unfold from within the safety of their mountain lair. I mean, if all the pro-heroes are killed, then there will be far less strong quirks for you to take. Or there will be no more heroes to stop me, should I decide to step into the spotlight again, All for One replied with a sordid grin. Either way, I do not truly care if they fail or succeed in this attack, though I would prefer it if they do activate. All for One's thoughts went to a certain white-haired woman who destroyed Tamura's League of Villains in the span of merely 15 seconds. While the restoration of his body to its prime meant that he no longer needed a successor to implant his mind into, All for One still saw the League's value as disruptors. Well, the League as well as any other villain group, anyway. Many villains were now rotting in prison, but when All for One takes a hold of this certain quirk, then they could be freed to wreak havoc. Oh, and kill All Might. He could do that too. Lemillion is quite obviously his successor, and whatever power All Might still had left would just be the remaining embers of One for All in him after he handed the quirk over to that boy. Lemillion is certainly going to be an issue if he is allowed to grow. Thus, simply waiting for All Might to die of old age was not tenable anymore. He'll have to make this Lemillion give up the quirk to him. Garaki, All for One began, I need the location of a certain rescue hero. Ragdoll, from the Wild Wild PP Cats. The one with the search quirk. As you wish, Lord All for One, Garaki bowed. The doctor knew that it made sense. Now that the heroes were preoccupied, Johnny the Warp Noma could bring his MSTR to a target to steal that target away, or, hell, a high-end can do it without much risk. He doubted that anyone could kill a high-end fast enough to stop it from abducting someone. Whatever the case, Garaki trusted his MSTR's schemes. As they finished watching the news broadcast from Fumicage's phone, Rhodey would immediately zoom at the area in Atheon that would be affected by a trigger bomb, and it included his house. Oh my god. My house, it's in the area that's going to be affected by the Atheon explosion. So we need to hurry, then, Fumicage lowly said. How are we supposed to hit the main Humorize base in just 2 hours when we're 10 hours of driving away from it? Denki paced back and forth. He had already deduced where the main Humorize base was by checking the one Humorize base location in Alan Kay's files that wasn't going to be the target of a trigger bomb. The problem was actually getting there, except? There's a small aviation school near here, Rhodey said, pointing at the map of the town they were quite close to. Maybe we could borrow one of their planes. A Cessna or Jabiru should get us there in about an hour. If there's a Super Tucano, 30 minutes. Borrow, as in ask for it nicely, or steal it and slap on a note nearby? Denki asked. Considering that the world is at stake, Izuku chimed in, let's just steal it if they won't let us borrow the plane even after we wave licenses at their faces. Sounds just like the Izuku we know and love, Denki chuckled. He then opened the door to the driver's seat, motioning at the others to join him in the vehicle. As soon as they were inside, he stepped the pedal, rapidly accelerating them out of the stone tent and to the nearby dusty road at a speed that Tenya would surely scold them over if he were here. So, recap. We ask for a plane from the aviation school, steal it if they don't give it, have Rhodey here pilot it, then the three of us will skydive on top of the Humorize main base and blow up every cultist in the way until we get to the control system for the trigger bombs so that we can enter the deactivation code. Is that right? That is correct, Fumicage replied. Alright, Denki nodded. Time for us to save the world, then. Hawks is hearing us right now, yeah? Yes, and he will surely inform the other heroes. Let's transmit the base's location to him, as well. We have to save the world. And Rodi's family, Izuku added. The other two nodded in agreement. Crazy kids are going to save the world, huh? Hawks sighed. He then switched the frequency of his communicator so that he was connected to the World Heroes Association HQ instead. Command, this is Hawks, Atheon Task Force. I have received information that the heroes All Mana, Tsukuyomi, and Chain Lightning will be conducting an operation against the main Humorize base to neutralize the Trigger Bomb's central control system with a deactivation code. I am requesting any support that may be available for them at the location that I'm embedding in this communication. Heroes, military, whatever. As long as it is support, it will do. The fate of the world rests on their operation. Hawks, this is Command, came the reply from the distant operators of the grand operation to stop Humorize. We are acknowledging and reaching out to all possible avenues of support. As it turned out, waving a hero license in front of people's faces does work, though it was mostly Fumicage who did the waving. The students and staff of the aviation school jumped at the chance to help heroes in their mission, so they lent their best and fastest plane to the fore, a four-seater Jabiru. Where did you learn to pilot planes, Rodi? Denki asked as soon as they were in the sky, if only to drop the tension in the plane by a little. My dad used to teach me when I was a kid. I actually flew back then, Rodi replied. But I still know the controls. Fumicage gave Izuku and Denki the look at that, but otherwise said nothing. Anyway, we'll be there in about an hour. So, you guys should suit up. Frieren could sense it. It had been distant and nigh imperceptible, even for a mage of her experience and ability. But she knew what it was. A demon. The ancient elf's blood boiled at the thought of one of those disgusting creatures inhabiting this earth. Here she thought that she finally came to a world free of the stench of demonic taint, but now, one of these BSTRD creatures was coming. That thing is coming for her. And if that thing is coming for her, she better keep that fight away from UA, or from anyone else, really. Not Eri, not Inko, not the students and staff at UA, not the parents and guardians of Izuku's classmates who had stayed in this place. If this demon beach wants a fight, then it will get a fight out there, not here. Not when the world had been thrown into chaos by a foreign organization of fanatics. A demon of this power was a threat that the heroes are not prepared for. Frieren would have to deal with it by herself. Izuku looked down at the Humorize main base below, imagining it all bursting into flames. It had taken about an hour and a half for the plane to reach this place, so he and his companions did not have a lot of time left to stop Fleck Turn from committing global genocide. Fumicage's shoulder wound, while it still stung, was more or less alright by this point. As for Denki, he had suited up with his vast array of support items, most noticeably the pair of electrified WHPS that he placed on a belt. The crackling of a swirling thunderstorm could be heard from outside, and the clouds were gray and furious. Occasionally, lightning bolts would streak across the sky, though none of those within the plane flinched. They were well used to thunder by this point. Izuku, though, was deep in thought. He looked over at Rodi. It was hard to believe that just 3 days ago, Rodi was just some foreign boy that he chased through the streets of Kessel City to apprehend him for a crime. Now, they were, what are they now, friends? Either way, he should have never been dragged into this situation to begin with. But again, Izuku was glad to get to know him, even if for a short time. Rodi? Izuku put a hand on the other boy's shoulder. Rodi looked up at him from the pilot seat. Yeah, Izuku? Once we get out there, I need you to turn around, Izuku replied, patting Rodi's shoulder again. You've helped us as much as you have already. Ha! Rodi turned around in his seat just to see that the hero students had opened the plane's door. But this is my fight too. It's too dangerous for you, buddy. Denki warmed up his shoulders and stepped on one of 3 drones that he and Fumicage brought along. Your parkour skills may be great, but you don't have the training. You are not trained for this. You should never have to risk your life, Fumicage added as dark shadow wrapped around his cloaked body. Now leave this battle to us, the heroes. Let's just meet again afterward, alright? Izuku said. Before he could leave, though, Rodi would hold out his hand, inviting Izuku to shake it. That's a promise, then? Rodi asked. Promise, Izuku tightly gripped Rodi's hand. We still have your whole job situation to help you with, after all. Heh, Rodi let out a satisfied sigh. Izuku let his hand go and turned away, but not before Rodi gave him and his friends a thumbs up. Good luck then, heroes. With that, Izuku jumped out first, riding on top of one of his drones. Fumicage and Dark Shadow flew beside him with Black Abyss, while Denki also rode on a drone. Izuku looked over his shoulder to watch Rody turn the plane around, which he did, thankfully. And then, it began as the Hamurai's garrison began to open fire in a panic as 3 heroes suddenly appeared in their doorstep, filling the sky with munitions and Quirk fire. Dark Shadow moved his claws forward to protect his host, while Denki activated a shield, the same kind that is used in UA's gyms and its stadium, to shrug off incoming fire. They both moved to cover Izuku, who began casting a spell. Zoltraak, Izuku summoned 10 magic circles and opened fire with Zoltraak, sending beams of condensed mana down below and wreaking devastation upon the Hamurai's forces. Rubble and debris were sent floating by the residual mana left in the wake of the Zoltraak beams, while many of the robed Hamurai's cultists were sent sprawling to the ground. Many of them were doubtlessly bloodied and bruised, pinned under rocks and trees that Izuku's blasts blasted about. They have air defense systems. Denki called out as several hidden compartments embedded into the mountainside uncovered themselves, revealing missile launchers and interception lasers. Denki recognized them immediately. Antiquated S-300S, Dragonfire Laser Interception System, is that a repurposed caliber? I think that's military-grade stuff. Where'd it get those? More work for us, then, Fumicage nodded. His own visors were zooming toward said missile launchers, which were doubtlessly locking in at the incoming trio of aspiring heroes. Izuku, can you destroy them? Easily, just cover me. Izuku conjured another dozen magic circles, aiming them toward the air defense systems that had just appeared. Before he could destroy them, though, the air defense's attention were taken up by something else. They launched their missiles and lasers toward the sky, and toward other, incoming missiles. Izuku looked up to see that a flight of what looked like to be fighter jets, bearing the insignia of the Atheon Air Force, had sent out a swarm of missiles bearing toward the Hamurai's main base's defenses. They were probably 8th-generation fighters with excellent stealth technology if they managed to get this close without being spotted by the Hamurai's defenses. Some of the missiles made contact, destroying the air defenses. So that's our support, Fumicage noted, as even more chaos was wrought upon the Hamurai's troops. Izuku, Denki, let us press forward and take advantage of the opening they've given us. Dark Shadow, let us be the tip of the spear that pierces the darkness. Ragnarok. Finally, some tasty violence. The sentient Quirk roared as he grew in power and size under the dark, rainy sky, descending upon the remaining Hamurai's defenders like a vengeful spirit of destruction. Cultists were bodily thrown against walls and pillars as Dark Shadow swept his oversized claws at them, all the while laughing at any attempt to harm him with bullets and Quirk fire. Behind them, Izuku unleashed more Zoltraaks, sowing even more chaos upon the enemy. Denki busied himself with a more supportive role, covering Izuku's back with his shield as they flew beside each other. How much time do we have left? Izuku asked. The 3 of them entered the ornate hallways of the Hamurai's facility, leaving bruised, bloodied, and injured cultists in their wake, as well as an enormous amount of destruction. Not to mention that Otheon's Air Force had conducted an airstrike as well, distracting and destroying the Hamurai's air defenses. Izuku didn't care about how nice the Hamurai's hallways looked, though a stray thought of how Shiozaki would view it all as sacrilegious entered his mind. He immediately banished the thought, reminding himself that this very operation will decide the world's fate. 28 minutes and 10 seconds, Denki said as he checked the time through the HUD on his helmet. The enlarged Dark Shadow would then bludgeon his way through another crowd of Hamurai's cultists, sending them sprawling to the floor. Fumicage could sense, with both mana detection and Dark Shadow's thoughts, that there were more Hamurai's forces coming at them from behind. Izuku and Denki certainly cannot afford to be hit by a pincer attack. Fleckturn is surely waiting for them in the end, and he is quite powerful, according to Alan K. Izuku can surely defeat him, no matter what quirk he has, but he can't do that as well if he's being shot from the back. Izuku, Denki, proceed without me. Fumicage turned around to face the incoming horde. I will be your rear guard. Understood, Fumicage. Izuku nodded and sped off along with Denki, leaving Fumicage and Dark Shadow alone in the hallway. Dark Shadow, destroy the lights, Fumicage commanded. The already elated Quirk gleefully complied, smashing apart lightbulbs and chandeliers by shooting out his claws. Done. Excellent. Dark Shadow grew and grew, eventually filling nearly the entire hallway. The Quirk stared down at the Hamurai's cultists, who still approached him without fear. There was only fanatical zeal burning in their hearts as they hefted their guns towards what they saw as a monster that should be cleansed from the earth. Let us show these terrorists the true terror of the dark. While the world melted down in chaos, Frieren walked into the forest, where she had trained Izuku and to a lesser extent, Fumicage, on the ways of magic. With her mana detection, she sensed that someone was also coming into the forest, albeit from the opposite direction. By the way things were going, they'll see each other face to face pretty soon. And see each other they did. Elf and demon would lay their eyes upon another in the middle of a forest clearing, which still bore some signs of the spellcasting training Izuku had here. I expected far more, the demon began. Frieren wordlessly looked at the demon's mana level. It had more than her, by at least half. Frieren's own mana was currently suppressed, so the demon had no idea that she was actually more than 1,000 years old. However, what concerned Frieren more was that she didn't see this demon coming until it wanted to show itself. Are you supposed to be the one that has single-handedly caused the destruction of 2 human organizations? I must say, I am not impressed. I don't really care what you think, Frieren replied. But I am surprised to know that there are demons on this world. I thought the MSTRS wiped you all out. Ah, so you want a history lesson before I got you? The demon smiled. Very well. There are still a few of us around, but those that remain are survivors. The fittest and the strongest. The weak had been culled, and we are glad that they were. Well, I am, at least. The others seem to prefer to have minions to do their bidding, but I prefer having my hands bloodied and dirted. Frieren simply looked at the demon, thinking about the 1,000 ways she could kill it. She wondered what kind of magic that demon specialized in. The demon looked at her from head to toe. Not a very talkative one, are you? Well, elves are quiet types, from what I remember, but alas, I have never had the pleasure of seeing one. Or killing one, until I discovered your existence. It's truly a pity that your mana is so pathetic compared to mine. You have been alive for, what, 100 years? What have you been doing all that time? Nothing. No response. I suppose that we have babbled for far too long by this point. Now, prepare to die an agonizing death. The demon floated upward and cast her magic. Frieren could see that whatever spell she was casting will be a big, flashy one, as any demon would. Arastro, the demon invoked her spell, and immediately nearly every plant in their immediate vicinity shriveled up and died. The power of the demon's spell sucked out all the water out of their cells en masse, forming a swirling waterspout that appeared to support the demon's weight. More water pulled out of nearby plants, as well as the moisture in the air, formed behind the demon as a large, floating mass. Then, a flock of birds passed by. The demon held out a hand, and the entire flock squawked and screamed in agony as the demon pulled every ounce of moisture in their bodies, adding it all to the big blob of water and fluid that she had gathered behind her. I have yet to introduce myself, haven't I? The red-eyed demon smiled. I am Bluthund, 6th of the 7 Sages of Destruction, and wielder of an Astro. With this spell, I can manipulate the moisture and fluids of anything, including living beings. But it seems impossible for me to use it on you, which is a shame. I was looking forward to making you contort and break. It seems I will have to drown you in blood and water. Frieren looked up, completely unfazed. So, a water mage, then? The greatest water mage of all, Bluthund replied. You don't stand a chance. Your mana is pathetic. I see, Frieren summoned her staff, so you're the stupid one in the group. Huh? Throw yourself into traffic, Bluthund. This is the last room in the line, isn't it? Denki and Izuku arrived at what appeared to be some kind of grand meeting chamber, with a pompous raised stage in the back and a sculpture of the glowing baby in the center. The walls were covered in bookshelves with books, and the place was, overall, very ornate, with golden lacings, carvings, and frescoes. Now that Izuku was thinking about it, it was pretty similar to a Catholic church when it came to aesthetics. But that is where the similarities ended, as instead of a fresco of an angel or a saint, there were beasts of fire and death, representations of the supposed apocalypse Quirks would bring about when they reach singularity. That's where the central control system would be. Izuku pointed at a set of double doors in the left side of the chamber. He and Denki then goaded the drones to move forward, just to be stopped as a laser shot at them. Izuku quickly blocked it with a hexagon of basic defensive magic before shooting the laser turret with Zoltraak. This is as far as you go, Fleckturn stepped out of something as he appeared on the raised stage. He was bedecked in his parody of a priestly robe, surrounded by floating mirrors of some kind that probably amplified his quirk. This is a holy place. Begone. We know someone that knows a thing or two about holy things, Denki retorted as he pulled out the electrified WHPS and locked into a practiced battle stance. And I think she'll call this place blasphemous. Izuku, meanwhile, pointed his staff at the blue-skinned fanatic, mentally preparing himself to unleash Judrajim the moment the battle is joined. So you are the village idiot in the Smef village. You believe in a theory that hasn't even been scientifically verified, and you're willing to commit genocide over it. Silence. Fleckturn hissed as he moved down the stairs. You know nothing, for you are children. And worse, you are afflicted. Stage 5, bordering on you, especially, he pointed at Izuku. Your future bloodline could be the end of this world. It must be destroyed before worse afflictions are spawned into the gene pool. When I shoot him, you go for the control system, Izuku whispered to Denki. I am afraid that I cannot allow you to proceed, either way, Fleckturn continued. With a wave of his hand, an electromagnetic barrier appeared over the doors to the central control system for the trigger bombs. To complicate things even further, 6 enormous robots, all military-grade machines of far greater sophistication than the zero-pointer machines that UA uses for exams, descended from the ceiling, landing on the floor with a thunderous roaring of metallic feet. Izuku recognized them as spider tanks, just like the ones on exhibit in I-Island back then. They were armed with the same energy weapons mounted on American X-66 fighters, and if Denki didn't have his shield, or if Izuku didn't have defensive magic, they would be extremely dangerous. And even still, they are not to underestimated. There goes our plan to quickly get in, Denki said, hefting his electrified WHPS. What's the plan? We take out the minions before tackling the boss, Izuku replied, pointing his staff at one of the robots. Once they're gone, I'll destroy the barrier and the door, then keep Fleck occupied so he can't stop you from getting in. Understood, Denki nodded. This is your last chance to atone for your mistakes, Fleckturn called out, just to be immediately answered with destruction. Izuku fired a Zoltraak on one of the spider tanks, blasting away its entire frontal section and rendering it worthless. The other 5 spider tanks retaliated, just for one of them to be on the receiving end of its own laser cannon as Izuku opened a portal, while the others smashed against hexagonal barriers of light, which visibly strained against the assault. Denki, meanwhile. Fleckturn couldn't see him anywhere. Good work, Dark Shadow, Fumicage congratulated his Quirk as he sent a second group of Humorize cultists flying to the walls. Others were still crawling on the floor, though most were just passed out or injured. Let us proceed to assist the others. Fumicage, wait, Dark Shadow sensed yet another incoming presence. I think there's one more. What kind? Fumicage asked, just for him to see the outline of a massive, mutant type dressed in the robes of Humorize in his night vision goggles. The cultist had swirling appendages on his head and arms, too. Dark Shadow, prepare for combat. I am always prepared for combat. Dark Shadow retorted as the mutant cultist barged through, unheeding of the fact that he had stepped on some of his fellow Humorize members. Dark Shadow struck him repeatedly with his claws, but that did little more than slightly delay the raging behemoth, who rammed straight into Fumicage and Dark Shadow. The spiraling appendages began attacking Dark Shadow from just about every direction, all the while he pushed the pair of entwined heroes closer and closer to a collapsed section of the wall that led right to an underground river. He is exceedingly powerful? Fumicage thought even as his shoulder began to burn with pain again, the gunshot wound disturbed by this cultist's ferocious attack. Are they on trigger? That would explain why is lost to rage. Less thinking, more fighting, Fumicage. Dark Shadow yelped as the two of them inched closer to falling into the river. Just as they were about to fall off, Fumicage cast Nebelung, empowering Dark Shadow further. Dark Shadow punched the cultist hard enough that he flew into a wall, smashing against it, though he was recovered immediately, screaming and raging incoherently all the while. We cannot allow this cultist to get to Izuku and Denki, Fumicage said, mentally steeling himself for another hard fight. Dark Shadow, empowered by the combination of a lack of lights, Nebelung, and a righteous cause, grew around him until he was larger than ever before, towering over the mad, raving cultist. We stop him here and now. Honestly, how selfish. Bluthund raved as Frieren either kept dodging her attacks, or sent them back toward with some kind of portal magic. You're refusing to attack me, because you don't have the mana to actually fight me. Come now, fight me, truly. Fight and die the proper way. Frieren sidestepped yet another jet stream of water, which chopped down a tree behind her. She had been analyzing the demon's way of combat, and it was both concerning and somewhat familiar at the same time. Bluthund was focusing on attacks that can end the fight if they connect, but are lacking in accuracy and precision. Clearly, Bluthund is used to fighting groups of enemies, not lone foes. And, also, Bluthund does not seem to be very experienced in combat. She relies on big attacks, and nothing else. This is a battle of attrition, Frieren thought as shunted aside 3 incoming blasts of water with her staff, whose redirected streams completely obliterated a boulder and a tree. And she is being wasteful. Frieren noted that Bluthund hadn't let down her giant, floating blob of water in the sky, as any normal person with a functioning brain would. But she just kept levitating it there, as if it were a reminder that she was the superior mage and that Frieren was merely delaying the inevitable. Truly, it is fortunate that demons tend to be wasteful flaunters. But Bluthund has a lot of mana to waste. This will take a while. As battle was further joined, Izuku unleashed Zoltraak toward another of the spider tanks, just for Fleck-turn himself to move to block the incoming beam. Izuku expected him to just be thrown across the place by the beam's power, but to his surprise, Fleck-turn stood unmoving and unfazed, a corona of writhing kinetic energy spiraling out like a whirlwind behind his back. The blue-skinned fanatic looked upon Izuku with eyes that spelled out disdain and condescending pity. Arcs of blue electricity crackled around the impact point, and, to Izuku's mild surprise, the beam of Zoltraak was sent screaming back toward him. Izuku summoned a partial barrier of basic defensive magic to block the incoming attack, but now, he perfectly understood Fleck-turn's quirk. A reflection quirk? Izuku said, tightly gripping his staff as Denki nailed one of the spider tanks with a high-powered shot of his railgun, the hyper-accelerated slug penetrating through one of its leg joint and sending it sprawling to the floor. It was operational, though, so the cold artificial intelligence within turned its attention toward Denki, who hid behind a pillar just as a gold laser beam came toward him, melting bookshelves, books, and part of the wall itself into slag as it tried to track where he went to no avail. Izuku looked at Fleck-turn, calculating just what he had to do to defeat someone who simply sends his attacks right back at him. Logically, the course could be to ignore him completely, perhaps tie him down with Blau Kraken. Or, he could overload Fleck-turn's quirk with overwhelming force until it breaks. Every quirk has a limit, after all. However, there was no telling how much mana, or many spells, that would take. Yes, this is my curse. Fleck-turn held out his hands, prompting the remaining 4 spider tanks to turn their turrets toward him and began to charge. I was born with an affliction that reflects everything. My parents could never hold my hand, and the woman that I loved left me because she could never touch me. This curse ruined my life. And I know for sure that other afflictions like it will destroy the world. An insane lunatic with a tragic backstory, Izuku floated down to the debris-strewn floor and pointed his staff at one of the robotic tanks. You could have become the ultimate protector with that kind of quirk, he said as he charged another powerful Zoltraak. But you gave up. Shut up. Fleck-turn roared as the tanks fired at the mirrors that surrounded him, reflecting the incoming beams of light toward him. Another set of mirrors absorbed the beams and combined them into one, using Fleck-turn's reflection quirk as a focusing lens. I am so close to ensuring that no child will be born with an affliction like mine ever again. I will make sure that, in the new world, no one will suffer as I have. Never again will there be anyone who reflects everything, forever becoming bereft of human touch. Oh, I will give you human touch when I defeat and stop you from enacting your murderous plans, Fleck-turn, Izuku retorted as he unleashed the beam of Zoltraak toward the nearest robot, blowing a molten hole right through its thick hull, ignoring the explosive reactive armor that laced its outside. With my staff shoved deep inside your butt and my fist smashing against your face. Severely afflicted and vulgar. How delightful. Fleck-turn roared as the beams he had absorbed shot toward Izuku, who opened a portal to send them back at Fleck-turn, who sidestepped the incoming streams of fiery light. Izuku would take aim at another of the spider tanks, which turned its gun turret to shoot at Izuku. Izuku, however, would conjure a barrier of basic defensive magic, blocking the incoming beam. Go get him, buddy. Denki cheered Izuku on through the comms as he reappeared from behind another of the many pillars in the grand chamber, aiming at the side of a spider tank's turret. Alright, I think that's where AI core is, Denki thought as he steadied the aim of his railgun. Thank Gaijin Entertainment for teaching me about the weaknesses of tanks. The electric user then squeezed the trigger, a golden stream of light tracing the trajectory of his railguns shot toward the spider tank's turret. The tank's trophy system, however, intercepted the incoming shot, shooting it down midair in a small explosion. DMN it. Denki quickly reloaded and charged the railgun before the tank could aim at him with its laser turret, firing another railgun shot at it. This time, the slug went through, the trophy system completely missing as the hyper-accelerated round tore through metal and wiring to find its way to the robotic vehicle's primary computer. With its mind torn clean through, the spider tank slumped down, its systems frantically at work to have a secondary computer take over its functions. It wouldn't have the chance to get back up, however, as Izuku shot it with Zoltraak, sending pieces of metal and circuitry flying to the walls. Izuku, meanwhile, had begun formulating a plan to defeat Fleck-turn, primarily by dealing with his reflection quirk. He tried sending Blau Kraken to restrain him, but the force field suffusing the man's body prevented the tentacles from making contact, even delicate movements were reflected. The tentacles made out of mana failed to even hold him, instead disintegrating as Fleck's quirk repelled them entirely. So, he wasn't kidding when he said that he had never been touched, Izuku thought. Very well, then. We'll destroy all his robots before I enact the plan. Denki, let's take out all the tanks as quickly as we can. I have a plan to beat Fleck. I'm listening. Denki answered, though there was a bit of panic in his voice. How are we supposed to beat someone that just sends all incoming attacks back to sender, though? I sure as hell won't be beating him by trying to shock him. He'll just shock me back and overload my brain, then turn me stupid. Yes, I know, which is why we have one shot at doing this, Izuku replied. Neither of us can tie him down for long, but I am guessing that being attacked by equal amounts of force in every direction will force him to stay in one place. Another tank exploded, its armor and interception systems useless against Zoltraak. So, I'm going to make sure that everything he shoots at me goes right back at him. Again, and again, and again, in a feedback loop, until his quirk finally breaks. Alright, then, Denki replied, taking aim at another tank with his railgun. I'll follow your lead, Izuku. Good, keep wasting your mana. So, you can visualize fluids within living beings well enough to rip them out? Frieren asked. All around them, the forest was just completely dead. Bluthund had drained every plant of its water, and even the insects, birds, and all other animals that once called this place had their fluids ripped out of their bodies, joining the gigantic sphere of water floating in the sky just behind Bluthund. Why, yes. Bluthund smiled. You see, elf, I am quite intimately familiar with the anatomy of many things. I consider myself a surgeon and a butcher. The most delectable part of any living thing, however, is its blood. It is also the part that I prefer the most to consume, so I studied how to remove it, foremost by studying the vascular systems of any prey. Humans are the most preferable, though they have begun to taste rather awful these last few centuries. Bluthund visibly retched at the thought. Too much fat. Too much sodium and salt, too much salt, not enough nutrition. I wish our prey would have the decency to taste good when I eat them. I see. What are your compatriots like? Bluthund thought about it for a moment. Well, you're going to die rather soon, once I get bored with playing, so I supposed I can spoil you with some history. There's Unworthy All-Seeing, who's a cowardly scryer and observer. He does nothing but watch and observe, then devours the spoils of war like some kind of vulture. Honestly, I despise him. Then there's Sabu the Unending Legion, Bluthund continued as she lazily kept streams of water toward Frieren in a bid to kill her on the off chance she didn't dodge or block one of them. He's the one above me, he likes his clone magic too much. He never actually fights. Again, I despise him. Bluthund held up a hand covered in the blood of 100 different forest animals and liked it. Frieren mentally shivered in disgust and was further vindicated in her hatred for demons at the sight. Then there's Pyronicon. He is all about fire magic. Fire this, flame this, burn this, combust that, but he doesn't have my finesse. However, I must admit that he is quite powerful. He could raise a city to the ground if he so pleased. Frieren kept looking up at the floating demon and her floating sphere of water, blood, honey, milk, PSS, bile, and whatever other fluid she pulled out of the living things in the area. Her mana was still enormous, but it was getting used up rather quickly. The demon's robes were redder than ever before, stained with even more blood. I see, she said, staring at Bluthund with a bored expression. That would mean there is a demon specialized in observation magic somewhere, which is something Frieren never heard of before. That was an anomaly by itself. Perhaps a little more anomalous, however, was this Sabu, the one who gave himself the title Unending Legion. Bluthund said that he liked his clone magic, and given his name, was he like Land, the mage from the first-class exam that used clones, but with so much more power and experience? The thought of seeing 1,000 clones of the same demon was rather irritating. Frieren would rather destroy the real one than have to deal with a horde like that. So far, it was making sense. This Unwar and Sabu may be cowards, but that is probably the precise reason why they have survived all this time in this world. Any of the most foolhardy demons that weren't powerful enough to back up their arrogance would have surely been exterminated by the local mages before they themselves were wiped out by these 7 sages and their minions, if they had minions. Pyronicon seems to be a rather powerful one, given that he could destroy a city, apparently. Still, that made only 5 of the 7 sages. And the other 2? Frieren asked. Of course, Bluthund told Frieren everything about the other sages like the idiot she is. It's not like demons liked each other anyway, both back in her world and in this one. It seems that in that respect, the demons have not changed at all. The demons here may have learned the value of stealth after millennia of being hunted to near extinction, but still, they're stuck up with their hierarchy of strength through levels of mana. And of course, they'd rather stab each other in the back. After all, they're little more than beasts that evolved to look like humans to fool them. In the end, they're closer to mimics than humans. Shret, who pompously calls himself the Lord of the Shifting Sands, just because he can move mountains with his magic, Bluthund said with no small amount of disdain in her voice, and Nakaru, who can move all things with his telekinetic magic and calls himself the Destroyer, they are never respectful to me, Bluthen scoffed as if to air her frustrations to Frieren. They may be more than 3,000 years old, but they still prefer hiding in the shadows. No matter. Bluthen willed a dozen writhing snakes made out of various fluids to come out of her floating sphere, bearing them toward Frieren. Once I kill you and present your pointy-eared corpse to the other sages, they will see that we may be able to return to our world and not have to hide in the shadows as those cowards prefer. So you wish to return home? Frieren silently chuckled at the notion. What she didn't chuckle at, however, were those two other demons. Dishret and Nakaru, they sounded just as cautious as Unwar and Sabu are. They're likely to be more intelligent than Bluthen here, which, combined with the fact that they're both 3,000 years old, did not bode well. These are opponents that Frieren cannot take on alone. Maybe if both Izuku and Fryn were with her, perhaps with Stark and Fumicage helping, or the likes of All Might, they could take one of them down. But both? Unlikely. This world is a disgusting place, Bluthen replied. I dislike it. Prey here is infested with toxins and strange genetics. I no longer wish to consume vermin. I see, Frieren nodded and pointed her staff at the demon. In that case, I may have to kill you, if only to deny you the chance of eating more people. Bluthen laughed. Oh, really? You and what mana? Very well, then, Bluthen pointed a finger at Frieren. Now I'm done playing. Deluga. The giant sphere of fluid streamed towards Frieren, spikes of ice forming inside it. It then surrounded the elf mage in a swirling maelstrom, intending to cut her up from the inside. Now then, let whatever defensive magic you have fail as I make you waste away what little, pathetic mana you have. Die. For another breaking story today, Inko tightly held on to Eri as the two of them watched the news. The newscaster with the chopped-off horn appeared to be somber, as one should be when 25 cities were just minutes away from being wiped from the face of the earth. As our heroes combat the forces of Humorize to take control of the trigger bombs, another development has occurred in a forest near Muzudafu. Is that? Inko stood up, nearly knocking the living room table over. Frieren. Eri looked at the screen with a fearful, anxious look, as she saw Frieren face off what appeared to be a blood-stained vampire, if vampires had a pair of horns on their heads. Camera drones belonging to our network have begun capturing this duel after concerned citizens reported this to local authorities. Our sources have confirmed that the white-haired lady to the left, with the staff, is the licensed and unranked pro-hero, Frieren. On the right, however, has been confirmed to be Bluthen, one of the Salem Seven. Inko's eyes widened at the mention of that demoness affiliation. For those who are not aware, the Salem Seven are a secretive villain group that have been around since the dawn of Quirks. The reunited states is said to have eliminated several of its members in the past, but did so at an extremely great cost. The city of Salem was destroyed by the Seven, and they were only driven out and scattered by a multinational coalition of heroes and military forces, hence their name and notoriety. They have been inactive in the villain scene for decades aside from petty kidnappings, but now as we can see, one of them has suddenly resurfaced to pick a fight here, in Japan. With most of our heroes occupied with fighting Humorize's ploy to destroy our superhuman society, we can only hope that Frieren can defeat Bluthen. As the newscaster finished that segment, he could be seen whispering to his colleague. Inko could make out at least some of the words through lip reading, though not much, but it was clear that they had a lot of doubts. Inko, however, did not have such doubts. Frieren is possibly the most dangerous person she has ever known aside from All Might. She is going to win, Inko was sure of it. Don't worry, Eri, Inko patted the girl on the head as she looked rather worried about the woman that saved her, and might as well be her mother at this point. Frieren will win, I'm sure of it. After what felt like an eternity of destruction in that chamber, Fleckturn now found himself completely alone. His spider tanks lay in smoldering heaps of metal and circuitry. Many pillars and stairs had been shattered into pieces, half-molten and sizzling in places, as beams of Zoltraak or the spider tanks pierced through them. The mad leader of Humorize, however, was still all composed and collected, standing amidst the destroyed remains of his machines with a passive expression. Izuku could tell that he had absolutely belief that his reflection quirk would deflect everything he and Denki could throw at him. To some extent, that was true. Instead, Izuku had a different plan in mind. He spun up a portal right in front of Fleckturn, and opened another elsewhere. Denki, time to lock him in place. All right. Denki jumped into that portal, coming out to meet Fleckturn head-on. He threw his chains and WHPS around the man's robed body, which, as expected, did not let any of it touch him. Fools, Fleck tried to grab Denki by the throat, just for him to lean his head backward to avoid getting choked. Nothing you do can stop me from saving this world from the affliction. Denki grinned at him as he tightened the WHPS and chains, which seemed to not really do anything either way. Fleck quickly tore through them, snapping them like old robes. The mad fanatic then charged at Denki in an attempt to knock him down, just to be stopped as Denki crackled with electricity, his quirk now enhancing his muscles so that he could lock Fleck in one place, if only for a time. He held Fleck at bay, both of them struggling to make the other move, though Denki was quickly losing to him. I beg to differ, Blueberry. Izuku, are you done with setting up? I have. Denki looked up and gave Fleck a wry smile. He would then fall into a portal, leaving a confused Fleck alone, who would then just realize that more portals, at least 50 of them, had surrounded him, forming a dome of bent and warped spacetime. He wouldn't have any time to move out of the way as what came next hit him. Izuku's staff and 10 magic circles crackled with purple lightning as he pointed it at a portal beside himself. The plan had unfolded more or less perfectly. Fleck Turn was confident in his quirk's power, and Denki had managed to stall him in place just long enough for Izuku to set up the trap without him realizing. Fleck was so focused on the threat in front of him that he failed to realize what Izuku was doing until it was too late. In the end, you're little more than a crazy lunatic. Judrajim, Infinite returns. The spell on Izuku's staff and the floating magic circles finally burst forward, beams of purple lightning streaming straight into the portal. As soon as they had entered, he closed that portal, letting it exit the other side, and hit Fleck Turn, who would surely reflect they, and then be hit by them again as they entered a portal. And again, and again, and again. Coronas of energy decorated the chamber in flashes of purple and blue as Fleck Turn's quirk reflected the beams of Judrajim again and again, while the fabric of space and time contorted with the 50 or so portals feeding into each other like a vicious feedback loop. Please work, please work, please work. Izuku watched as the unholy conflagration of destructive lightning hit Fleck Turn again and again. He struggled to maintain the dozen or so portals that he had conjured to send back the spells Fleck was reflecting, not the least because he had banked on this scheme to take the mad cultist once and for all. With all those fancy spells he cast, Izuku had very little mana left. He could summon one more portal and quickly get one person in or out of the chamber, and that would be it. Or a Zoltraak, but he was too busy maintaining the portals to do anything else. Denki, take the door down and get to the control system while he's still busy shooting himself. Already on it, Denki stepped in front of the door and dipped his hands into the shimmering electromagnetic barrier, wincing as he did so. This will take a bit to overload and break, but I think I can do it. He silently thanked Hatsum for saying that her babies explode when she routed too much power through them, a principle that would probably work here. Arcs of golden electricity began to flow from his fingers, which began overloading the electromagnetic shielding. Meanwhile, Izuku squinted past the portals, which surrounded Fleck Turn and constantly sent the beams back at him. The blue force field that suffused Fleck Turn's body began to flicker, revealing his true skin color in blotches and patches. Impossible! Fleck Turn hissed as the beams of lightning hit him, again. My quirk has a limit? You didn't even try to control your so-called affliction, Izuku replied, sensing that both of them were at the end of their ropes. Fleck Turn's quirk was hitting its limit, the deep well from which it drew its power drying up. And Izuku had all but run out of mana, though he could still fight, thanks to Hawks training him and Fumicage in the way of melee combat. You immediately gave in to despair and gave up. Shut up, Fleck Turn growled. Izuku quietly nodded as he heard Denki say that he was making progress in breaking the electromagnetic barrier to the trigger bomb's control system. He also looked up, as he heard a loud, guttural roar echo through the mountain they were in. Aftershocks shook the chamber. Stray rocks and debris fell down from the ceiling and walls. Izuku immediately concluded that was probably Dark Shadow, as only he could roar like that. If I were you, I would have trained that quirk until I could turn it on and off, Izuku continued. Fleck Turn screamed in both pain and rage as his force field began to break down under the continual assault of the Judrajim spells that he reflected and received from the portals, repeatedly. I would have, as my school often says, gone plus ultra. Shut your mouth. Fleck Turn tried to move forward, but all of the reflected beams hit him again, keeping him in place as his force field grew weaker and weaker from the continual barrage. I got it. I got it. The electromagnetic barrier finally broke as whatever internal mechanisms fueled it overloaded from the overwhelming flow of electricity from Denki's quirk. The smell of broken fuses and molten rubber insulators overwhelmed Denki's nose for a moment as the barrier faded, leaving only the quaint wooden door. He daintily pushed it, expecting a booby trap or a hidden explosive, but there was nothing. Get down there, now! Izuku all but ordered his friend, who responded with a nod and ran inside. I hope we have enough time, Izuku thought, as he checked his watch. 5 minutes. That is all we have left. He turned his attention back at Fleck Turn, who was still on the receiving end of the beams of Judrajim. Izuku had already toned down the power in Judrajim, so that it wouldn't actually kill Fleckturn once his reflection quirk ran out, and so that he could cast several at the same time. Even then, it was proving to be excellent at its current purpose, holding down Fleckturn, and damaging his force field to the point that it was breaking down. Fleckturn screamed again as the beams of Judrajim impacted against him one more time in a glowing conflagration of purple and blue. Izuku could see the man's force field finally shatter, breaking into a million shards as the beams of destructive of lightning were reflected one last time, smashing against the walls and ceiling. Even more debris and stray rock melted and exploded as Izuku finally banished the portals, his mana nearly completely spent. And there, on the floor, lay Fleckturn, his robes torn to tatters and his force field completely gone. Painful burns were all over his body, right where the beams of Judrajim had hit him when his quirk finally broke. No, Fleckturn croaked. Izuku could only be amazed as the mad fanatic tried to stand up. I must purify. The only thing that will be pure when this day is over will be the air that you once breathed, Izuku spat as he approached the leader of Humorize with staff in hand. Be as it may, he wasn't about to beat a fallen enemy with his staff, even if the mental image of doing so seemed to be rather satisfactory. For one, Aizawa-sensei would never let him hear the end of it, and will then recommend him for sessions with Hound Dog. And for two, that just wasn't right. Heroes have standards. Villains do not. However, he could still take measures to ensure that Fleckturn doesn't get up and shoot him in the back with a pistol or something, if he had one. Fleckturn groaned in pain, then, when Izuku stepped on his chest with his boot. Don't even try to get up, Izuku hissed, pointing the staff at the cultist's face. He still had enough mana for one more shot, but one more shot would be all he needed. Hypersight, Fleckturn hissed as he looked at Izuku's boot on his chest. You say you're a hero dash. Did I ask for your input, mass murderer? Izuku pressed the boot in, making Fleckturn groan. Be quiet. We're actually saving the world, and you're not ruining that. No, you're dooming the hack. Izuku hit Fleckturn on the face with the rounded end of his staff, knocking out a tooth in the process. Be quiet, because it's over, Izuku spat. What you started, is now over. You have lost. Sorry. He nearly drowned us, Fumicage, so I panicked and went into, Dark Shadow quietly said. He and his host looked down on the battered mutant cultist that had attacked and given them a lot of trouble earlier. It was simply insane how that insane lunatic Humorize member got so strong under the effects of Trigger. He become powerful enough to drag Fumicage and Dark Shadow into an underground river, where he promptly tried drowning the two. What the cultist did not take into consideration, however, was that he dragging someone with a sentient shadow quirk into the abyss wasn't the smartest thing to do. Combine that with the fact Fumicage was in real danger of drowning. And Dark Shadow reacted in the worst way possible, for the cultist. He grew so large that a piece of the mountain collapsed, all the while holding that cultist in his claws. His glowing yellow eyes had become red, if only for a moment, as Fumicage managed to regain control before Dark Shadow could tear that cultist in half in his berserk rage. You nearly ripped a man in half, again, Fumicage reminded the sentient quirk as Dark Shadow gently flew him back to the hallway where they first encountered that crazy, trigger-infused mutant. I said I'm sorry. Dark Shadow pleaded. No matter. Let us just head to the chamber, long-ranged communications are impossible in here. They may still be fighting. Fumicage then checked his watch. 4 minutes left. Dark Shadow, mask on. Are you sure? Dark Shadow asked, glancing at his host's injured shoulder. You're hurt. I'll be fine, Fumicage replied. Once we receive medical attention, but the mission takes priority right now. Fumicage ran into a hidden corner at the sight of something. What is it? Dark Shadow asked through the telepathic link. Fumicage took a peek into what he saw, seeing the tail end of an ornate red and white robe of a Humorize member, or two of them, marching through. Humorize cultists on that corridor, Fumicage said. They had Rhodey with them. Didn't you tell him to turn around? Dark Shadow asked. Doesn't matter, Fumicage put his night vision goggles back on and motioned for Dark Shadow to envelope him again. There are two possibilities, either he was taken prisoner, or he is trying to broker a deal for the sake of his siblings. That snake. No, Dark Shadow, Fumicage hushed the angry quirk. It is perfectly understandable. We both know that he cares for them immensely. But for now, we must defeat the cultists skirting him. They are probably going to restructure their systems if he had told them the code. And, besides, don't you wish to spend more time with Pino? Dark Shadow immediately blushed, an impossibility that was still possible, anyway, even if he had none of the bodily functions and parts required for such a thing to happen. Ha! That's not it. I know what you know, remember? Fumicage tapped the side of his head as he strode into the open, preparing to meet those cultists in combat. So don't even try to hide it. You like that other bird. Sincerely, I hate you. Another notion that is obviously false, Fumicage replied. Now, let us proceed. Dark Shadow, Dark Fallen Angel. You and your weird names. Dark Shadow sighed as he picked Fumicage up and blasted toward the nearby corridor, where they saw several Hummerized cultists armed with guns, and surrounding Rody Soul, who had his head down low as he walked amongst them. They turned around, but before they could raise their weapons, Dark Shadow was already attacking, unleashing his claws to slam into each one of them like snakes made out of darkness. Where did dash? One of the cultists screamed as Dark Shadow headbutted him in the solar plexus, sending him sprawling to the floor. Two more were thrown against the wall by Dark Shadow's claws, while the last one had his helmeted face stricken by Fumicage's booted foot, making him cry out in pain. Dark Shadow would then grab the cultist and throw him against the ceiling, denting the metal in the impact. Rody looked up in shock as that all happened in less than 10 seconds. He then glanced at the fallen cultists all around him. Fumicage, you're okay? Of course, why wouldn't I? Fumicage replied. Now, Rody. What were you doing with them? He hid Pinot behind his hand, something Fumicage spotted. I couldn't turn around. I crash-landed and got out of the plane. And? Fumicage narrowed his eyes at Rody. Despite being the taller of the two of them, Rody felt himself shrink as Fumicage's eyes bore into his very soul. What else, Rody? I ran across some of the Hummerized members. Rody sighed and moved his hand away from hiding Pinot. The other sentient Quirk was shaking in what appeared to be fear and shame all at once. They promised that they'll stop the Atheon explosion if I give the code. He saw Dark Shadow narrow his eyes at him, too. But I wasn't going to actually give them the code. I was going to trick the blue man. Give Izuku and Denki an opening. I think they would have handled themselves quite well, Fumicage replied. But, I understand. Your siblings are your only family left. Of course, you'd be thinking about them. But, as we said earlier, it is too dangerous for you. You are fortunate that they simply didn't shoot you on sight. Yeah, well, they promised not to do the same thing they did to my dad if I cooperated, Rody replied. You mean, Eddie Soul? Yep, he's my dad. And the code is actually my birthday. February 13th, it's just, Rody looked down at his hand, where he had been holding on to the puzzle that was once something he solved as a child. My dad sacrificed himself for the greater good. And you were about to do the same, Fumicage nodded in understanding. It all made sense now. He could remember how Rody froze up when Alan Kay's message first mentioned Eddie Soul creating a backdoor for a deactivation code at the cost of his life. It wasn't easy to forget, either, how Rody also froze when they found out what the code was. Fortunately, there is no need for you to do so. And I wouldn't allow it, either way, Fumicage thought. How do you know that Izuku and Denki will succeed? I simply do, Fumicage nodded. As if on cue, Fumicage's communicator began to ring. Hey, everyone! Denki's voice filtered through the communicator. I got the code in. The trigger bombs have been deactivated. Rody suddenly fell to the floor, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Fumicage knelt down beside him, patting the Otheonian boy on the shoulder. Did you hear that, Rody? Fumicage smiled, as far as one can smile with a beak, anyway. Your siblings are safe. You will see them again. And we're going to make sure that you live a better life. Thank you, Rody wiped at his eyes with his hand. You guys saved them. You saved everyone. Of course, Rody, Fumicage patted his shoulder again. We are heroes. That is what we do. Come now. We should meet up with them and leave this place. Izuku still had Fleck turn under his boot when he sensed Fumicage and Rody approach from behind, as the latter smashed right through the heavy metal doors that separated the chamber from the main corridor. He looked at Fumicage, taking in the fact that he was dripping wet with water. DMN, Fumi, you look terrible. As if I need to be reminded of my waterlogged appearance even more, Fumicage muttered. And you, Izuku turned toward Rody. I told you to turn around. He was going to try to help us, in his own way, Fumicage cut in. He gave Rody a thumbs up, telling him that there was no need to divulge the whole thing about him pretending to take Humorized's deal to stop the Atheon explosion if he helped them. Very heroic. Really? Izuku didn't seem to notice Fleck turn still groaning underneath his boot. That was so nice of you. Well, we already beat this guy, so. Thanks anyway, he looked down with a snort. Rody started walking toward Fleck, though, and a part of Izuku panicked, thinking that Fleck might have been the father that left Rody and his siblings. No, DMN it, Izuku mentally slapped himself for that thought. Todoroki's conspiracies are getting into my head. You had my dad killed, didn't you? Rody coldly asked the fallen cultist. He was going to sabotage the great work. Fleck croaked as best he could as Izuku kept him pinned down. But now that you have stopped the purification, his death is now truly in VAC. Rhodey had kicked Fleck in the face, removing even more teeth from the cultist's mouth. Dark Shadow moved to pull him away, while Izuku just watched, wondering if he should have stopped Rhodey from doing that. Don't you dare. Rhodey spat at Fleck's face. Don't you dare say that it was right for you to kidnap and kill him. You Hummerize crazies ruined my life. It was a necessary dash. Shut up. We need Denki's stun, Izuku whispered to Fumicage. This guy has been talking about the greater good and justifying himself and he won't shut up. And I'm not legally allowed to remove his tongue. Agreed, Fumicage said as he held Rhodey back from kicking Fleck face even more. He then looked down at his phone. Still no reception. While heroes all over the world reported that the trigger bombs had gone offline, Frieren was still busy. She had found herself in the center of a swirling sphere of various fluids, half of which had been turned into ice. It was all very, very icky and disgusting. Seriously, who looks at blood and thinks that it's great to use as magic? Frieren hates having blood all over, anywhere, really. On her sleeves? EW. On her shirt? Even more EU. On her boots? Ugh. And it wasn't even just blood. There were all kinds of bodily fluids in there. If she wasn't used to wet things after thousands upon thousands of instances of being inside of a mimic's throat, then she would be resisting the urge to throw up. Why won't you die already? Bluthen questioned. It was like an animal being irritated that its prey won't die while it was already in its jaws. The demon was disturbed by how resilient Frieren's defensive magic was against her onslaught. I am superior to her in terms of mana, techniques, and control, Bluthen thought as she intensified the sphere of fluid around Frieren, intending to break through her defenses. If she had some kind of hidden spell, then she would have already used it, wouldn't she? DMN elves are impossible to read. Humans are so much easier. I am sorry to disappoint, Frieren muttered as she began to weave a spell of her own. She has wasted her mana frivolously on because she underestimates me. If she were more intelligent and on guard, this would have been far more difficult. Now, I can defeat her. You truly are the least intelligent demon I have met. How did you survive all this time in this world, if you are the result of the weak being culled? Are you a weak one, too? Bluthen looked down, still smiling. You won't be so confident once my magic destroys your defenses and I claim your corpse. Oh, really? Frieren looked up at the demon with a bored expression. Tell me, do you know what basic defensive magic is? What, are you going to go on a lecture as I'm about to end your life? I am, Frieren replied. I have finished analyzing your magic. It is quite simple, it seems. You are quite similar to another mage I met before, actually. Frieren was, of course, referring to Kan, the water mage she had in her team during the first phase of the first-class mage exam. Bluthen seemed to be what happens if Kan turned completely insane and had a taste for blood. Which will never happen, because Kan is too nice for things like that. And so, I can dispel your spell. Impossible. If the MSTRS could not analyze and dispel it, then surely you cannot, Bluthen confidently answered. That confidence, however, would be shattered as the sphere of fluid that she had been trying to crush Frieren with suddenly fell to the ground, splattering the forest floor with 1,000 different liquids. Bluthen stared downward in disbelief that her magical sphere of fluid had been dispelled like that. Impossible. How long has it been since you faced an equal opponent, anyway? Frieren asked. 500 years? 1,000 years? Did you only ever fight apprentices? I have never known defeat, you beach. Bluthen lost her composure and screamed as she cast her magic again, drawing upon the fallen liquids on the ground. Some third-rate elf mage from the old world isn't going to defeat me. Me, Bluthen the Gore-Drinker. I have killed MSTRS and heroes alike, consumed their flesh and blood. Some of the liquids then solidified into crystalline spears, shooting toward Frieren. The spears would shatter upon impact, however, when Frieren raised basic defensive magic. Tell me, what kind of magic did you usually defend against? Frieren asked. Weak ones. Bluthen howled, frustrated that her prey had become troublesome and dangerous. I see, Frieren aimed her staff at Bluthen. Zoltraak. Bluthen's eyes widened as she saw the incoming beam. She did not try to block it, instead, she tried to evade it, but the beam began chasing her like a heat-seeking missile. Frieren watched as the demon summoned a kind of defensive magic, that being a wall of solid ice infused with mana. The beam stalled and scattered, like water slamming against a wall, but it did not dissipate completely as it would have against the basic defensive magic Frieren wielded. Rather, the beam scattered into a dozen smaller beams, and would have slammed against nearby buildings, had Frieren not sent out hexagons of Skeldus to block them, ensuring that there was no collateral damage. As Bluthen let out a sigh of relief that her defensive magic worked against that beam of Zoltraak, Frieren would appear next to her, her staff glowing an iridescent blue. Bluthen's primal heart rose in a panic. She is going to kill me. Me. Frieren, for her part, would look impassionately at the demon as she prepared to fire a powerful Zoltraak. Die. I told her she should wait. Unwar shook his head as he watched Bluthen's body disintegrate midair through his scrying spell. He wasn't there himself, of course, it would be dangerous being near such an unknown variable. Bluthen proved, with her sacrifice, that this Frieren was a truly dangerous opponent that the sages should not underestimate. Bluthen did underestimate her, and it cost her her life. Not like Unwar or any of the others would weep for her. Demons do not care for one another, after all. Ah, well. The defensive magic we use can deflect it, but not absorb it. That would certainly be a problem. With that, Unwar stood up and banished his spell from the crystal ball that his real, physical form had been sitting in front of. Bluthen. Never change, you fool. There's a reason that the others respect me, a weaker demon, more than you, and this is it. I am actually useful. Endeavor, something's wrong. Mandalay's telepathic quirk registered into Endeavor's mind as they cleaned up the Humorize forces that were previously poised to martyr themselves in defense of the trigger bomb that would wipe out New York City. With all mana, Tsukuyomi, and chain lightning deactivating the bombs back in Atheon, though, the weapons of mass murder had become inert. Ragdoll hasn't responded at all. Where was her last location? Endeavor asked. I'm marking it on the map, Mandalay replied. I think Dynamite is the closest there. I see, Endeavor nodded. He then connected his communicator to Bakugo, who had been instrumental in defeating Humorize troops earlier. He was quite good at fighting. Endeavor saw himself a little bit in him, honestly, except that he wanted the young hero to not commit the same mistakes he did. Dynamite, Ragdoll is not responding to any calls. Can I trust you to go to her last location as marked on our devices? Equite and I will rendezvous with you as soon as possible. Of course, Endeavor. Who do you think I am? Bakugo blasted off to the location. If he hadn't been trained to withstand them, then Endeavor would have been temporarily deafened in the right ear as Bakugo's explosions could be heard through the phone. As explosions do, they were very loud. TCH, what's up with Ragdoll just deciding not to respond to calls? Is she getting attacked? Weren't the Wild PP Cats a team that always stays together? Katsuki thought as he flew over said location. Wait, oh no. Down there, Katsuki saw some huge guy in a black suit and with a head of white hair touching an unconscious Ragdoll on the forehead, a misty red light passing between them. Katsuki was quick. He blasted forward, grabbing Ragdoll and getting her away from the villain's grip. She's out cold, but alive, Katsuki thought. Who the hell are you? Katsuki asked. The villain slowly turned around. He had golden irises that seemed to glimmer with petty evil and cruelty, malice hidden underneath a thin veneer of beauty. He had white hair, like some old geezer, but he didn't actually look old. He probably had a white hair mutation, like Gentle Hero. I would entertain that question, but I already have what I need. You are not worth my time. Garaki, open the portal. The hell did you just say to me, you piece of dash? Dynamite, do not engage an unknown villain without us. Endeavor ordered through the comms. You already have Ragdoll, so scram. Ugh, fine, Katsuki grumbled, running away with an unconscious Ragdoll in his arms. I have failed. I have failed. I need to save the purity of humanity. Izuku groaned. Fleckturn just kept talking and talking, and talking. Even with a boot on his chest and a significant amount of his teeth removed by Rhodey's foot, Fleckturn somehow managed to keep on talking. Though, again, Izuku couldn't help but think that a less fortunate version of himself might have considered believing in Humorize's mad ideals. He is quirkless, after all. Perhaps, in some other strange, terrible world, there is an older, more cynical Izuku who joined Humorize and clapped hands along with Fleckturn and his fellow doomsday cultists to unleash trigger bombs upon those with quirks. That Izuku would have not been given the glorious, mighty gift that is magic. Maybe he was never friends with Fumicage in that hypothetical world, and thus never had any reason to get the summoning spell that brought Frieren here. The multiverse was real, after all. At the very least, there is one other world out there. But who says there aren't 1,000 others? An infinite number of others? Maybe he could travel through other Earths one day. A cosmic, multiverse road trip, if you will. Wouldn't that be fun? Well, as long as he doesn't encounter hypothetical Humorize cultist Izuku. You know what? You never shut up about pure humans, don't you? Izuku looked down at the fallen fanatic. I'll have you know, I'm one of those so-called pure humans. Quirkless, right? Fleck simply stared back at Izuku in disbelief. If he hasn't been so thoroughly defeated at that moment, then he might have been burst out in laughter. But he didn't. He was simply simmering in disbelief that Izuku would make such a brazen claim despite all the evidence to the contrary. Izuku looked around, making sure that no one could see or hear him. Fumicage had gone out of the chamber to sit in front of a warm fire, apparently, while Denki and Rody were idly sitting next to each other on one of the fallen spider tanks. You want proof? Izuku asked. He pulled out a vial of trigger from his underjacket. I took this from one of your goons as evidence, but I think, the mage apprentice nonchalantly injected the quirk-enhancing drag into his arm while Fleck looked at him like he was insane. That blowing your mind will be worth using it. We have plenty more out there. You guys really like using trigger, huh? Fleck kept staring. Your affliction is not going out of control, because I don't have one, Izuku replied with a smile. He then bent down, whispering into his ear. And no one will believe you. As he finished driving Fleck turn insane from the revelation that he is biologically quirkless, Izuku would turn around to see Fumicage walking back into the chamber. He wasn't dripping wet anymore, at least. Everyone. The cleanup is here. He motioned his head towards the hallway, where at least a dozen soldiers of the Atheon military were rushing into the room. 4 of them were also carrying an Iron Maiden specifically for Fleck turn. We're going to take care of him now, one of the soldiers said to Izuku as he motioned towards Fleck's still shocked form. We've also brought a lift for you heroes. It's just outside of the main entrance. One of my men will escort you there. Thank you. Izuku looked at the soldier's shoulder patch, only to realize that he wasn't very familiar with military ranks. Denki was, for some odd reason. Sergeant. Thanks for that, sir. Denki greeted the soldier, while Rody followed closely behind. Oh, and this guy is with us. I hope it won't be any trouble. He got dragged into this mess, but as you can see, he's completely fine because we kept him safe and all. The hero Hawks did say that there are 4 of you, the sergeant nodded. Behind him, Fumicage winced as a medic with a healing quirk began closing up the wound of his shoulder, though he did give a nod in thanks. The sergeant then pointed towards the entrance to the chamber. Now go, I am sure you are very tired from saving the world. Your destination will be the rooftop of the hotel you were staying on, in Kessel City. Your mentors will be waiting. When he said that we'll have a lift, did you have this in mind? Denki asked as the 4 of them were ushered into a plane, with a luxury suite inside it. There was a bathroom, a living room with a very expensive-looking couch, a counter with wine and food, though they were not going to have any wine, and a 10-inch flat-screen television. The faint hum of the engines could be heard reverberating through the hull a few seconds once they were comfortably inside. We did save the planet from catastrophe, so we do deserve the best or creature comforts, Fumicage replied as he plopped down on one of the couches. Rody, meanwhile, seemed to be completely overwhelmed by the luxury, something Izuku quickly noticed. You're not used to stuff like this, aren't you? Izuku asked. Well, I'm not either. Not exactly from a rich family here. It's because all your mother's money went to your All Might merchandise, Fumicage teased with a straight face. Izuku opened his mouth to say something to defend himself, but nothing came out. Yeah, she did spoil me a little bit back then. Oh. You got roasted, Izuku. Denki laughed. Izuku threw up his hands in the air and sat beside Fumicage. Whatever. Dark Shadow, come out here. What, Aya? The sentient quirk screamed as Izuku took hold of him and hugged him close like a plushie. Never mind that there were actual pillows around. I'm so tired and sleepy, Izuku yawned as he buried his face into Dark Shadow's shadowy form. Fumicage let out an all-suffering sigh. And here I thought being the one that nearly drowned and was also shot mere hours ago would make the one that's more tired. My exhaustion is completely valid, Fumi. I conjured. Izuku began counting with his fingers until all 10 of them were up. 50 portals to make sure that Crazy Smuff's quirk broke. Rody, meanwhile, sat down beside Izuku, while Denki busied himself with looking at the culinary options on the counter. I'm going to miss you guys, Rody blurted out. Yeah, well, Denki gathered several donuts on a small plate. I think we're going to miss you too. After all, you helped us save the world. Who, me? Rody shook his head with a nervous chuckle. All I did was get saved by you. Well, Izuku turned toward Rody. For one, you drove the plane that got us here. If I hadn't chased you down, we would have never found out that deactivation code, wouldn't we? What are you dash? Think about it, Rody, Fumicage added. If you had never been around, Izuku here wouldn't have pursued you. You wouldn't have picked up the wrong case if you were not there at the right time, at the right place. I don't know if it was coincidence or divine providence, but you, in a way, saved the world simply by existing. You're a canon event, buddy. Denki sat down beside Rhodey, making the couch a little crowded. Couldn't have done it without you. You also solved that puzzle that contained the hard drive. I don't think any of us would have known what it is. Heh, I guess I am important. Rhodey laughed. His eyes then went to the donuts Denki had gathered. Oh, can I have some? Of course, it's for us, after all. Denki offered the plate with a smile. I was so worried. While Izuku had thoughts about the reception he and the others would be receiving once they got back, getting his lungs crushed by Hawks wasn't at the top of the list. Are you guys okay? Do you need a healing quirk? Are you Dash? Hawks, we're all right, no need to worry about us anymore, Izuku croaked. I understand that you are very glad to see us again, Fumicage croaked too, but we do need to breathe. Oh, of course, I'm sorry, that was incredibly unprofessional, he. Hawks scratched the back of his head as he let his 2 work-study students go. He glanced towards Edshot telling Denki how proud he was of him. Well, I'm quite proud of you. You saved the world, and you're not even full heroes yet. I'm more worried about the terrors we'll face in the future, if this is what we face now, Fumicage somberly replied. But, thank you, for your congratulations. This is Rhodey, right? Hawks approached the auburn-haired boy with a hand out in greeting. Hello, Rhodey Soul. I'm Hawks, number 3 hero, yada yada, you probably know who I am already. Nice. To meet you, Mr. Hero. Rhodey shook his hand. But, can I go home, like, soon? Of course, Hawks smiled. Shantytown, right? Rhodey was about to ask how Hawks knew, but then he remembered that Fumicage mentioned that the man could hear things through his feathers, one of which the bird-headed hero had been carrying on his person during their time together. Yeah, Shantytown. I'm sure my siblings are super worried right now. Well, it seems you guys have become pretty tight over the last few days, Hawks continued. So, I suppose it's just right that they accompany you back to your home. I'm sure they'd like to meet the little ones, yeah? Yeah, Rhodey nodded fiercely and looked over to Izuku, who was just giving him a bright smile. It would be nice to get them to know each other. Also, one more thing, Hawks motioned at a pair of men wearing suits and ties approaching. Remember how they said they'll help you with your whole situation with being poor? Rhodey took a look at the suited men. Yeah, they did. Well, I heard everything, so I've put a good word in while we were at it. Hawks motioned at the suits to come closer. Rhodey Soul, one of the suits began, I am Liam Can, a representative on behalf of the World Heroes Association. This individual beside me is Sam Gregor, a representative for the government of Atheon. It has come to our attention that you played a pivotal role in saving our world from Humori's plot. Rhodey gulped. What exactly did Hawks say to them? Judging by the mischievous looks of Izuku's and Fumicage's faces, there were probably some exaggerations. It was then Gregor's turn to speak. Because of your contribution to preventing the complete destruction of society, you and your siblings, Roro and Lala Soul, will become beneficiaries of the state. Your old home in Kessel City will be renovated. It will then be administered by the government for your sake until you turn 21, after which all ownership and administration will be turned over to you. You and your siblings are also entitled to scholarships to any school of your choosing, and your income will be supplemented by a monthly pension of 100,000 euros every month until you attain a stable occupation. Rhodey's eyes began to water. That was a huge amount. And, this all meant that he could pursue his dream again. He could become a pilot, just as he always wanted. It has also come to our attention that your late father, Eddie Soul, sacrificed himself for the greater good of our nation, and of the entire world. As such, he will be posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor that our nation can give to a civilian individual. The Soul name will thus be cleared of all the blemishes of being associated with Humori's. That was when Rhodey started crying. He fell to his knees, unable to believe that this was happening. His name, cleared. Their old house, back in their hands. And money? Money will no longer be an issue. Please sign here. The government representative paused from taking out a document from the folder he was carrying as Rhodey cried right then and there. Actually, I can wait. There, Rhodey. Izuku knelt beside Rhodey, patting his back. It's as we told you. We're going to make sure that you don't have to live in a crappy trailer anymore. Thank you. Rhodey wept at his face with his sleeves. I don't know what to say, other than thanks. You're welcome, Fumicage stepped in. We're heroes. That's what we do. A promise is a promise. Denki added. Now Rhodey was laughing, instead of crying. I'm going to miss you guys so much. It would be about a day later when it was time for the Atheon task force to return to Japan. And, of course, Rhodey would see them off. Being from different countries, it will be very rare for them to meet again, if they ever did. It was a sad thing, as they were probably the first friends Rody ever had in a while. I'll be missing you, Izuku said, remembering all the time he spent with himself and Rody on the run. I'll come and visit sometimes. Don't you dare, Rody grumbled, though Pino was crying, betraying what he truly felt at that moment. I'll be the one to visit Japan. I'm going to be a pilot, remember? If you say so. Izuku then reached out and pulled Rody into a hug. I'll be seeing you. Yep, Izuku let Rody go just for Fumicage to approach next. Rody soul, I will always remember you for your bravery and steadfastness despite the odds, Fumicage said, holding a fist in invitation, just for Dark Shadow to come out and forcefully pull them into yet another hug. I'll remember you too. You're really cool, Fumicage. Rody took in deep breaths as Dark Shadow let him and Fumicage go, though Pino and Dark Shadow still looked at each other, longingly. And you too, say your goodbyes. The two sentient quirks then faced each other, tweeting in birdspeak. As that happened, Denki approached too, shaking Rody's shoulders and enveloping him in his arms. I'll be missing you too, dude. I've added you on Facebook, so we better talk again online, okay? Yeah, I will, Rody hugged him back. He was finding it very, very hard not to cry again. It had been so easy to fake what he felt before, but not at this moment. Okay, then. I'll be seeing you. Your flight is leaving soon. Yeah, see you again. Farewell. Let's play games together sometime. Rody watched on as his three friends went up the escalator. He waved them goodbye, and wished that they were here to stay. Ah, well. Roro and Lala are waiting back home. When Izuku and the other UA students returned to Japan, he would learn of two rather concerning things happening while he was gone. First off, Frieren annihilated a member of the Salem 7, a mysterious villain group that had existed since the dawn of Quirks. That member in particular was Bluthen the Goredrinker, a rather vicious, if not cunning, woman with extremely powerful hydromancy. No one really gave her CRP about killing Bluthen, because Bluthen is a well-known mass murderer and cannibal. Frieren had been sticking inside the house, not because people were mad at her or anything, but because the media wouldn't leave her alone. There was also the thing about Mirio-senpai being hospitalized in the UA medical wing. Tenya, what happened? Izuku asked Tenya as he caught the class rep quietly sitting on the couch of the common area. It was early in the morning, so there was barely anyone awake already. Most of them were still sleepy from the jet lag, anyway. Mirio-senpai of all people getting hospitalized, he wasn't injured, was he? That is the strangest thing, actually, Tenya replied. He was tying up Humori's troops when he suddenly started bleeding from his nose and collapsed. All Might then picked him up and rushed him to Recovery Girl. Poor Mirio-senpai, Izuku sighed. I hope he gets better. Last I heard, his vital signs had stabilized, though it is taking him a while to regain consciousness, Tenya added. Let us hope and pray for his swift recovery. Could it have something to do with the 9 quirks in him? Izuku idly wondered. Yeah, here's hoping he's fine. So, Tenya, how was the fight? I heard Thundercracker and his brothers were going to sacrifice themselves. They were, Tenya answered. His eyes flared with regret. They were going to lift the trigger bomb together and move it as high to the sky as possible, where it would detonate without affecting Tokyo. It would have, however, affected them. Oh? Good thing you saved everyone, right? A familiar girl's voice chimed in. Izuku turned around to see Achiko sitting on a chair behind the couch. There was also Fumicage, quietly leaning his head on the couch while Achiko braided his hair. Again, he somehow has both hair and feathers on his head. How long have you two been there? Izuku asked. We just got down, Achiko replied. She twirled a small bunch of Fumicage's hair in her finger while the latter quietly reclined on the couch. He seemed to be comfortable. You weren't using your quirks outside of combat and training, were you? Tenya narrowed his eyes on them. No, Achiko answered with a mischievous smile. We've been through this so many times. Ask Dark Shadow about Dash. He doesn't count to the rule because he does as he pleases anyway. Can you two be quiet? Fumicage lowly grumbled as Tenya and Achiko almost began arguing. Achiko, please continue. Tenya, I am sure that you're still exhausted from the events of the other day as well as studying for this week's classes. May I suggest that you rest? I don't have Dash. Dark Shadow then came out and pulled Tenya to the couch, and curled up on his lap like a cat. That's it. He cannot leave. Hey, Tenya, Izuku suddenly said, you totally should get together with Mei. I'm sorry but what? Heh, Achiko chuckled, and so did Fumicage. Izuku could see Mina, Ijiro, and Denki high-fiving each other at this very moment. Scratch that, Mina and Ijiro are high-fiving on the second floor. They've been watching and listening this whole time. But, again, Izuku still couldn't shake the feeling he had about Mirio-senpai suddenly getting a nosebleed and collapsing. It was the 9 quirks, wasn't it? Wait, she was a demon? Demons, here on Earth? Izuku asked as Frieren finished recollecting about her fight with Bluthund. So that's what they look like. Trying hard to copy us, but then act nothing like us. Apparently some of the creatures have survived all this time. Like most demons, she underestimates humanity, so she died a fool, Frieren replied. Both of them watched Eri make another crayon drawing nearby in the living room. But her compatriots will not. One of them is a scryer, and doubtlessly saw how I killed Bluthund. Our next encounter with the Salem 7 may not be easy. Salem 7 are demons, huh? Izuku recalled odd history lessons back in school. I think the Americans managed to kill one of them back in the dawn of quirks, but they did so at a heavy cost. They lost, like, a few dozen heroes and a lot of soldiers. And you killed one all by yourself. It's been hard going outside, hasn't it? Frieren looked down sadly at the floor. It is, people won't leave me alone. You're famous now, Frieren, Izuku said, making Frieren pout. I hate being famous. I hate cameras. And the news. They'll start asking so many questions and it's annoying. Wow, I think this is the most expressive I've ever seen you, Izuku chuckled. You did kill one of the most dangerous villains ever. That was never going to be low profile. Frieren whined. Still, I think it's those 2 oldest demons we have to worry about, right? Izuku asked. Dishret and Nakaru. Both of them are more than 3,000 years old and way stronger than even you. Maybe, don't you think we should fight magic, with more magic? What do you mean? Well, we still have that summoning spell. Frieren raised an eyebrow at that. Well, we'll see. Your quirk is killing him, Toshinori. Toshinori looked down in shame and regret as Recovery Girl relayed the bad news. It had been 4 days since Mirio collapsed right after Humorai's defeat, and Toshinori's mind had been in a storm of emotions. Most prominent in there was regret and self-loathing. After all, he was the one who gave one for all to Mirio and thus, in a way, is the one responsible for the boy's current state. It was hard to think that Mirio, one of the strongest people Toshinori had ever had the pleasure of knowing, was already starting to fall apart just a year after he graduated high school. And yet, here he was, lying comatose in a hospital bed in UA's medical wing. He was still not waking up, and it isn't known when he will. A few seconds passed in silence. The only sound in the clinic was the beeping of monitoring machines that observed Mirio's vital signs. Rhythmic beeps told both of the old heroes that the patient was more or less stable, but that won't be the case for very long. How could this have happened? Toshinori balled his fists until his knuckles turned white. I never had a problem like this, even after All for One removed half of my internal organs. And yet Mirio holds One for All for just 2 years, and he suffers like this. You said that the quirk combines the power of previous users, right? Recovery Girl sighed. It might have grown so strong that his body can't sustain it. You'll have to take the quirk back. So One for All will have to die with me? Toshinori placed his gaze back at the comatose Mirio. When All for One is still out there, plotting and scheming. It can't be. Until that creature dies. Mirio will die sooner than All for One by the way things are going, Recovery Girl replied. I'll have to tell Sir Night-Eye what I found. But, while he's unconscious, his brainwaves are still indicative of someone that is conscious and in conversation. He's probably talking with the past users. Asking them how to deal with this problem, no doubt, Toshinori sighed. All right, Recovery Girl. Tell me in Night-Eye the moment he wakes up. Will do. As Toshinori left the clinic in his true form, he suddenly found himself bumping into someone much shorter than himself. He readied an apology, just to find a familiar head of green hair looking up at him. Ah, Midoriya, it's just you, Toshinori greeted. You wish to visit young Togata there? Yes, Mr. Toshinori, Midoriya replied in a somber tone. Eri has been asking around what happened to him. She's missed his visits to the house. Ah, yes. Toshinori nodded, remembering the girl that Frieren rescued from the Shai Hasaikai. She was living her best life in the UA grounds under the protection of 4 or so extremely powerful and dangerous people. Toshinori had been profoundly shocked by how Frieren destroyed one of the members of the Salem 7 4 days ago in single combat. While the world had descended into bedlam with Humorai's holding a proverbial gun to society's collective head, she was just there, defeating and slaying one of the most powerful villains history had ever known. Of course she would miss his visits. He is very good to her, yes? Good enough that she copies some of his mannerisms. Midoriya scratched the back of his head. She's quite young and gets easily attached to people that show the slightest bit of kindness to her, so, yeah. I just want to see how he's doing. Alright then, Toshinori nodded. I will take my leave. Goodbye, All Might's secretary. With All Might's weirdly tall and skeletal secretary moving away, Izuku entered the clinic. He had been wondering about Mirio's thing for the last 2 years, and so had Frieren, but he had always figured that he'd eventually find out. He had 9 souls, which probably meant 9 quirks. And he was comatose, but apparently conscious, too. Thank Frieren for these minor observation spells. It's easier to overhead things when he wants to overhear things. Either way, he just wanted to know. Mirio being comatose presented an opportunity for that, and he was just concerned. There was no one else in the school that could enter another mind. And it's not like Alcatraz is going to lend Dream Eater to UA, nor would UA ever ask for that crazy brain-slurping killer's help. And, who knows? Maybe a little mental visit will help wake up his senpai from his slumber. It's quite nice of you to visit your senpai, Midoriya, recovery girl commented as Izuku pulled up a chair beside Mirio's unconscious form and sat on it. Nijire and Tamaki had been coming here at least 2 times a day. They're really worried. Everyone's worried. Izuku looked down at the comatose Mirio and began quietly weaving his spell. All he needed to get in was to touch Mirio on the forehead. Mirio is one of the most powerful people we know. Probably the future #1 hero. He is, recovery girl nodded. Now, I trust that you won't touch anything, alright? I'll be checking up on other patients. Crazy training accidents, can you believe it? Can't imagine who exploded who. Izuku said, tapping Mirio's forehead with his index finger and thus casting the spell. Is it okay if I suddenly doze off here? Rather strange for you to do so, but, sure, recovery girl shrugged and left. Meanwhile, Izuku had begun the process of entering Mirio's mindscape. He expected and theorized quite a few things. Maybe his mind would be a big house. Perhaps it was a city. Instead, what Izuku entered looked like a meeting, with 8 figures sitting on fancy chairs that would be normally reserved for royalty. And there was Mirio himself, fully clothed. At the very least, he wasn't a nudist in his mindscape. Before Izuku could process any more of that, he found himself plopping his face down on hard rock, that is, if you could call a mental representation within a person's mind a rock floor. Ow, Izuku croaked. The 8 figures stood up on their thrones, while Mirio looked at him like he had never seen Izuku doing anything funky or strange before. Mirio-senpai, you couldn't have had a soft grassy hill as your mindscape? This hurts. An intruder. One of the figures shouted, sporting a red bandana and a military uniform. He looked rather reminiscent of Bakugo, at least when it came to appearance. At ease, Kudo, another figure, a man with a scarred face and a white cloak said. I sense no ill intent from him. I think he's a friend of Mirio's. A thin, scrawny man with white hair, red eyes, and wearing a white sweater rose from his throne and looked over at Izuku, who was now dusting off his clothes. I know this child from our host's memories. Mirio, this is Midoriya Izuku, right? He is. Mirio slowly walked toward Izuku. Midoriya. How did you get in here? Izuku shrugged. Magic. So your quirk also lets you do something like this? Mirio's previously somber expression turned into a smile as he grabbed Izuku and hugged him hard. Well, I'm glad to see you. How is everyone out there? Well, everyone's worried, Izuku replied, trying very hard not to scream out that he was inside someone's head, and with 8 others, including a glowing golden ghost that looked suspiciously like All Might's secretary. It's hard to believe that you, of all people, got hospitalized. How have you been, senpai? Have these, otherworldly presences been taking care of you? You could say that, Mirio sighed. I've never really talked to them apart from small glimpses and fleeting conversations until now. So I'm a bit as new to this as you. I've always known that you got 9 souls in you, but dash. Wait, what? You always knew? You were literally shining bright, senpai. Izuku said, half in excitement and half in trepidation. My eyes hurt when I look at you, so I have to turn off one aspect of my quirk when I'm with you. So when we first met right before the trip to Island. Yes, that's right. Huh? You have a very strange quirk, Midoriya. I like him already, the ghost that looked like a member of some biker gang said, nudging another ghost with a red, non-denim version of Best Jeanist's jacket. Can we keep him? No, a second ghost with a militaristic getup snapped. You're no fun. Well, you're here already, so I suppose. Mirio glanced at the ghosts, who proceeded to murmur amongst themselves. The white-haired man gave Mirio a nod of approval. We'll let you in on the big secret. You did just save the world, after all. It was a team effort, Izuku shrugged. He couldn't have done it without Fumicage, Denki, and Rody. Oh, and Dark Shadow. But also, what kind of secret quirk is this? I'd be so excited to know all about it if I didn't know that this whole thing is probably the reason why you're comatose right now. You would be correct, the muscular woman with a white cape, black sleeveless suit, and yellow boots walked forward. She has long, flowing hair, and Izuku recognized her, somewhat. Greetings. I am Nana Shimura, the 7th holder of this quirk. One for all. And yes, this quirk has unfortunately had a terrible side effect on Mirio here. You see, this quirk is one that is passed from one holder to another. It grows stronger in the process, but now, it has gotten so powerful that it rapidly ages any holder with a quirk. Hikage over there died of old age at the ripe age of 40, Nana pointed at another ghost with a scared face. Izuku nodded. It was surreal being let into a big secret by the ghost of a woman that died more than 30 years ago. What was her hero name again? Floatai, something? Oh, and Mirio already had a quirk, permeation. So this being added on top of it is starting to kill him. We've been talking in the past few days, trying to figure out how to get past this dilemma. It has mostly been fruitless. We also just fully awoke, so it's been hard to think properly until today. Anyway, the rest of us were killed by All for One, but not before we passed One for All to a person we trusted, Nana continued. Izuku nodded. He was familiar with All for One. The ancient villain's name had been out in public ever since the mass kidnapping and Frieren single-handedly beating the League of Villains. The news has been abuzz about that whole thing back then. And the person I passed it on to is the individual you know as All Might. Izuku couldn't even begin opening his mouth when Nana shushed him with a quick finger to the lips. She probably saw an All Might fan from a mile away. He was quirkless, Nana continued, while it took Izuku every ounce of willpower he had not to scream at the thought of talking with All Might's predecessor since, well, it would be rude to scream when someone was explaining something very important. Now, a quirkless person is the only one capable of holding this quirk without aging to death, given how powerful it is now. It's like filling an empty glass with water, as opposed with filling one that already has water with it and then overflowing. Well, I'm quirkless, Izuku thought, only to regret even having that thought. Thankfully, thoughts in the mindscape were apparently treated differently to talking, though they might as well be the same thing here. Well. Being given a powerful quirk like this would take up all the space in his system, though, and he wasn't about to give up having magic. It might be All Might's quirk, but he wasn't about to ask for it. He gave it to someone else already, after all. Well, do you know anyone? The only quirkless person I know that might be trustworthy is Melissa Shield, Mirio sighed. Apart from that, I don't know. I'm sure that All Might will try to get me to give back the quirk, but All for One is still out there. Nana would then continue, speaking of how One for All started as the hidden quirk of All for One's brother, who was sitting right here. Is this what Shoto felt like, knowing that his brother is a crazy mass-murdering lunatic? Well, except that first has been dead for over 100 years, and Shoto is still alive and kicking and burning and freezing. I suppose that you should be introduced to everyone as well, Nana said. Izuku was then guided over to the Circle of Thrones, where the previous holders of One for All watched him. Most of them seemed to be pretty fine with him being there. And they were fine with shaking his hand, too, as Izuku officially met them one by one. He couldn't help but have the feeling that they were a little bit familiar, but he cast those thoughts aside in favor of the present. So Mirio-senpai has access to all your quirks. Izuku muttered as he finished shaking the hand of the first user, Yoichi Shigaraki. But all of those together had begun overwhelm his system until he just couldn't handle it anymore, right? That's apparently the case, Mirio nodded. It's just that, who am I going to give it to? Melissa? She's not even in the same country, and would need to be trained a lot so that the quirk doesn't make her limbs explode from all its power. All Might said that when he first gave it to me, now Izuku was genuinely scared of receiving it, because he still wasn't the best when it came to being, well, jacked. He was not terrible, per se, but not the best either. He'd have to thank Hawks for the extra training. Still, he didn't want his limbs to explode or his bones to break. He would never hear the end of it from Frieren and his mother if he did something that dumb. Tenya would chop at his head for even entertaining the prospect, and Fumicage would just have a disappointing stare. However, a proverbial lightbulb appeared over his head. He had an idea. Maybe you could split it up? What? Mirio asked. The 8 ghosts looked at him with curious expressions. I mean, if you gave away the 7 extra quirks, and just leave yourself with the original stockpiling quirk that gives the super strength, then you should be fine, right? Izuku proposed. It wouldn't be overloading you anymore if you give those away. Like, filling other glasses of water with the extra water. Great Kami, the kid's a genius. Nana clapped her hands together. First, what do you think? I can't believe I didn't think of that. Or any of us, really. I suppose an outsider perspective can be valuable, Fumicage nodded. One for all had always been passed to us as a whole, after all. As such, we think of it as just one thing. And not just the sum of its parts, Izuku finished for the scarred man. Now that he mentions it, I believe it could work. The passing of one for all had always been determined by the host's will. Yoichi put a hand underneath his chin and looked over at Mirio. It could work in theory. You'd simply have to longing to give a particular one of our quirks to each of the people you choose. What do the rest of you think? This is an excellent compromise, but I pity the poor sods that will have to deal with us in their heads. Daigoro, the biker ganger's name was apparently that, and he was also a pro-hero, though a very obscure one, laughed. I agree. It will be sad not being around you idiots anymore, though. Don't be like that, Banjo, the one with the red jacket, grumbled. We're literally dead. We're not supposed to be here, but here we are. We're just being given extra time on the earth. So you say. Having 2 quirks as opposed to 9 would be better, Yoichi nodded. Well, it would seem that I would be the only person in your head when this is over, Mirio. Yeah, I'll miss everyone, Mirio replied. And I just met you. Banjo dismissed that with a wave of his hand. Nah, you shouldn't miss us dead people. We're dead. Start thinking of people you trust, then, Yoichi glanced at Mirio. And people that would make the most when it comes to our quirks. As Mirio stood there, thinking, Izuku nudged his senpai's shoulder. Mirio-senpai, I nearly forgot. Mirio looked back at him curiously. You've been comatose for 4 days. When can you wake up? We can, brainstorm when you're awake. It is time for you to wake up either way, Mirio, Nana added. We've only been here so long because we've been trying to figure out how to fix your problem. Turns out we just needed an outsider's perspective. She glanced at Izuku, who beamed from the praise. Wake up now, you too. Just one moment, Yoichi stood up from his throne and walked over to Izuku. I'd like to speak with him for a little bit. Nana nodded. All right then. With that, Yoichi took Izuku aside, away from the ghost's earshot, as well as Mirio's. How Mirio wouldn't hear a conversation going on inside his head was a mystery to Izuku, but quirks are just weird that way. I know what you're doing. It's magic, isn't it? I just imagine that I'm doing magic, but it is dash. No, just magic, straight up, Yoichi said with a smile. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. It's just that I've seen what you do while watching through Mirio's memories. I've seen it before. Well, mostly my brother did, but he had a habit of giving me his memories as a way of brotherly bonding. You're familiar with the Salem 7, yes? Of course, Izuku slowly nodded. He supposed that the secret is out, to a ghost inside his senpai's head. My brother made contact with them before, Yoichi continued. They're actual demons from another world. But I suppose you already knew that, given your expression. Yeah. Yoichi sighed. Either way, All for One was inspired by their evil. He said that he'll become a demon lord, just like the actual demons of the Salem 7. Or, as they called themselves when they met him, the 7 Sages of Destruction. Tell me, did any of them die recently? My mentor killed the Gordrinker. Izuku watched as a smile immediately decorated Yoichi's face. He must hate the demons too. All for One admired them greatly, but by this point, he probably considers himself the equal of their most powerful members. Yoichi put his hands in his pockets. Do the world a favor and wipe them out. They're not human, so I won't shed a tear for them. Izuku let out a small chuckle. Well, my mentor really hates demons, so we have you covered. Good, Yoichi nodded. They're the reason my brother decided to become a supervillain. He wanted to be a demon lord, too. He may be my biological brother, but Kudo and Bruce over there, the first of the One for All users, pointed at the 2 military-themed ghosts in the Circle of Thrones, were more brotherly to me than that edgy idiot ever was. He killed me, his own brother, but now he wants to get my quirk back? Idiot doesn't have a brain, I swear. Anyway, I think I should let you 2 wake up in the real world before Nana yells at me. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Shigaraki, Izuku nodded. And everyone else. Though you're all dead. Well, goodbye. I can't believe he dozed off beside Mirio. Nijire looked at the greenhead second year, who had, for some reason, fallen asleep beside Mirio's hospital bed. She already knew about the secret of One for All, and so did Tamaki, who was stewing in anxiety beside her. This wasn't the kind of social anxiety that made him want to imagine people as potatoes, though. He was simply worried about Mirio. Very worried. After all, Mirio would be one of the most strongest heroes in existence right now, and yet, despite his seemingly perfect health, he suddenly collapsed. As the Big Three already graduated from UA, they were now attending university while working as pro-heroes. In some way, it was rather strange that they would still be coming back to their high school. However, Recovery Girl being one of very few doctors that know about One for All meant that bringing Mirio here to UA was the best option back when he collapsed. Mirio often visits. Who was it? Tamaki tried to remember the thing about a certain white-haired child. Eri-chan, yes, Nijire nodded. She then clasped Mirio's hand. Mirio, when will you wake up? Everyone's so worried. That would be when Mirio's eyes fluttered open, and so did Midoriya's. Midoriya took only a second to consider the fact that Nijire was close. Very close, and he was sitting down, while she was standing up. He suddenly hid his face under his jacket, while Nijire just wondered what was going on with him. At least, until she noticed Mirio slowly rising from the bed. Mirio! You're awake. Nijire wrapped her arms the formerly comatose Mirio as tightly as she could. We were so worried. What happened? She glanced at Midoriya, who was still shaking and hiding under his jacket's hood like he was Tamaki on a bad day. And what's up with Midoriya? Don't worry Nijire, he knows. Mirio patted his friend at the back while Tamaki slowly approached and patted his shoulders. He elected not to say that Midoriya was being like that because Nijire had so absent-mindedly gotten very close while holding up Mirio's hand. I guess I should go from the start. Of course. Nijire pulled a chair. Tamaki did the same. Is Recovery Girl around, by the way? Mirio asked. She should be coming in any time soon, Tamaki lowly muttered. The green bean knows about the thing, huh? How? Well, that's the thing, he's always kind of known ever since first year. He what? Nijire screamed. Tamaki got even more anxious, and started imagining Midoriya as a potato. How? As I said, let's start from the beginning, Mirio said. Midoriya looked like he had recovered from the shock of being inches away from certain assets, and had recomposed himself, waiting for Mirio to begin recounting the story. So, he can enter people's dreams if they're in a coma? Nijire looked over at Midoriya. Oh. My. God. Every time I hear about his quirk, the more awesome it gets. Hey, tell me, is there even a limit to what you can do? Well yes Midoriya stammered. You've got such an awesome quirk, Midoriya. Can you imagine making me fly at supersonic speeds? That would be some awesome. Uraraka-chan already makes me weightless so that I can fly faster, but I think I'd like to go as fast as the likes of the Seekers in Tokyo Dash. Nijire. Tamaki interrupted her stream of babbling, please, one thing at a time. No, I understand completely Dash. Mirio cleared his throat. I'm still getting at the most important part. Midoriya here suggested that I could split the extra quirks within One for All amongst people I trust so that it stops damaging my body. And I obviously trust you to wield some of the quirks within it, Nijire, Tamaki. And Midoriya dash. My quirk is complicated enough as it is, senpai, Midoriya replied, which made Nijire pout a tiny little bit in disappointment. I don't know if I can handle another one. Well, there are others, I'm sure, Mirio nodded. People that we can trust with secrets. We should make a list. Nijire pulled out a sheet of paper. Now, which one are you going to give me, Mirio? It better be a cool one. Let's call All Might first, Mirio said. Then we'll brainstorm. He is in for a big surprise. I must admit, I am nervous at the prospect of meeting Fryn and Stark, Fumicage said as he helped Frieren etch a magic circle with sand and chalk, the exact same kind that he and Izuku used to bring her here. Well, mostly Izuku, since he is the one with a lot of mana. How would they react to someone that looks like me? He tapped at his head of feathers and hair. Beast men do not exist in your world, do they not? There are just humans, under which elves and dwarves exist, and then demons and other monsters. Is that right? I am pretty sure they'll ask me before doing anything, Frieren replied. They will know that they're being brought to another world, as they saw and know that I was sent here, too. I will just hide in a corner just in case, Fumicage replied. He looked at his watch, wondering how long Izuku would take in his little visit to Mirio-senpai's brain. You can explain everything that had happened over the last 2 years, yes? Probably. It will be very strange for them to know that the lazy elf they knew now has a child, Fumicage snickered as he backed off into a nearby doorway. And now has 2 apprentices. You can't bring in any more mages, though? According to my analysis, this spell can only bring up to 2 individuals at a time. After this, we will have to wait for 3 days before trying again, Frieren replied. Otherwise, we risk reopening the wound the demons left in the fabric of reality. The demons here want to go home, and I do not want those walking calamities to do so. At least not while they're alive. I see, Fumicage nodded. Who do you plan to bring afterward? Denken, perhaps, Frieren replied. I could summon Siri, but she may just cast a counterspell to prevent me from bringing her here. She could be like that. Siri, the most ancient elven mage to ever exist, who is more powerful than you? She is a mage of chaotic times. She could have killed the Demon King but never did. Now. Frieren stood up and put her hands on her hips with a satisfied look on her face. Let us begin. I see them. I can see them all. All for One stood on a building on the coast of western Honshu. 10 miles away in the open sea was Tartarus, where Tamura, Dabi, and some of the most powerful and dangerous villains, like Muscular, were being held. Now, with Ragdoll Search Quirk in his hands, he knew where every single one of them were. He could see them in their cells, either silently brooding, exploding in rage at the walls, or idly reading books or whatever else the prison authorities were willing to give to them. Redestro. Dr. Garaki, All for One raised his arms in glorious adoration of himself. The day had come at last. By striking at every prison that held villains, All for One foresaw bringing this nation into anarchy, as it had before he brought it under his rule in the old days. With the Salem 7 here, there would be even more chaos. Those walking calamities would destroy everything around them as they wage war upon the single woman they deem to be the greatest threat to their continued survival. As for All for One, he will take his brother's quirk, or kill its wielder. He will either have it back or make sure that no one else has it. Let us begin. Deploy the Nomu and Paranormal Liberation Front, destroy these prisons, and let a new age of true liberation begin. And I shall be the demon lord of all Japan and the world, All for One thought. As you say, Lord All for One, Garaki replied through the comms embedded in All for One's ear. Syncing search with Johnny's warp gate. You will take on Tartarus yourself, my lord? Of course, All for One flew up to the air, glowing like a newborn star in the night sky as he then blasted toward the prison fortress. 10,000 quirks and more thrummed within the villain, calling for blood and death. A swarm of flying Nomu followed him, all obeying his will to the letter. Immediately, the sky was filled with munitions and quirk fire as missile turrets, anti-air defense cannons, laser interception systems, drones, robotic sentinels, and quirk wielders sprung into action to defend Tartarus. While some of the Nomu were felled by the vicious counterattack, All for One himself cared little for the attacks coming his way as he summoned a shield. No prison can withstand my will. All for One descended upon Tartarus itself, slamming onto a building's roof with a thunderous shockwave. He then placed one hand to the concrete, while the other hand began to glow with ethereal power. Missiles and lasers impacted against him with virtually no effect as a glowing yellow barrier surrounded him like a bubble. Overhaul. Kinetic enhancer times 10. Electrical shock. Lightning storm. EMP pulse. Solar lance times 6. Gravimetric distortion. Death's hand. Eldritch blast. All for One smiled as prison guards and drones died in great numbers after that, and the enhanced EMP pulse, combined with the lightning strike from the sky and the surge of electricity destroyed the prison's automatic defenses. He looked downward, seeing that Tamura and the others were still being held in their cells. He still needed Tamura to steal one for all, as he was the single most hateful individual he had ever seen. A suitable vessel for him to take over. The only suitable vessel, really. The combined will of the quirk's users prevented All for One from outright stealing it. But with Tamura's rage and hatred, not even the combined spite and wills of all those ghosts could stop him. One for all will be his. Yoichi will be his once again. His brother will stand with him as he reigns over Japan as its demon lord. With All for One back in his prime, there are not a lot of things that could stop him. He lazily turned around as a gigantic robot stomped its way towards him, its cold artificial intelligence registering him as the ultimate threat. Missile pods emerged from the war machine's shoulders, letting loose a barrage of ballistic munitions. To top it off, a pair of cannons, mounted on its chest, began to open fire, expending armor-piercing rounds in an effort to kill the ancient supervillain. Fire and smoke engulfed All for One, and for a moment, it seemed that the zero-pointer class robot had actually killed him. The smoke cleared. And there stood All for One, completely unscathed as several dozen stacked shimmering barrier quirks kept him protected. He dusted off his business suit, as though he had been merely slightly inconvenienced. Pitiful machine, All for One laughed as he held up his hand. Air cannon with spring-like limbs. Kinetic enhancer times 10. All for One unleashed a shockwave of pure kinetic energy, the invisible assault caving in the robot's head. He barely paid it any more heed as he flew up, scanning Tartarus with X-ray vision. Let us begin, All for One laughed. The screams of prison guards and staff as the horde of Nomu tore them apart was like music to his ears. As for his most esteemed self, he had better things to do than concern himself with some weaklings. He had minions for that. After about 5 minutes of Nijire sending a flood of messages to the man's inbox, All Might arrived at the clinic in his true form. Being told by Mirio and seeing in the mindscape of One for All that All Might was actually the shriveled, gaunt, and skeletal man masquerading as his alternate persona's secretary was one thing. Actually seeing him enter the room with the knowledge that Toshinori Yagi was, in fact, actually All Might, was an entirely different thing. He carefully opened and closed the doors like they were the most fragile things in existence, which is a funny thing to think about, since from where Izuku was standing, no, sitting, All Might was the most fragile thing in the room. Even the glass of water placed on the nightstand beside Mirio's hospital bed looked strong in comparison. Izuku had always assumed that Mr. Yagi was just a guy with an unfortunate build and bad genetics, but now, "You're actually All Might?" Izuku looked up at the tall, skeletal man, whom he had bumped into, literally, just barely half an hour ago. The disconnect between the man that had been his teacher for the last 2 years and the world's most powerful hero for the last 30 years and the bag of bones in front of him was making him go crazy. He did know that All Might was not getting younger, and would thus retire pretty soon. He is what, in his mid-50s, almost in his 60s? No man can be a hero forever, and All Might was a walking testament to that fact. It was pretty obvious when All Might started teaching rather than be as active in the streets as he used to. Still. It is me, indeed, All Might nodded. Now that Izuku knew who this really was, he realized that Toshinori Yagi and All Might had more or less the same voice. Maybe Toshinori's was less exaggerated, but they were the same regardless. Strange how the mind connects two things together only after some context. You must realize, young Midoriya, that this revelation that you stumbled into must be kept absolutely secret. If villains realize that my power could be passed down, I will never spill the secret to anyone, All Might Sensei, Izuku fiercely replied. Not at least yours. I respect you too much to put your secret in danger. It's just that I just wanted to check up on Mirio-senpai. This is one of the last things I expected to find when I visited his head. Well, not really, Izuku thought as he spoke. You have always displayed a heroic spirit, young Midoriya, so I trust you to keep this quiet, All Might patted his shoulder. Izuku nodded. If Dark Shadow could keep quiet about magic for 2 years, then Izuku certainly could keep quiet about One for All. We're going to start thinking about who to give all those extra quirks to, Mirio continued, taking a sheet of paper from the nightstand's drawer. Nijire, Tamaki, All Might, you got any ideas? That was when Izuku looked down on his phone. There were 5 missed calls from Fumicage, as well as a swarm of messages. Rody had also sent a video message, but Izuku decided to look at that while he was on the way. Instead, he opened his inbox with Fumicage. There were quite a few messages. Smallburb, hey. Smallburb, she summoned Fryn and Stark and I believe that Fryn is jealous of us. Smallburb, she's pouting. Smallburb, please send help. Smallburb, also is Mirio-senpai okay? Midoriya, do you have dash? Sorry Senpai-sensei, I have to go. Izuku stood up from his seat, carefully avoiding bumping into Nijire. I have a situation at the house just now. You know how things go on with my mentor? They all knew that she was the one who terminated the fetid life of Bluthen the Gore-drinker. Be as it may, everyone knows that the Salem Seven were a whole other breed of evil. Bluthen made Moonfish look tame in comparison, and Moonfish had already been executed at this point. There was no questioning that preventing the demon from doing any more demonic things in the future, permanently, was the right thing. Either way, Fryn and Stark are here at last, Izuku quietly said as he left the clinic and its current occupants to discuss the possible recipients of One for All's attached quirks. Half of him screamed to be included in that discussion, but the other half reminded him that he just found out about One for All, and it would be better to give it a rest, so to speak. Nijire was a quirk nerd herself, so she could figure it out just as well as Izuku would. Probably. With his feet briskly carrying him out of UA's medical wing, he began to type a message back to Fumicage. Chaos Emerald, I'm on my way. Mirio-senpai's awake and recovering. Amajiki and Hato-senpai are there with him. Anything new happening with Fryn and Stark? Izuku stared at the screen for a few moments, narrowly avoiding bumping a maintenance robot along the way. Then Fumicage messaged back. Smallburb, Fryn is still jealously pouting. Chaos Emerald, coming. She hasn't seen Eri yet? Smallburb, Eri is asleep. Izuku simply nodded at that. The poor girl from another world would probably have to deal with one thing at a time. Frieren took to modern technology relatively well, but that's because she takes almost everything at a stride, anyway. As for those two, though, being humans meant that their reactions would be less muted. As he walked, he swiped toward Rody's video message. It was nice to know that the Otheonian boy that Izuku used to chase around and save multiple times was now slated to begin studying to become a pilot, as he had always dreamed. Izuku expected something serious. instead, it was just a video of Rhodey's siblings playing with an orange cat using a laser pointer. Rhodey could be heard laughing in the background, and it was pretty obvious that they were back in their old house rather than the crappy trailer they used to live in. A Roomba lazily slid across the room, cleaning up dust, that is, until Roro pointed the laser pointer at the little machine. The cat then jumped on the Roomba, riding on it like it was an emperor of a great nation. Izuku would quickly put a heart react on the message and replied with, "That is so cute OMG," before pocketing his phone and blasting off to the house with flight magic. He just suddenly felt a new sense of urgency? Earlier. "Welcome, Fryn and Stark," Frieren greeted as the green glow of the magic circle faded. Fumicage peeked from a dark corner of the living room to see what they were like. On the magic circle stood Fryn and Stark, as was foretold. Fryn had purple hair, like Jiro, but it was long, reaching all the way down to around her elbow. She had a rather oversized black jacket with a plain white blouse underneath. As for her male companion, Stark had red hair, like Kirishima did, though there was a patch of black on the top of his head. He wore a red jacket over a black shirt, and had an actual axe on his back. Hopefully Fryn or Frieren could store that axe in a pocket dimension the same way they kept their staves hidden when not in use, because walking around in an axe in a civilian street would surely be an issue. Mstrs Frieren, Fryn looked more done than Aizawa-sensei ever was in the 2 years that he had been teaching Fumicage and his classmates, and that was saying something. "Where are we?" "The other world," Frieren replied with a wry smirk. "I have been here for 2 years. I must tell you, it is a very fascinating and interesting place." "I thought you'll just come back to us instead of bringing us over here," Stark said with a sigh. "Let me tell you of this world, then," Frieren began. And so Fumicage and Dark Shadow listened as Frieren told Fryn and Stark of how she was brought here. She spoke a lot about quirks, and how it was a manifestation of magic in a different way. She also went on about how she comfortably slunk her way into the life of a certain family of greenheads. "And their bird-headed friend." "Bird-headed?" Stark asked. "You don't mean like a harpy, right?" Strange as it may sound, these quirks also give certain mutations that give people animal-like appearances, but they are as human as either of you, Frieren said. Fryn narrowed her eyes, while Stark looked more worried than anything. "You can come out now." Sure enough, Fumicage stepped into the light. "Hello there," Fumicage said. Frieren stepped backwards, standing behind him and putting her hands on his shoulders. Dark Shadow didn't show himself, yet. "Fryn, Stark," Frieren said with a smile while the two looked at the bird-headed boy with mostly shock and wonder in their eyes. "Meet Fumicage Tokoyami." "Fumicage, meet Fryn and Stark." About 2 seconds of silence passed before Fryn spoke. "I knew there was someone there with a tiny amount of mana, but I didn't think that he would look so strange." "Hello." Fryn would nearly stumble backward as Dark Shadow appeared out of Fumicage's back and waved one of his claws at her and Stark. Stark was more startled than her, though, and actually fell on the floor. "I'm Dark Shadow, Fumicage's quirk. Nice to meet you." "A familiar?" Fryn looked at Dark Shadow rather curiously. Had Frieren not been there, she might have shot the quirk with Zoltraak, but the shadow creature and its host were clearly friends of Frieren's. This whole situation was very strange, but she knew well that with Frieren, things would always be strange. "You have certainly made interesting new friends, Mstrs Frieren." "Heh," Frieren smirked. "Hey, I'll tell you a secret, Purple Girl," Dark Shadow suddenly said. "Did you know that Frieren here considered giving Fumicage Dearest a potion that dash? Return, Dark Shadow." Fumicage called out before the quirk would reveal that embarrassing moment, forcing him back into his den. "Apologies, Fryn, Stark. Dark Shadow is very chaotic." Fryn, however, was not as amused as Stark. "Mstrs Frieren? It's that potion again, isn't it?" "I don't know what you're talking about," the elf said with a mischievous smile. "I'd disown you if I could." Stark, meanwhile, had gotten closer to Fumicage, inspecting him. "Just to ask, you don't have a harpy as a parent, right?" "No," Fumicage shook his head. "Both of my parents are human, though my father has a mutation that made him look avian in appearance. I inherited that trait, resulting in this." He pointed at his feathered scalp. "Good to know." Fumicage glanced at the axe, and then back at Stark. "Frieren told me of the time you slew a dragon in less than 30 seconds. I must say that you are quite impressive." "Well dash. She also says that you have crippling self-doubt and thus, you were injured in a fight against a demon that you should have defeated in one blow from the start," Fumicage continued, making Stark shiver in embarrassment. "I speak of the copycat named Linny, of course." "That's true." Stark glanced over at Fryn, who was now pouting angrily with her arms crossed together. She had her back turned toward Frieren, and by extension, Stark and Fumicage. "Oh no. What did Frieren say?" Fumicage listened as Dark Shadow whispered in his mind. He wasn't paying attention, unfortunately, so he had to rely on the sentient Quirks seemingly knowing absolutely everything happening around them. She said that she had obtained 2 new apprentices while she was here. Well, that includes me. Wait, you're Frieren's apprentice? Stark couldn't believe it. But Fryn said that I have barely any mana? Yes, but I use an otherwise near-useless cantrip to complement my quirk, which I suppose is also magic either way, Fumicage replied. Izuku, on the other hand, he let that train of thought trail off as Fryn kept on giving the silent treatment, while Frieren looked like she had been utterly defeated in a battle. She's jealous, isn't she? You'll just get used to it, Stark sighed. By the way, who's Izuku? Fumicage looked down on his phone, making Stark curiously stare at the device. You'll see. As if on cue, the stairwell rang with the thumping of a pair of feet on a hurry. Izuku nearly stumbled into the room, but he quickly recomposed himself and took in the sight of Fryn and Stark. Fryn barely spared him a glance, quickly returning to pouting jealously and giving everyone the silent treatment. Stark, meanwhile, looked at him curiously. Part of him was relieved that not everyone in this world was half animal, the other half was worried that Fryn would feel bad now that she had competition for Frieren's attention. It is really you two? Izuku stepped forward and excitedly shook Stark's hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya, but I suppose Frieren told you everything about me already. I have heard so many things about you from Frieren, Stark and Fryn. Is it true that a dragon was so scared of you that it left a village alone? Ah well. She said that you're so strong that you carved a canyon all by yourself, just by swinging your axe. Well that's Fryn, right? Izuku switched from an excited tone to a quiet, apprehensive one, as he saw how Fryn was still pouting. Is she? She's jealous, Frieren spoke up, her expression still one of defeat. Humph, Fryn continued to pout. I know how to improve her mood and make her willing to talk to you, Stark whispered to Izuku. Do you have restaurants in this world? Well, of course, Stark. It's just that we need to keep your axe hidden because people will be alarmed by the sight of it in public, Izuku replied. Stark tilted his head in surprise since even kids like to cluster around him despite having an axe on his back. He could always have Frieren hide it, though. But in any case, I'd like to get to know you two more over a meal. Right, Fumicage? Of course, Fumicage nodded. That is when Fryn finally decided to speak. I'd like. Stark threw his hands in the air. Let me guess, sweets? Yes. Mom, who are they? Fryn and Stark turned around faster than the naked eye ever could. There, standing on the doorway that led to the staircase was Eri, rubbing at her eyes. New people? Frieren's mood shifted at that, and she walked over to Eri, taking her hand and leading her into the room. Eri, these are Fryn and Stark, she motioned toward the two. Fryn and Stark, this is Eri. Fryn stared at Eri, and then at Frieren. How? Stark was shocked too, but he was completely speechless. That is a very long story, actually, Izuku cut in. We can talk about it over some cake. Fryn looked at Eri, then at Frieren, then finally settled her eyes on Izuku. Fine. Later, Aizawa would see 2 of his students, their other mentor, the unicorn child, and 2 other people who looked close to any second-year or third-year's age walk out of UA's gate. He rubbed his eyes, stared at the small convoy again, and decided to let Nizu handle it, whatever the hell was happening. He doesn't get paid enough for this. The rat god sees all, anyway. At the same time, Enji Todoroki walked away from Dabi's cell, regret still hanging heavily over his head. His eldest son had cursed him out, again, of course, and told him that he and the rest of the family could die and burn in hell for all he cared. Even if he was probably the one destined for hell. Enji could only imagine the rest of the family not going there if such a place existed, instead heading to the heavens. He and Tuya would be the ones in hell, burning together. It is just as he would deserve after everything he had done. A prison guard on patrol nodded courteously as he saw Endeavor pass by, but Enji could care less. He left the cell block that held the middle-level villains and entered the waiting area for visitors, though it was more like the place where interrogators and detectives would wait since those imprisoned in Tartarus very rarely had family that cared to visit them. Dabi is fortunate in that regard, one can suppose. That was when the prison began to shake all around him. Prison guards and robots began rushing, somewhere. Enji quickly realized that something was afoot, and he stopped one of said guards. You. Tell me what is happening. We just received confirmation that All for One is attacking Tartarus. The guard answered, hefting a submachine gun. Other prisons all over the country are under attack, too. A coordinated attack. Enji would have ignited his flames right then and there if not for the fact that consuming all the oxygen in such a small space would not be a good idea. If not for himself, then for the prison guards and prisoners. Very well. Lead me to an exit so that I may dash. Enji looked around as the lights went out, and so did Tartarus security systems. Impossible. The prison guard looked around in disbelief as red emergency lights went on. The system is shielded against electromagnetic disruption. Against someone like All for One, anything can happen, Enji grumbled. I cannot fight in these confined spaces without making it all unbreathable. I need to get out of this place to assist in the defense. Of course, Endeavor, right this way, the prison guard began, just for something that looked like a scorpion stinger to suddenly reach from the ceiling and impale him through the chest. With blood getting splattered all over his face, Enji immediately activated Hellfire and blasted the Nomu that had been hiding in the ceiling with a fireball, making it screech in pain. The Nomu fell down, burning but not dead. Enji would then be aware of more of the creatures appearing within the prison. Judging from the crazed screams of jubilation along with the sound of metal being wrenched and crunched, the mindless creatures were freeing the Tartarus inmates. Without a doubt, Dabi would be among them. This Nomu doesn't have regeneration, at least, Enji thought. I need to end it quickly, otherwise I will run out of breathable air. Burn, creature. He grabbed the Nomu by the head and incinerated its skull, making it spasm uncontrollably. It tried to attack him with its scorpion stinger, but Enji fired 2 jets of flame from his eyes, scorching the stinger and rendering it useless. Within about 2 seconds, the Nomu was dead, but there were more lurking about in Tartarus, along with the hundreds of inmates. Or were there thousands? Even the number 2 hero would be overwhelmed by such numbers, especially in such a disadvantageous environment. He was in a prison sector placed in the middle of the ocean, where, if the walls were to rupture, the pressure would certainly kill him and everyone else in the floor. Enji turned around, sensing a Tartarus inmate charging right at him with what appeared to be crab claws for hands. The flame hero readied an attack to strike someone who was certainly a murderer of some kind just for a shadowy tendril to smash against the charging crab mutant. Enji turned Hellfire off as he saw who just intervened. I had him, Enji grumbled as a man with a mutation that made him look somewhere between a crow and a raptor stepped into the visitor's lounge. Shadows writhed around him like eldritch entities clamoring to be released from their prison in the abyssal depths, while his black trench coat made him look like he had stepped right out of the Matrix franchise. However, Enji also saw the logo on the man's chest pocket. He was an employee of the Hero Public Safety Commission, it seems. Enji knew well that though the HPSC was originally founded as a bureaucracy to manage heroes and their licenses, it had become far more than that over the years. The HPSC had become part Byzantine bureaucracy, part intelligence agency, and part paramilitary with many underground and undercover heroes at its beck and call. It was getting hard to breathe around here, you know, Tokoyami Rado said as he stepped over the Nomu's corpse. Enji slightly grumbled at the little jab at him. Hello, Todoroki Enji. I didn't think I'd see someone like you here. I saw you during the last parents-teachers conference back in UA. And I saw you as well, Enji replied. Tokoyami Rado. Your son defeated mine in the first-year sports festival. That was because Shotokuin was only using half of his power, Rado smirked. However, now, I am not so sure about that matchup. Nevertheless, our priority should be escaping this place without dying from oxygen loss. Humph, Enji gruffly nodded. Very well. Let us assist one another in this endeavor. Did you just make a pun? What? Never mind, Rado waved Enji's question away. Now, I'm a bit familiar with this place, since my job has me go here a lot. The tactical choice would be to retreat and regroup. Which is exactly what I was going to do, Enji cut in. Perfect. You cover my back, I'll cover yours. If we find any prison guards that are still alive, we should bring them along. We'll have the number 2 hero keep us safe. Enji frowned, again, because the inside of a deep-sea prison was not exactly the best place to unleash hellfire. Power is down, which means no elevators, and the stairs will be filled with criminals. But you can fly, right? Yes. Perhaps we can use an elevator, you and I can then blast our way out of here. You can blast off without burning whoever is with you, yes? I have almost no collateral damage figures and nearly no insurance claims for a reason, Tokoyami Rado, Enji reminded him. I know how to control my flames. Good, because getting burned and I don't get along, Rado nodded. I just wonder what our kids are doing. I'm sure that they'll be deathly worried. Does yours know that you're visiting Tartarus? No, Enji answered, at least not in this particular instance. Yours? They know that I am an interrogator, so they know that I often come here. Problem is, Tartarus is a dead zone with jammers all around. I doubt the news networks will even know that this place is under attack until much later. All the other prisons are under attack as well, Enji thought out loud. It would be assumed that Tartarus is as well once someone connects the dots. However, we cannot await rescue either way. Right. Let us work together to leave this place, then. Ignorant of these unfolding events far away, Izuku chatted with Fryn as she happily dined on sweets. Now that she was eating, she was more receptive to conversation, and not as jealous that she wasn't the only apprentice Frieren had anymore. I've heard all about you, Fryn. Is it true that you have a spell that lets you see through clothes? Hey, don't talk about that. Stark screamed at them. Thankfully, Frieren had kept his axe hidden with magic. She made fun of me with it. I do, Fryn replied. Izuku nodded. He was enthusiastic. That is very useful, Fryn. Imagine if someone had a weapon hidden in their sleeves. That way, no one could stab you in the back. Fryn nodded at Izuku. She definitely thought of it. You're thinking about this in a more practical way, aren't you? Fumicage commented. Of course you would. I saw you do some kind of spatial transport spell earlier, Fryn said in between chewing a slice of cake. How did you learn of it? Mstrs Frieren doesn't have a spell like that. Or at least she never used it in front of me. Well, Izuku leaned back on his chair. I was able to visualize using portals because a villain tried to kill me and my classmates by dropping us with a portal quirk. Fryn looked positively horrified. The villain didn't succeed though, and Frieren eventually beat that villain and dragged his butt to prison along with his buddies. As for the portal spell I made, though, it has very limited range. It can make a lot of it, but only within a small area. Interesting, Fryn nodded. So Mstrs Frieren doesn't force you to use only basic magic in combat. Quirks are very random, and there's a focus on incapacitating and capture, so she just lets me use whatever, Izuku replied with a shrug. Fryn simply nodded at that. They had different needs and environments, of course. What about the girl, then? This time, it was Stark that asked a question. He pointed at Eri, who was sitting beside Frieren and in front of Fumicage as she happily dined on spaghetti. Frieren looks a lot more responsible, Fryn filled in for him. How is this possible? Well, Eri here was actually adopted Mstrs Frieren couldn't possibly have reproduced, so that tracks, Fryn nodded. Izuku had to suppress a snicker at that while Stark looked at her with shock that she would say something like that. Izuku stifled a chuckle. Eri was someone Frieren came across while on a random walk. To make it short, Frieren saved her from an abusive place because it is, as Frieren said back then, what would Himmel the hero would have done. Fryn looked like she was about to brim with pride. She smiled, too. I'll have to thank that girl. Mstrs Frieren is now less lazy than before because of her. She is still lazy, Izuku said, remembering that Frieren still kept falling off her bed or just slept all the way to the afternoon. But when she is awake, she manages. That is good to know, Fryn replied. She appeared to have a great burden lifted off her shoulders. Also, Izuku continued, Frieren has been selling transmuted gold to pawnshops. No one here has magic detection, aside from us, so dash. Fryn's eyes widened at that. So that is why Mstrs Frieren has so much money. She looked at the cake before her again. That is a surprise, but I am not going to complain. Heh. It would soon be apparent that Enji and Rado avoided the worst of the attack on Tartarus. After about half an hour of stealthily walking through the corridors, they came across at least a dozen broken bodies of prison guards. Some had their entire bodies caved in by sheer blunt force trauma, likely the work of a villain with a powerful strength quirk. Muscular probably. Or, perhaps, it was one of those blue Nomu that reduced them to paste. Others were burnt to a crisp, leaving charred corpses on the floor. They had been burned recently enough that they were still burning with tiny blue flames. Enji shook his head. It was obvious who did the burning. No other villain in Tartarus had blue flames. As the two passed through the grisly scene, Enji put a hand over his nose. Rado, however, seemed completely unbothered, at least when it came to his olfactory senses. He simply whispered a quick prayer and continued on, taking mental notes. It would appear that they took their last stand here, Rado remarked, taking a submachine gun from one of the dead prison guards. He checked the magazine's capacity and the safety lock with practiced precision, like he was used to handling such weapons. Can you use a gun? Rado asked. I never had the need, Enji admitted. Hellfire had always been sufficient for my purposes. Besides, I am a pro hero, not, whatever you are. We do not use guns unless you're named Snipe. Or Lady Nagant. In addition, this is Japan. Guns are usually not available to anyone outside the police and military. I have been several things throughout my life, Rado replied, taking magazines out of a dead prison guard's utility belt. So I know how to use guns pretty well. Would you like to tell you all about it? Are you going to? Give me your life story while we walk in what may currently be the most dangerous place on Earth? Enji asked. He had a feeling Rado was going to just nod and say yes. Yes, because I am scared out of my wits and babbling helps with the nerves, Rado replied. NG hadn't seen it underneath the dim lights of the emergency lighting, but now that Rado mentioned it, the avian mutant's hands were shaking, if only slightly. I mean, all for one and a horde of Nomu, plus all the criminals and murderers and villains in here? The dark may be my element, but the dark is still terrifying when it is filled with monsters and demons, and they're all slithering and sliding all around you like snakes. Don't get me wrong. I am not afraid for myself. Rather, I am afraid of not coming back to them. NG nodded, taking a look at the various corridors. A cavalcade of freed prisoners rushed past, ignorant of NG's and Rado's presence as the two ducked behind a pair of destroyed blast doors. He would have shared the same sentiment, but he had been divorced to Rei for nearly a year. Fuyumi visits him regularly, while Shoto only comes for his work study, but he was at least courteous to his old man. Natsuo, meanwhile, never spoke to him again. In any case, he would rather not share the utter disaster that was the Todoroki family with Rado when the man was already nervous as hell. I understand. Do tell me of your life, Tokoyami Rado. Well, Rado stalked toward another hallway with a blood-stained sign that had an arrow that pointed toward an elevator. 200 meters away. Back in the day, I was in the JSDF. However, because of my skills, I was invited into the ranks of the commission. I have been in the HPSC for the last 20 years. I met my wife there. A far better story than the way I met Rei, NG thought. I see. So you are an operative of some kind. Strange to think that the commission has subsumed the duties of domestic intelligence for the last few decades. So, you are a soldier? These days, I'm more of an interrogator. I'm not as spry as I used to be, but I was quite good, I assure you, Rado replied. He looked up at the ceiling, and then at the hallway. Nearby, a pair of prisoners ran toward their newfound freedom up the emergency stairs, where more prisoners were doubtlessly running. One of them screamed something about women. Both Rado and NG would rather not know what that prisoner meant by that. He was probably some kind of insane deviant. But then, I was injured in a mission and lost both my hands, so they had to be replaced with prosthetics. NG's eyes widened at the realization that he had never seen Rado without gloves in either of the parent-teacher conferences in UA. My wife then said that she wouldn't be able to take it if I died, so I retired from frontline stuff to do things in the back instead. It certainly didn't help that our first kid died just before that, so poor Kagaya's heart couldn't bear it back then. I see. My condolences, then, NG said. A white Nomu entered the corridor and saw the two, just for NG to incinerate its brain to a crisp, killing it. He then looked back at Rado, who had taken aim just in time for NG to do his thing. It's been a long time, Rado sighed. I too had a first child that died young, NG added. Rado looked up at the hulking pyrokinetic in surprise. I'm sorry. It is all right. It has been a long time. NG knew well that Tuya was still alive, maybe not alive and well, since being covered in patches of burnt skin barely being held together by metal rings certainly doesn't count as being well. But, that scarred man wasn't really Tuya anymore, wasn't he? He's become Dabi, and Tuya Todoroki is long dead. In any case, it looks like we were lucky, Rado said as they neared the elevator. My tendrils can push the doors open. After that, I suppose I'll just hang on to you. Don't try to be a hero this once, Endeavor. We both know you can't take out every single Tartarus inmate, as well as All for One and his horde. Quickly, Rado summoned his quirk and pried the elevator doors open. NG refrained from igniting any flames so as to not impede Rado's progress. That is when NG sensed something. No, someone close. Someone's here. NG turned around just for a nearby wall to explode. Pieces of shrapnel scattered across the hallway. Shadowy tendrils covered both Rado and NG, but not fully. Shards of metal slashed across NG's arms and chest as his greater, hulking physique covered his much smaller companion. The flame hero, ignoring the excruciating pain, spitefully ignited flames on his wounds, cauterizing them. He would, however, be greeted by a worse sight. It was All for One himself, riding on top of a blue Noma like it was his trusty steed. He bore a sadistic, cruel smile on his face, while his eyes glimmered with purple stars, a sign that he had been using the search quirk he stole from Ragdoll days ago. His suit was well-tailored, unblemished by death and blood. It, however, stank with the same industrial chemicals that the Noma reeked of. The Nomu itself looked like a twisted parody of a dragon, with reptilian scales, red, sinewy flaps along its arms, and rows of sharp teeth. Unlike most other Nomu, its brain wasn't exposed. Instead, it has the head of a dragon, though the jaws were just too wide. It really was wrong to look at. Ah? Endeavor, the number 2 hero, All for One smirked. He then glanced at the short avian mutant beside NG, and smiled. Greetings to you as well, Storm Shadow. It has been a long time since I saw you. Do you like the renovation I did with this place? All for One, NG croaked, more with spiteful rage than anything else. You disgusting fiend. I should have known that it had been too easy getting here. You've been waiting all along. Dabi is already out there on the surface, by the way. All for One smiled at Enji. While it is unfortunate for him that he won't be able to lash out against his father one last time, I will make sure to give him your head on a silver platter. As for you, Storm Shadow, I believe you and a certain someone are due to a reunion after 15 years, the villain tapped the side of his Nomo's head. Its mouth opened unnaturally wide. Its throat glowed red, and then green as a tongue of emerald fire came out. Rado was frozen in what appeared to be shock. Enji moved faster than he could think, activating Hellfire in order to absorb the incoming fireball. Had Enji not been present to counter with his own flames, Rado would have probably been incinerated right then and there. The flaming duel ended as quickly as it did, and the standoff continued. Or, rather, All for One found himself more time to play his sick game. As Enji tried to calculate a scenario where he and Rado could escape through the elevator while avoiding being grabbed by the Nomu and or All for One, Rado stared at the Nomu. That green fire-breathing quirk, could it be? Hisashi? So I saw this thing once when Frieren was still on the bedsheets, Izuku recounted as Fryn and Stark listened intently, and the cleaning robot, which is like, a small golem program to do certain tasks, began dragging the bedsheet to the laundry area. With Frieren still on it. Stark began to laugh. Fryn looked more disappointed than anything. After all, she was the one who acquired a laundry spell from Ciri herself. Haha. Sounds exactly like her. Even in another world, Mstrs Frieren refuses to wake up on time, Fryn muttered. She looked over at Eri, who had fallen asleep with her face on the table while Dark Shadow intently watched over her. And she has influenced the girl to do the same, but worse. She does this all by herself, Frieren quietly said in her own defense. I didn't tell her to sleep late. Mstrs Frieren? Fryn sighed. Children copy what the adults around them do. Frieren would take a sip of the boba tea that she had recently ordered. She seemed to like it very much these days. You didn't copy me, though. The purple-haired girl rolled her eyes. It's because I'm usually the adult. Well, she at least knows how to watch over a child, Izuku helpfully supplied. And get them what they need. Though I think she overdid it back then. Eri here mentioned that her favorite fruits are apples, and, Fumicage, can you retell the story? Frieren brought 30 apples, Fumicage continued where Izuku left off. Because she didn't want to, quote, come again so many times. She then used a preservation spell on the apples to prevent them from spoiling. Our senpai, that is, our senior in the school, was with us at the time. He thought it was very excessive. Fryn looked at Fumicage, then at Izuku. She was somehow surprised by that. How strange. She has indeed become a doting mother. Hey? Frieren twiddled her thumbs together and slurped up some more of that iced frappe. Fryn then observed how Eri's hair had been braided. I also didn't realize that Mstrs Frieren knew how to style hair in any style other than twin horsetails. She has one hairstyle, and it has stayed the same for all the 12 years that I've known her. How is this possible? You can ask Fumicage's girlfriend, Izuku said with a wry smirk. Fumicage suddenly felt the urge to hide under the table. I see, Fryn nodded. So various individuals have been injecting themselves into Frieren's life, forcing her to adapt and change faster than she usually does, which can be described as a glacial pace. Stark and herself had functioned that way back in the old world, pushing Frieren to not spend 2 whole years in just one town. But here, she had changed faster than Fryn had ever seen before. It was simply amazing. However, there is one last thing I need to ask, why were we summoned? Mstrs Frieren always does things with a reason behind them. And I sense that we're needed for something. Well, it is quite simple, Fryn, Stark, Frieren said, placing her chin underneath her hand, I need your help to slay some demons. Of course. That shouldn't be too hard, Stark shrugged. After all, you beat the Demon King himself, and we took out Aura's executioners. It was fortunate that Izuku and Fumicage knew the context behind all these names, because then it would be an endless loop of questioning of who did what and what did who. They're over 3,000 years old as well, Frieren continued. Now the two looked a little afraid at the notion. Mstrs Frieren, you want us to help you kill demons older than the actual Demon King? Fryn asked. Not quite, Frieren replied. While they have enormous reserves of mana and spells with Cataclysmic, they've never had to contend with a real challenge for many years. They're rusty in their combat skills. I am confident that with your help, along with others that I may summon as well in the coming days, we can finally rid this world of its demons. Frieren terminated a 1,500-year-old demon, for one, Izuku added. Stark was positively amazed, though he was trembling at the notion of fighting a demon that old and powerful. A dragon that was scared of him was one thing. But a demon like that? Excuse me, I am receiving a call from my mother. Fumicage suddenly rose from his seat and rushed out of the restaurant to stand outside and take the call. Izuku wondered what it was all about. Yes, Tokoyami Rado, this Nomu right here, is your dear friend and old classmate, Hisashi Midoriya. All for One smiled manically. Enji stood between All for One and Rado, but the ancient villain barely even acknowledged his presence at the moment. After all, I could never forget how he burned my face. My appealing, magnificent face. He ruined it, even for just a moment, but I could never forgive that slight. Let me tell you, it was satisfying to rip him into pieces. Don't you dare ignore me, All for One. Enji roared. He began to ignite himself with hellfire just for All for One to pin him against a nearby wall with a telekinetic quirk. Enji struggled against it, even going as far as use flames to propel himself from the wall, but to little avail. It was telekinesis augmented by kinetic enhancer, times 20. BSTRD. Enji could only endure in excruciating pain as All for One exerted a torsion quirk on his right arm and left leg, crushing those limbs. To add even more pain to the flame hero's life, All for One lazily threw a dozen bone spikes at him, impaling him in several places. Mercifully, or perhaps unmercifully, none of them tore through vital organs that would otherwise spell his certain death. Instead, Enji writhed in pain. He had never felt such pain before. Don't interrupt me, little candle, All for One hissed at the flame hero. Now where was I? Ah, yes. I tore him to pieces for that insult. The villain tapped the side of the Nomu's head, eliciting a pained scream from it. Somehow, those who were used to create the Nomu were still in there, conscious but unable to break free of their torment. Given that All for One was the pinnacle of petty cruelty, it could very well be intentional on his part. Of course, I slew many that day, what with the government wanting me dead, confident that All Might would serve as their shield, All for One continued. He turned and slid down the Nomu's side like a rider would from an exceptionally large horse and stood before Rado, menacingly so. He easily had 2 feet above the heteromorph, but Rado simply looked into All for One's eyes with nothing but hate and contempt. And fear. Of course there was fear. Enji knew that for a while that beneath that practiced humor and bravado, Rado was terrified of being stuck in Tartarus while villains and Nomu were gallivanting about. All for One just knew. He is, after all, the symbol of fear. But of course you knew all that. All for One looked down with a smile. You were there, spying from a distance and brutally interrogating the minions I thought to be lost. You gave the tip to the military and heroes and then joined the assault when it actually began. Too bad it failed miserably and almost everyone died while All Might was led away by a decoy that I masterfully created. Ho, ho, ho. Enji, meanwhile, listened and struggled. DMN breathable air. If he had to melt right through these metal walls just to get out of All for One's telekinetic hold, then he will. And so Enji intensified his flames. The wall he was pinned against began to heat up. All for One spared him a glance, and then looked back at Rado. Now, I will make you suffer for what you did. When you and your friends tried to kill me the first time, All for One carelessly batted away the incoming tendrils of darkness with a barrier quirk before pinning Rado's arms against the floor. With a touch of overhaul, the man's arms exploded, making him scream. Ah yes. Music to my ears. Now, I need to keep you alive until the end of this. I still need to take your quirk. Rado struggled, but the tendrils simply hit a yellow barrier to no avail. All for One proceeded to remove his legs with overhaul, though he put enough thought to it that the stumps were covered with hastily reassembled flesh so that he wouldn't bleed out and die. After all for One still needed that. That was when All for One noticed that one of Rado's shadowy tendrils was touching Enji. He did not know the true nature of Rado's quirk, Dark Aura. Its name was intentionally misleading, and though it may seem to be little more than tendrils of shadow reaching out to strike at things, they were more than that. They could communicate the user's emotion and intent onto those they touched, if so desired, and vice versa. This aspect of Dark Aura is the source of dark shadow sensitivity to emotions. It is from whence rage begot power that cannot be controlled, calm and tranquility a quiet strength. And now, there was one thing that Rado and Enji both felt needed to be done to All for One, even if they knew that it was likely an impossible feat for them. At the very least, it could give them an opening to escape. Kill him. Prominence burn. All for One turned around in surprise that Endeavor was still capable of summoning his most powerful attack even after getting stabbed numerous times and 2 of his limbs all but completely crushed into paste. Even more impressive was his precision. Endeavor shot All for One with a concentrated beam of fire out of his mouth that left Rado completely unharmed despite being in close proximity to the attack. Once All for One had been knocked away from Rado, though, the fire beam expanded and exploded. Hisashi the Nomu was blown away, along with All for One, who was smashed against a wall that melted under the strain, causing him to fall on a scalding hot floor. The villain had his fancy business suit reduced to ash, eliciting an ear-splitting scream of rage as he found himself completely naked but otherwise mostly unharmed. The attack also melted a hole through several layers of cell blocks and corridors, severely weakening the structure of Tartarus undersea sectors. All the more reason to leave. With All for One ineffectually raging at the loss of his wardrobe, Enji blasted off through the elevator with Rado tucked underneath his still-working arm. The avian man winced in sympathy as he saw how two of the hero's limbs had been torn apart. The pain must be excruciating, but at least Enji wasn't bleeding out, as he had forcefully cauterized his own wounds with his hellfire. "Don't give me that look, Tokoyami Rado," Enji gruffly said just as he melted through the top of the elevator and through the building's roof. "You're the one with no more limbs left to speak of. I didn't know that you are capable of humor." Rado weakly chuckled. "Do not exert yourself any longer. I will bring us to a hospital." Enji looked toward a city in the distance. "And do not worry about me. You worry about yourself." "Heh. Good one, Endeavor." Together, they would escape through the skies as drones and flying Nomu continued to give battle. Whoever was still left operating Tartarus defenses must have recognized Endeavor, as the remaining drones and air defense systems did everything they could to protect him and whoever he was carrying away. Meanwhile, the newly liberated Tartarus prisoners freely ran over the causeway and into the mainland, running over the bodies of slain heroes, Nomu, robots, and guards. The same story would be repeated all over the nation. "Frieren, stop using the phone when we're eating together." Izuku reprimanded the elf as she began scrolling on her phone. "We're here to be together in fellowship," as Achiko would say, "not look at screens and know what's happening out there instead of in here, because otherwise what's the point?" "Wait, where is Fumicage going?" Izuku rushed out of the restaurant just to see Fumicage blasting off to the sky along with Dark Shadow. He was too far away now to even be heard, and he was going at top speed, so Izuku can't catch up to him with flight magic. That is when he checked his phone, for the first time in a few hours, and widened his eyes at the breaking news that had just been recommended to him. He ran back into the restaurant and collected his bag. "Sorry, everyone," Izuku bowed apologetically at Fryn and Stark, and then at Frieren, "but something just came up. I need to go." "What is it?" Frieren asked. "Villain prisons," Izuku let it out. "Nomu and villains just attacked all of them at the same time. Mass breakouts are happening right now." Fryn and Stark didn't know what a Nomu was yet, but Frieren did. She quickly understood what was going on, and she'll probably get those two up to speed soon enough. It's not like being told that they were to help Frieren slay some ancient demons wasn't overwhelming already, along with, well, everything else. "I see. Will you follow Fumicage?" "I'll try, but he's very fast in the air," Izuku shook his head. "If not, I'm going back to UA and to Heights Alliance." Izuku thought about Shoto most of all, because Endeavor was a regular visitor in Tartarus thanks to Dabi, and he did so at late at night. If a horde of villains and Nomu were attacking the place, then Endeavor is doubtlessly fighting them off. But even he could be overwhelmed. But also, Fumicage's dad was often in prisons like those because he interrogated villains for intelligence gathering. What if? No, let's not assume the worst, Izuku thought to himself. He took the phone out again and called Fumicage. No answer. He kept flying away. Izuku wouldn't just let him go, of course. He flew off with flight magic, heading straight for the small mana signature that was Fumicage. But the latter was faster, and without the loyal wingman drones, Izuku found it nearly impossible to catch up. So he called again. This time, Fumicage slowed down and stopped. Izuku caught up with him. About an hour later, Izuku and Fumicage stumbled back into Heights Alliance. Or, rather, Fumicage stumbled into the dorms, shaking and just barely holding what will surely be an overwhelming wave of emotional upheaval, while Izuku stuck by and kept him company. If he wasn't there, then Fumicage would have just fallen to the ground far away from here, languishing in grief. It has been a lot. When Izuku caught up with his friend in midair, Fumicage let out a tidal wave of words that could be summed up as, "All for One tortured my dad but Endeavor saved him." Izuku could scarcely believe that all those terrible things happened while he, Frieren, Fumicage, Fryn, Stark, and Eri had been having a nice night out. Fumicage was going to seriously fly halfway across the country to get to his father in the hospital. It was a difficult and lengthy process for Izuku to convince him to stay a while here in Mizurufu. They could go tomorrow together instead, along with Izuku's mother, who had been a longtime friend of the man. Fumicage wanted to go immediately. Izuku wouldn't let him go. They argued, and they nearly devolved to shouting, even, but eventually, Fumicage took a deep breath and agreed to postpone, if only because it was logical due to the place being too far away to fly to with his quirk, or Izuku's magic. Endeavor had been seriously injured too, losing an arm and a leg in the process of escaping All for One's grip and bringing Rado with him to safety. He only survived because his flame quirk cauterized his wounds and prevented him from losing every pint of blood in his body. Izuku could only imagine that Shoto would have something to say about that once he hears of it, if he hadn't already. The dual-colored hair teen clearly still had mixed feelings about his father, but as far as Izuku knew, Endeavor had been making amends for all the terrible things he did. Granted, it would never completely wash away the stain of the past, but at least he was trying his best. Either way, neither Endeavor, nor Uncle Rado, yes, that sounded just right, deserved to have their limbs removed by All for One. One was a pro-hero that had done great services to society, never mind that he has a severely checkered past that, if revealed to the public, would prove to be utterly ruinous. It is only a wonder why Dabi didn't out himself as Tuya Todoroki much earlier, but one could suppose that he was waiting for something, but Frieren beat him and the rest of the league to a pulp, so whatever he was waiting for never materialized. Or he never got to capitalize on it, whatever it was. As they entered through the dorm, about half of the class was in the common area, deep in discussion in their own little cliques, groups, and squads. Tenya and Ochako were speaking in hushed voices, while Bakugo's hands were shaking as he silently sat on the couch. Kirishima was looking at him with concern all over his face, given that it was Bakugo that came upon Ragdoll when All for One was stealing her quirk. He was probably blaming himself for not being fast enough to get there before Ragdoll lost search to the villain. Or that he didn't engage and kill the BSTRD, but given All for One's vast arsenal of power, it would have just led to Bakugo dying. Yaoyorozu, Mina, and Hagakure were talking amongst themselves too, likely discussing the recent news as well. Shoto was markedly absent, likely in his room. For once, there was no rock music coming out of Jiro's room, nor was there any from Denki's. It's likely that they were talking, too, about the recent downturn of events. Ochako ran to them first. Izuku Fumi, there you are. Izuku didn't like how absolutely everyone was looking at them now, but that's just what happens when you come in late at night. You've heard what happened, right? We did, Izuku said, casting a glance at the downtrodden Fumicage beside him. Normally, the bird-headed teen would have his arms wide open for Ochako to hug him, but now, they were closed and kept close. He was barely able to even lift his head. Did something happen? Ochako asked, referring to Rado. She had been introduced to him some time ago, and he decided that he liked her. Izuku will tell you all, Fumicage replied. His voice cracked. I need some time by myself, Fumicage quietly continued as he began walking toward his room. He did, however, give Ochako's hands a tight squeeze before proceeding up the stairs. No one thought to stop or interrupt him. What happened, exactly? Ochako asked. Tenya was now there, no doubt thinking of the same question. You know how his father works as an interrogator for the commission to gather intelligence from captured villains? Izuku began. Ochako's face became downcast at the realization, while Tenya's expression hardened into one of growing concern. He was injured. Badly. How bad? Ochako asked. Lost all 4 limbs. Ochako put her hands around her mouth as he gasped in horror. Tenya's horror was less pronounced, but it was still there. Endeavor was there, though, but he was also injured severely. Izuku glanced towards Shoto's room, which had the lights on, but the door was closed. He lost an arm and a leg in the process. Both of them will survive, thankfully. So 2 of our classmates had their fathers brutally maimed tonight. Tenya looked down at the floor. Please convey my sympathies to them. Todoroki has refused to come out of his room for the last hour, and we have been wondering why. He wouldn't let us in either, as he locked the door with ice. Now we know. Izuku could only imagine that Tenya was perhaps in the best position to empathize. After all, his deal was worse. Ida Tensei wasn't just maimed, Stain outright murdered him. Tenya seems to have gotten over it, for the lack of a better term, but Izuku had always suspected that he was hiding it, at least for the first few months. But it has been nearly 2 years at this point, and Tenya had gotten to his duties as class rep pretty well after the short lull he experienced with Tensei's murder. He has been as uptight and upbeat as he was before Tensei died. Still, no one ever truly moves on. His own mother had proved that to him. She missed Hisashi very much. As for Ochako, she was Fumicage's girlfriend, and of course, she had already gone up the stairs and was knocking on Fumicage's door. He let her in. By this point, she was probably already wrapping him in a comforting hug, as she would often do when he felt terrible. And he certainly felt terrible, and more. I will, Tenya, Izuku replied. DMN it all to hell, Izuku thought. He thought that the last tragedies that would befall his friends and classmates would only be of last year. There was Dabi being revealed as Tuya Todoroki all along. Then there's Fumicage's dead older brother, Kawami, being part of the Nomu that lay underneath Kurogiri's mist. Plus Ida Tensei being murdered by Stain before that. If more villains are going to pull garbage like this, then perhaps it's high time that they all receive the same treatment as Fleck Turn. He looked down at his phone. Rody had sent a message, asking if he, Fumicage, and Denki were okay with all the prison riots happening. Given the difference of the time zones between Japan and Atheon, it was probably midday over there. Perfect time to catch breaking news, especially one of such great magnitude. Izuku began to type out a message. "We're fine," Izuku said out loud as he finished the text. He hovered his hand over send. Except, they were not really fine. Fumicage was one step away from a breakdown after hearing about his father's painful torture in the hands of All for One, though Ochako was probably helping him not go there right now. Izuku, it really hurt him to see a friend like this. And Denki? Actually, he's pretty much fine, so there was 1/3 of truth in the message that Izuku had typed out. Izuku Midoriya, no, we're not fine, Rody. Fumicage's dad got hurt really bad, so it's not good right now. But, thanks for the concern. Rody Soul, dang, that sounds rough. I hope he gets better, both of them, really. Tell him that I'm rooting for you guys, okay? Izuku Midoriya, of course, Rody. It's really nice of you to keep worrying about us, by the way. Rody Soul, it's the least I can do, man. We did save the world together, didn't we? On the following day, Untenmaru, Endeavor's personal driver, pulled up in front of Heights Alliance in a van rather than the fancy black car. It was figured that since Enji Todoroki and Tokoyami Rado were in the same hospital, Untenmaru will just bring everyone that will visit there. So, that was the entire Todoroki family, except for Tuya, of course, the Midoriyas, and Fumicage, and Ochako. Rado is, after all, her future in-law. Tokoyami Kagaya, Fumicage's mother and Rado's wife, would be going there on a different route, as she still lived in the Tokoyami house in Hokkaido. It wouldn't be a long drive to the city of Kurusan, where Enji and Rado had been hospitalized. Instead, Untenmaru brought them to a bullet train station, which would get them all the way there in less than an hour. Overall, it was a quiet ride. It was mostly Rei, Fuyumi, and Inko making conversation, but even they would often quiet down as they ran out of things to say. Shoto was quiet, and so was Natsuo. Fumicage was clearly exhausted, he must have been unable to sleep from all the worrying. So exhausted, in fact, that his eyes were drooping. He kept fighting it until Ochako told him to just lean on her and drift to sleep to make up for lost hours. Izuku would then wake him up once they actually arrived in Kurusan. Somehow, that convinced him, but he did more than lean on Ochako. Because the train wasn't particularly full, Fumicage had more than ample legroom, and so he got up the train seats and laid his tired head on Ochako's lap before drifting off to sleep. Sure enough, they arrived at the Kurusan hospital and, after a little bit of asking for directions, they were directed to the rooms. The Todorokis went to Endeavor's, of course, while Izuku, Fumicage, and Inko went to Rado's. As they entered the hospital room, they saw Kagaya already there, sitting beside her husband's hospital bed. Of that, there was no surprise, she had already been on the way here since last night, and Rado was her husband, so she'd naturally be here. Wushu, the sentient dragon Quirk that usually curled up on her hair, was instead lying on Rado's side, his little head leaning against the man's body. "They're here, honey," Kagaya whispered to Rado. "They're here." Rado croaked. "Good. Maybe they brought some good food. I'm sick of the nutrient paste this hospital keeps force-feeding me like a chicken on a farm. It tastes like I'm slurping up sewer water. How can anyone stomach this CRP? You know it's so that you recover faster, baby." Kagaya put a hand on her husband's feathered head. "You'd think they'd have the common decency to put a strawberry flavor on the DMN thing," Rado continued, as if he wasn't currently missing all of his limbs at the moment. His tone immediately softened, however, when Fumicage came up beside the bed, his eyes beginning to gush. "Hi, little magpie. I'm sorry that you have to see me like this. And I'd like to pat you on the head, but as you can see, I don't have hands. Well, they'll get me new ones sooner or later. Father." Fumicage buried his face against his father while his mother soothingly patted his back. Dark Shadow was out too, weeping at the sight of a limbless Rado. I? You don't need to say anything," Rado said with a sigh. "Your mother and I talked. I'm retiring after this. And with that, we'll be living closer to you, I suppose." He then set his eyes on Izuku and Inko. He remembered the namufied Hisashi, his unnatural blue, scaly skin stinking of hot coals and industrial chemicals. He could still smell the copper-laced flame that nearly turned him to ash if not for Endeavor's intervention. That scent was quite familiar, it was the kind that left an impression. And he knew only one person who would smell of burnt copper after using his quirk. Now, it fell to him to reveal an unfortunate truth. It was bad enough that his son and his quirk, who may as well be his son too, were so distressed. But he feared that if he kept quiet about Hisashi's fate any longer, then it would just explode on his face sometime later. That, and Inko was a friend. She deserved the truth. Izuku was his son's friend, the first real one, in fact, and so he too deserved the truth, no matter how unsavory or painful it might be. Ochako Uraraka wasn't related to any of the revelations that could burst out in this room at this moment, but DMN'd, she's his son's girlfriend, so she might as well know about everything, too. Izuku-kun, Inko, Rado called out to the green-haired family. There's something I need to tell you too. Kagaya and Endeavor already know this, so this'll be a revelation to you too, Fumicage. He turned to his son, who by now had taken to sitting down on a chair beside him. What is it? Inko asked. Izuku quietly stood beside his mother. Ochako was standing a little further back, watching and listening to everything unfold. Back in Tartarus, All for One attacked me and Endeavor, Rado began. However, he wasn't alone. He was riding on a Nomu. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What does some Nomo have to do with him? That Nomo breathed out green fire. Inko's eyes became as wide as dinner plates. No, you don't mean. All for One killed Hisashi and turned him into a Nomu. Rado dropped the truth like a megaton nuke going off in that room. Inko took steps back, nearly falling to the floor if not for Ochako rushing beside her to stop her from making contact with the floor. Izuku was too stunned even to speak. Fumicage was shocked as well, but he was less dumbfounded. It made sense, his mind was too busy worrying about his limbless father too, so there wasn't a lot more room to worry about Hisashi being a Nomu. But, he died fighting a warlord in Mongolia? He went with a UN peacekeeping mission. Inko managed. Rado shook his head. I'm sorry. I never told you this, but the cover story the military made up for his death is all bull. He died fighting All for One in a joint operation between the JSDF and the heroes. I was part of that fight. It was one of several attempts to kill All for One. Silence. Rado wondered if Inko or Izuku would be angry at him for hiding that truth. Instead, however, they directed all of their rage at All for One. While Inko was speechless, staring at the marble floors with Ochako sitting beside her, Izuku was shaking. That? FINGCNT, Izuku swore for the first time in what felt like forever. Neither his mother nor Ochako made a move to tell him off for it. He had all the right to be absolutely, completely furious. All for One would be the reason he never met his father, the reason Fumicage didn't have a brother, and the reason All Might was so severely injured. Perhaps if he traced everything far enough then everything wrong in his life could be blamed on All for One. I'm going to FING kill him. I'm going to shove so many spells up his butt that he explodes into a million pieces. That makes two of us, Fumicage muttered. No one even commented on how such words could be perceived as unheroic. It just made sense. Shoto. Rei. Fuyumi. Natsuo? Enji croaked as his family gathered around his hospital bed. Even Natsuo, the son that refused to ever speak to him after he graduated and found a job, was here. Rei, who had divorced him in what felt like an eternity ago, was here as well. We are here, father. Shoto looked down at Enji. You didn't encounter Tuya, didn't you? No. Enji shook his head. I did not. Now that he is out of prison, we need to take him down, Shoto continued. The two of us, together, father. Let's make sure our crazy brother doesn't kill anyone else. Yes. Shoto. Enji let out a coughing fit. Fuyumi looked on with sympathy but otherwise didn't do anything. I am responsible for creating Dabi. I will also be the one to end it. Thank you Shoto, for offering aid. Villain or not, he's still my brother, Shoto sighed. And thus, my responsibility, too. In summation, last night has been a complete disaster, and this morning, we're already feeling the effects. Sir Night-Eye finished off his presentation on the various prison breaks that struck all over Japan just the night before. Before him were top heroes, along with a JSDF general and the American ambassador to Japan. Some of the attendees, both in person and in hologram, included All Might himself, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Gang Orca, Thundercracker, and Yoroi Musha. Endeavor was not present, as he had been grievously injured by All for One of all people last night. With all the villains flooding back into society all at once, towns closest to the prisons had been attacked and ransacked, though the villains at least did not try committing massacres, instead they stole and wrecked things. People dying was an afterthought for most villains, but villains like Muscular were also rampantly committing mass murders. The big cities like Mizutofu, Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, and Fukuoka were still mostly business as usual, as the Paranormal Liberation Front, as the villainous forces called themselves during their attacks on the prisons, seemed to be hitting softer targets first. Cities near the prisons were also experiencing rising crime rates at around 10 times the normal average, but they weren't actually being destroyed or ransacked to the point of total anarchy, unlike some places. At this rate, though, that might happen soon. The Paranormal Liberation Front. Sir Night-Eye was disgusted that they included liberation in their name. More like the Paranormal Anarchy and Complete Idiots Front, Sir Night-Eye thought. They were clearly a merger of the Meta-Liberation Army and All for One's Shadow Empire, brought together by a common longing to see the current superhuman society toppled. It was a mix of criminals just wanting to enrich themselves at the expense of others, of everyone else. And genuine try-hard revolutionaries that would destroy all of civilization just to see their dreams fulfilled. Frankly, there are not enough heroes to contain them everywhere. The heroes have suffered grievous losses at the hands of Hummerais just barely a week ago. The cultists' forces were formidable, and some heroes are still injured and unable to fight. Others were dead. Be as it may, President Orion Pax has ordered the Pacific Fleet and accompanying heroes stationed in Hawaii to prepare to move toward Japan, the American ambassador helpfully added. We will only directly engage the PLF with Japan's permission, of course. As of now, we are prepared to aid in forming safe zones alongside the JSDF. Even a horde of villains will think twice before attacking a place protected by the American Navy. Unfortunately, as we are busy with issues at home, the number of ships we have en route is limited. We can perhaps keep Tokyo as well as the Shizuoka prefecture protected, but everywhere else won't be covered. There is also another issue. The JSDF general glanced at the American ambassador. The Salem 7. Or rather, the Salem 5. Those who remain are the walking calamities. If they unleash their power here in Japan. When we terminated Yaltahim the Devourer, we had to use a nuclear device, no, 6 of them, just to make sure that the DMNBSTRD was actually dead, the American ambassador replied. But one of your heroes, one named Frieren, defeated a member of the 7 in single combat. Granted, Bluthen was one of the weaker members, but to kill someone who can rip the fluids out of your body with a thought is quite the feat, and yet, despite her apparent strength and importance, I do not see her here. We actually invited her, All Might spoke. She is simply late. Yoroi Musha grumbled at the sound of that. Late? To a crucial meeting like this? Who does she think she is? Let's not judge her character based on that, Fatgum cautioned. But seriously, though, where is she at right now? That was when the doors to the meeting chamber opened. Every eye in the room gazed upon Frieren as she strode inside, staff in hand. Fryn and Stark were also beside her. All Might let out a smile, while Sir Night-Eye just glared. It was hard to tell what he was really thinking since he usually glared at everyone and everything. Best Jeanist seemed to be judging her hairstyle, and deemed it satisfactory, while Hawks looked at her with a casual gaze, like he usually does. Ryukyu looked a little afraid of Frieren. Well, I'm here now with my sidekicks, Frieren began, taking in the looks of the heroes around her at her audacious entrance. Where do we begin? The war against the Paranormal Liberation Front spread like wildfire. Over the following week, more and more cities and towns, primarily in the south, north, and west of Japan, came under assault from the Paranormal Liberation Front, who, thanks to Johnny the Warp Nomu, were able to attack any place they chose without worrying about travel time and logistics. Local government simply ceased to exist as the villainous legions killed mayors, governors, and other such elected officials. The pro-heroes in these occupied zones were either forced to flee, went into hiding and fought from the shadows, or were killed in battles against villains that saw them outnumbered 5 to the civilian populace of those places would become subjected to villainy. Some in the mass media had dubbed the Paranormal Liberation Front's control over these areas akin to a brutal military occupation. The villains' hold over these places was seen to be equal to what happened 200 years ago when China invaded and occupied part of Japan using both Quirk soldiers and the Yao Guai monstrosities, the precursors to the Nomu. Establishments and businesses were ransacked en masse, homes were invaded for the hell of it, and infrastructure was destroyed. So many places ceased to function, and the threat of the Paranormal Liberation Front was deemed existential to the point that the Prime Minister had declared martial law, and ordered the JSDF to help establish safe zones in whatever cities and towns still had functional law enforcement apparatuses. Of course, the heroes are holding on well enough, if only because they were concentrating their efforts along a smaller front around Tokyo, Shizuoka, and Fukuoka. The villains relentlessly attacked, but these prefectures were urban strongholds. The tide of battle turned whenever All Might and other top heroes arrived, but there were only so many top heroes to cover so many places at once. And the villains were hard to actually catch. The moment they start losing, they flee into portals, disappearing from the fight and leaving destruction in their wake. All Might's time limit, while it had yet to run out, had slowly burnt out over the last few years, and it had only accelerated as the last embers of One for All within him withered away. He could be All Might for only 30 minutes a day now. It could be worse, though. Lemillion had fully recovered, and was hard at work defeating villains left and right. With all of this said, the villains and Nomu were like a hydra. Capture one, and two more will take their place. The heroes had always been outnumbered, true, but before the Paranormal Liberation Front rudely barged into the scene by assaulting every prison in the country and breaking out their inmates, villains were just that, villains. The Meta Liberation Army was the largest group, but they were content to disguise themselves as political advocacies and corporate overlords. Other groups like the Order of the Beast, who had advocated against heteromorph discrimination for years to little avail, and the shattered remains of the Shai Hasaikai would all be absorbed into the gigantic, cancerous beast that was the Paranormal Liberation Front. The only villain groups that weren't absorbed by the PLF were the Creature Rejection Clan and the last remnants of the Humorize branch in Japan. But those organizations had goals and values that differed so radically that they might as well be enemies of the PLF, too. All for One certainly didn't want anyone who wanted the complete annihilation of Quirks in his ranks, nor did he have any need of the CRC. They were weak and small, offering nothing of value to his goals. Besides, the Order of the Beast were of more use. Together, the heroes, the police force, and the JSDF held on as well as they could against repeated villain attacks. And each time the villains struck, civilian casualties climbed. The trust and certainty that the population had toward the hero society began to crumble bit by bit as they questioned if the heroes truly could protect them when, already, entire regions had fallen under the control of villainous forces. Maybe it would be easier to just bow down to the new order of Japan. The members of the League of Villains had, strangely enough, not all resurfaced. Shigaraki Tamura had not been seen since the Tartarus breakout. Twice and Mr. Compress were not seen again, either. It was really only Himiko Toga and Dabi that had reappeared, and they did so with vicious glee. Kurojairi was still in a secret, solitary prison, picked and prodded by I-Island scientists. He was out of reach of anyone. At least, he is supposed to be. Other villains would crawl out of the woodwork. The hero killer, Stain, was one of them. He continued his crusade against the corruption of hero society, or so he would say. The JSDF decided that, if they ever saw him, they'll shoot to kill. The promised reinforcements from the reunited states were slated to arrive in about 3 weeks, but until then, Japan only had itself to rely on. The American fleet was apparently making constant detours in the Pacific so that it would be hard to track them down. Meanwhile, the other countries around Japan were too busy managing their own affairs and trying to keep watch on their equivalents of the Meta Liberation Army and other large villain groups to lend any assistance. Overall, the situation was not good. Between the losses sustained against Humorize, the waves of attacks from the Paranormal Liberation Front, as well as desertions from those who only became heroes for the fame and money and didn't wish to have to fight in what was essentially a Japanese civil war, there just weren't enough heroes anymore. As a result, some hero students were being slated to fight, too. The hero schools objected, of course, but the government was desperate to hold the tide that All for One had unleashed. Not all was lost, however. Some groups of heroes were remarkably successful, repelling villain attacks with no losses to themselves, or even striking deep into the PLF's occupied territory to bring the fight to the enemy. One such group was known as the Party, who annihilated every villain they encountered so fast that people often didn't even know that they were there. Little was known about them, other than they were led by Frieren, an unranked hero who famously took down Bluthen the Gordrinker and refused every single attempt for an interview ever since. Rumors abounded about how she had 2 sidekicks with her. One was a purple-haired girl with a powerful energy beam quirk that she used like a soldier would a machine gun, and a red-haired boy with an enormous axe and strength comparable to a top hero like Gang Orca or Shishido. No one could determine why the redhead was allowed to use an axe, but it was concluded in many circles that the heroes were starting to pull off the gloves in combating the Paranormal Liberation Front, perhaps at the urging of the JSDF and the Americans. An axe was an odd choice, though. As far as anyone knew, he hadn't even killed any of the villains with it yet, except for Nomus. There was now a rising number of decapitated Nomus in the party's path by this point. These guys are pushovers. Stark kicked an unconscious villain aside from the ruined sidewalk that he, Fryn, and Frieren had walked into as part of their duties, though Frieren somehow kept finding junk she found interesting. mostly in souvenir stores, whichever ones were still open for business in a semi-anarchic town. Fryn would take on the thankless task of actually tying the villain up. Apparently Stark can't tie a knot even if his life depended on it. Of all the things Aizen didn't get to teach him. Because Frieren was just so dangerously powerful, as was witnessed during her licensure exam with Shockwave and Shining Finger, the heroes just decided to let her do whatever, which came in the form of beating up every villain that she and her party came across in Jakku City, which was one of the first places to become an anarchic landscape. Most of them were petty thieves and criminals trying to take advantage of the chaos by, well, taking advantage of the civilian population. It was basically a quest, a very big quest. They had, in fact, just saved one such store from such a thievery incident. While Stark could be scared of demons and dragons, some villains with relatively weak quirks were not really something he'd be scared of, so he rushed ahead and hit each of them with the butt of his axe. The criminals fell down foaming at the mouth while Fryn and Frieren casually strode forward. "Thank you, my dear boy," the store owner, a kindly-looking grandmother said as Stark looked around the collapsed villains and took in their appearances, their mutations especially. "You're heroes, aren't you?" Yes, we are," Stark nodded as he hefted the axe to his back. The grandmother didn't seem to care about the gigantic axe, though other onlookers were rather concerned, but didn't say anything. The kids were looking on from both the street and nearby building with awe, as expected. The day would come when they would emulate Stark by hefting axes of their own, though Stark personally wouldn't recommend it. After all, axes are heavy. "Fryn, Miss Frieren, where to next?" Stark's expression turned to one of tiredness as he saw Frieren looking at the glass box that contained some things that looked like artifacts. Fryn could see that they were all just, well, junk, though you could still use magic on them like how golem spells just need some rocks to work. Frieren inspected the wares with curious eyes. Amulets that supposedly protect against bad luck. Voodoo dolls that you can prick with a needle while imagining that the doll is your mortal enemy. Dreamcatchers. How much is this? Frieren pointed at a lucky charm. "I'd give it to you for free for helping Dash." "Oh, but I insist," Frieren cut her off. "I am sure that you are in need of it." "You are so kind." "Very well. It's 1,000 yen, Frieren pulled out that amount from a wallet. She no longer used a purse as she once did for silver and gold coins, and handed it to the store owner. Fryn and Stark just looked around, knowing that this was just a regular occurrence for Frieren. They may have come to a strange new world, where the sights and smells were so different. They might have been pulled here against their will, to a world where almost everyone had powers and this country had rapidly descended into what might as well be a civil war, but Frieren will always find ways to get more junk into her collection. In the end of the day, Frieren is a mage for an era of peace, and she always sought for things that were peaceful and reminded her of peace. Fryn gave Stark a knowing look. Stark immediately understood, they'd be here a while. "So, Mstrs Frieren," Fryn began, opening up a modified version of the dungeon map spell that instead mapped out Jakku City along with their route. "We're about halfway done with today's quest, so maybe we should keep moving?" "Just one moment, Fryn," Frieren tried the amulet on. "Maybe I can put a protection spell on this, Fryn?" Mstrs Frieren, we're not exploring a dungeon. We're in. I'm not even sure what this is. Law and order just don't exist here anymore, Stark whispered to Fryn. "I heard they call it anarchy." Fryn let out a sigh. "Mstrs Frieren, please, let's go already. We have a long way to go with this quest." "Fine," Frieren walked off with Fryn and Stark, an amulet now around her neck. "But this is very pretty, though." "I can see that, Mstrs Frieren." Fryn noticed a man trying to sneak up on a woman, his hands itching for her purse. In less than a second, she summoned her staff and blasted that man with a low-powered Zoltraak, slamming him against the wall of a nearby house. One more villain down, she supposed. For the first time, aside from that time in Atheon, Izuku and Fumicage weren't being accompanied by a mentor while on the field. There was too much ground to cover, too many places to protect. Hawks had to go back to Fukuoka to help keep it from suffering the same fate as Jakku and other cities and towns that had been either ravaged and left to rot by the Paranormal Liberation Front, or outright occupied by it as if they were a whole other government. When the hero students were sent out as part of the effort to contain the PLF, they were mandated to go in pairs. Izuku and Fumikage, for their part, conducted their operations from the sky, the former standing on top of a drone squadron, and the latter was held aloft by Dark Shadow. Ochako and Tenya were somewhere nearby, both of them flying, too. Still, the recent events in Atheon had proven one thing: Izuku and Fumikage, as well as Denki, though he wasn't here with them, were more than capable of operating alone. They even managed to defeat Fleck Turn by themselves, and he was one of the most powerful villains in existence. They can do that, and save the world from complete destruction at the same time. This time, however, it wasn't just heroic fervor that fueled them. There was one other thing. Revenge. Righteous, furious, and just vengeance, one that would legions be destroyed to see its completion. All for One had gone far beyond the point of even needing a trial. His horrific crimes were both obvious for all to see, and he gleefully admits to them all as well. Izuku was fully prepared to use the original form of Zoltraak against All for One. That bstrd killed his father and turned him into a flesh golem like he were a bunch of grapes for a wine press, tortured his friends' fathers, and did disgusting things as though he were checking off a list. Sincerely, truly, and eternally, may he burn in hell. We just got a ping through HeroNet. Izuku looked down at his phone after he felt it vibrate in his jacket's pocket. He was wearing the same kind of stealth costume that he and the other members of the Atheon task force used back when they airdropped on top of the Hummerize HQ in Kessel City. Fumicage had his black cloak and everything else still. Villain sighting? Tartarus escapee. An annoyed sigh escaped his lips. It's muscular. Let us proceed to the location before he starts killing for fun, then, Fumicage replied. I will go down on the ground. You stay above. I will keep him in place so that you shoot him. Alright, Fumi, let's go. Within about a minute, Fumicage and Dark Shadow landed in front of Muscular. The villain had been stalking around the deserted streets, looking for people to crush with his bare fists for fun when he spotted the same hero student that he fought back in Island. Oh, it's you again, little chicken. Muscular laughed. Muscle fibers began snapping off and reforming around his body, coating him in his quirk-based armor. You want a rematch, huh? I'll give you a rematch. You're going to pay for sending me to Tartarus for 2 years, you stupid little bird. I would indulge your fantasies and destroy you all over again, except that I don't really care about your existence, Fumicage growled. Izuku, do your thing. You little dash. That was when a beam of purple lightning struck Muscular from the sky, sending him sprawling and convulsing on the ground. Ah, I overdid it, didn't I? Izuku asked as he watched how the magic electricity coursed all over Muscular's body while the muscle fibers of his quirk melted back into his skin. Well, better safe than sorry. Let's haul him into the police. No, let's give him to the JSDF instead, Fumicage replied. That way, I hope they strap him to a missile and shoot him into space. Izuku couldn't argue against that, if only because he too was feeling less and less capable of showing any sort of even-handedness or even sympathy to killers like Muscular. If Twice or Mr. Compress were to show up, sure, they hadn't killed anyone at this point. Twice was a thief, and Mr. Compress was a fabulous thief, but Muscular? Screw that guy. He kills for fun. All for one? He needs to die. Now that's a good idea. Izuku looked down at his phone again as it vibrated. Another villain sighting somewhere close by. Fumicage would be the one to read the ping out loud. Another Tartarus escapee. He paused as he saw the name of the villain in question, as had been reported by either a drone, a concerned citizen, or a hero on patrol. It could be any of those. Stain. Tenya and Ochako are far closer there, they can deal with him. Izuku had just wrapped the unconscious Muscular with magical chains when he realized and remembered. Stain murdered Tenya's brother 2 years ago by now. What is Tenya going to do with Stain now that he's been found and pinged through the HeroNet? A few seconds later, they heard an engine roaring in the distance. Tenya-kun, let's rest here and have lunch for a bit. Ochako invited Tenya to a nearby rooftop. A quadcopter drone that had been accompanying them carried their bento boxes followed them down. We've apprehended quite a few today, haven't we? We're mostly just catching the small-time criminals causing chaos in the aftermath of the PLF's invasions. Tenya shook his head. The true villains are the ones being faced by the pro-heroes and the military. We're just cleaning up the little ones they leave behind in their wake. We're just students, so that's the way it should be, Ochako replied. That's absolutely right, the biker ganger in Ochako's head said in agreement. Right, she was still getting used to having someone else in her mind. Y'all haven't even graduated yet. Ochako could answer Banjo right now, but then she'd confuse Tenya into thinking she's talking to herself. Speaking of which, he hadn't answered, instead continuing to dig into his prepared lunch. Tenya-kun. Can I ask something? Yes? Tenya looked back at her. It was sad, seeing him not being uptight and upbeat. It's what she liked the most about him. He has been, a little different, after news of all of Tartarus inmates being freed buzzed about. It had gotten more and more noticeable as the past week had gone by. It's like, right after the sports festival, when Tensei Ida died. Are you okay? Ochako asked. I mean, you're not yourself. Our country falling into a state of emergency in just a week notwithstanding. I feel it's like that time after the sports festival. When you know. I'm okay, Ochako, Tenya replied. I am simply stressed by these events. Tenya looked down at his phone as it vibrated. He read the ping. Stain sighted. 1,000 different thoughts flooded into Tenya's mind at that moment. Someone saw Stain? The villain that killed his brother, all because he didn't fit whatever insane standards that crazed savage had in his head? That Stain? Tenya-kun, let's go. Toj. Ochako would immediately see Tenya jumping off the rooftop and activating the retractable wings that were now part of his costume. The engines of his legs, which now had extra nozzles that could change directions, blasted off with hot fire and smoke, sending Tenya flying like a fighter craft. Ha! I can't believe he went off by himself like that. Ochako exclaimed as Tenya blasted off with the roar of a jet engine. She then looked down at her own phone and realized that Tenya was probably out for blood. You do know that Stain's the one that killed his brother, right? Banjo said as Ochako stared at her phone screen. I understand perfectly. After all, if I had the opportunity to get revenge for someone that I love, you can bet that I'll go right for it. Okay, then, Ochako took in a deep breath. I'll message Fumi and Izuku, they're going to be much faster than me. You're not going to use my quirk yet? You could slingshot with it. Not now, I've had it for a week. I need to practice it first. Whatever you say, sweetie. Banjo, Ochako's voice suddenly darkened as she floated up with her quirk and activated her jetpack to try to chase after Tenya. Only he can call me that. Oops. Sorry. Meanwhile, Tenya activated the HUD of his helmet, overlaying the last known location of Stain over the terrain and rubble. There were still some people living in this place, but not much. It was an active war zone. Most of the population had already fled to evacuation sites and camps away from the city. JSDF forces kept those places relatively safe. At the moment, however, Tenya didn't think of that. He saw Stain, and only Stain, as the villainous murderer that ended his brother's life soon came within sight. He was there, standing on a ledge, leering about as if looking for another hero murder. He had prepared for this exact scenario for a long time. For one, he had May, bless her heart, remodel his costume, replacing the gaps on the joints and shoulders that might be penetrated by blades with chainmail-esque material that would be impossible for a katana or knife to get through. And, during his work study with Thundercracker and the other Seekers, he had only become faster and faster, learned under their tutelage the ways of dishonorable combat. And so Stain would find himself in the chokehold of a Tenya that had been flying at the same speed of a fighter jet, pinned and smashed against a wall. Ingenium? Stain managed, though he quickly realized that this isn't Ingenium, but his little brother. He could feel the hatred emanating from beneath that cold, metal mask. He looked around, wondering just how Tenya found him. Were there drones scanning the area? He had gotten a little rusty after being in prison for 2 years. Stain, Tenya practically spat out the villain's name. The ruined building now stank of fire, smoke, and ozone as dirty exhaust from Tenya's engines filled the room, turning it into carbon monoxide hell. My name is Ida Tenya. You killed my brother. Prepare to die. My name is Ida Tenya. You killed my brother. Prepare to die. Stain choked, but he wasn't out yet. He had trained for far longer than this child. He was more skilled in combat, and by the true hero code, he will surely cleanse this fake hero from the world, too. Never mind that he was a child, he had decided to attack Stain on his own accord. If he insisted on interfering with Stain's great work when it had barely restarted, then the hero killer would gladly welcome his efforts. Such bloodlust. Is this what they teach you hero students these days? Stain hit Tenya's helmet with a vicious punch, knocking the armored hero student away from him. With Tenya sent skidding a few meters away from him, Stain felt at his throat. Tenya's metal gauntlets, which had wrapped around his windpipe, had left deep indentations on the hero killer's skin. He pulled out his sword from his sheath, noting the differences between Ingenium and his little brother. First of all, Ida Tenya's hero costume was more sophisticated than his older brother's. A pair of retractable wings were placed on his back, which was presumably how he was able to fly. Extra mufflers were set on his costume's back, as well as near his wrists and the sides of his legs. His quirk's actual engines were placed just above his ankles. Stain assumed that the first 2 sets of mufflers were for releasing both jet propulsion and engine exhaust to aid in combat, a rather far cry from the straightforward combat style that Ingenium favored. The third set, the ones on the sides of his legs, were what propelled him forward when in flight. Second, the room was filled with sweet-smelling exhaust mixed in with carbon monoxide smoke, which was obviously Ida Tenya's doing as toxic fumes wafted out of the mufflers on his back. If not for his rigorous training, then the hero killer would be choking right now. Ingenium's engine exhaust wasn't this dirty. It had a pleasant, sweet scent, in fact, at least before Ingenium died. Did Ida Tenya add something to his diet that would make his engines belch out noxious fire and smoke as well? Quite possible, considering that the fake hero was definitely gunning to kill him based on his body language and tone of voice. I have thought about what I'll say to you, Stain. Tenya stepped forward. More smoke belched out of the mufflers on his back and arms, filling the room with sweet-smelling jet exhaust and foul carbon monoxide fumes all at once. The scent was sickening and intoxicating, the latter applied in both meanings of the word. Tenya, however, was protected from his own engine exhaust, as his helmet included a gas filter, while Stain resisted the urge to cough. "Oh, do you have a speech rehearsed?" Stain tauntingly said as they circled each other. Stain pulled his scarf over his nose as the smoke got worse and worse. It was the middle of the summer, and there were barely any winds that could get the exhaust out of the room they were in. Some of it was wafting out of the window that Tenya crashed through to attack Stain, but other than that, it was mostly trapped here. Stain knew that he needed to get out of this building before Ida Tenya killed him through carbon monoxide poisoning. "I don't have a speech ready," Tenya got into a practiced battle stance, "but I'll tell you this. You will die the same way my brother did, in pain." Tenya's wings unfolded and he blasted forward with a deafening roar from his engines. Stain dodged the incoming attack and tried to slash him with his katana, but Tenya's costume was also metallic like the hull of the fighter jets that he emulated, and the blade bounced off with a resounding clang. A muffle would then blast right at Stain's face. He closed his eyes just in time to feel and smell noxious exhaust, like he had placed his face in front of a running car's smoke pipe. Stain threw out an arm and caught the fake wannabe hero by his arm, just to be kicked away as Tenya's armored leg struck him on the side. Hero killer and hero student were then separated as Stain skidded to a halt. Stain opened his eyes again, trying to look for weak spots to stab. But Ida Tenya had covered the joints with something that looked like chainmail, a perfect counter to sharp, pointed weapons. TSK. He'll just have to rip that helmet off, then. Stain would then duck as Tenya kicked a piece of debris at him, which smashed through a wall behind him. Seeing the opening, Stain turned tail and jumped off the second floor of the building, landing on top of a burnt-out car. He could already hear the roaring of jet engines as he fled down the street. "Don't you dare run from me, you coward!" Tenya raged at Stain as he blasted off to the sky and hovered, looking over the abandoned street in search of Stain. His gray and blue costume stood in stark contrast to the ruined landscape all around them. He saw some civilians peeking out of some houses, but at this point, he was too consumed to give them any heed. He will kill Stain today. He will avenge his brother and bring justice to the Ida family. He will end Stain's serial murder of heroes simply because they didn't fit his insane standards. You made yourself judge, jury, and executioner at the expense of many heroes, all because you think you know better than anyone else. Now let me return the favor, you noseless freak. A blood vessel in Stain's head twitched at that last insult as he hid behind a broken wall that used to separate a house from the street. Noseless, freak. I should have let May put missiles on my costume, Tenya thought at the meantime as he landed on a nearby rooftop, looking for Stain's stinky form roving the streets or buildings. Come out, Stain. Or are you not man enough to face me? I am, after all, just a child. Are you scared of a child, hero killer? A dagger came flying toward Tenya, which he dodged as he saw it coming. Come down there, then, Stain called out as he stepped into the open street. Or are you not man enough to fight me on the ground? Tenya blasted off toward him, this time rapidly spinning to form a small whirlwind pointed toward where Stain was standing in an attempt to get him off balance. Stain readied himself and stood his ground. Ow, Stark complained as a rather bulbous green mosquito bit him on the hand. He slapped the creature with such force that it splattered. Bits and pieces of the insect flew off in all directions, though luckily none would land on Fryn and Frieren, who were walking slightly behind him. He looked at the hand that he smacked it with and let out an annoyed sigh before cleaning the insect's remains off his hand with his jacket. I hate those things. They've been biting me all day long. They're called mosquitoes, Stark, Frieren replied. Having lived here for some time, she was quite familiar with the all-consuming hatred many people had toward a certain subgroup of flying insects. She was quite sure that Inko wouldn't mind it if they all went extinct. Dark Shadow, meanwhile, was masterful at destroying mosquitoes, coming out to smack the insects whenever they got close to Fumicage. Izuku somehow never got bothered by mosquitoes. It was like he had an invisible barrier himself. He wasn't even using magic to keep the mosquitoes away. Poor Mr. Stark. They're indeed dreadful creatures, Fryn muttered. When we return to our world, let us make sure we don't bring any of them with us. I agree. Stark replied. He suddenly swayed to the side, making Fryn catch him. Ooh, my world is spinning. Mr. Stark, why is your voice slurred all of a sudden? Fryn tried to remember if Stark somehow got himself drunk, but they had been together all this time, and not once had he drunk anything, not that he was supposed to be at drinking age. Fryn wasn't, either. Also, what even are you saying? That wasn't an ordinary mosquito, Frieren concluded. She had been keeping the mosquitoes at bay with magic, and so was Fryn, but Stark didn't have the same benefit. Frieren bent down to cast a spell that can diagnose his toxins. If Sane were here, he'd probably be able to immediately cure the poison that the mosquito gave to Stark, but it was nothing really serious. Frieren decided that they'll simply levitate Stark to the hospital afterward. Apparently, the hospital here in Jakku City had remained mostly untouched. It was business as usual there, well, as much as you can do that when the surrounding area had been so ravaged by Quirk-based crimes, while half of the houses had been abandoning by their fleeing residents. It was unusual, but maybe the villains wanted a place to use in case they got injured? Or perhaps it had always been run by a villain all this time. How unusual. Now that Stark was down, though, Frieren sensed other people approaching. She quickly put two and two together and knew just what was happening. Someone had been trying to incapacitate them from afar using a toxic mosquito quirk. Once Stark got intoxicated, they then decided to attack. Fools, really. Fryn, prepare for combat. We have villains nearby. I can sense them too, Mstrs Frieren. Fryn leaned Stark against a nearby wall and protectively stood over him. Frieren took mental note of that for later. They're surrounding us, aren't they? Good, Frieren replied with a smirk. That means we can shoot in all directions. I sense 36 all in all, Fryn nodded. Try not to destroy the houses, Fryn, Frieren cautioned the girl. Fryn pouted in slight annoyance that she was being reminded of that, again. I know, Mstrs Frieren. Fryn readied Zoltraak as the villains came out of hiding. They always knew that there are people still around, it's just that it's impossible to know if those were villains or civilians unless they actually showed themselves. Mana detection doesn't exactly tell you about someone's allegiances. Unless you were trying to discern between demons, Spiegel clones, and humans, but in that case, telling them apart would be quite easy for any mage worth their salt. Despite the myriad mutations of the people in this world, Fryn noted, their mana signatures and souls were distinctly human still, much like hers, Stark's, Frieren's, or anyone else they've met in their journey that wasn't a demon. Hey, look at that, a villain with a disturbingly long tongue and dressed in a sleeveless shirt began. So this is the so-called party that has been causing the PLF so much trouble around these parts. They don't look like much. I think we're being lied to. Another villain salivated. But at least we got two ladies. We're going to have fun and a bounty. Pervert, Fryn deadpanned. Right after that, a dozen attack spells formed around her and opened fire, the beams of Zoltraak impacting against the villains. As Frieren requested, Fryn took extra care to aim more precisely, so the villains were taken out in one swoop without damaging any of the already damaged infrastructure. They lay on the ground, either groaning in pain or knocked out could. Frieren was already kicking those that were still awake in the face, it's like she didn't want to waste her mana on such lowly opponents. Let's bring Stark to the hospital, then, Frieren said as she used levitation magic on Stark to move him around. He was the strong one, so neither she nor Fryn could carry him the old-fashioned way. The hospital probably had something for poisons or jad people with healing quirks. If they were villains there, or if the villains ran the place. Well, she could just threaten them. Or Fryn could. Or both of them, really. Tenyakuin, please, don't do anything stupid. Ochako cursed that she didn't have a very fast jetpack, so chasing after Tenya was taking too long. He hadn't been answering her calls, which meant he was ignoring her. There was a reason all heroes on patrol now went in pairs instead of going solo, alone. It was so much easier for them to get picked off by villains. In pairs, though, they could work together. She could hear the roaring of jet engines from where she was. Tenya only got that loud when he was using his quirk in its maximum settings, and he only did that when fighting. So, he is definitely fighting Stain, and quite possibly trying to kill him. I should have known. Ochako thought as she fought the temptation to scream at the jetpack to go faster. Shouting at the machine wasn't going to do anything, of course. She was already as fast as she could ever be with a combination of her quirk and the jetpack. Kid, Banjo materialized beside her as a bluish-green specter. He sometimes did that instead of just staying in her mind. Use my quirk already. You can get there so much faster with it. I don't have great control over it yet. Ochako sighed. What if I just hurt myself in the process? Then I won't be able to help Tenyaku and Dash. Just trust in yourself and your instincts, Uraraka. Banjo said with a smile. You've seen how Frog Girl and Tape Boy use their quirks. Think about those, and apply the same principles. Tape Boy, especially. Ochako didn't bother correcting Banjo that Frog Girl and Tape Boy were named Tsuyu and Hanta. Instead, she nodded in agreement. She was a little afraid of using black WHP when it was a rather volatile quirk. Now it had been enhanced by one for all, especially after it ended up sending her flying to a wall while training in UA. But now, she needs to get to Tenya. Fumicage and Izuku were already on the way, but they were further off. Ochako was much closer, even if she was slower. Ochako sighed as she landed on a rooftop while deactivating her quirk on herself. She needed to have weight if she were to actually begin slingshotting herself. Alright. Let's do this, Banjo. That's what I'm talking about. Banjo jumped about in excitement. Well, he didn't have legs to actually jump, so his ghostly vestige simply moved up and down beside Ochako. Now, let's make a slingshot, Uraraka. The sides of the buildings are some of the best anchor points for black WHP, by my experience. Alright, noted, Ochako nodded. Taking a deep breath, she summoned forth black WHP. 2 large threads of black with glimmering outlines of pink flew out of her gauntlet. She just told everyone not in the know that she was given a new support gear, and onto the sides of 2 nearby buildings to her left and right. Ochako took several steps back until she could feel the tension in the black WHP threads. She stepped back a few more, tugging at the threads. More tension. If she were to lift her feet off the rooftop right now, she would be sent flying. I think that's good, Ochako nodded to herself. Alright. Let's do this. With banjos cheering in her mind, Ochako let the black WHP thread slingshot her to the same direction as the pinned location for the last sighting of Stain. Even with her visor on, Ochako squinted as she was flung over the cityscape. She could swear that some insects got smashed against her visor, too. Once the momentum from the black WHP slingshot faded, Ochako used her quirk on herself and began cruising with her jetpack again. Soon enough, she heard the roaring of engines, and, from the distance, she saw someone flying upward, leaving a chemtrail behind them. She knew only one person nearby who could do something like that. Tenya, Ochako thought as she flew closer and closer. Why is he going up? Wait, is that? Thankfully, villains didn't run Jaco Hospital, as the lack of villains around the place suggested. Instead, they had simply left it alone. Perhaps when you want to make a new society out of the ashes of the old, destroying valuable infrastructure like that would be counterproductive to one's goals. Or, maybe, it was a more principled portion of the PLF that went here. After all, they were just a gigantic and loose coalition. Some are completely irredeemable monsters, some at least have standards. When Frieren and Fryn walked into the hospital with a floating Stark beside them, they would be met by one of the emergency room staff. What's the emergency? The nurse asked as she looked over at the barely cognizant Stark. She didn't question why he was being floated. In a world with quirks, things like that were common occurrences. He has a mild case of quirk-based poisoning, Frieren replied. The nurse nodded. It looked like she was relieved that it wasn't anything serious. Frieren lifted her soles a bit to see behind the nurse. There were some serious cases there. You're in luck, we have someone with a healing quirk that can nullify toxins, the nurse replied. Come on. Quickly, Stark was led to a chair. Fryn and Frieren watched on as a doctor, a woman that was perhaps in her late 20s and a body type that would make Sane detonate from excitement, walked into the room. While she was pretty, she was also obviously quite exhausted. She had dark circles under her eyes, and the scent of coffee wafting from her suggested that she was drinking a lot of it just to stay awake. How does her quirk work, I wonder? Frieren pondered as the woman doctor approached Stark. Excuse me, the doctor said before, wrapping her arms around Stark. He glowed a bright yellow as her quirk went to work. Fryn appeared to be speechless, while Frieren watched on, more interested in seeing the quirk in action to compare it with a priest's healing magic. Smells nice, Stark muttered. Fryn started pouting at that. It was like method was here all over again. As that happened, Frieren looked down, idly activating scanning spells like Soul Sight to see if there was anything interesting around the place. Who knows, maybe even hospitals have interesting. Ah, that's an awful lot of mixed souls in there. Frieren thought as she saw line upon line of the mixed souls characteristic of Nomu. Looks like we found something interesting. Stark quickly turned lucid and Fryn physically dragged him away, much to the doctor's confusion. As that strange spectacle unfolded, Frieren gave a simple thanks and handed a rather large sum of cash to the doctor. She then turned away and left with Fryn and Stark before anyone could say anything. Or, rather, she ignored what they were saying as she left. Something along the lines of, "This is too much." Fryn, Stark, Frieren began as soon as they were out of earshot. There is an awfully large number of Nomu underneath the hospital. So that's why you were staring at the floor, Fryn replied. She had become familiar with the concept and execution of the Nomu over the past few days. She decided that they were an affront to nature and must be destroyed, just like demons. You were looking around a healing ward and found, flesh golems instead? Frieren nodded. Stark, are you alright? I feel great. Stark nodded excitedly. But, if it's true that the villains have a base under that hospital, how do we get in? There's this spell Izuku gave to me, Frieren knowingly smirked. You remember when you first met him, right? He used some kind of spatial transportation spell, like the one you used against your Spiegel clone but with a gateway instead of simply teleporting, Fryn nodded. Wait, you're saying that, you have that spell? I am. And I'm using it. Frieren pulled out her phone and pointed at a nearby building. But let's contact the heroes first, see what they think. I have lost. This was the conclusion that Kaizo Makaguro, otherwise known by most as Stain or the Hero Killer, reached as this Ida Tenya smashed him to the ground after being used as a battering ram that broke through several walls. And, right before that, they had been punching and kicking into each other in midair as Tenya blasted off to the sky with a sibilant roar from his engines with Kaizo still clinging to the hero student's armored costume, which was now quite obviously nearly impervious to bladed weapons. His helmet too proved impossible for Kaizo to remove forcefully, as it had been kept shut by some kind of mechanical seal, perhaps only to unlock with a voice command from its wearer. Kaizo tried to stab through the lenses of Tenya's helmet, but the hero student was quite aware of this weakness and would block or parry with his armored arm guards. Whoever taught Ida Tenya was good. Very good. Even when Kaizo stalled two of his engines by jamming daggers into them, he kept going despite slowing down. That wasn't even to mention the fact that Kaizo had been continually exposed to toxic carbon monoxide fumes all this time, slowly but surely reducing his combat prowess. Never before had he faced a so-called hero who was so vicious, tactical, and single-minded in the goal to kill him. Heroes, corrupt or not, are usually holding themselves back so as to not actually kill their targets. Tenya, however, wanted nothing less than to kill Stain. His trying to push Stain off while they were in midair proved this fact. It was as if a JSDF soldier, what with their orders to shoot to kill if they were to encounter exceptionally dangerous villains, put on a hero costume and operated with the same mindset. Except that the method of killing Stain appeared to revolve around slowly poisoning his lungs and breaking his body through constant impacts against walls and the ground. Revenge, when executed correctly and with a plan in mind, was a truly powerful thing. Sure, someone driven by a longing for vengeance is certainly not a true hero in Kaizo's eyes, but even he could still acknowledge its strength. He too had been vengeful when Knuckleduster, a quirkless vigilante, removed Kaizo's nose in a fight. Understandably, if he were to ever encounter that man again, he would try to kill him. However, right now, it seemed that his crusade against false heroes had truly come to an end. He cannot fight anymore, not with a broken spine. When he dies, he would be vindicated, however. There are corrupt heroes everywhere. This is for everyone that you've murdered and maimed, hero killer. Tenya kicked Kaizo in the groin, destroying any future for his bloodline. This is for my brother, Ingenium, whom you murdered in cold blood, all because you thought him unworthy. Tenya kicked him again. The rage in his voice was palpable, fueling every strike from his legs. For his part, Kaizo could no longer fight. And yet, Tenya didn't care, even as he himself would soon reach his limit. His engines were overheating, and a few were jammed, as he and Stain had been thrashing each other around for the past few minutes, or, how long has it been, anyway? Kaizo wasn't sure anymore of the time. He doubted that Ingenium's vengeful little brother was still sure of how long they had been fighting at this point. Whatever the case, he can never walk or fight again. You are a false hero, Kaizo spat out blood at Tenya's armored costume. You are nothing but a vengeful creature. You are not a hero, and you never were. I don't care what you think I am. Tenya growled as he readied yet another kick. Tenya's engines roared. Kaizo weakly reached for his last dagger and found none were left. Tenya-kun. That's enough. Tenya looked up to see Ochako floating down toward him and the barely functional Stain. He immediately turned off his engines. Not only were they overheating and about to break down, but he didn't want Ochako to have to endure the toxic fumes they were emitting. Luckily, Ochako's helmet included a gas filter, so it was fine for her. However, he could not accept what she said. That's enough? It is not enough, Tenya thought, still simmering from overwhelming rage and hate. He already had the man responsible for his brother's death fallen underneath, several bones broken, his considerable stamina spent, and his lungs afflicted by carbon monoxide poisoning. Stain was already losing consciousness. Why should he stop now? As she descended, Ochako looked at the severely injured Stain. Her heart skipped a beat as she saw that the villain was taking short and quick breaths, had already thrown up, and had many broken bones. The man may be a repulsive killer, but Ochako and Tenya are heroes. They're not supposed to do something like this to an enemy that has already been thoroughly defeated. This is just too much. Be as it may, Stain is not all for one. What have you done, Tenya? Ochako asked, looking at her friend and then back at Stain. We're not supposed to dash. It is what he deserves, Ochako. Tenya found himself shouting at her. Part of him cried to not raise his voice at his friend, but the other half insisted that she shouldn't be interfering in his vengeance, his justice. This man killed my brother, Ochako. He killed him. And for what? Because he wasn't good enough? He wasn't perfect enough? Stain deserves to die for everything that he has done. That is not for us to decide, Ochako replied. She had been taken aback that Tenya had just shouted at her in anger. He was often loud, yes, but he was never truly angry at her, or any of their other friends. Maybe some friction when it came to petty things, yes, but not this. Tenya, what would your brother think if he saw you doing this on his behalf? Will he be happy knowing that you're going to kill someone to avenge him? Killing Stain won't bring him back. He's not here. Tenya hissed. He's not here. He's not here, and he's never coming back, because of this thing. He pointed a finger at Stain's unmoving, but still breathing body. Don't you see that, Ochako? He deserves death. I need to do this. Tenya, Ochako could scarcely find the right words to say, that is if there was such a thing. Please. We're heroes, she stepped between Tenya and Stain. Please. Let's just bind him and bring him to the police. They'll put him in prison for the rest of his life. He'll never be free again. He'll never hurt anyone again from there. Who are you really doing this for, Tenya? Ochako asked. A part of her was afraid that Tenya would actually shove her aside, or worse, attack her for trying to stop him, but she didn't care. She'd be dead if she let him be like this. Is it for your brother, or for yourself? Don't dash. Tenya, don't do this, please. I have to. Then I'll stop you. We don't do executions, Tenya. We're better than that. Ochako looked up at him. Please. You are better than this. Be the Tenya we all know and love. Tenya started to shake. The party has discovered a sizable Nomo laboratory underneath Jaku Central Hospital, Sir Night-Eye noted as a message from Frieren told him and the other heroes just that. He and other command pro heroes were clustered within a command center along with the chief commissioner of the police, Sakuchi Naomasa. Liaisons with the JSDF and the American forces were also present, though they placed less input than the pro heroes and police, mostly because they would be primarily defensive in nature. This had been an oft-repeated phrase since the dawn of Quirks: it is better to send superheroes in costume than to rain missiles on our cities just to defeat villains. As for the Nomo laboratory being underneath a civilian facility, it made perfect sense. 1. It was hiding in plain sight. You wouldn't think that a place like that would contain a secret underground lair filled with monstrosities. The first assumption anyone would have is a secret mountain base. Not a hospital in the middle of a, previously, busy city. And second, even when discovered, the presence of patients and staff presents a problem that any hero worth their license will seriously consider. By having so many civilians over their heads, the villains would be essentially holding them hostage should the heroes attack, and the people in the hospital wouldn't know until the fighting actually started. But if they did an old-fashioned evacuation, then the villains would be tipped off that an attack would be incoming. They had their own warp quirk, 2 of them, in fact, so it is probable that they could evacuate the laboratory and be gone before the heroes even got there. So, what were they going to do? Sakuchi was the first to respond. Obviously our priority is to evacuate that hospital before taking down all those Nomu, but Jaku City is deep behind PLF lines and there is barely anyone else we can send there. Sir Night-Eye looked around the command center. Nizu was there, along with All Might in his true form and Shining Finger. There were others, but they were mostly in attendance through holograms. The white-furred principal raised a hand. If I may, Nizu suggested, Phantom Thief has been working with using Kurojire's quirk for a while now with great success. Perhaps he can use it to aid in the evacuation of the hospital and ensure that the patients and staff are not endangered. We can also support the party with more pro-heroes and ensure that every single Nomu in that laboratory is destroyed. I believe young Monoma can do this, Toshinori nodded. But if it is discovered that we still have Kurojire rather than dying in prison as we have told the media, then one of our trump cards will be revealed, Sir Night-Eye sighed. But, what does the JSDF think, General? We may have some differences, the JSDF liaison replied, but like you, we place the safety of our citizens first and foremost. The military will support an evacuation of Jaku Hospital in this manner. Commissioner? Night-Eye turned to Sakuchi. What do you say? It doesn't seem we have much of a choice, the detective-turned-commissioner said with a sigh. Wiping out all those Nomu will deal a heavy blow to the PLF and reduce All for One's ability to overwhelm us with minions. This is an opportunity we can't pass up. As we've seen, Frieren and her apparent sidekicks are all easily top 10 material if they actually cared about rankings. If those Nomu are mostly inactive as Frieren said, then they could easily destroy them all. Like everyone else, Sakuchi was quite confused about the existence of Fryn and Stark, but in the desperate war against the PLF, they needed every hand on deck. Frieren's sidekicks were two pairs of very capable hands, judging by their performance so far, so no one cared to bat an eye for now. In a time when half of all pro heroes in Japan had abandoned the job, those two were a boon to have on their side. Frieren, Fryn, and Stark, as mysterious and dangerous as they are clearly on the side of the heroes. Frieren was literally won, for heaven's sake. No need to antagonize them with endless questioning, not when there was a war going on. After all, actions speak louder than words. Results matter above everything else. And the actions they've done have so far resulted in a pile of decapitated Nomu and villains thrown back into jail en masse. Very well, then, Sir Knight, I nodded. So it's been decided. Nizu, make the call. You're certain that this doorway will lead us into the dungeon of flesh golems? Fryn asked as Frieren led her and Stark to the morgue of the hospital. The fact that there was barely anyone in this section of the hospital was all very suspicious. Behind them, pro-heroes had emerged from portals, urging the patients and staff to evacuate through those same portals. Some of the people in the hospital were resistant, though, until a purple-haired hero student hypnotized them and ordered them to evacuate anyway. What was his name again? Shinso, was it? Edel, the hypnosis magic specialist in the first-class mage exam, might be interested in his quirk if she were to ever come here. Not that Frieren planned to bring her over anytime soon. Also, apparently, a UA hero student with a copy quirk had become familiar with Kurojire's warp quirk and was thus now the linchpin of evacuating Jaku Hospital's staff and patients. As for Frieren, Fryn, and Stark, they were to be the hammer that would eliminate the Nomo laboratories underneath the hospital. As long as they didn't destroy any foundational pillars, it should be fine. The laboratory is just beyond this wall. Frieren pointed her staff at said wall. I can see the Nomu in lines behind it. And, according to the hospital floor plan that the hero sent to me, whatever is beyond this wall is not officially included in the architectural planning. A secret passageway. Fryn pointed her staff at it as well, while Stark armed himself with his axe. Let's end their suffering then, MSTRS Frieren. In the meantime, Kyudai Garaki was hard at work. He had been faithfully observing Tamura Shigaraki as the latter quietly gestated within a vat of MNTC fluid, the rapid surgeries and modifications that All for One ordered, turning him into a worthy vessel for the great demon lord of the world to inhabit. All for One's quirk had been placed into the manchild's body, all with the purpose of All for One invading and supplanting Tamura's mind with his own once the procedure was completed in another week's time. He still wanted to steal One for All, but that quirk had proven impossible to steal, unlike every other quirk in existence. Tamura Shigaraki's hatred of the Hero Society had only grown tenfold during his stay in Tartarus. He was watched day and night by armed guards and robotic sentinels, intentionally given the most foul-tasting food, and told that he would rot there until the day he died. The walls were all painted a dull white. Garaki was quite sure that staying in Tartarus had driven Tamura insane. Well, more insane than he already was, anyway. That was enough for Garaki's lord to order him to remake Tamura. All that hatred would grant him the force of will to take One for All from Lemillion. And that insanity will make it easier for All for One to supplant Tamura's mind. Just as planned. No one could ever know. Garaki would snap toward one of his consoles as it began beeping with a red, flashing light. No, Garaki thought. Perimeter breach? He then heard the roaring of energy beams, vats being smashed open, and the sound of a sharp, heavy blade slicing through Nomu flesh. No, no, my children. Garaki cried out as he knew that Nomu were being killed in their vats right now. He grabbed an activator device and clicked on its button, beginning the process of waking the 10 high-ends. The other Nomu in the lab were still underdeveloped and thus useless in combat, as their programming was still not yet installed, but the high-ends were ready to be unleashed. Go forth and destroy these intruders, my high-ends. He then looked back at Tamura Shigaraki, who was still asleep in his vat. He was only 80% done. If the high-ends could repel this attack, then perhaps he'll have to relocate. There is too much specialized equipment making this whole thing work for him to just use Johnny to warp it all away. Johnny was still inferior compared to Kurojire, at least when it came to the size of portals. He can't fit all these things through. And so, Garaki nervously waited as his high-ends began to defend. Their brothers and sisters. All of them, Garaki's children of blood and death. Together, Frieren, Fryn, and Stark were a whirlwind of death, as long as you can call killing things that had already died giving them death. Either way, Frieren unleashed the original, demonic human-killing version of Zoltraak upon the Nomu in the vats, piercing through their otherwise tough flesh like a hot knife through butter. Dozens of Nomu died within the span of half a minute, and more would follow as Fryn quickly took aim and shot right through several vats of Nomu at once. As for Stark, he too smashed through the vats, decapitating the sorry creatures one by one in rapid succession. These things are really disturbing, Stark noted the rather obvious as he cut through yet another of the still developing Nomu. The grey flesh parted easily to his axe as his rather prodigious strength propelled the weapon forward. And there's a lot of them in here. If they're all made out of people, then, the warrior momentarily retched at the thought. By the goddess, they must have used thousands of people to make these. As if on cue, 10 of the vats, which contained large, blue-colored Nomu, opened in hissing gases and flowing MNTC fluid. 10 high-ends stepped out and died, as Frieren and Fryn shot them all with high-powered, human-killing Zoltraaks that struck them down before they could register the incoming beams as lethal threats. The humongous creatures all disintegrated into ashes. None of them had barrier quirks of any kind, so they wouldn't have been able to block the beams either. No, no, no. That's impossible. Garaki screamed in utter terror as he witnessed 10 of his most powerful high-ends get instantly obliterated. He began frantically typing into his computer, priming the data to be transferred into a secure drive. I need to flee. I need to flee with my research and Tamura Shigaraki. Lord All for One needs his vessel. If I simply warp him to another facility, I can place him into another vat and continue the process of implanting All for One's consciousness and quirk into him. Yes, he turned to a small Nomu sitting beside the computer, which promptly disappeared as a beam of blue hit Johnny. Only a small pile of ash remained where Johnny once was. Johnny! Garaki cried out at the loss of his beloved warp Nomu. No, no, no. I can't fail, not like this. I'm sorry, are you under the impression that I'm going to let any of you escape? After everything you've done? A monotone female voice whispered behind Garaki's ears. The doctor could barely turn around to see the speaker. It was the white-haired hero woman, Frieren. Beside her were her sidekicks, a purple-haired girl with a staff, and a red-haired boy with an axe who just emerged from a portal behind her. Both Frieren and the girl lacked much of an expression, while the red-haired boy, he looked like he was about to gut Garaki with that axe. No, no, please have mercy. Garaki begged. I'll give you anything, everything. Unfortunately, I have none to give, Frieren coldly replied. Fortunately for you, the heroes want you alive. How many people have you killed to make these things, huh? Stark grabbed Garaki by the throat and pinned him against the computer. He threatened the ancient doctor with his axe, hovering its blood-stained blades near his face. Using a place of healing as a front for your mad experiments. You make me sick. Be careful, Stark, Frieren chided the warrior. We don't want him to be dead before we hand him over to the heroes. Fine, Stark put his axe away, though he still held Garaki by the throat. Fryn, meanwhile, looked up at the unconscious form of Tamura Shigaraki, before taking aim with her staff. No, don't. Garaki pleaded. But his plea fell on deaf ears, as Fryn opened fire with a demonic Zoltraak, piercing through the vat and into Tamura Shigaraki's body. Quickly, the would-be vessel of his lord disintegrated into ashes, just as the high-ends had. No! Somewhere else as he was choking the life out of the irritating hero whose name he never bothered to learn, All for One felt Tamura Shigaraki die. He exploded in rage and caused the hero in his grip to disintegrate from overhaul, knowing that he could no longer steal One for All. And, in all probability, Dr. Garaki and the Nomu underneath Jaku Hospital were gone, too. That Frieren, she was a real problem for him now. In that case, he now had two things in mind. 1, he will simply ensure that One for All dies with Lemillion. If he can't take Yoichi's quirk, then he will ensure that no one else can have it before it grows in power even more. If One for All becomes more powerful whilst in Lemillion's hands in the coming decades, then not even All for One could stop it in the future. 2, All for One will make contact with the Salem 7 after so long and forge an alliance, no matter how fleeting it might be. Their goals, after all, are aligned for now. After all, they once thought that he was amusing. In the end, Tenya looked down in shame. He had nearly pushed Ochako aside to continue to attack Stain. A tiny part of him was going to raise a fist at her along with that, too. How could he have such thoughts? Such terrible, monstrous thoughts? How could he? How could he even consider hurting his friend and classmate, all to keep attacking Stain? That man? What is wrong with me? Tenya thought. The rage was still there, but it had faded somewhat as Ochako spoke to him. He's not worth it, Tenya, Ochako continued. He could feel someone else landing nearby. He just knew that it was Fumicage and Dark Shadow rushing toward them. He then looked up as he heard the familiar hum of a jet engine. Izuku was up there, hovering on top of a drone. An unconscious muscular was levitating beside him, tightly wrapped in chains made out of energy. Did they see him and Ochako talk in such a tense manner? Did they see how he had brutalized Stain after poisoning his lungs with noxious smoke and exhaust? He both hoped that they did and they didn't. How strange is it that he simultaneously wanted to push aside this whole situation and bury it beneath the sands of time, as well as tell his friends everything. They didn't know. Of course, they didn't. He never told them everything, just bits and pieces, but never the whole truth of what he felt ever since Tensei was so callously murdered. He always wanted to kill Stain for what he did. He had been thinking of how such an encounter would carry out, and, in some ways, had prepared specifically for it. He made his costume stab-proof. He trained with Thundercracker and the Seekers to learn how to best fight an opponent like Stain, a monster in close quarters. Everyone, Tenya sat down on a nearby piece of rock. Ochako had quietly wrapped Stain with black WHPS with glowing pink edges, while Izuku had put Stain to sleep with that ever-so-complicated quirk of his. He momentarily checked with a diagnosis spell. Izuku quietly concluded that though he had been utterly brutalized, Stain will still live. I'm sorry. I was blinded by rage. I nearly hit Ochako, went unsaid. It was better that way. I can see that, Fumicage blankly said as he looked over at how Stain had been utterly beaten, and then some. You did not hold back at all, didn't you? Tenya, Izuku began, but he stopped himself. Was he really in a position to say something about, revenge is not the hero way, when that is exactly what he's going to do with All for One? By heaven he surely was not going to. Spare the mad villain if he had the shot, no one in their right mind was going to. It was like if you had the choice to kill Satan. You'll pick yes, no matter what. But still, now that he knew that All for One killed his father and ensured that he would grow up without a dad, the line between wanting to be a hero because he wants to save people and just wanting to kill All for One began to blur. He did not know what to say. I wanted to kill him, Tenya blurted out. I've been thinking about how I'd kill Stain for what he did to my brother for the last 2 years. I thought that with Stain imprisoned, it was all going to be fine from then on. That I'd move on and try to simply remember how my brother lived, not how he died. But I could not. So when I learned that Stain was nearby, you went after him, Fumicage finished for Tenya. Alone. And you won. You should have talked with us, Izuku said, though he was still hovering above, an unconscious muscular levitating beside him. What am I saying, when I also want revenge? We could have dash. Am I a real hero if my motivation is revenge? Tenya suddenly asked. Maybe. Stain was right, after all. What's the reason you want to become a hero, to begin with, Tenya? Ochako asked him in turn. That will tell us if you're a real hero. I wanted to be like Tensei. And what was Tensei like? He was kind with a strong sense of justice. He always assisted the poor. He donated half his salary to charity. He's a true hero, Tenya. Ochako exclaimed. And you want to become like him, so you want to be a true hero, too. Right? You're right, Tenya stood up. Again. I'm sorry. I was driven by revenge. An impure motivation. Fumicage stepped beside him. Dark Shadow, meanwhile, hugged him from behind. There is no need to apologize, Tenya. We understand. Izuku and I certainly would, Fumicage thought. We want to kill All for One out of vengeance, after all, for our fathers and my brother. But as long as we don't lose sight of why we became heroes. Fumicage then shrugged. Let's just say that some fates are worse than death. If I were the one judging what punishment is fit for Stain, then I would force him to watch the commercials he hates so much every day. Heh, Tenya actually chuckled at that. Are you trying to make me laugh, Fumicage? What if I was? Fumicage replied. Izuku looked over at the still unconscious muscular and Stain. There was no doubt that any new prison the police or the military were going to throw them into would be the deepest pit anyone could dig. As Fumicage just said, some fates are worse than death. Let's get out of here first and bring them to the police. Then let's go back to Heights Alliance. I'm sure you need some rest. It's already late in the afternoon and near the end of our patrol schedule anyway. Okay. When the four returned to Heights Alliance, there was a festive atmosphere. Their classmates were lounging in the common area. Of particular interest was the fact Shoji had decided to wrap Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo in his 6 arms. Not even Bakugo minded it, hell, he seemed to like it. They probably needed that after being sent out to fight villains by ourselves, Izuku thought as he and his friends entered. Ah, you're here. The reason for all this festiveness introduced himself. Bearing a fancy teacup and wearing an equally fancy coat was Gentle Hero of all people, along with his partner La Brava. Come, I have tea for you four as well. Is there a celebration of some kind? Tenya asked. Didn't you hear? Denki bounded toward them with Jiro in hand. Frieren and her sidekicks just kicked the PLF in the butt, hard. Tell them, Kyoka. So, yeah, Jiro continued as Gentle Hero looked on with a pleasant smile on his face. They found the place where that beach but all for one and his mad scientist makes his Nomu. All the Nomu there, I think the report said that there were about 1,000 there, including some really strong ones they called high-ends, were wiped out. And not a single person in the hospital over that laboratory got hurt. It's a big win. And for that victory, tea and pastries for everyone in UA. Gentle Hero proclaimed while La Brava pointed at the dining table, where pastries made by a bakery owned by the Gentle Agency were laid out in great numbers along with tea cups with tea. Come now, he motioned at Izuku, you must be sorely tired, children. Oh, free food, Ochako drooled. Great job, Frieren, Izuku and Fumicage said at the same time as they went to the dining table and helped themselves. Dark Shadow pulled Tenya along as if they hadn't witnessed earlier that their class rep nearly killed a man in a fit of rage rather than an absolute necessity. How were things outside? Yayorozu suddenly asked. She leaned her chin on Tenya's shoulder. Ah, right, they were a thing now. It was fine, Tenya mutely replied. You? I was mostly in a supporting role. I had to urge some remaining civilians to evacuate. It wasn't easy, but I managed to do it with Mina's help. Ah, good to hear, Tenya nodded. So, same time? Same time. With the PLF reeling from the loss of nearly every spare Nomu they had due to the actions of Frieren and her sidekicks, as well as the death of Tamura Shigaraki, a bit of normalcy returned to UA, as normal as you could be with a high school that had been turned into a gigantic walled fortress. Thousands of refugees from other places had flooded into the relatively protected areas in eastern Japan, particularly the Kanto Plain. A sizable number had been granted asylum within UA's towering walls, protected by top-notch defense systems and the presence of powerful pro-heroes. Others crammed themselves into the outskirts of nearby cities and towns. Shizuoka and Tokyo were, after all, the nucleus of pro-hero activity in Japan. Of course, the Hero Course students will still go out to patrol the devastated areas and aid in the war effort against the villains, but not today. The UA faculty had made sure that, even for just one day, their students would take a break from having to walk, run, and fly around war zones, whether active or currently, mostly, inactive. After all, at the end of the day, the hero students were still that, students. They were kids, and they would have never been asked to help fight in an actual war if half of Japan's pro-heroes hadn't decided to quit their jobs the moment it looked like they'd have to actually risk their lives. That morning, however, as Aizawa would soon discover upon entering Heights Alliance, would be a chaotic one. Or rather, a strange one. Rather than the usual order that Class 2A had in their dorms, Yayorozu and Ida usually made sure of that, Aizawa came upon what could only be described as a complete and absolute mess. Half of his students were strewn about the floor in the common and dining areas, snoring and drooling. He couldn't even be mad, they were probably exhausted from all the fighting and patrolling and capturing. Or, worse, trying to convince civilians that evacuating to safer areas administered by the JSDF and police force rather than staying in the half-destroyed cities was actually a better choice. The narcoleptic pro-hero looked around, taking in the absurd sight before him. Thankfully, none of Gentle Hero's prize teacups were broken, they were all neatly placed on top of the dining table. In fact, the place seemed to be pretty clean if you pretended that the kids lying about weren't there. Ida and Yayorozu were sleeping in a sitting position on the couch, the Zaibatsu heiress arms wrapped around the class representative's waist like he was the most precious thing in the world. Siro hung from the ceiling, wrapped in his own tape like a spider trapped in its web, with Mineta and Mashireo also in that web. Kaminari was lying on the floor, mouth wide open and his limbs splayed in strange angles. Jiro sat on a nearby chair, using its backrest to support her head. Ashido lay nearby, snoring rather quietly, though her pink hair appeared to be drenched with something. Even Gentle Hero, who had organized the victory tea party last night with Nizu's approval, was lying face down on the floor, while his partner, La Brava, snored beside him. Aizawa didn't really respect the bouncing hero until recently. In his mind, Gentle was a personification of what was wrong with this society, too much longing for attention and fame. Gentle even went as far as live-streaming all of his captures on platforms like Twitch. However, he stayed where others quit, that proved that he was still a good hero. Mount Lady did the same, too, despite her debut being blatant capture stealing from Kamui Woods. Now, Aizawa doesn't dislike him as much. There were more. Shoji was is that Eri with him? Aizawa squinted, he thought for a short moment that he was seeing things, but no, that was definitely Eri dozing off on top of Shoji's shoulders. Near them, Midoriya and Uraraka were both sleeping whilst leaning on Tokoyami's shoulders, while Dark Shadow was actually up and about. Finally, someone he could talk to. How the hell did this all happen, Dark Shadow? Aizawa asked as the entity of living darkness floated toward him. Dark Shadow fidgeted his claws together in second-hand embarrassment, but Aizawa had interacted with the eldritch creature enough to know that he was probably one of the worst revelers last night. Whatever happened here, anyway? They're all drunk, sensei. Dark Shadow proclaimed. Aizawa could only blink and stare at the sentient Quirk. Drunk? How could that even happen? These kids are 17, approaching 18, and since Japan's drinking age was 20, there was no way any of them could have gotten any booze. There weren't even any bottles anywhere, there were just the teacups and saucers that Gentle Hero brought along when he came in, talked with Nizu about tea, and then proceeded to have a tea party with the students. I will need you to explain more thoroughly than that. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Dark Shadow, who kept fidgeting with his claws. No, scratch that, he was now baking the floor with his claws, like a cat would. So cute. Aizawa thought as he remembered his own cat. He then shook his head, remembering that he was asking the Quirk about what the actual hell happened in Heights Alliance while he was away. Well, Dark Shadow? We could be asked to go out there again by tomorrow, and I don't want us giving the excuse that the hero students are too drunk to fight. Because, how did they even get drunk? Well, Dark Shadow went back to fidgeting, then looked at the clock. He said it will wear off in an hour by now. He? Who, exactly? Aizawa asked. Who, Dark Shadow? Izuku? Aizawa blinked slowly, at first. What in the actual foo dash? Last night. You're growing up so fast, Eri. Ochako squealed in delight as she saw Eri and Inko enter the dorms. Frieren had apparently gone to sleep as soon as she arrived. Fryn and Stark, they were probably just lounging about in the house with their sleeping MSTR. Last time I saw you, you were. Ochako lowered her hand to about 4 feet above the floor, this small. By this point, Eri had been introduced to each member of Class 2A one time or another. So, her appearance was not a surprise. Hi, everyone, the girl greeted. I'm going to leave her with you kids for tonight, Inko said with a sigh when Izuku approached. Turns out that even when there's a war going on, the company doesn't want me to stop going to work. At least they had us go online instead of actually going to the office. That doesn't sound right, Fumicage commented. How could they keep mandating employees to keep going to work when there's an actual war? Do they not realize that it's unsafe? Oh sure, it doesn't sound right, Inko shook her head, but still, the economy apparently still needs to keep going. The prefecture is mostly business as usual, anyway. It's the outside that's in trouble. Okay, Mom, Izuku nodded at his mother. We'll get Eri back in the house in the morning. By the way, have Frieren, Fryn, and Stark gotten back already? Inko shrugged. They have. They're so casual about blowing up that laboratory in Jakku. Killing monsters and demons is basically their side questing. Izuku crossed his arms and let out a chuckle. Well, that does sound like them. The present. That only explains how the girl is here. Aizawa dryly pointed at the girl still sleeping on top of Shoji's shoulders, her arms and legs wrapped around his rather sizable head. It truly puts into context just how huge Shoji was. I'm still getting to that part. Dark Shadow grumbled. He started making biscuits again. Aizawa resisted the urge to start petting him, because, again, he remembered his own cat. It was mostly normal at first. Last night, while Gentle Hero and Yaoyorozu discussed the tastes of various tea brands and the rest of the class lounged about, Eri had decided to approach Shoji of all people. Izuku, Fumicage, and Ochako watched from a nearby couch. While Eri had been introduced to everyone, she hadn't really interacted with everyone yet. Is that a mask? Eri asked. Yes, it is, Shoji replied. I don't really like masks, Eri answered. The bad men all had masks. Do you want me to take it off? If it's okay with you. Shoji nervously looked at Izuku and Fumicage. Izuku responded with a nod, while Fumicage leaned back on the couch. Ochako, for one, was curious. She just realized that for the past 2 years, she hadn't seen Shoji without the mask. She was even beginning to think that the mask was actually part of his face. Alright, Shoji took off his mask. He was somewhat afraid that his face, scarred from the anti-mutant discrimination he faced in his hometown, would scare Eri, but as the seconds passed, Eri didn't seem to care. She just looked at him in wonder. And then, she went for a hug. Shoji started crying, and everyone became concerned. That reminds me. I never saw him without the mask, Aizawa thought. So, when do we get to the part where it all goes to? He motioned at the entire dormitory. This? As Gentle's tea party proceeded, one thing became increasingly clear. Izuku was drunk. And slowly, other people around him were getting drunk, too. Ochako had been the first, stumbling about and falling face first into the couch. Then Zero weaved an actual spiderweb into the ceiling and stood on it, watching over the rest of the class. He then clumsily sent out tape to hoist Ojiro and Mineta up, trapping them in the web. But again, Izuku was drunk. How that happened was completely unclear to everyone, except for Fumicage. It must be the spell I found and gave to him for his 16th birthday, Fumicage thought to himself as he too found his world spinning. He stumbled onto the couch beside Izuku, and weakly tapped him at the shoulder. Izuku, please, stop whatever you're doing. Heek, what? Izuku answered, slurring his words in the meantime. I'm not doing anything. Stop, casting that intoxication spell on everyone around you, Fumicage croaked. I didn't give it to you for you to use it. On us? Oh, that? Izuku looked back at the pastry that he was eating. I'm fine. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just looking at this, potato. No, we're not, Fumicage replied, trying and failing to take the pastry out of Izuku's hand. Dark Shadow, however, was completely unaffected, and he hovered over the two. He watched them with amusement, chuckling all the time. I mean, we just got a little break, right? Izuku continued. He bit into the pastry, completely oblivious to the fact that Dark Shadow was removing part of the pastry with his claws and feeding it to Fumicage. And, Heek, remember when we first met again? Before we entered UA. Ahahaha, yes, you were so feeble and small, Fumicage replied. He too was profoundly affected by that drunk spell. And you were so short, even now, you're still short? I will catch up to you soon, just you watch, Izuku. Hi Byabi, Ochako crawled up beside Fumicage and leaned her face against the back of his head. You're so soft, like a plushie. Fumicage leaned his head back on the couch. I am not soft, I am a great lord of darkness. Revelry in the dark, Ochako laughed. Oh, you, Izuku turned toward Ochako. You were very pink. Are you Kirby, perhaps? No. Everyone smells like cheese, Izuku continued and quietly laughed to himself. Izuku, how many times did you cast that spell on people? Fumicage asked. Others in their class were already beginning to feel intoxicated too. Denki had fallen to the floor, snoring. Even Gentle Hero was already down, along with La Brava. I cast it on Tenya like 5 times, Izuku chuckled. I cast it on you once. I think Ochako got it twice. Zero had, ahahaha. I think I used it on him 8 times. Bakugo and Kirishima had 6. How about yourself? Fumicage continued. The world around him had begun to spin and crystallize. The overhead LED lights were sparkling like disco ball, and he didn't know how many numbers there were in a letter anymore. He is, as of this moment, quite high. Me? Ha ha ha, I have no idea, Izuku laughed. 1 time, 3 times, 10 times, who cares? All I know is that I'm shooing my sorrows away. Sorrows? Fumicage managed. He was already hallucinating 100 dark shadows in the room, zooming around and knocking things over. Izuku slurred, my dad's been turned to a Nomu. I keep finding out that bad things happen to my friends, but it's not all bad, is it? Frieren? Frieren has been, great, Izuku continued. He had absolutely no self-control now. She and her party have been, so good. Honestly, we'd be so screwed without them. That we are? And she's bringing in more mages from the other world rather soon, I think. Had he been more sober, Fumicage would have told Izuku to shut up right then and there. But he wasn't. I wish I'd have my own Ochako, Izuku continued. Not Ochako, because, she's all yours. He looked over at Ochako, whose face was still buried in the hair and feathers in the back of Fumicage's head whilst holding hands with him. I mean, who do you think I'd be good with? You should try talking with Mina more, Ochako drunkenly suggested. I think you'd be cute together, the 2 shippers in the class. No, I believe, Fumicage burped. I believe that, Nijire-senpai will be great for you. Realoli? Izuku chuckled. He would probably not remember any of this come morning, but someone else would. Thanks for the suggestions, guys. At the meantime, Katsuki and Ijiro were both sitting under a table, intoxicated beyond belief as well. Bro, Ijiro began, trying and failing to hold Katsuki's shoulders. You're so strong, you're so manly. You're a manly too. Katsuki laughed. Don't tell anyone I complimented you or else I'll get very mad. Ijiro pinched his cheeks. I'm so proud of you, Baku bro. Your skin is so soft. Your hair still looks like a giant lipstick, Katsuki drawled and pinched him back. You should get better hair. My parents are in the fashion industry, you should ask them. Thank you so much Bakubru. Anything for my best friend in all the world. Katsuki reached out and pulled Ijiro into a tight hug. Don't tell anyone I said that. Well, someone knows, Kudu said as he formed up as a reddish specter beside Katsuki. Shut up, Grandpa, Katsuki snapped at the vestige. That was a moment of lucidity that quickly passed, though. Oh, but can you shut me up? Kudu grinned. You two are adorable, by the way. I'm not Midoriya can do that? Aizawa looked over at the still sleeping greenhead. I should have him come over to the faculty office sometime. Heaven knows we all need something like that every now and then. Dark Shadow was baking biscuits, again. It took every iota of self-control for Aizawa's hand not to go flying towards the Quirk creature's little head. Is there anyone that didn't get affected by this collective acid trip? Aizawa asked. Well, Dark Shadow spoke while baking biscuits. There were a few. What is happening down there? Shoto looked down from the second floor of Heights Alliance. He had been quietly sipping his tea and eating his pastries in his room when he decided to go back for extra helpings. What he found, however, was most of his classmates looking like they had collectively inhaled a hefty dose of narcotics. I'm not sure and I'm too afraid to find out, Karo, Tsuyu said from beside him. She stuck mostly to his fireside, because Shoto exuded warmth and heat from there. The other side was just cold, not great for a cold-blooded person like Tsuyu. It all started when Midoriya-chan sat on the couch. Shoto kept scanning the common area from above. He feared that if he went down there himself, then he'd become high as well. Except for Dark Shadow, who seemed to be completely unaffected by the narcotic malady that had befallen his classmates and the two pro-heroes that threw this tea party to begin with. Dark Shadow, Shoto called out to the sentient Quirk. What is happening with them? Alcoholism, Dark Shadow said as he rose up to meet Shoto and Tsuyu. How? Shoto asked. No store will sell liquor to 17-year-olds. Maybe Komori spiked all the tea with her special mushrooms, Karo, Tsuyu offered. That's not possible, Shoto shook his head. I drank a cup, and I'm fine. Tsuyu shrugged. Maybe your fireside burnt the psychedelic mushrooms out of your system, Karo. I don't think that's how my quirk works. Also, why are you very close? Warm, Karo, Tsuyu replied. Ah, makes sense. Meanwhile, Eri was still completely fine, and so was Shoji. She had taken to riding on top of his titanic shoulders, and they both liked that very much. She barely noticed that almost everyone else had become intoxicated. Shoji probably did, but was too focused on something else. Aizawa took out his phone and called Vlad King. The other heroics teacher picked it up almost immediately. VLA-. Aizawa, you need to see this. Everyone in 2B is high from Komori's special mushrooms. Point 1 rest day in a war and they all put themselves into an acid trip, Aizawa shook his head. It looks like we've had the same incident. Your face is so round and soft, Fumicage slurred as he touched Ochako's cheeks. You are so cute. And your face is so fluffy, Ochako slurred as she touched Fumicage's cheeks. You're so cute. Get a room, Dark Shadow muttered. Kiss him already. Banjo screamed. I'm dying from suspense. SSSHH. Dark Shadow hushed the vestige. Let them do what they want, when they want. Banjo crossed his arms. You're not fun, wait, how are you seeing me dash? Hey. Midoriya, Aizawa nudged the sleeping greenhead. Wake up. Huh? Izuku's eyes fluttered open. Aizawa-sensei? Where am I? What happened? You did, Aizawa replied. You made almost everyone in here drunk except for Shoji, Todoroki, Azui, and Eri. How did that even happen? Actually, scratch that, you can do anything you set your mind to, so I'm not even going to ask for specifics. Just don't do this here again. Sorry, sensei, Izuku slowly blinked. He looked at the still sleeping Fumicage and Ochako, and everyone else. I think I lost all my self-control when I applied that effect on myself. Why did you even do it to begin with? I'd say that I was trying to drink my sorrows away, but I'm not legally allowed to do that, so this is the closest thing to it, Izuku answered. I once breathed in some of Komori's special mushrooms in a joint training session. This is what I made using that experience. That statement was both true and false. Yes, he was once given a hefty hallucination by Komori's mushrooms. No, he did not make a spell with it, because Fumicage already found and gave him one. Drinking your sorrows away, Aizawa knew well that All for One turned Hisashi Midoriya into a Nomu out of pure spite. Tokoyami's and Todoroki's respective fathers were brutalized by the villain as well, with Midoriya being, well, Midoriya, that was sure to have caused him distress, too. I see. You will surely be called up again tomorrow, so don't do this again tonight, or else I'll kick your butt, literally and figuratively. Got it. Got it, sensei. Now you also have to wake Gentle and La Brava up. Izawa sighed and turned away. Midoriya. Dark Shadow. Wake everyone up. Hi, Izuku nodded. He barely remembered anything from last night. He wondered if he said anything embarrassing. This is certainly a strange world that you've brought me to, Frieren. When Denken had begun traveling the northern plateau after the first-class mage exam, one of the last things he could expect was being snatched from this world and transplanted to another. Neither did he expect the person bringing him over to be Frieren herself, who appeared to have already brought Fryn and Stark over. Much less did he expect to be told that in this world, 80% of the population possessed a sort of magic called quirks, but most of them were quite weak. As it should be, Denken. If every person was a superpowered entity capable of leveling cities, then civilization won't last for long. Either way, it was certainly a good thing that he got to actually see another dimension for himself before he died of old age. Now, returning to the old world and actually getting to his deceased wife's gravestone depended on if the old elf could properly gauge that, by her standards, Denken's remaining lifespan was but a blink of an eye. Given that Fryn and Stark were here, they would probably pester Frieren to come back as soon as their job here was done. Young people are usually impatient, so that should mean that Denken will attain his goal before Frieren forgets that he's growing old. As for Frieren, though, apparently, she just wanted his help in killing some demons. Ancient, powerful demons, sure, but they were all rusty in combat. All they had was raw power and technique, for the most part. There are demons in this world? Denken took in the sights around him as he was accompanied to a rather busy street. Metal contraptions with wheels that moved faster than a cart with a horse ever could, or a horse, for that matter. Despite being informed of a war raging in the nation they were in at that very moment, the people of the city appeared to not feel that fact too much. Interesting. I have read passages that say that during ancient times, a large demon army suddenly appeared and then disappeared. The survivors of that army reside in this world at this very moment, Frieren replied. Denken spared a glance at Fryn and Stark, thinking of what kind of food to buy them later on, at least until he acquired proper currency. I intend to wipe them out once and for all. But they're powerful. Too powerful for me to take on alone. The great Mage Frieren, admitting that she can't beat someone that's not Siri in a fight? Denken almost scoffed. Now that is something I thought I'd never see. But you do agree to help? If only because you're the one that knows the summoning spell and how to reverse it, Denken replied, though he secretly wanted to take a look at this exciting, strange new world for a little bit before going back. That, and kill some ancient demons. You hold the keys to our freedom, so to speak. However, I must ask. Who knows of our, true origins? No one except the ones that summoned me, Frieren replied. We have simply told the authorities that our magic are simply complex quirks. Denken thought about it for a moment. Frieren did mention that she acquired 2 new apprentices in this world. A green-headed child and a bird-headed child with a living shadow familiar. The notion of a human with an avian head was completely new to Denken, but seeing all the strange mutations in this street alone while knowing for sure that they're all humans still convinced him that yes, it was a strange, new, and exciting world. Besides, if Frieren was to be trusted, so, usually, then these quirks is magic with physical characteristics and mutations alongside it. A rather interesting path of evolution, then. So, you have been lying to these poor people for 2 years? Denken chuckled. My, Frieren. Just as I expected. You're one devious elf, aren't you? Heh, Frieren smirked. In any case, Denken straightened his cloak, ignoring the strange look some of the people were giving him. Have you attempted to summon anyone else? Siri, Frieren answered. She didn't want to come, didn't she? Yes. A shame. However, I would like to meet these new apprentices of yours, Frieren, Denken continued. As well as the authorities that have given you these quests that you fulfill while trying to look for and wait for the demons to actually appear again after you killed one of them. I would suppose that these are good places to begin, yes? I am sure Izuku will be quite excited to meet you, too, Frieren smirked. He likes using 2 of the spells that you use often. Ah, really? Which ones? Catastravia and Waldgoes. Denken nodded. Those are 2 of his favorite spells indeed. I believe that I will enjoy my short stay here, Frieren. It took half an hour to wake everyone up. As it turned out, casting a spell that makes someone intoxicated multiple times caused its effects to stack, and for some, it manifested as a terrible hangover. Ochako, Fumicage, wake up. Izuku tapped the 2 on the shoulders. Are you lucid already? Ochako was the first to be roused from her slumber. Upon realizing that she was sitting beside Fumicage, she leaned even closer and hugged him very tight and close to the point Izuku began fearing that he was losing the ability to breath. "Good morning, Izu, what's up? How many fingers am I holding up?" Izuku held out his hand in front of Ochako. "0.5? Good." Izuku let out a sigh of relief. That means the spell wore off. Ochako already knew that Izuku was very deep in the pretending to have magic rabbit hole to make his quirk overpowered, or so she thought, so she barely even acknowledged that Izuku said spell rather than quirk. "So that was you, Izu?" Ochako then asked. "It was him." Fumicage spoke up now. "He made us all as high as kites." He looked back at Ochako, who also looked back at him. Instead of getting up, as one might expect, Fumicage instead decided to lie down on her lap. "There. Better. You two are so cute," Izuku snickered. He didn't remember anything about the suggestions they gave him last night. "Shouldn't we dash?" Ochako began, but Fumicage refused to move. "No. Ugh, my head hurts," Kyoka complained as Dark Shadow woke her up with repeated taps on her shoulder. Her earphone jacks twitched and shivered as she registered back into the realm of the living. She took in the sight of multiple classmates all on the floor at various, strange positions. If her head didn't hurt, then she would have laughed at the sight of Bakugo and Kirishima snoring together under the dining table. What happened last night?" "You were all drunk," Dark Shadow answered the girl and proceeded toward Denki without bothering to elaborate. Kyoka blinked at the sentient quirk, wondering just what happened. She could remember sipping some tea courtesy of Gentle Hero and La Brava, then some pastries. Then she, what was it, passed by Midoriya while walking to sit beside Denki? "Wake up, Pikachu," Dark Shadow rapidly tapped Denki's cheeks with one of his claws. "Your girlfriend is up." HNGGGH. Denki adjusted his sleeping position and reached out with his hands, inadvertently grabbing the sentient quirk and pulling him into a hug, like one would a plushie when going to sleep. 2 more hours. That was when Kyoka stabbed him at the side with her jacks and transmitted a vibration through them, not enough to really hurt him, but just enough to jolt him awake. An unintended side effect, however, would be the blood-curdling scream that Denki let out. He bolted upright, shaking his fists at Kyoka, whom he knew was the one who woke him so suddenly. "Kyoka! Why would you do that? Wake up, you dummy, it's already 10 a.m., Kyoka stuck her tongue out at Denki. He looked back at her, a little exasperated, but he stood up with a wobble. He nearly stumbled, but Kyoka caught him before his face could make contact with the floorboards. "Whoa! You okay, Thunderbolt?" "I think, yeah." Denki shook his head. He curiously eyed his hand, as if he was trying to make sure that it was real and not an illusion. "What even happened last night?" "Dark Shadow here said that we all got drunk." Kyoka sighed. "But we definitely didn't get booze, so that can't be right." Denki blinked at her like she was insane. "We're not even at the age where we can buy some to begin with." "Yeah, go figure," Kyoka shrugged. "So, got any plans for the morning?" "I don't know." Denki scratched his head. "By the way, Kyoka, you're looking really pretty this morning." "Oh, shut up." Kyoka giggled. "Looking good, Pikachu." Denki giggled back at her. "Gosh, he's so cute," Kyoka thought. "Yeah, sorry." By the way, Kyoka looked up to see Izuku floating near the ceiling, where Shiro, Mineta, and Ojiro were all tied up in a spider web made out of Shiro's tape. "I kind of made you all high last night." Why would you do that?" Kyoka sighed. "Now my head hurts. I must have used the spell on her multiple times." Izuku muttered to himself. "It was just part of the celebration, Jiro. Too bad I can't remember what happened," Kyoka continued. "I bet that Denki looked stupid again." Denki pouted. Stupidly handsome," Kyoka went on with a laugh. Denki blushed and looked away, his shoulders visibly shaking from that compliment. "Oh, hell, I'm still high, aren't I?" "The effects have already worn out," Izuku replied as he carefully levitated the mummified Ojiro and Mineta down to the floor. "At least I'm sure that's how long it would take." "You and your weird but quirk," Kyoka thought. "You think? You're already able to think and talk clearly, so it should be," Izuku answered. He wasn't so sure himself, since it was the first time he used that spell so liberally. But he wasn't about to tell her that. So no worries. "Okay, then," Kyoka proceeded to the stairs. "I'm gonna get ready for the day." "It's our rest day, though?" Izuku said while he levitated Shiro. "What is there to get ready for except for, resting?" "I'm going to go out with Denki, go to a store or something," Kyoka yawned. "Wanna come with?" "I don't know, maybe." Izuku thought about it for a moment. He already saw a message from Frieren that yes, she brought another mage, who just so happened to be Denken. Izuku had to admit that he found the old mage to be potentially interesting to meet. At some point, though, even Principal Nizu is going to ask where Frieren was getting reinforcements from. The heroes aren't going to complain about the extra help, for sure, but sooner or later the question of where these powerful individuals originated will have to be answered. But again, it's their day of being rotated away from the PLF war, which had ground down into a stalemate, anyway. So it was more or less the perfect opportunity to have a nice day out before going right back into war on the next. At least there were barely any enough Nomu left. Thanks Frieren, Fryn, and Stark. I'll come with. Izuku floated down to the floor. What about you two? He looked over at Fumicage and Ochako, who had still refused to move from the couch. They can come, the more the merrier, Kyoka continued. We will make you the fifth wheel, then, Fumicage said with a CRP-eating grin on his beak. Or the seventh wheel, if Yamamo and Tenya can be convinced. Oh. Right, Izuku floated over to the sleeping intertwined Momo and Tenya. It was hard to believe that just yesterday, the peacefully sleeping Tenya had been very close to killing Stain the hero killer. Yamamo, Tenya, wake up. Huh? Tenya rubbed at his eyes. Momo, meanwhile, woke up too, sitting upright on the couch she was on. How many fingers am I holding up? Izuku asked. He held up 3 fingers. 3, Momo stood up and stretched. Oh, my. What happened last night? I did? Izuku muttered. What exactly did you do? Tenya asked. He was standing up now, looking down at the shorter Izuku. I may have dash. He caused everyone to become intoxicated. Izuku turned to the left just to see Shoto standing there, a cup of water in his hand. He wasn't even surprised anymore that Shoto could sneak up on him like that. It's not like Izuku actively used his detection magic when in Heights Alliance. He never felt the need to be on his guard here. One thing he did need to guard against, however, was Tenya's arm chopping, as the class rep's hand came crashing down on his head. You made us all drunk with your Magi quirk? That is unbecoming of a student of this institution. Ow, mercy, Tenya. Izuku jumped toward Shoto, who caught him with his arms, while Momo watched on with amusement. Shoto looked at him with a bored expression as he held Izuku. Shoto. Protect me from the class rep's wrath. It's not you that needs protecting, Shoto replied impassionately. If anything, it is us that need protecting from you. Ah, come on. My, Momo put a hand over her mouth as she watched Tenya hand chop Izuku on the head at least 2 more times. That all happened while he was holding on to Shoto, who just watched it all happen. Ochako. Should we do something? Fumicage asked, his head still on Ochako's lap. He watched as Tenya shook Izuku's shoulders in indignation of getting intoxicated, while Shoto didn't seem to care that he was still carrying Izuku. Momo was doing her best to keep herself from laughing hysterically at the sight, meanwhile. I don't think we should, Ochako replied. Fumicage snickered in response. In the meantime, Cute-Eye Garaki found himself dragged into the depths of, well, it wasn't Tartarus, since All for One destroyed that prison, but it was pretty close. A pair of heroes, underground ones from what he could deduce, roughly pushed and dragged the ancient doctor into an interrogation room. They passed through several doors, where JSDF soldiers and robots stood in guard. They looked at Garaki as though he was the most disgusting thing in the whole universe. The way they put his arm into a pair of cuffs that were connected to the interrogation table was filled with contempt and disgust. They did not care for his age nor welfare. Garaki was sure that if they were allowed to, they'd kill him in a heartbeat for all the things he had done to assist Lord All for One. But again, these feeble-minded individuals could never see the grand vision that Lord All for One has. With Japan and the world under his rule, there will be true prosperity. That, and Garaki would be able to continue on any experiment he wished. No one will look over his shoulders and scream in ignorant horror of Garaki's glorious works. It will never be like the old days, where CCP officials would come to oversee his work on the Yao Guai and then vomit after seeing what he had created. It was a strange thing, indeed, that he did what they asked of him, and then they respond with revulsion and disgust when he does it the way he liked. They said, all we want are results, but then shiver in fright when they see good results. Lord All for One never had such compunctions. Ethics, Morality, No need for those. Once they had cuffed him to the table, the 2 heroes left. Garaki wanted to, above all else, return to Lord All for One and gaze upon majesty once again, but even the cowardly doctor knew that it was unlikely. If the heroes and police were hesitant to do an execution, the JSDF probably would not be. Garaki had already learned of those areas that the JSDF protected. When they see PLF villains coming, they arm their guns and missiles and whatever else, and never hold back. They don't have the luxury of strong quirks as heroes do. It felt like forever before anyone else entered the room. When someone did, though, Garaki heard the whirring of mechanical servos and saw the lights in the interrogation room dim. The doctor's mind raced. The dimming lights implied a shadow quirk. Mechanical whirring probably meant cybernetic enhancements, usually reserved for those that had suffered grievous injuries. Garaki gulped as a policeman with a cat mutation and a bell around his neck opened the door, and let Tokoyami Rado inside. "Cute-eye Garaki," Rado began. His long sleeves and gloves hid it, but Garaki knew well that each of his limbs were now replaced by mechanical prostheses. Garaki wanted to disappear, go away, and become smoke at that moment as he felt nothing but fear. But then, that fear was overcome by his undying loyalty towards All for One. "I have several questions for you. Answer them all honestly, and you will live." "And never." Garaki struggled against the cuffs. "I am a loyal servant of my lord." "A loyal servant, huh?" Rado narrowed his eyes at the doctor. Unlike his usual casual demeanor, his eyes radiated with murderous intent that was being barely restrained. "I was going to ask you where All for One keeps his cowardly bum in, but if you're really not going to say anything." His movements were awkward and rickety, like a puppet being controlled by strings. He wasn't used to his new limbs yet. But that didn't stop him from pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Garaki's head. The doctor immediately tried struggling against the cuff, as if anything he did would work. "What will it be, cute-eye Garaki? Tell us everything you know, or you die today." Garaki's wrists became reddish as he kept pulling at the cuffs. "I will die before I betray Lord All for One." "They all say that in the beginning," Rado growled. He chambered the pistol. He took aim, again, straight towards Garaki's shiny head. "Choose." "Never." Rado shot at the wall beside Garaki, making a bullet hole in it. "I told them I'll be retiring," Rado thought as the ancient doctor kept trying to get out of his restraints. But Garaki kept struggling. The cuff made a terrible scraping noise as Garaki pulled at it. "Answer the question or I'll blow your brains out, right now," Rado ordered. "Never." Rado opened fire again, once again making a hole in the wall. Garaki flinched, but he was surprised that his brain matter wasn't decorating the interrogation room right now. He took a step forward and grabbed Garaki by the throat. Mechanical servos whirred and hissed as he pinned Garaki's face against the table. "TCH. You're useless. I suppose we'll just have to give you to the Americans so that they can dig around your mind." "No, what?" "I'm sure Dream Eater will be happy to have 10 years off his sentence," Rado shrugged. Garaki's eyes widened. He knew well who that was. Dream Eater was one of those villains that attacked Island nearly 2 years ago. He could dig around someone's mind without their consent, retrieving valuable information in the meantime. Usually, though, he left them brain dead because he was akin to a bull in a china shop. Not that anyone would mourn the death of cute-eye Garaki. If there was one other thing that Garaki was genuinely afraid of, it would be becoming brain dead. He would become a prisoner in his own mind. A pair of policemen then barged into the room and roughly grabbed Garaki. They then dragged him out. The old scientist kicked and screamed as he was dragged off to a fate that was surely worse than death. "This is the last time I'm getting called for work," Rado grumbled as he watched Garaki get dragged away. Rough day?" Hawks walked in from a nearby hallway. "I had worse," Rado shook his head. He then looked up at Hawks. "How's the fighting?" "It's surprising to see you here, Hawks. Just yesterday, you were all the way in Kyushu." "I'm the fastest man alive," Hawks shrugged. "I can do that. I was asked to help reinforce the front here, but besides that, I just wanted to check up on you. After, you know. Right. He got his limbs ripped off by All for One. I'm retiring, effective as of this moment, so none of you don't have to worry anymore," Rado replied. "Yeah." Hawks sighed. "How long before we find out what Garaki knows?" "Given that a plane will take about 10 hours to get to Alaska, then another 5 to move over to San Francisco where Alcatraz is so that Dream Eater can dig the CRP out of his brain. I wager that we'll have intelligence about All for One in about a day," Rado replied. "It is possible that he may move before then, but there's a benevolent goddess of destruction with us," Rado thought as he recalled Frieren's great power and how she and her mysterious sidekicks wiped out so many Nomu. "He may relocate or prepare a trap for you heroes." Hawks looked conflicted for a second before deciding to change the topic. "How's Endeavor, anyway? You got your new limbs, how about him?" "Last I heard, he was testing out fireproof prostheses," Rado shrugged. He did know, however, that Hawks' abusive father was caught by Endeavor. Given the sheer amount of Endeavor plushies that Hawks had over the years, it was easy to see that he was a fan of the man. "He will be back in action within today, probably." "Good." Hawks nodded. "That's great. I'm just, going to go. Take care," Rado called out after the number 3 hero as he fled from the police station. You've grown up so much, Rado then thought as he watched Hawk's red wings disappear behind a door. I suppose that you'd want to sample the local cuisine first, Frieren quietly muttered. Sitting opposite her was Denken, who snacked on some bread. Beside her, meanwhile, were Fryn and Stark. In a few hours, they're going out there, kicking villains into prison and reducing Nomu to ash. Honestly, it was easier than killing demons back then. Of course, what kind of interplanar visitor would I be if I did not take the chance to have new experiences like these? Denken scoffed. Fryn observed Denken as he sampled the bread. Better or worse, Mr. Denken? There's too much oil, Denken grumbled. Not good for the heart. Unless it's olive oil, Frieren smirked. Denken let out an annoyed sigh. What is it with this world and its obsession with grease in bread? The meat, however, so much cheaper, and tastes just as good. Mstrs Frieren eats a lot of Hamburg steaks more than ever, Fryn added. Frieren started fidgeting. She's a glutton. That's not very nice, Fryn, Stark quietly said beside her. But it's true. Ha, Denken chuckled. How he wished to show his wife that he had managed to get sent to another world. Or Lernen. He could tell Lernen too. You must be Midoriya Izuku. And Tokoyami Fumicage. It had been about 5 minutes since their companions left for UA. Izuku and Fumicage had bid them to continue on by themselves. No one really suspected anything, since they had always been close. Maybe if they saw Izuku and Fumicage meeting a short, old man in a steak restaurant, they could have some questions, namely, how strange it looked. Others might think that they're just meeting an uncle or grandfather, but their classmates knew well who their uncles and grandfathers were. The perplexity would be lessened once they saw that Frieren, Fryn, and Stark were there too, but they were on the other side of the table, and from a certain angle, they wouldn't be seen by an outside observer. They'd only see Izuku, Fumicage, and Denken. That's us. You must be Denken, the Imperial Mage. It's nice to meet you. Izuku bowed his head in greetings. Likewise, Fumicage nodded along. Frieren said that you yield your magic in a spectacular manner. You can say that, but so does Izuku here, apparently, Denken answered. I heard that you combined Catastravia and Waldgos to create a spell that you call Golden Wind. That's one spell that I made, yes, Izuku replied. There are a few others I made. Ingenious, indeed, Denken liked him already. So, creating and mixing spells comes naturally to you, does it? While Fryn here can cast faster than anyone else, and Frieren appears to be a MSTR of analysis, Denken continued, remembering how Frieren shattered a barrier that was supposedly unbreakable. The purple-haired girl glanced at them for a moment before returning to her sweets, and whispering to Stark. Frieren, meanwhile, simply looked on while consuming another Hamburg steak. Why do you think that is? Well, I don't have a quirk, unlike Fumicage here, so I suppose that constantly thinking and analyzing the quirks of others is how I compensated. Speaking of quirks, Denken turned his attention towards Fumicage. I was told that you have a familiar as a quirk. Perhaps I can see it. You can see him, yes, Fumicage nodded, though he added emphasis on the him part. After all, he had always been particular about people referring to the sentient quirk as his own entity. Dark Shadow then slithered out, facing Denken. Good afternoon, good sir. I am Dark Shadow, nice to meet you. So it is true. Denken put a hand on his bearded chin. You're a fully sentient familiar, and a permanent one. Fascinating. We have been together since I was a 4-year-old, Fumicage added. Denken watched as the sentient quirk floated toward Izuku, who then started giving him head pats. Denken took mental notes at that, observing the behavior of such a familiar would certainly be of assistance in future endeavors. Making them affectionate apparently helps. In some ways, Dark Shadow is a brother of mine, or a bratty child. Denken nodded. He watched on as Frieren joined in giving Dark Shadow head pats. Dark Shadow? That is his name? I can see why he's named that way. In my defense, I was 4 when I named him, Fumicage answered the old mage's jab at how redundant Dark Shadow's name was. I had asked him if he wanted to get a new name, but he has stated that he's content with the name I gave to him. To be bonded with a creature of shadow since childhood, it must have been terrifying, Denken thought. I was told that he is immensely powerful when in the dark, the mage continued. How powerful, exactly? That is the terrifying part, Fumicage sighed. We still don't know the upper limits of my quirk's power, and we will certainly grow stronger as I gain more age and experience. Given sufficient darkness, he can grow to the size of a large building. Fascinating, Denken turned his attention back towards Dark Shadow, who was still reveling in the headpats Izuku and Frieren were giving him. And yet he seems to be the sweetest thing. He becomes violent when it's too dark, but I've become more proficient in directing that violence. Such nuance and variance within just one of these quirks, Denken thought. He is a strong familiar. You will surely reach great heights in the future. Thank you for the high praise, though you've only met us. Fumicage slightly bowed his head. As for you, Izuku gulped as the old mage turned his attention to him. I was told that you two are being mentored by a man with wings that wield swords. Is this true? Oh, you mean hawks? Izuku began scrolling through his phone. Denken looked at the device with curiosity. There was just so much that he could find out in the short time that he will be here. That includes the advanced technologies present. Here's a picture of us together. He's been teaching how to fight in close quarters, since, as a mage, I'm not that great in a fight like that. Denken looked at the picture. There, Hawks had his two work-study students sitting beside him in a restaurant like the one Denken was in right now. He was smiling brightly, his bright red wings spread out to cover the two teens beside him. His arms were slung over their shoulders, too. Izuku looked happy to be there, while Fumicage was a little more apprehensive, but Dark Shadow, who had come out, looked like he was manically laughing when the picture got snapped. There was a bucket of fried chicken in front of them, too. He's the fastest man alive, Izuku continued, though Thundercracker, a pro-hero with a jet engine quirk, is faster, but only in a straight line. He's taught me many things, like what Fumicage would call the way of the blade. Good, Denken crossed his arms together. You are a man. When there is no more mana in you, then you settle things with your fists. Or swords, or whatever it is you use. Oh? Did Frieren tell you about the first-class mage exam? Naturally. She beat you. Of course she opened with that. Denken gave the ancient elf a side eye. Frieren shrunk under his gaze, though Fryn stared back at him. Stark, he went to the restroom, apparently. Anyway, after my mana was completely drained, Richter and I had to fight another team. Both of our teams had no more mana, so there was only one way to go dash. A fist fight. Dark Shadow pumped his claws up. Yes, Denken nodded. I won, of course. Honestly, shame on them for losing to an old man like myself. How old are you again, Denken? Izuku asked her. Fumicage nudged his shoulder. Izuku, you can't just ask old people how old they are. 77, Denken replied. 77 and not a single white hair and still able to punch people to SBMSN. Images of an elderly All Might punching a villain into oblivion flashed through Izuku's mind. You should meet Laufen, Denken continued. She is a mage, but also a martial artist. She duels with her staff. I suppose Frieren could summon her next time. He glanced at Frieren, just to not really receive any response. She probably had other people in mind. Maybe she'll try and fail to summon Ciri again. I've never tried doing that myself. Izuku pondered. While his staff now had a steel casing on the end, it's more for knocking out fallen enemies. And, well, he almost always destroys his opponents from afar anyway. So, there is little opportunity to actually do something up close. You should. Denken leaned back on his seat. In the meantime, perhaps I'll tell you the best ways to punch someone. Let's not word it like that. Izuku looked away. Fumicage hid his face underneath his hands, though knowing him, he was probably chuckling and trying his best to hide it. Summoning? Mages? Spells? Magic? Another world? What even are they talking about? Kyoka unplugged her jacks from the ground. She just wanted for her and Denki to take a long way through Muzurafu before proceeding to UA. She really wanted to spend more time with him alone, because who wouldn't? But then she saw Izuku and Fumicage talking with some old dude she was completely sure she'd never seen before. She started listened in. Then everything they said made less and less sense. Why were you even listening in? Denki asked as Kyoka started to walk off. Hey, wait up. It was nothing, Kyoka replied. Just a family friend of theirs, apparently. DMN, spying on our friends, aren't we? There's nothing fishy around here. If I saw you with some old lady that I'm sure is not your grandma, I'd listen in, too, Kyoka sighed. Better be safe than sorry. Well, they're safe, so can we please just go back to the dorms already? Yeah, Kyoka shrugged. Still, what the hell was that? UA wasn't the same anymore. As Izuku and Fumicage walked through the gates, the once welcoming atmosphere that used to dominate the campus had dissipated. Instead, thunderclouds, perpetuated by a PLF villain with a weather quirk, crackled and thundered overhead, sending rain all over Muzurafu. There weren't just students, parents, and guardians walking around the gigantic campus anymore. There were also random civilians from all walks of life. As they came together from all over the country, refugees had formed a sort of society inside UA's towering walls. The houses that UA built for them in the span of days were also now host to shops and establishments, as people tried to maintain a semblance of the lives they used to lead before the PLF destroyed their livelihoods. The worst part was the murmuring and whispering. It was clear that some people were quite angry at their circumstances, and they looked for someone to blame. Naturally, they would blame the villains, since the villains were the ones that destroyed their homes and looted their businesses, but they also blamed the heroes for failing to protect them. The nuances, complications, and logistics of defending against thousands upon thousands of villains and Nomu were lost to them. Of course, it's not like they're professional analysts of warfare. Instead, they saw how half of the heroes abandoned their jobs when the PLF started inflicting real casualties on them. They saw how the government had decided to send hero students, teenagers, to the conflict, out of desperation. Sure, there were successes here and there. The annihilation of every spare Nomu that the PLF had when the party raided a laboratory beneath Jaku Hospital might have been a boost in morale, but for every success there were stories and rumors filtering into the safe zones from the occupied and devastated areas. Terrible stories, that is. Midoriya, Tokoyami, is that you? Before Izuku could ruminate more on the rumors he heard from the civilians, the two of them turned right to see Ragdoll waving at them, with Kuda in hand. It's been a while since we saw that kid, huh? Izuku thought. He then remembered that All for One stole Ragdoll's quirk in New York. Poor Ragdoll. Ms. Ragdoll, Kuda, how are you? We were just going to take a walk but then the storm started brewing again, Ragdoll said with a forlorn tone. You? We came back from a bout of relaxation, Fumicage replied. It has been a tiring conflict so far, and it's just been 3 weeks. Well, just know that Kuda here is cheering you on, Ragdoll smiled at them. Right, Kuda? Yeah, Kuda looked away, a little embarrassed. I wonder what he thinks about heroes now, Izuku thought as Kuda shivered. He turned his attention back toward Ragdoll, who now had mana. Yes. Of course. All for One stole Ragdoll's quirk, Search, and used it to execute the attack on Tartarus. Ragdoll had thus been forced to give up on hero work. Unless... My condolences about what happened to you, Ms. Ragdoll, Fumicage would voice Izuku's thoughts out loud while he was busy sorting through mental images of a cat-themed magical girl. Losing your quirk must have been painful. Don't worry about me, Naya, Ragdoll tilted her head at Fumicage, though there was still a bit of underlying sadness in her eyes. I'm still going to do my part. Izuku mulled about teaching Ragdoll magic. Would he even have the time in the middle of a war? Perhaps, when the conflict is over and All for One had been reduced to his component atoms along with the Salem 7. That's good to hear, Ms. Ragdoll. Izuku nodded back at the retired pro hero. Now, Kuda, be nice and behave, okay? I'm not, Kuda pouted, and looked away. Izuku smiled and patted his head, or his hat, really. Fine. Once Ragdoll and Kuda left, though, Izuku continued to simmer as he and Fumicage kept walking back to Heights Alliance. Are you alright? Fumicage asked. I am, Izuku sighed. I mean, villains do villainous things. We shouldn't be surprised. Yes, but, I know. Don't worry. I'm going to be fine. When Izuku and Fumicage stepped into the doorway of Heights Alliance, they were met by Kyoka, of all people. The purple-haired girl stood in the doorway, nervously twirling one of her jacks around her right index finger. So, guys, she looked back at their other classmates in the common room. Most of them were already asleep, but Shiro and Mineta were still discussing something amongst themselves, while Yaoyorozu and Tenya appeared to be in heartfelt conversation in a far corner of the area. Izuku guessed that it was probably about the whole stain thing that happened yesterday. It made sense that Tenya would tell Yaoyorozu all about it, too. At the very least, it looks like she was being understanding to him. They look like a pair of parents from a distance, though. What is it, Jiro? Izuku asked. Fumicage looked on, concerned more than anything else. You've been waiting for us all this time? Well, no, Kyoka fidgeted. One of her jacks twitched, a telltale sign that she was quite nervous. It's just that. I kind of need to talk with you about something. Okay, well, what is it? Izuku asked again. Did you hear some kind of new gossip? Is Denki cheating on you? If he is, then all you need is to tell us and we'll make him regret it. Or are Yaoyorozu and Tenya driving you mad in the middle of the night? Our class reps are kind of dash. No, that's not it. Kyoka raised her voice. Oh. Sorry. Didn't mean to yell. Please tell us already, Fumicage let out a tired sigh. Kyoka sighed, too. Let's talk about it in one of our rooms, Kyoka continued. It's something that I'm sure you two don't want to be heard by anyone else right now. About a minute later, the three of them were sitting in lotus positions on Izuku's All Might-themed bed. The door had been locked, and Izuku was quite sure that Tenya was too busy talking with Yamamo to notice that they had entered the room together. Denki was already asleep, so he wouldn't have an opportunity to suddenly feel jealous, if that was a possibility, anyway. So was Ochako, for that matter. Well, remember when we came to the mall earlier? Kyoka began. Izuku and Fumicage nodded. That was barely a few hours ago, so of course, they remembered. Well, when we parted ways, I wanted to go a long way back to UA with Denki, to have more time with him. Since, we barely get to spend time alone, what with all the fights and joint patrols and so. Fumicage nodded. Izuku, however, had a sense of where this was going. He just knew that there was something amiss. Then I saw you two talking with some old dude in a restaurant, Kyoka continued. Both of their eyes widened at her words. Didn't she see Frieren and the others with us? Izuku thought. But, given that they were sitting next to the window, while Frieren, Fryn, and Stark were further away, they might not have been completely visible at a certain angle. I thought, who the hell is that? I know who their uncles and grandparents are, since, we've been talking about our respective families over the 2 years that we've been classmates and friends, and, well, 2 teenage boys and an old man together looked, weird, to me, so I decided to check in. Oh. Kyoka, Izuku put a hand over his face, not that he was mad that Kyoka listened in, since she did out of a place of concern, but more at himself. But really, how could he have known that she would come around to that part of the mall? I'm sorry if all of it sounded so weird. Weird is an understatement, dude, Kyoka whispered. I mean, we knew that your quirk is called Magi, and that you pretend to be a mage to use it properly, but all this time, it's real? And you don't really have a quirk, but you're quirkless and actually use magic, and there's another world out there with magic people in it? Is that it? Why did you think it was a good idea to listen in to Fumicage began, but Izuku raised a hand, making him shut his beak. Right? If we were in the same position as you were, we might have done the same. I definitely would have, if I saw Kyoka with an old man that I'm 100% sure isn't her grandfather or uncle. Izuku put his hand down. Honestly, I've been torn these last 2 years about not telling you all what's my real deal, more like it has always been in the back of my head, but you understand, right? Kyoka nodded. Sorry. For eavesdropping. It's about time more people knew, anyway, Izuku sighed. Truth be told, I have a rough outline of a plan to out myself as a quirkless mage. Eventually. It's just so crazy, Kyoka ran her hands over her hair, ruining its rebonded glory in the process. I mean, your mentor/old aunt, Frieren, she's an actual mage from another world, not some retired lady hero from Germany that decided to come to Japan and then found you and started teaching you. Izuku and Fumicage gave each other looks. Kyoka was looking more and more stressed with every passing second, so they might as well spill the whole secret already. It's more like I summoned her from the other world, with magic, Izuku began. I kind of felt bad back then, actually, because we thought that we just grabbed her from her world and got her stuck here in ours. But she can come back anytime she wants, apparently. She sticks around because she likes this place. He lowered his voice at what he said next. And us, I guess? How did that happen? Kyoka looked at them like they were crazy. Well, it was 10 months before I entered UA. So, Kyoka was all but shaking now that Izuku had, with some input from Fumicage, recounted the entire story of how he summoned Frieren, how she taught him magic because he kind of reminded her of her dead lover, but she didn't realize that Himmel loved her until she was watching his coffin be buried, when it came to heroic spirit, how that all happened because Fumicage and Dark Shadow decided to hang out in the Midoriya apartment by playing with a grimoire of magic that turned out to be a real thing, and said grimoire existed because there was an ancient order of mages from the old days of Earth that fought and defeated an army of demons, who, in turn, caused the Bronze Age collapse. All this time, you're actually quirkless, and you're just using actual magic. Will that be a problem? Izuku asked. He knew how some people in this society viewed the quirkless, relics of the past that will be left behind by evolution. Inferior, weak, and useless. Or, if you ask the Meta Liberation Army, subhuman scum. No, of course not. Why would it be? Kyoka retorted. You're one of the most amazing people I met, and you being quirkless and lying to everyone about it doesn't change that. Somehow your wording doesn't give me comfort, Fumicage quietly muttered. It's true, dude, Kyoka now broke into a smile. I mean, really. I realized that it wasn't my place to listen in, or dash. As I said, Izuku raised a finger, if I were you, I would have done the same. With everything that has been happening lately, we're all paranoid for each other's safety. Yeah, that's right, Kyoka leaned back, using her arms to support herself on the bed. I'm not upset that you lied to everyone about having a quirk, since it's technically kind of true, since you said quirks are just magic manifesting differently. I'm not even upset. Well, maybe others might be, but I'm not. Do you think we should tell our other friends? Izuku turned to Fumicage, who looked at him with surprise. I mean, Ochako, Tenya, Denki, not necessarily now or tomorrow, but eventually, before I tell the world. Fumicage tried to think of a counterargument, but found none. Besides, Ochako and I will probably enter the stage in our relationship where we'll say that we have no secrets between one another, Fumicage sighed. The fact that I have been taught by an elven mage from another world would be one such secret. But, you're not the mage, I am, Izuku frowned. Nebelung is still a spell, Fumicage crossed his arms. Even if it is almost useless for anyone except me. You got me there. That's how you make yourself stronger with more darkness, right? Kyoka asked. Fumicage nodded at her. That's such a huge cheat code. It wasn't easy getting used to it at first, Fumicage frowned. I believe we destroyed much forest in the process. But, anyway, Kyoka decided not to dwell on the part where Fumicage and Dark Shadow destroyed a forest while training. I'm not telling anyone. You can trust me on that. I can understand why you'd want to keep it secret. At least until society isn't in a civil war and after we've graduated, Izuku continued. This way, I can show that quirkless people can become heroes too, if they put in the time and effort to learn what I have. You have to be truly dedicated to do magic, after all. Izuku recalled how Melissa had some mana reserves according to his mana detection. If he were so inclined, he could teach her magic. The main obstacle to that is that she's American, and Izuku wasn't sure about how the logistics of keeping an apprentice in a foreign land while being a pro-hero in his own country would work. Ragdoll, though. Images of a cat-themed magical girl flashed through his mind. Again. Yeah, he's definitely going to teach her magic. He just needs this stupid war to end so that he actually has time for it. He wondered, though, how would Aizawa-sensei react? Principal Nizu? Whatever the case, Izuku kept thinking, I'll tell my party friends. Eventually, that is. Big revelations are not good in the middle of a war. Though what would this change, anyway? We should tread carefully, Fumicage reminded. The war to end all wars was expected to end by Christmas on the first year. This war may not end so quickly, even if the initiative had shifted to our favor. It is best if we reveal the secret sooner than later, though it primarily concerns you, so that decision is yours to make. Yeah, Izuku sighed. You won't tell a soul, Kyoka? Of course I'm not. Kyoka jumped off the bed and set her feet on the floor. Who do you think I am, Mina? Well, thanks, Izuku managed. Good night. In the meantime, what is that all about, Mstrs Frieren? Fryn asked as her MSTR idly looked at her phone, taking notice of the ping it made. Fryn had only been in this strange new world for about 3 weeks, but already, she was seeing the merits of its many advanced technologies. For one, it was quite nice to be able to know the precise locations of things, as well as how distant one was from the place. It had also been exceedingly strange how one small device like a smartphone, she spent 2 hours trying to figure out Frieren's phone when she first arrived, is a gateway to accessing all of mankind's collective knowledge in this world. It was like the dungeon mapping spell had a child with a library and a metal tablet. As for Stark, he too had been steadily trying to take in the strange sights, sounds, and technologies. Smartphones were perplexing, cars were a little less so, as he saw them as just being carriages that didn't need any horses. He really liked ventilators for some reason. And Denken, well, he was probably going to be enjoying himself now that he will soon be in range the vast library of books that Frieren accumulated over the last year. A game, Frieren replied. It is called Candy Crush. Fryn walked over and stared at the screen of Frieren's phone. She was matching same-colored candies in threes and making them explode? I don't understand, why do you play this game? To pass time, Frieren simply replied. She slightly shifted on her chair. Inko recommended it to me. She said that it's an old classic for old women. That would be when Eri suddenly came walking from a nearby room and into the living room, where the 3 mages and the warrior had been seated. Mom, is that a grandpa? The girl asked. Denken gulped at being called grandpa. Yes, he is, Frieren replied. Denken gulped, again. Frieren. I never had children. I am not a grandfather. Is that so? Frieren considered it for a moment. Very well. You are a strange uncle, then. Yay. Strange uncle. What? Denken managed. Mstrs Frieren had become somewhat strange ever since she came here, Fryn said. Stark nodded in agreement. But quite honestly, I prefer it this way. Now, it is bedtime soon, you too, Frieren reminded them. Fryn was rather surprised that Frieren would remind them in such a manner, but living in a fast-paced world in a fast-paced city for the last 2 years with the company of fast-paced kids has probably changed her a little bit. That, and adopting a child. How that was possible, Fryn could never understand. But Eri was right there, seeing Frieren as her mother. She'll have to thank the girl again. Strange uncle, maybe I can make you young again? Eri asked. Denken felt that his heart couldn't take any surprises right then and there. It was all a bit too much for his old body, one could argue. You look like you'll die in a few years. Stark gasped at how blunt that last phrase was. Fryn simply looked on with a deadpan expression. Such bluntness came with being raised and taught by Frieren. Well, raised and taught for the last 2 years, anyway. Young again? Denken looked over at Frieren. Her quirk is rewind, Frieren replied to his unspoken question. She moves living things backwards in their timeline with a touch. If you say, lost a limb, or all 4 of them, she can restore those. Oh, that sounds excellent, Denken nodded. Remind me again, why do you even pretend to have prostheses? Kaguya asked Rado as he took off the metallic bracers and gauntlets, revealing that he did have his arms and legs back thanks to Eri. The prostheses he wore transmitted false images to scanners of all types, making computers think that they're the real deal. I don't want anyone scrambling for what may be the best healing quirk to ever exist, Rado replied. I don't really trust my superiors. You know that. Even if there's a new administration after last Nagant shot the last president and then fled to who knows where, these are the same people that tried to make Hawks an assassin. I'm glad they made me his handler back then. Right, Kaguya nodded. But Endeavor's stubborn as a mule, Rado laughed and wheeled to face his wife. Now, with my newfound hands, let me touch your appealing face, honey. Kaguya laced her arms behind Rado's neck and leaned in closer. Oh my sweet king of darkness. The cooling mechanism should compensate for your overheating weakness, Endeavor, Power Loader stated as he took one last diagnostic check on the cybernetic prosthesis that the Flame Hero had taken for himself. Namely, fireproof limbs that also came with cooling systems in place. They were designed specifically for him, and as such, took all this time to be built. You're trying to copy me, father? Shoto sarcastically asked from the side. He barely flinched when Mei screamed in joy from another part of the support studio. I suppose I really am the masterpiece. Please stop calling yourself that, Shoto, Enji pretty much pleaded with his son. You know we're past that. Yes, of course, father. But if you do too or so prominence burns these things will melt, so have someone with an ice quirk cool these off before breaking them, got it? Power Loader continued. These prostheses are very expensive. I know you're filthy rich, but it takes time to actually build them. So, again, don't break it. Yes, Enji nodded. Understood. Denken was rather torn. On one hand, being younger again meant that he could continue his pursuits for much longer. However, he didn't have much going for him in life other than going to his wife's grave, his hometown, all within El Dorado, the area that had been turned into a sea of gold by Mocht, the strongest of the 7 sages of destruction back in the old world. He would confront and slay Mocht, too. The death of the last sage of destruction would probably spell the end for any hope of demonic ascension over the world. Unless, of course, the Salem 7 find their way back. These demons are walking calamities that are thankfully limited by their wielding of rather old, more primal magic save for Unwar and Sabu, but they're the younger ones, so it tracks. If they had access to modern magic like the Demon King back then, it would not be a good thing. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks. Frieren was quite familiar with these knocks. The other people in the house watched as she opened the door, to reveal a rather familiar scene. Well, not so much, since it was just Sir Night-Eye and Sir Night-Eye. Shining Finger, how have you been? Frieren asked. I've been well, the Technomancer replied. But it's really Sir Night-Eye that wants to ask questions. Frieren, All Might's sole sidekick began, I know that you and your companions have been exceedingly helpful in our war against the PLF, and truly, I am grateful, but there have been many questions that have been levied toward you. Mostly as to where your companions really come from. They're my sidekicks, Frieren boredly replied. Stark, meanwhile, took one look at Night-Eye and decided that. Scary. Stark shivered, even if he was fully capable of demolishing the man in combat. Well, at least if he didn't have his foresight applied on Stark, then sure. I know that, Night-Eye shook his head. From Germany and all that. But Shining Finger checked with the German consulate back then. They have reported that no persons of the same description as Fryn and Stark exist in all records, so again, where do they really come from? The others have been asking me again and again to ask you, and just one time, since it appears you have another companion. Please, I need an answer, to put the others' minds at ease. And mine as well went unsaid, but quite obvious. Well dash. I told you that lying to these people wasn't going to work forever, Frieren. Denken stepped forward. Allow me to deal with this. You shared your recent memories with me. I shall now do the same with them. Memory sharing? Night Eye narrowed his eyes at the old mage. Shining Finger looked like she was inches away from calling down an airstrike on the place. It is a spell. Denken laid out his palms, wherein a magic circle began to glimmer. It will tell you everything you need to know. Are you alright with this, Mstrs Frieren? Fryn asked. It was only a matter of time, Frieren concluded as Denken did his thing. All things do come to end, I suppose. You're all, from another world? Night Eye sat on the couch, his hands folded together in front of his face as he pondered all the memories that Denken had shared with him. He had seen much, all of them from Frieren's perspective. He saw how the elf mage fought her own clone inside a dungeon in a conflagration of spells that shattered the fabric of reality itself. He gazed upon the strangeness of being trapped within a mimic, a sentient treasure box with sharp teeth. He witnessed, however, most importantly, he saw how Frieren was brought to this world. 2 years. 10 months before the UA entrance exams. Frieren found herself being summoned to this world by 2 middle schoolers who are, by now, second-year students of UA High School. They were Toshinori students now, too. There's Midoriya Izuku, hero name, all mana, user of the Quirk, Mage. A power that allows him to create effects based on what he can imagine to be realistic for himself, apparently, creating swirling vortexes that looked like black holes, firing beams of death energy, and wrapping people in tentacles were just some things that he had deemed realistic for himself. Night Eye had always been perplexed by that strange quirk. It was extremely versatile, and some could swear that he had a new trick up his sleeve every month. But when New Order and Comic exist, it was easy to accept that it was indeed a quirk. Until now. It was troubling to think that the beams he often uses were originally curated by a demon for the specific purpose of killing humans, but he had never killed anyone with them except for that Nomu in the USJ. Said Nomu was probably thankful that it died. Who knows what kind of sordid torment the people it was made out of were enduring. There was also Tokoyami Fumicage. The MSTR of the sentient quirk, Dark Shadow. Night Eye was relieved that he wasn't exactly a mage like Frieren, Denken, Fryn, and Midoriya. If anyone could create a shadow demon that could grow to the size of the mountain using the principles of magic, then the world might be in some trouble. Instead, he was given a few basic spells, it seems, including one that lowered light levels around himself. So that is why he seems to be so strong. He did not just see those memories, either. It was as though he relieved them in the span of both 2 years and a single moment as Denken passed the pertinent information with his magic. He experienced the elf's inability to properly understand human emotion. It was as though he was right there, failing to win Sane's heart or not quite understanding why Fryn was so furious. Shining Finger too was taken aback. She would have fallen on the floor from the weight of the revelation had it not for one of her drones moving to prevent her back from meeting hard marble. Her glasses fell off, too, and, with a shaking hand, she put them back on, clearly shocked by everything that she had seen. She couldn't quite believe that one of her teammates in the licensing exam was an actual elf from another world, one that was more than 1,000 years old. Not only that, but there was also the shock of learning that quirks are also magical in nature. Quirks and magic are, in fact, cousins that walk hand in hand, the energies they each consume taking up the same inventory space in a person's body and mind. That was not even to mention how an army of demons caused the Bronze Age collapse and nearly wiped out an existing group of mages from Earth. These are all terrifying revelations, but at practice, they changed little, except for the fact that the quirkless are not as useless as many in this superhuman society believe. Night Eye is convinced that Midoriya will try to found a magic association sometime in the future. All Might will probably support it. That we are, Denken replied. His monocle reflected the light from the overhead LED, casting a glint that made him appear more intelligent than he already was. Frieren is an elf. An elf mage. I am an imperial mage, though I'm sure that title means little to you. Fryn is Frieren's apprentice, while Stark here is their warrior. I see, Night Eye shivered. Out of all the answers to the questions that the other heroes had levied, Frieren and her companions being interdimensional visitors brought here using the magic of an extinct order of mages from Earth's ancient history wouldn't have even appeared in a perspective list. It was all simply insane. It was so insane, in fact, that Shining Finger had pinched her own cheek. It seems that I am not drunk or dreaming, the Technomancer idly commented to herself as she let her face go. This is all real. Night Eye, are you real? Night Eye didn't have the headspace to even bother responding to Shining Finger's query. Instead, he slowly stood up, towering over just everyone else in the room. And yet, despite being a veritable skyscraper over the shorter interdimensional visitors, as well as Shining Finger, Night Eye did not know if he should be afraid of these mages, and the warrior, from the other world, or if he should be profusely thanking them for aiding in fighting the PLF. Who knows how much damage those Nomus, especially the high-ends, would have done? Who even knows what All for One could have done once Tamura Shigaraki's transformation into a host of All for One's original quirk, as well as his mind, was completed? The fact that they could return any time they wished and yet chose not to do so was the peak of charity. That, and Frieren seemed to genuinely like her new students in this world. Night Eye and Shining Finger knew that much as they've been given a first-person perspective of what Frieren saw and felt in those times. She helped a quirkless kid fulfill a dream he had ever since he was aged 4, and all because he was as heroic as could be. Not because she was paid great sums of cash or granted any other favor, though there was staying in the Midoriya apartment back then. Just because she saw another potential hero in the making. Another, what was it, Himmel the hero? From what the two could tell, Frieren remembered him quite fondly, though the regret of not knowing him better before his death weighed heavily on her despite her stoic demeanor usually showing absolutely nothing. Then there was the Salem 7. For the longest time, it had been thought that those villains had someone with a regeneration quirk helping them out, keeping them young ever since the dawn of quirks and the costly campaign the reunited states waged against them just to end up killing only one of them in a nuclear bombardment. But now, it seems that the Salem 7 were, in fact, demons. Actual demons, with a taste for human flesh and are MSTRS of powerful magic that they accumulated over literal millennia. If anyone stood the best chance against those walking calamities, it would be Frieren and her fellow interdimensional visitors, as evidenced by how Bluthund was dispatched with such ease. What now? Frieren asked Night Eye as he quietly thought about what to do next. You want to hunt down and kill the Salem demons, yes? Night Eye asked in turn. Yes. That would mean that we need to factor you and your companions in the plans being formulated right now, came the answer. Plans for a final confrontation against All for One, the PLF, and potentially, the Salem 5 alongside them. Are all of you alright with that? Of course, Frieren replied without skipping a beat. If it means that those demons die, then I'll go along with it. Same goes for everyone else. Though a little miffed that Frieren didn't let him talk, Denken nodded in simple agreement. Fryn and Stark didn't have much of a choice, though they were a little more apprehensive than the old mages among them. I see, Night Eye nodded. Tomorrow, I ask that you come with me to the headquarters. I believe everyone that's relevant to our plans to defeat All for One and the Salem 5 should know about this as well. Sure, whatever, Frieren shrugged. Denken looked at her like she was insane. He had never heard her speak in such an informal manner. Fryn and Stark already have, but it was still a shock even now. Very well, Night Eye turned away, followed suit by Shining Finger. Good night. Today was not a good day for Izuku. It wasn't because he was injured, not physically, anyway. He was, in fact, perfectly fine in that regard, having received not a single scratch after the latest altercation with the forces of the PLF. It had been par for the course, really, like Frieren's party. He and Fumicage were considered by both sides to be unstoppable forces of nature that tore through whatever the villains of the PLF threw at them, though he doubted that the two of them could actually beat All for One himself. Or the Salem, for that matter. A mage apprentice and the MSTR of a sentient quirk still had limits, after all. Either way, the source of his current pain lay below him. 100 sources, in fact, all moving inside vehicles, crowded together as though they were sardines or livestock. They were being moved across a devastated cityscape. Apparently, the PLF had attacked a safe zone that the police force administered. Both sides took losses, but the PLF took captives with them. From his position on the windowsill of a half-destroyed skyscraper, he could see their mana signatures, which were all consistent with quirkless individuals. He did not want to believe the rumors at first. He had heard from civilians hiding within UA's hallowed walls that the Meta-Liberation Army portion of the PLF had been rounding up quirkless people, whom they famously consider to be relics that evolution left behind, to an unknown fate. There had been theories, perhaps All for One was forcibly giving them quirks so that they would be grateful to the evil overlord. Others thought that the Meta-Liberation Army's belief that the quirkless are undesirables in a society of quirked hierarchy, coupled with having power over much of Japan, meant that they could do what many thought they would do, mass executions. Whatever that fate was, Izuku was determined not to allow any of it to befall these people. People that are like him. Quirkless, overlooked, and useless. That is what many in this society quietly thought, and while most were not quite evil enough to actually try to kill their quirkless neighbors, those who were inducted into the ranks of the Meta-Liberation Army certainly were. Fumicage, Izuku called out to his friend, who had been spying on the column of vehicles using a pair of binoculars. What do you see? There appears to only be 2 MLA warriors on each pickup truck. That makes 10 targets for us to take down. I see. Do you have a plan to neutralize our targets before they can execute their hostages? Fumicage asked as he handed Izuku the binoculars. They may threaten to kill the Quirkless in their possession to prevent us from intervening. And if their purpose with them is to bring them to a place where they're to be killed either way. I have a plan. Izuku stood up and turned away from the windowsill. Fumicage followed closely behind, their cloaks both billowing in the cold, bitter wind. He opened up a holographic map for Fumicage to see. We'll free those people for sure. Let's set up an ambush over here. Huh? Who's that? Tatsuyuki Tokaname, once the pro-hero named Slide and Go, had been part of the Great War of Liberation since that fateful day 4 weeks ago. He had always thought that the restrictions on quirk use were restrictive and oppressive. While he could use his quirk freely due to being a pro-hero, even that still came with limits. There were always forms to fill whenever someone questioned how he used his quirk. And so he joined the Meta Liberation Army all those years ago. Now, he was but a warrior of the Paranormal Liberation Front, aiding in the fight to free Japan from oppression. The Quirkless, however, were an undesirable group to have in a superhuman society. Their genetics are a pollution, and must be removed. But, just as he and other warriors of the Meta Liberation Army brought these useless evolutionary rejects to their deserved fate, someone decided to stand in the middle of the road. Tatsuyuki strained his eyes to see just who it was. They were draped in a black cloak, the fog and mist that seemingly came out of nowhere obscuring the whole place. Check it out, Tatsuyuki ordered. 4 MLA warriors clambered out of their vehicles, quirks ready to be used whilst pistols were holstered in their belts. Who are you? One of the warriors called out as he approached the strange figure. Leave this place or we will make you leave, in death. The figure looked up and lowered his hood. He had a mask on, but that green hair was unmistakable. Even more so was the fact that he now had a staff in hand, menacing, pointing it at the column of vehicles. Sheet, it's all mana. Attack and kill him, one of the MLA warriors shouted as he unleashed fireballs at the mage apprentice, just for a barrier of hexagons to appear and block the incoming flames. Tatsuyuki could just barely hear what all mana was saying. But he heard nonetheless as the walkie-talkies of his subordinates relayed his words to him. Catastravia? Aerostorm. When those words ended, Tatsuyuki found himself and every MLA warrior that remained in their vehicles roughly slammed against the doors with such force that the doors were ripped out along with them. Golden arrows of light, scratch that, they looked more like feathers, but made out of some kind of solid light, had pinned each of the MLA warriors with their clothes to the walls of nearby buildings. Tatsuyuki in particular, though, was handled far rougher than the rest. The golden arrows, which he realized had been waiting for his column along the route, grazed his sides as they dragged him by his clothes and stuck him to a wall. Tatsuyuki grunted in pain as the air was slammed out of his lungs, failing to notice that Tsukuyami, all mana's teammate, was bidding the quirkless captives to get out of the pickup trucks. Truly, Tatsuyuki did not know why he deserved to be crucified like this. Aside from the time he found out his father had been turned into a Nomu by All for One, Izuku hadn't felt this, enraged. Unlike the last time, though, he hid it pretty well in front of other people. Fumicage surely knew that he was positively and overwhelmingly furious at the moment, but these people didn't need to see or know that. They just needed reassurance. After all, they had been destined for what the MLA had labeled as genetic purification and the strengthening of the gene pool, which was extremist quirkist jargon for murder. Izuku could bet 1 billion yen that the MLA would be most displeased and surprised to learn that the quirkless are not useless, but have potential access to an extremely versatile kind of power. Reassuring, however, fell to Fumicage at the moment. Who, despite his dark appearance and rather scary quirk, had found himself swarmed by a crowd of grateful people extending their thanks. He even had a bunch of kids hugging his legs. Alright, Fumicage didn't know what to do to keep all those people off of him, and Dark Shadow didn't seem to care enough to do so, or he enjoyed watching his MSTR get swarmed. I have called for the JSDF to send transport planes to bring you out of here. You will be brought to a safe zone. Thank you, hero. You were so cool. You saved our lives. Meanwhile, away from the view of the crowd, Izuku walked up to the former pro-hero turned Meta Liberation Army warrior, Slide and Go. He had modified Catastravia to create a spell that was much like Hawk's feathers. If he wanted, he could make a sword of mana using it. And with that spell, he had restrained each of the MLA warriors, with floating swords made out of mana hanging over their heads as a threat if they were stupid enough to do anything. Slide and Go, Izuku spat out the former pro-hero's name. A dirty traitor. And you're just some kid, Slide and Go grumbled. Go to hell. You support a system that keeps us all oppressed? I can't listen to you MLA nuts talk. Izuku rolled his eyes. Tell me where you were going to bring these people. As if I'll dash. Without skipping a beat, Izuku summoned an arrow of his modified Catastravia spell. Slide and Go began squirming in place as the arrow was pointed straight at his head. He could very well remember how these arrows of light tore up the vehicles earlier to know what would happen when the arrow goes into his head. Izuku looked up at Slide and Go with a steely gaze. Tell me where you were bringing these people, or I will make sure that you will never be capable of causing harm ever again. No, never. Then you leave me no choice. With a flick of his finger, Izuku's light arrow approached Slide and Go until it nearly pricked his forehead. It was taking all of the MLA warriors' willpower not to scream at the spot. One more time. Where were you bringing them? If you kill me, they will see you as no better as the villains, Slide and Go hissed. Go on. Kill me, hero. I'll scream as I die, and so will my comrades. Those people you saved will run in here and see you splitting a man's head in half. What will they think? Oh, but they can't hear you, Izuku replied with a wry smirk. You see, I have cast a spell that prevents sound from leaving my general vicinity. Of course, if they come in here, they'll hear, but they'll be quite busy for a while. You cast a spell? Slide and Go asked. The other MLA warriors looked at the spectacle near them with increasing horror. What is that supposed to mean? This might surprise you, but I am actually quirkless, Izuku said with a knowing smirk. He was quite sure that Slide and Go and the other MLA warriors wouldn't believe what he was saying, but it was still good to mess with their heads, on top of the aggressive interrogation he was conducting. I am a mage. I wield a primordial power beyond your comprehension. But that is neither here nor now. Where were you bringing the quirkless people that you rounded up? To what those evolutionary dead ends deserve, one of the other MLA warriors, a man with knives for fingers spat. To be cleansed from the world. Where, exactly? Izuku asked again. All of the light arrows began to move forward, and the MLA warriors started squirming. If you die refusing to tell me what I want, I will simply ensure that there are no corpses to recover. There will only be ashes scattered to the four winds of the earth. No one will remember you. Slide and Go will only be remembered as a pro-hero who turned traitor. The rest of you? I have no idea who you are, so I doubt anyone else would really care. Hypocrite, another of the warriors hissed. You cannot escape the truth. Oh, but wherever I go, the truth is what I make it. After all, who will the people believe? Some villains that have every motivation to lie? Or me, a promising hero student that everyone on the side of all that is good and just seems to like? Izuku smiled dangerously. Now, what will it be, an unremembered death, or life? Nagano. We were bringing them to Nagano. In that instant, the light arrows moved backward, making half of the MLA warriors let out sighs of relief, while the others angrily whispered, traitor. Yes? Where in Nagano? Izuku walked toward the warrior who confessed. The city or the prefecture? The city, the MLA warrior confessed. We were bringing them to an apartment complex there for holding an. And? Izuku asked. Many things, the warrior replied. He looked away. In shame, perhaps? Maybe not all members of the Meta Liberation Army were completely insane. This guy could be trapped in a cult. Izuku had seen in the internet that such things often happened. Izuku didn't need to know anymore, except for the address, which he easily got. Traitor, Slide and Go growled, just for Izuku to touch him on the forehead, silently casting a sleep spell. The man went limp, and Izuku let him fall to the ground. The MLA warriors gasped at the sight. He's dead. Time for you crazies to follow, Izuku lied if only to terrify them. Half of the warriors immediately soiled themselves while the other half glared at him with hate. With the light arrows still threatening them, he began putting them to sleep one by one. He wasn't going to kill them in summary execution, anyway. He just wasn't that kind of person. However, making them genuinely scared enough to PSS themselves was extremely satisfying. That, and the terrifying threats got him the information he needed. They were going to have a rude awakening very soon, as Izuku heard the roar of jet engines in the distance. The transport planes are here. Izuku, if I didn't know better, I would be very terrified of you, Fumicage's voice crackled through the comms. The sounds of clamoring people and kids begging him to give them candy, he always had those in his pockets, could be heard in the background. Still, you prove to be an excellent actor. Perhaps you should consider entering the theater industry in conjunction with your heroic career in the future. Oh, please, Izuku chuckled as magical chains began to bind the sleeping villains together. You praise me too much. Either way, I just got the address for where the MLA portion of the PLF is holding quirkless people prisoner and doing terrible things to them. I just hope they don't move the location when they find out that we intercepted one of their convoys. Memories of heteromorphs being held in cages by the creature rejection clan flashed through his mind. Truly, no matter the time, there will always be those kinds of groups. We would need backup to raid such a location, Fumicage added. Right, Izuku looked up at the incoming transports. Backup, a list of potential good candidates for raiding a place with hostages entered his head. Amajiki-senpai, what with having smoke screen on top of manifest? Mirio-senpai, with one for all and permeation. Best Jeanist and Midnight Sensei would be good, too. Then there's going to be Shining Finger running reconnaissance. With the mana chains now tightly binding the MLA warriors, Izuku dispelled the sound-cutting spell. He then levitated the captives, carrying them until he was in view of the crowd, and the transport planes landing on the street with their rotary engines. It was a rather wide street, thankfully, so they had no issues landing and receiving those people. Quite a catch you have, Izuku. Fumicage turned around. He had what looked like a lipstick mark on his cheek. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of that despite being aware of what the MLA was doing to Quirkless. You better wipe that off before Ochako sees you, Izuku smirked dangerously. How did that happen, anyway? One of the individuals we saved was a girl around our age, Fumicage shivered. I suppose she could not contain her gratitude. Oh ho! It is a rather strange feeling, Fumicage continued, to have a large number of people admire and thank me. I think I've never experienced this before. Just don't let it get in your head. I'm not and I won't, Fumicage retorted. Now let us return to patrolling. He looked back at his phone, where a message had just arrived. I have just been assured that there will be a plan to raid the address given to us by tomorrow morning. Right, Izuku nodded. He could never forget why all these quirkless people were being rounded up by the MLA segments of the PLF. Part of him wanted to go now, but he knew that was stupid without conducting proper recon. Stars and Stripes taught him that, and so did Frieren. Now, though, perhaps some of these people could become like him one day. Why is everyone here so quiet? Izuku and Fumicage had just arrived back in Heights Alliance. The rest of the class had been murmuring and whispering to each other in the common area when they stepped through the door. Aoyama was conspicuously absent. Midoriya, Yamamo stepped toward them. We have bad news. What? Is someone dead? Where did Aoyama go? Aoyama has been working for All for One, Yamamo said. This is not a good joke, Yamamo. Fumicage glared at the vice class rep. I'm sorry, but it's true. Yamamo looked away. Hagakure found out this morning. Aoyama and his parents were in the forest, talking about receiving instructions from All for One earlier today, and apparently it had been the first time in a rather long time. Oh, Fumicage glanced at Izuku, whose eye twitched. That's the face he makes when he's mad. He was an unwilling accomplice, Yamamo added. That calmed Izuku down a little bit, but now he's even madder at All for One. His parents made a bargain with the devil, so to speak. He was, originally quirkless. Izuku's eyebrows raised at that. Originally, quirkless? I think you should sit this one out. Izuku found Aizawa's hand falling upon his shoulder as he began to head out to redeploy outside of the safe zone around Mizudafu. The thought of Aoyama being originally quirkless, as well as being an unwilling traitor, still hung over his mind like a blurry fog. It probably hung over everyone's heads, in fact. The morning had been uncharacteristically quiet, and Izuku had already prepared for the day. All that was left to do was wait for Fumicage to get down from his room, have breakfast, and come along. But Aizawa-sensei had a different idea. But, sensei, Izuku looked up at his homeroom teacher. Somehow Aizawa looked even more unkempt and scruffy than usual. His hair reached all the way to his shoulder now, at least it would have if it wasn't tied into a bun. Present Mike and Midnight probably bullied him into tying it up. Izuku kept his mouth open, but he didn't find the words necessary to convince him that he could participate in the raid in Nagano. Perhaps because no such words existed. Listen, Midoriya, Aizawa began, we already have everything covered for the raid. Just between Lemillion, Sun Eater, Midnight, and Best Jeanist, and Nijire-chan, there's not much those PLF wimps can do to stop us from breaking out those quirkless prisoners unless All for One himself or a bunch of high-ends are personally invested in keeping a prison safe. Which, according to Shining Finger's recon, isn't the case. Even your old aunt will be there with the party in case things get a little hairy for us. So, there's no need for you to worry. In fact, consider today to be another rotation away from the fight. But, Izuku looked away, still unwilling to disclose that he had a personal stake in that raid. Not just because he was the one that obtained the intelligence around it, but because he's also quirkless. But Aoyama apparently being quirkless, as well as his betrayal, was, admittedly, distracting him. Sure, Aoyama wasn't someone Izuku was particularly close with in the class. In fact, Izuku wasn't even sure that his Quebecois classmate were particularly close with anyone. He often eats alone and avoids the social gatherings in the common area. While he interacts with Mina and Hagakure quite often, they never truly stuck together the same way Izuku did with his friends. Which, knowing that Aoyama had been an unwilling accomplice of All for One, made so much sense. Izuku hadn't heard Aoyama's side of the story yet, so he did not come to a conclusion, but it was indeed possible that he was ordered not to get too close to anyone. Or he felt guilty all this time, and didn't try to be friends with anyone as a result. Perhaps it was both. Okay, sensei, Izuku nodded. Can we talk to Aoyama, then? You'll be given that opportunity this morning, Aizawa nodded. We just need Ida to collect and confirm assurances from everyone that no one will attempt to strangle Aoyama to death. The moment you see him. Why would? Izuku trailed off, realizing that some of his classmates would definitely be very, very angry. Between the USJ incident and the mass kidnapping, they have plenty of reasons to be furious at the traitor in their midst. Between the near brushes with death, drowning, accidentally killing villains in their first month as hero students, and injuries that included being stabbed, Izuku could already imagine some of his classmates grabbing Aoyama by the collar of his shirt, pinning him against a wall, and loudly raging profanities at him. Even Izuku had a voice whispering in the back of his head, telling him that Aoyama is a dirty traitor just like Slide and Go and all the other pro-heroes that turned out to be plants of the Meta Liberation Army. Another voice, however, said that Aoyama was a victim as well. Izuku sighed. I think I've held you up enough, sensei. See you later? Alright, Aizawa nodded and left, leaving Izuku in a deserted common room. Then he heard glass being shattered. Izuku walked up to the kitchen to see Bakugo standing there, staring at a broken bowl. I didn't notice him there, Izuku thought. Bakugo? Izuku began. What's wrong? You don't usually break stuff here. You never break anything. That stupid French traitor, Bakugo muttered and sullenly sat on a chair. It's all his fault? What was Izuku even supposed to say? He didn't know, that's for sure. All that was left then was to allow Bakugo to continue. He provided the addresses of our houses to the villains, didn't he? Bakugo's hands crackled with tiny explosions as an inner rage built up within him. He then glared at the empty air to his right, and then back at Izuku. Izuku knew that it had been Kudu talking to him. While an intoxicated dark shadow could see vestiges, Izuku still couldn't, though he could still see the two souls within Bakugo. It was surreal to think that Bakugo was actually related to the second user of One for All, if only separated by nearly a century. He's the reason. Bakugo didn't need to say more. Izuku already knew where he was going. If not for Aoyama giving the League of Villains the addresses of each of his classmates' homes, then Himiko Toga would have never gotten her way with Bakugo back then. I still see her sometimes, you know, Bakugo continued. In my sleep, it never really went away. It's gotten better, but it's always there, at least once a month. Izuku recalled the time when Bakugo woke up screaming. It woke up everyone else in Heights Alliance, Izuku included. Tenya promptly told everyone to go back to sleep, but Kirishima stayed with Bakugo until the morning. Kirishima is really what one might call a best bro. You should tell the teachers that they should never let me see him again, Bakugo hissed. Otherwise, I might do something I'll regret. I see, Izuku nodded. What happened to Bakugo was regrettable. It truly was. I'll just be going dash. Wait, Bakugo grabbed him by the wrist. Can you stay? For a little while? We won't be going out, anyway. Sure. Izuku nodded and walked back beside Bakugo. Kirishima isn't awake yet, isn't he? Izuku idly thought as he recalled how he and Bakugo were almost always together. Izuku could barely remember it, but he could recall Kirishima pinching Bakugo's cheeks about 2 days ago when he magically made everyone in Heights Alliance high on arcane narcotics. They were under a table, even. It was an impossible sight. Bakugo never lets anyone touch his face. Izuku then decided to change the topic. He barely noticed, at first, how Bakugo was leaning his head closer to him. Almost like he wanted to lean at his side but not mustering up the courage to actually do so. So, he responded by patting his head. The blonde was visibly surprised by that, but gave no comment. So, how's having your great-great-great-grandfather in your head? He's chill, Bakugo replied. He knew that Izuku knew about One for All, so it was fine talking about it when it was just the two of them here. Lectures me sometimes about how I was a real prick back then. And how I'm too obsessed with spicy food. And that I scream too much. He's like an old man. He drives me crazy. Kudo, meanwhile, crossed his spectral arms and looked away from his descendant. I'm not old. Heh, you were, Izuku chuckled. But now you and I can talk in a very civilized manner. Bakugo began, just to clear his throat. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. He was going to call me by the first name? Midoriya, I can't believe I've never told you this, but, sorry about your dad. I just heard about it from the old my mom. From your mom? Izuku nodded. Thanks. I'm just going to make All for One pay for what he did. Won't we all? Bakugo grinned, but then he looked at the side and frowned. Oh, the old man is cheering. All for One did separate his spine from his body, Izuku shrugged. Hard to imagine why he would be cheering for that evil man's demise. Not everyone came to see Aoyama. In fact, barely anyone did. Out of the 19 other students in Class 2A, only 8 arrived in the classroom where Aoyama was being held under the watchful gaze of Ectoplasm's clones and a dozen robots with tranquilizer dart guns. Izuku was there, of course, Aoyama being a former Quirkless like himself gnawed at him. Fumicage, Ochako, and Tenya were there with him, as well as Denki. Mina and Hagakure, as the closest thing Aoyama had to friends in the class, had come with them as well. Kyoka was there, too, if only to accompany Denki. Unlike the rest, Denki was visibly furious, puffing and hissing under his breath. Izuku could very well imagine why. Out of all his classmates, he probably had the worst ordeal in the USJ incident. It took him a whole year to be able to enter a swimming pool after that happened. What happened when they entered that classroom, then, was inevitable. As the door swung open, Denki stormed into the room. Aoyama was there, quietly sitting on a chair, when his classmates arrived to see him. Kaminari? That was all Aoyama managed to say before Denki grabbed the collar of his shirt, lifted him off the chair, and pinned him against the wall faster than even Ectoplasm could run over to them. Is it true? The normally bombastic and cheery electric user was trembling in anger, but at the very least there were no sparks of electricity arcing on his body. There was no indication that he was going to electrify his former classmate right then and there. But he is furious. It is, Aoyama croaked. I told the League of Villains about the USJ. I gave them the class schedule. Kaminari, enough, Ectoplasm commanded. We let you come here to speak with him and air your grievances, not physically hurt him. Denki then let Aoyama go, but he still looked down at him. The USJ where I was stabbed and drowned? That USJ? Denki screamed at Aoyama's face. It took me a year to stop being afraid of bodies of water. A whole year. One of Ectoplasm's clones looked over at the original, as if to ask if this was all right. I'm sorry, Aoyama managed. I also gave the addresses for everyone's homes during the Hosu incident. I'm sorry, Kaminari. I'm sorry, everyone. I am a filthy villain. So you're also the reason my house burned down and all my siblings and parents got kidnapped. If looks could kill, then Aoyama would now be a stain on the floor. You just keep apologizing. That's not good enough, Denki hissed as Kyoka gently pulled him away. I can't believe that I was in the same class as you. I hate you. I'm sorry, Aoyama croaked. Denki and Kyoka walked to the hallway beside the classroom, the former falling into a fetal position with his back against the wall. He hid his face behind his knees, though it was easy to guess what exactly was happening. Aoyama, now it was Tenya's turn to come in. When you entered UA, did you do so under completely false pretenses, or did you also wish to be a hero? Aoyama looked away. I want to be a hero, but he said he will kill my entire family if I do not comply with his demands. We were shown what happens to those who disobey All for One. We had no choice. He was deep in an impossible situation, Fumicage quietly noted as Tenya spoke with Aoyama. It could have happened to any of us. He glanced over at Izuku, and Izuku glanced back at him. They both understood that if All for One had approached Izuku back then and offered a powerful quirk with no apparent strings attached, he would have taken it in a heartbeat. After all, having a quirk is all he wanted his whole life. If the Midoriyas were rich and followed a trail of money that led to a man that could give quirks, then it could have easily been Izuku who got naval laser instead. Only afterwards would All for One reveal the strings that were attached and force him to be a spy instead of Aoyama. Hypothetical villain spy Izuku was up there, hypothetical Humorize cultist Izuku. If some things were different, then such a thing could have happened. You never wanted to hurt us, right? Now it was Mina talking. We have always noticed that you were a bit distant, but I did enjoy your company, Aoyama. If you're really sorry, then, maybe things could go back to how they were before. Once this war is over. We'll help you get back up, Aoyama. Hagakure followed. Right? As for Ochako, admittedly, she hasn't had much interaction with Aoyama. The most prominent one was when he teased her for liking Fumicage while they were being SCKED into 13's quirk during the first-year heroics exam, but aside from that, they haven't really spoken all that much. Still, she knew that, had he been given a true choice in the matter, he would never have been a spy. Whether or not Aoyama will ever be reinstated into the hero course is still up for discussion amongst the faculty and board, Nizu's voice echoed through one of the robots. Unlike his usual jovial tone, he was dead serious here. That is assuming that he even wishes to return. Can I talk to him, Ectoplasm-sensei, alone? Izuku suddenly asked. Now, that was surprising. While Izuku did interact with everyone in the class every now and then, it's not like he was particularly close with Aoyama. But then again, Fumicage wasn't so surprised. He knew that Izuku was really quirkless. My clones cannot leave this room for as long as Aoyama is in our custody, Ectoplasm curtly replied. I see, sensei. Izuku nodded and glanced at the others behind him. His other classmates got the message and returned to the hallway to talk amongst themselves instead. As for Izuku, he took one of the chairs and dragged it so that he was seated in front of Aoyama. Hello, Aoyama, Izuku began. Last time we spoke, you were leaving cheese in my room. He left out the part where the pieces of cheese spelled out, I know, in French. Both of them knew that, and Ectoplasm didn't need to hear. Aoyama nodded. That happened about 6 months ago. I thought that you were like me. When did you get your quirk? Izuku asked. My power is something I could use since BRTH. He was both technically lying and telling the truth. Mana is something he always had, but he would have never learned to actually use it without Frieren's tutelage. It just took me a long time to figure out the activation requirements. He gave me naval laser when I was 6, Aoyama looked down. My parents were afraid that I would be discriminated against for being quirkless. They wanted me to be like everyone else. I wanted to be like everyone else. I get that, Izuku let out a guy. I always wanted to have power like everyone else, so that I can be a hero. 14 years of being considered quirkless, imagine that? But then I figured out that I had won all this time. I was so happy. You mentioned that before, Aoyama nodded. Your quirk, Magi. You just need to imagine something to make it real. I'm just saying. I get it, Izuku patted Aoyama's shoulder. I probably would have accepted a quirk from All for One if I didn't know he was an evil supervillain. But, just know. You're not alone. You're like me, well, not exactly like me, but you understand what I mean, right? From one quirkless to another, I'll help you however I can, Izuku continued. But that can only happen if you help yourself first. Don't call yourself a filthy villain, for one. What are they talking about, Kyoka? Ochako asked as she looked through the tinted windows to no avail. Kyoka raised her jacks. I'm not listening in, Ochako. Oh? It is perfectly understandable that Izuku would speak with Aoyama in this manner, Fumicage suddenly said, without any prompting. For most of his life, he was believed to be quirkless. They both wanted a quirk, the difference is that Izuku always had one, albeit with an arduous manifestation, while Aoyama never had one. So it's one quirkless person relating to another, in a manner of speaking, Tenya nodded, not realizing just how close to the mark he was. Still, to think that we had a mole in our class all this time. Do you think he'll be taken away and never seen again? Hagakure asked. I mean, he may have been a mole, but he never wanted to be one. They can take him away for all I care, Denki grumbled near them. Let's just go, Denki. Kyoka pulled him up from the floor and began leading him away from the classroom. See you later. He doesn't mean that, doesn't he? Mina watched as Denki and Kyoka left. Surely. He is angry. To be quite honest, I am too, Fumicage added. The others looked at him with a bit of shock. After all, in the USJ incident, my throat was nearly slit and I split a villain in half. He started rubbing his arms as he uncomfortably remembered that incident. Oh, Ochako held his hand, which helped him calm down somewhat. Many of us may not be able to forgive Aoyama, and in that case, it is for the best that he no longer attends our class, even in the future, Fumicage continued. If only for his own safety. A correct assessment. Tenya looked over at the doorway that Denki and Kyoka disappeared behind. It must have been terrible for him, Ochako said, to want to be a hero and a friend to us, but forced to be a spy too. A tragedy indeed, Fumicage replied. As if in cue, they heard the running of maybe a dozen pairs of feet. That, and cries of, you can't be here. Thank you for being understanding, Midoriya, Aoyama nodded in shame. I don't see how I deserve your kindness. You were forced to be a mole. You weren't trying to kill us out of malice, Izuku answered. What happened to you could happen to Dash. The door to the classroom burst open. Izuku wheeled around, ready to unleash a spell. The UA robots and Ectoplasm's clones stepped forward, meeting a group of uniformed men. And a woman. It didn't take Izuku long to realize that they were members of the JSDF. One of the men, their obvious leader, stepped forward to meet Ectoplasm. I am Major Morimoto Katsu of the Japanese Self-Defense Force. We are here to collect Aoyama Yuga, as well as his parents Megaine Bedoin Aoyama and Aoyama Osamu. They are to be detained and interrogated in a secure facility. Under whose authority? Ectoplasm asked. Aoyama is still a student of UA High School and a minor. We would rather keep him dash. We are under the Prime Minister's authority, after all, it is still martial law. We have also notified the Canadian consulate. The Major produced a pair of papers from thin air, likely his quirk. Izuku immediately concluded that the Major's quirk was probably some kind of inventory storage. A spy of all for one being in a prestigious hero school like yours, especially in a time of war, is a matter of national security. Who knows what else he knows? We will endeavor to know everything that may be of use, and frankly, a high school is not the place to do that. Ectoplasm knew better than to challenge the Prime Minister herself. Nizu probably did, too, given that he wasn't saying through the robots. That, and he probably already knew and allowed this to happen. Not that he would have a choice, since, again, it's the Prime Minister's orders. I see. They will be held humanely. Of course, Katsu nodded. We are still a civilized country. We're the military. We're not villains. Rest assured that once we are told everything, as well as ensure that there are no hidden quirks, they will be returned here. Katsu then turned his attention towards Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. Your father is Midoriya Hisashi, correct? Yes, Izuku nodded. I served alongside him in the same unit, Katsu said. Izuku's eyes became as wide as dinner plates. He was one of the best of us. What befell him is truly a tragedy. Yes, it is. What will you do when you have to face him, then? Major, Nizu warned through one of the robots. You're here to collect the Aoyamas. Do so already. Izuku didn't know. The thought of having to point a staff at his father and cast a spell with killing intent, even though he had been turned into the dragon Nomu, was simply completely impossible for him. Izuku cannot visualize himself killing his father a second time. Even if he never met him. He wants to bring him back, somehow. Do what you have to, Katsu continued as Aoyama stood up and began to walk alongside the soldiers. It is what he would want. I know that if he were alive right now, he would be very proud. As the Major and his soldiers left with Aoyama, Izuku was left standing in the classroom, mortified at the thought. He hadn't considered it before. Are you all right, Midoriya? Ectoplasm asked. Izuku's classmates, those who were present, anyway, walked into the classroom, discussing what they just saw. That Major crossed a line. No, Sensei, it's fine, Izuku took a deep breath. It's something that I had to think about sooner or later. Guys, let's go. He then walked out of the classroom, his friends with him. Poor children, Ectoplasm sighed as he watched the hero students leave. They should never have to make decisions like those at their age. They should only be worried about studying. Alas, such are the times we live in, Nizu replied through a robot. We adults simply have to be there to guide them through. Izuku? Are you alright? No. Frieren looked up at Izuku. She and her companions had just returned from a successful raid in Nagano. It was quite easy, really, especially when Denken summoned a fire tornado and forced the PLF to run for cover. However, now, she just saw Izuku having a 1,000-yard stare on the house's rooftop. Over the time that she had spent with humans, she had gained at least some understanding of such actuations. Staring into the void meant that there was probably something wrong. What is it, then? Frieren asked. Izuku sat down. His hands were shaking. I might have to fight my Namufied dad. Knowing all for one's pettiness, he'd probably throw him at me. He knows who I am, after all. Frieren nodded. She understood well what Nomu were, and what happened to Izuku's late father, Hisashi. I might have to kill him, Izuku continued with quiet sobs. He placed his hands over his face. I might have to kill my own father to keep him from harming others. But, he looked back at Frieren, who was still sitting beside him. I can't visualize myself doing it. I can shoot down any Nomu, even All for One himself. But, my dad? I just can't. All I want to do is bring him back. There is no spell for resurrection. Frieren knew as much since she studied that book Hyder gave to her. We will see, Frieren reached up and patted his head. I cannot promise anything, but for as long as I remain in this world, I will help you do this. Thank you, Frieren, Izuku wiped at his face with his jacket sleeves. That's all I ask. Izuku. Izuku turned around to see his mother running towards him. Mom? Baby, what's wrong? Inko asked. It's just Dad, Mom, Izuku replied. Inko was taken aback by that, but still she sat beside her son. I've been thinking of what I'll do if All for One sicks him on me. I mean, he's been turned into a Nomu, but according to what Uncle Rado and Endeavor said, he's still in there. I want to try to bring him back. But I don't know how. No one does. Oh, baby, Inko hugged him close. We'll figure it out. We are gathered here today to discuss a strategy to, in one fell swoop, defeat All for One and the demons of the Salem 7. If all goes as planned, then both of these villainous forces will be destroyed once and for all. However, first, you must all be properly introduced to some allies that have aided immensely in this conflict. The top heroes of Japan and their allies were gathered in a strategy room deep within an underground bunker complex underneath Tokyo. All Might, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, each and every one of the top 10, along with the Chief of Staff of the JSDF and the American Liaison, had come together. Standing before them were Nizu, a creature whose mind might as well be a supercomputer, and Sir Night-Eye, whose entire specialty as a pro-hero revolved around planning and prep time. Working together, these two were some of the most peerless strategists in all of Japan, in a grand scale, at least. It had taken days upon days for them to come up with a plan. With the last-minute changes brought on by the revelation that Frieren and her companions were actually mages, and a warrior with terrifying superhuman strength, from a medieval world in another dimension, it had been slightly delayed. Add the fact that there had been a mole in UA all along, and more changes were implemented, but the plan was ready. Nizu had taken the revelation rather well when Night-Eye told him about it. Night-Eye was, in fact, suspicious that Nizu had suspected it long ago, what with that strange mind of his, but never told anyone. After all, even if Nizu told people that he had concluded that Frieren was from another dimension, how was he supposed to prove it, besides asking her? It seemed to be a rather fortunate coincidence that Denken was there. That old man apparently had a spell for transferring memories, but not Frieren. How is it that a mage that has a spell for turning sweet grapes sour as well as a spell to create a swirling vortex of destruction doesn't have something as useful as that? Night-Eye couldn't figure out the logic, but he supposed that she just collected whatever came her way and went with it. Which, over the course of 1,000 years, would include both nigh-useless junk and extremely destructive spells. When All Might told him about how Midoriya unleashed a beam of light that melted an entire stone pillar as an ultimate move in preparation for the provisional licensing exam, Night-Eye could scarcely believe it at first. Then the kid threw a black hole at Mirio, destroyed all of the pillars that Cementos created, and actually caused Mirio that had been heavily enhanced by One for All to bleed. Granted, Mirio shrugged it off, but he was sure that if Midoriya was really trying to kill someone, he would do so very easily. Either way, Nizu was the first person he informed that night. With these revelations in mind, he was better able to incorporate the aptly named party into the grand strategy to destroy the greatest villainous forces the world had ever seen. You just called the Salem 7 demons, Edshot questioned. The rest of the top 10 nodded along at that. Granted, they have demonic appearances, he glanced at the American Liaison, who would know all about the Salem 7 since they had been active primarily in the United States and Canada. But are they not simply villains, like All for One? No, they are not. It was Frieren who spoke next as she walked into the strategy room, along with Denken. Fryn and Stark were back in the house in UA, keeping watch over Eri. Besides, they were not for long meetings like these. The Salem 7 are not like the other malevolent forces in your world, the old mage continued. They are demons. Actual demons, from another world. Our world. And they can prove it before any of you say anything. Nizu raised a paw just as Yoroi Musha was about to rise from his seat. Sir Night-Eye and Shining Finger had known this since yesterday. Denken here, Nizu motioned at the old, bearded mage that had taken a seat beside him, used a spell that can transfer memory from one person to another. Thus they were given a first-hand view of Frieren's memories over the last 2 years. Now, with your permission, he will do so again, but for you instead. The little furry creature had been sitting on top of a scrawny All Might's head all this time, though the number 1 hero did not seem to mind. With his time limit being 30 minutes every day now, it had simply been impractical to keep up appearances. The rest of the top 10 had been told about his weakening state 3 months ago. Endeavor seemed to be rather displeased, but that was about it. Besides, he was nearly 60 years old already, everyone knew that he would be retiring at some point. It was the skeletal appearance that had been jarring to the other heroes at first, but eventually, they became used to it. A spell? Endeavor narrowed his eyes at the mages. This is preposterous. The only superhuman abilities are quirks, not magic. Those two are closer than you might believe. Endeavor, was it? Denken replied. The flame hero glared at him for a second before gruffly looking away. However, that is a story for another time. You see, we are quite personally invested in the elimination of the Salem 7. They seek to return to our home dimension, and in the event that they do, they will gain immense power from the arcane lore that had been gathered there both by demons and humans. They will unleash great catastrophe upon our world, and yours. That is, unless they are slain before they figure out that transport between our two worlds is still possible. Now, allow me to give you our proof. You must be sane. It is very good to meet you. While the events of yesterday had been quite heavy, that wasn't going to stop Izuku from excitedly shaking the hand of a very confused 30-something-year-old man dressed in priestly robes while Fryn and Stark watched on with mild interest. Eri, meanwhile, was hard at work studying how to read and write with the help of a tutor robot. The three from the other world simply thought of it as a metal golem with teaching magic. They were all in the house in the UA campus, where, at this point, 4 different people had been summoned from the other world. Granted, the constant fog and storm clouds had dimmed the mood outside somewhat, considerably, but that house managed to be in good spirits, at least on the inside. Oh, you must be the kid that Frieren told me about when she brought me here this morning. The priest scratched the back of his head. It had been an insane series of events. One day he was doing his duties in the church, then he began glowing green. No amount of dispelling magic he tried could take it away, so he was taken away. In the end, he ended up here. He nearly threw the spears of the goddess at Frieren for pulling him through dimensions. But, just like Denken, he concluded that Frieren held the keys to his freedom, so he agreed to just do what she asked of him. That being to help kill some demons. Granted, these were some very powerful demons, so killing them before they ever had the chance of returning to the old world would personally benefit Sane too, in that he would never have to be on the receiving end of their magic. Midoriya Izuku, was it? The name is Sane, yes. I suppose it is. Nice to meet you. She told me all about your preferences. Izuku nodded. A priest with powerful healing and utility magic was probably one of the best things anyone could ask for right now. While he certainly can't bring back lost limbs like Eri could, Rewind takes some time to gather energy. Sane, however, just needs to dip into his mana. What preferences? Sane narrowed his eyes. Fryn stared daggers in the back of his head. You see, I know quite a few single women, Izuku continued. They're certainly your type. Look at this magazine over here. Izuku then showed Sane a magazine, which featured primarily female heroes. Sane's eyes then bulged out of his eyes as he laid them upon Midnight and MT Lady. Miss Midnight is single, maybe I can introduce you to her sometime? Oh, maybe. What a corrupt priest, Fryn muttered in the background. Sane looked over at her with a deadpan expression. Fryn, like you're one to talk. Stark yelled at her. You used that spell that can see through clothes to look at my thing, and you called me small. If anything, you're both perverts. And you pointed at some clouds and said that they looked like BRSTS. Fryn stared back at him like he was an idiot. You're the real pervert. Mom says that all 3 of you are perverts, Eri suddenly said as she looked up from her homework, and then went back to it as though nothing had happened. The tutor robot didn't care at all, it was not programmed to receive humor. You take that back, Fryn quietly pouted and turned away, while Stark looked at her in stark disbelief. Sane, however, just looked at the child with a deadpan expression. I can't believe Frieren essentially has a daughter now, Sane quietly observed Eri as she wrote. All because she thought it is what Himmel the hero would have done. From the sound of it, it is what he would have done, Izuku nodded, Sane's preference in women all but forgotten at the moment. He's the hero, right? Yes. So, can I ask a question? Izuku settled into a more somber tone. Go on, it's not like I can leave this place when Frieren is basically keeping me hostage, Sane bluntly replied. Besides, you seem to be alright, for an apprentice of Frieren. You're not rude. The other one kicked me. Fryn pouted again. She knew well how Sane saw how she and Stark often had their quarrels. Well, it was mostly her quarreling with him. Izuku ignored that, though, instead continuing with his question. Is there a spell from the goddess scriptures that, you know, can turn undead back into humans? There is no resurrection spell, Sane bluntly replied. We can heal the living, even as they're gravely wounded, but once something is dead, it's dead. Nothing can bring that back. Sane then glanced towards Eri. According to Frieren's memories, that girl's Quirk operates in the same way. She can only reverse living things. If she rewinds a zombie, all we'll get is a corpse. And I'm sure you're not in the business of asking a little girl to put her hand on a zombie, right? I would never, Izuku shook his head. He would never ask Eri to lay her hand on a Nomu and use her quirk on it. Seeing those horrific creatures up close would surely be terrifying to the girl. Izuku quietly cursed. The only other quirk he knew that might be capable of bringing back the dead was Overhaul, and All for One has it. Besides that, from what the police discovered from the few shy Hasaikai members they captured, those Overhaul brought back to life had to be pieced back within an hour of death, or they will remain permanently dead. Of course, All for One would never give the Overhaul quirk, especially not to be used in such an beneficial manner. That creature was allergic to all that is good and just. If he were forced to do one good deed, Izuku was sure that he would start choking and dying as his body's cells rebel against the very notion. That left, honestly, no options, at least not very creative ones yet. Maybe, if all these solutions were combined, maybe? Why do you ask? Well, Izuku sighed. I found out that my father, who died before I was born, had been turned into an undead monstrosity, with his consciousness still inside and quite aware. I don't know how much of him is still there, but it's quite possible that I'll have to fight him soon. If possible, I'd like to bring him back, somehow. Sane's eyes widened at what Izuku told him. Sorry to hear that. I would very much like to help you, as any good priest would, but that's something I don't have the slightest idea about. It's all right, Izuku nodded. I suppose I'll just keep thinking. I see. Hey, Izuku looked up to see that Stark had put a hand on his shoulder. Frieren says that you're very smart, so I know you can figure it out. I mean, you made a whole new spell by yourself in a few weeks. I'm sure you can make something that can help. Thank you, Stark, Izuku nodded at the warrior. But I don't know if I have time to do so when so many things are happening all at once. Let's just capture your father and test your magic on him once this war is over, Fryn said from the back. You're right, Izuku stood up so fast that he hit an overhead cupboard with his head. He didn't seem to mind it, though. I just need to capture him, just like how they did with a few other Nomu. Kurogyri came to mind. While he was as intelligent as any normal person, he is still a Nomu. I don't have to figure out now. I can figure it out later. I'm surprised that you didn't come to this conclusion sooner, Sane quietly muttered. Ah, well then. I'll help you with this. This should prove useful for when we get back. A spell that can purify and bring undead back to their former selves, that's certainly something the church would like. Another thought entered Izuku's mind, though. What if his Namufied father was in the process of killing someone else? What would he do then? What if capture is not an option? That was, quite a lot. All Might sank into his chair as he saw two of his students casually summoning an elf from another world, and so on and so forth. Hawks was just as surprised, as he was the work-study mentor of those same two students. The others ranged from confused to dazed, though Best Jeanist and Edshot seemed to look more hopeful. Mirko, meanwhile, looked like she was excited to fight someone. Stark, probably. With all of that in mind, we can proceed to the plan itself. Nizu continued with little heed to everyone's shock and activated a holographic screen from the center of the strategy table. While other kinds of people would have the luxury of staring into the abyss to ponder what they just discovered, the top heroes didn't. So they sat in attention. Our plan to destroy All for One and the Salem 7, or 5, rather, hinges on divide and conquer. First of all, we will lure All for One, the PLF, and the Salem demons by having Aoyama, the erstwhile mole in UA, pretend to lead Lemillion and Frieren to a secluded location for a little talk. After all, they're the ones All for One and the demons want dead. The last instructions All for One gave to the Aoyamas was information on Frieren and anyone she might care for, Night Eye added. Our friends in the JSDF have concluded that there are no backup quirks inside them that would allow All for One to kill them remotely, or to passively sense what they sense, so All for One is unaware that they've been discovered. Therefore, we will have them pretend to follow these instructions. Phantom Thief will be another linchpin of our strategy, as well as Hypno. Phantom Thief has practiced well enough with Kurogyri's quirk over the last year that he can use the same method that Kurogyri used in the USJ incident to scatter the hero students. I still can't believe that we're facing off against actual demons from your world, Mirio said as he and Frieren walked together, along with Aoyama, to what might appear to be a secluded, deserted location. It was the first phase of a plan that had been weeks in the making. And that you're an elf from another world. Oh? Who told you? Frieren asked. Yoichi did, Mirio replied. Frieren already knew about One for All. He glanced at their guide, and then back at Frieren. Apparently the first holder of One for All has always known that about all this. Ah. And that All for One's inspiration to be evil is the Salem 7. It will be far more satisfying to kill him, then. You do seem to be rather nonchalant about ending a life, Frieren? Mirio asked, a little uncomfortable about her attitude. I mean, All for One is too dangerous to be allowed to live, but consider it pest control. Actually, Yoichi said the same thing, Mirio admitted. Good. He and I agree, then. The two of them looked up. A sludge portal, no, dozens, hundreds of them. They're here? Second, Sabu the Unending Legion, Nizu went on. The holographic screen transitioned to depict a male demon with neatly cut black hair, red eyes, a distinguished suit and tie, and a deadpan expression. The principal pro-hero glanced at the American liaison for a moment, Much of the information about the Salem 7 had come either from old historical records or intelligence archives, courtesy of the CIA. Specialty is cloning magic. Each of his clones can utilize magic of their own. Ancient footage from the dawn of Quirks then appeared, showing blurry images of Sabu's clones unleashing what appeared to be bolts of lightning, fireballs, and ice at the same time, though each of them didn't appear to be too strong. Collectively, though, it was easy to conclude that their cumulative power was quite dangerous. To combat him, we need massive area of effect quirks, as well as precision and the ability to evade a large number of attacks, to destroy his clones before they reach critical mass. Endeavor and Hawks will lead the charge against him. So, this is your strategy, kill us one by one, far away from one another? Sabu stood within a cavalcade of PLF warriors. He didn't care about them one bit, though they were a little afraid of him. He glanced around. It appeared that he had been sent by that cackling child with a portal quirk into an open plain, where it would be more difficult to discreetly hide his clones. Sabu summoned 10 clones, all of whom melded into the crowd with him to make it harder for the heroes to spot them. He immediately felt one of them being destroyed as a red feather slashed the clone through the throat, making it dissipate into mana. How irritating, the demon thought. Never mind, then. Sabu summoned another dozen clones, and commanded them to send forth ice and lightning onto the ranks of their enemies. He then quietly began making more. Sabu, however, hatefully eyed Endeavor and Hawks, who were surveying the ground from the sky. Humans shouldn't be allowed to fly, he thought. Third, another demon appeared in the hologram. It was another male demon, though his hair was completely orange. He wore nothing but a loincloth and a cape made out of reptilian skin. If one didn't know about the atrocities he committed, he might even be considered attractive. Or just knowing that his cape is actually the remains of a British pro-hero from the old age, Dragon Force, whom he killed, skinned, and now wore as a trophy. Pyronicon the Eternal Flame. Pretentious names, I know, but I digress. As his name may suggest, he wields powerful fire magic. Left to his own devices, he could destroy an entire city in a fiery domino effect. Which is exactly what he did to the city of Salem, 200 years ago. The hologram then cut to a city being destroyed as a wave of fire engulfed it, melting buildings and everything else into slag. Frieren has deduced that his fire magic is not any ordinary fire. It is a type of curse that turns everything he touches into its molten state. While the flames he uses at range can be considered normal, at close range, being touched can be considered an instantaneous death sentence. Curse? Endeavor asked. Knowing that another flame user that was so much more powerful than him gnawed at his pride, but again, Pyronicon is an evil demon. Endeavor was not, at least not these days. What is that supposed to mean? A type of magic that transforms living and non-living matter and cannot be defended against with defensive barriers of any kind, Denken answered. It is for this reason that I will participate in combating Pyronicon. He is the only that has molded his magic into a curse. And I assume you have some kind of anti-curse magic? Hawks asked in his usual casual drawl. As a matter of fact, I do, Denken nodded. Accompanying him will be Quite and General Winter, as well as the burning sidekicks. We have to assume that All for One will deploy Dabi alongside Pyronicon, if only to further exacerbate pyromantic destruction. Dabi's not here. Shoto looked around the ruined cityscape, the blue flame that Dabi usually had wholly absent. Instead, he and General Winter were busy containing the flames from Pyronicon with great waves of ice from atop a pillar of ice. They had surrounded the fire. He's not here. Where is he? Has anyone sighted him in any of the other sites? Negative, Quite, General Winter replied. It has been confirmed. He was not seen deploying to the battle along with the PLF. This does not sit right, does it not? It doesn't. Shoto practically yelled at his old internship mentor. He would never miss a chance to torment me or my father. Unless All for One sent him to do something else. Perhaps, General Winter nodded. Warm me up, can you? Shoto placed a hand on the now frostbitten Novgorodian pro-hero's shoulder to remove the frost that now coated his arms. Many thanks, child. Now, let us continue. If we can exhaust the BSTRD, then we will be victorious in this battle. Shoto glanced at Denken, who was quietly observing the battle from a rooftop. He had been told that this new arrival was a powerful ally, but he hadn't seen what he could do yet. Perhaps he was saving up his strength for when it is needed? General Winter? Novgorod's #1. Endeavor asked. Did Novgorod even allow him to go? He, the American liaison, raised a hand. He went rogue. He's currently with the fleet. Why would he do that? Novgorod doesn't even have a military alliance with Japan. He is married to Stars and Stripes. He would never miss the chance to fight alongside her in a big fight like this. He is what? All Might stood up from his seat, but began immediately coughing out blood. I mean, good for them. But anyway, continue. Then we come to the second to the last of the demons, Dishret, Lord of the Shifting Sands. Another demon appeared on the hologram, this time wearing what appeared to be straight up an Egyptian pharaoh's outfit. He can move mountains with his earth magic. Therefore, he will be engaged by the American fleet and heroes in the middle of the ocean to deprive him of nearby earth to use. And though he can still raise parts of the ocean floor, it will require more effort, time, and energy to do so, giving ample time for the ships and heroes to evade incoming attacks. It is over, demon. Stars and Stripes triumphantly announced as a purple portal unceremoniously deposited a floating Dishret in front of the fleet. Your time in this world is over. I see. Dishret looked down on the ocean below. You sent me to an environment where I would be most disadvantaged. For destroyers, 2 missile cruisers, several squadrons of fighters, and an aircraft carrier, the USS Pillar of Autumn, and all of them were flying. Add 3 of the reunited States' top heroes over that, and it might seem that it was overkill for just one demon. However, as history has proven, the Salem 7 are some of the most troublesome villains to ever exist. As soon as the laser beams, missiles, and various other ordnance rained towards Dishret, he had already raised a chunk of the ocean floor hundreds of meters beneath them to serve as his shield. More chunks came rising, but the fleet saw it coming. Then, Stars and Stripes invoked one of the rules of New Order. The air in a radius of 1 kilometer 100 meters below me will become a barrier. The chunks impacted against an invisible barrier and strained to make entry. New Order was one powerful quirk indeed. Grand Admiral, America's number 4, then formed a ghostly warship in his hands, and threw it at the chunks of seafloor at the fleet's bottom, destroying one chunk as the spectral vessel smashed through rock. Meanwhile, Uncle Sam, number 6, unleashed a swarm of missiles from his back, destroying 3 chunks while Grand Admiral destroyed another. Dishret, seeing this, elected for a different approach. He raised more chunks around himself. Within seconds, he had created a gigantic stone golem the size of a kaiju. It stood before the American battle fleet with him standing on top of its head, all the while spikes and pillars of stone began emerging out of the golem's fingers and arms. Stars and Stripes would invoke the rule from earlier, shifting it to protect the front from Dishret's geomancy, while Uncle Sam and Grand Admiral defended the fleet's bottom from incoming chunks. In the meantime, the fleet unleashed its firepower upon Dishret, who hid behind the golem's back whilst continually reinforcing it. Fighters circled around the golem in an attempt to attack Dishret directly, but they would find themselves assailed by incoming spikes of stone moving fast enough to tear right through their hulls. Several exploded nearly instantly. Clearly, even with 3 top heroes and an entire naval task force, it will not be easy to take Dishret down. That makes much sense, Endeavor continued. What about the last 2 demons, and All for One? They're next, Nizu nodded. Now, Nakaru the Destroyer. A female demon appeared on the screen. She wore long robes of rich purple, as if she were Byzantine royalty. 6 swords made of ivory floated around in a circle behind her. She also wore a crown on her head. She is easily the most powerful and dangerous of all the Salem 7. Her magic allows her to control anything with her mind, as this footage shows. The heroes and their allies then watched as Nakaru casually swatted aside incoming missiles and lasers to then throw back at their users. She is simply destruction, pure and simple. For the purpose of ending her putrid existence, Frieren has stepped up to the task. She will be accompanied by Fryn, Stark, Sane and All Mana. A cold sweat dropped from the side of Hawk's head at that, and so did All Might. Frieren, meanwhile, didn't seem to care that much, but that was just her being her. How do we propose that we end her, Mstrs Frieren? Fryn asked. Nakaru floated in front of them, looking down on the humans and elf below her. She had this annoying smile on her face, it made Frieren want to kill her even more. And for a demon, that was saying something. Zoltraak should suffice. However, she might prove capable of redirecting it with her telekinetic magic, Frieren replied. Let us be cautious, Fryn, Stark, Izuku, Sane. Alright, Izuku readied himself. It's just going to be the greatest fight of his life. He then noticed that Stark's hands were shaking. You're alright, Stark? Izuku asked. Sure, I'll just ask him while there's an ancient demon in front of us, Izuku thought. Your hands are shaking. I'm really scared, Stark admitted. But I have to fight, right? Don't worry. You're very strong. You really think so? I don't just think so, Izuku readied his staff, remembering the plan that he and the rest of the party had gone through. Sane was behind them, too, ready to heal and give support. I know it. Let us proceed, then, Frieren nodded. Izuku. Begin. A portal appeared behind Nakaru. A beam of Zoltraak came out of it, which she redirected with her magic and threw back. She can redirect beams of mana, Frieren quietly noted. Stark jumped forward as Nakaru threw debris at them, destroying the incoming projectiles with swings of his axe. Frieren destroyed several more of Nakaru's projectiles, which were the size of entire buildings. It might have been prudent to engage her with the fleet over the ocean. Except that she could probably control the ships as well. Now, let us see if she can do it more than once. An elf, huh? Nakaru suddenly called out. Her attacks had ceased for the moment. I haven't seen your kind in a while. I would have thought that Ciri was the last of your kind. Is she not here? Guess, Frieren replied. I see that you will not answer truthfully. Ah, well. I will simply kill the 5 of you. Then, I can return to my experiments. What experiments? Izuku suddenly asked. For understanding other living things, came the simple reply. Now, as for All for One, we all know what he can do, and it's that there's no telling how many quirks he has in his back pocket, Night Eye said. He will be engaged primarily by Lemillion, because One for All cannot be stolen, and Overhaul cannot work on his permeation, and Tsukuyomi, because Dark Shadow is not part of his actual body and is thus another perfect counter to All for One. They will be further supported by and fight alongside these others. A list of heroes then appeared on the hologram. Dynamite, Sun Eater, Nijire-chan were but some of them, all the 3 of them enhanced by the extra quirks broken away from One for All. There was basically the rest of the top 10, too. Mirko, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Ryukyu, there are truly throwing the kitchen sink at All for One. There was also Eraserhead. If all went well, then All for One will be dead rather quickly. Night Eye sighed. There was one more demon. As for Unworthy All-Seeing, he is a recon specialist. It is doubtful that he will show himself. He would certainly die nearly instantly the moment he appears. But either way, let us pray for victory tomorrow. Nizu bowed his head. Because if we fail, then a dark age will return to Japan. The plan went well at first. The demons, the PLF, and All for One were scattered across Japan by Monoma's copied Warp Gate quirk. In each of their locations, they and the various forces of the PLF would find themselves surrounded and engaged by the heroes, or, as in the case of Dishret, the American military. They were placed in disadvantageous situations against heroes and mages that would best counter each of these threats. All the while, satellite-linked communications and a well-defined chain of command ensured smooth coordination between the 6 different groups of heroes in their mission to defeat All for One and the Salem 7 once and for all. The plan was working well. Within minutes, many villains were immediately incapacitated by the carefully laid ambushes and interlacing fields of fire. Then, the first thing went wrong. Aizawa crouched in his vantage point, an ancient, towering evergreen tree overlooking a field of what used to be bountiful rice flats. Unfortunately, the farms had been utterly devastated by marauding villains, who were amongst those in the PLF that lacked the vision to see that society, even one that is ruled by a demon king like All for One, needs food producers to function. As such, the rice fields were despoiled, the farmers forced to give every last sack of produce they had. They were either be killed or forced to flee. Now, this once productive land was a flattened swamp of ruin, the rice paddies naught but ash and memory in the wake of the war. A few people with florikinetic and geomantic quirks can easily restore this place, but it's not like anyone could have a moment of peace and quiet in times like these. The farmhouses that dotted the countryside were ruined, while shops and other such establishments that lined the road that ran through the middle of the field and into the nearby forest had been thoroughly sacked that there was absolutely nothing left in their shelves. On one hand, Aizawa held a pair of binoculars. He can lock out the quirks of anyone he looks at, after all, and if he can stay out of range while using erasure, then All for One would be destroyed rather quickly. The other hand was free for whatever other purpose he may have. He, alongside hundreds of other heroes, were waiting in an arranged circle. They dutifully destroyed the remains of homesteads, irrigation canals, and tractors, whatever the villains might use as cover once Monoma uses Kurogiri's quirk to throw them here. A few heroes, like Aizawa, were perched on top of the tree line not too far away from the dead rice paddies, pulling themselves into position for the battle that was soon to begin. The reason this location was chosen for the confrontation against All for One was twofold. First, an open field with few options for cover, while surrounded by a forest, meant that the entire rice farm served as one big killbox. The villains would stick out like sore thumbs, and though the heroes had to destroy houses to deny the villains any potential cover, it wasn't like those couldn't be rebuilt. Lives, meanwhile, cannot be brought back. The second reason was that while the rice fields no longer grew any rice, it was still being irrigated by the canals. Combined with the lack of maintenance for the last few weeks, that meant that it was now a muddy hellscape to slough through. Pixie Bob is here, so much of the PLF fodder will be rendered useless very fast by her Earthflow quirk. Which left just All For One himself as the primary threat. Aizawa was to erase his quirks from a safe distance while some of Japan's strongest heroes dogpile and kill him. It was a sound plan. While heroes aren't usually permitted to take the lives of villains, All For One is an egregious exemption to the rule. He needs to die. Not just for the sake of Japan, but for the rest of the world. I'm in position, Aizawa spoke through a comm link. I have overwatch over the drop zone. In the meantime, Ochako watched on as Fumicage folded his hands together in a quiet prayer as the two of them readied themselves for the incoming confrontation with All For One. It had been a tense few minutes. It had just been confirmed that Lemillion and Frieren had successfully lured All For One and the demons of the Salem Seven, except for Unwar, to the first phase of the plan. Where Unwar is was a mystery, but given that he is apparently a coward that never personally shows up unless his would-be prey is completely helpless, then it is probable that he will never appear. Probably. Ochako had prayed earlier, of course. It was hard not to when she's about to be part of a massive battle. Are you okay, Fumicage? Ochako asked as Fumicage wrapped his cloak closer to himself, as he was shivering. It was late afternoon, and the sun was setting soon. It was not surprising, it's the middle of the fall. I am extremely nervous. Fumicage looked over at Ochako. I am tasked with directly engaging with All For One himself. I know Aizawa-sensei will be canceling his quirk from afar, but who knows what modifications he has put on himself. Banjo says that you'll do great. Ochako took hold of his hands. She checked the time. All For One will be thrown here by Monoma within a minute or so. And so do I. You're one of the strongest people I have ever met, Fumi. Fumicage nodded. If anything happens. The only thing that will happen today is All For One's defeat and the Salem being blown up once and for all, Ochako resolutely stated. She looked over at the box of tungsten spheres that were given for her to use. Those things were heavy, like Sir Nitai's high-density seals, but even heavier. They were perfect as projectiles with a quirk like Ochako's. A long time ago, Ochako had decided that zero gravity is a quirk that's not supposed to be used to hurt or kill, but changing, desperate times forced exemptions and amendments on self-imposed rules like these. Ochako just hoped that she'll never have to use zero gravity violently ever again. She hated the thought of using it as a tool of combat, and though even rescue heroes have to fight every now and then, she just didn't like the thought of it killing anyone. Though, All For One is an exemption to that rule. He can go die in a ditch. He tore out her future father-in-law's limbs off, after all. In a few hours, Ochako continued as she let those thoughts go, we'll go back to getting drunk in Heights Alliance and dash. Okay, let's not repeat that incident. Fumicage let out a chuckle at being reminded of that time. Both of them knew that Izuku was the reason for that. Well, everyone did, anyway. But, yes, of course. We will gain victory today. It is only right. I'd say something about light always being the thing that pierces the darkness, but you're you, so. Ochako shrugged. In the end, good always prevails. No, that is, correct. Fumicage nodded at her. He then reached out and adjusted Ochako's helmet one last time. It was slightly ajar to the left. We would not like it to fall off. Ochako let out a slight chuckle at that. She then grabbed the box of weightless spheres before using her quirk on herself, rising to the air. Fumicage, meanwhile, would be intertwined with Dark Shadow and flew in front of her, ready to engage once All For One was sent here. They're here. Aizawa watched as a rather wide warp gate appeared over the center of the rice field. Hundreds of villains were deposited on the muddy ground and on top of each other. Those who could fly righted themselves before they could hit the ground, just for a vast array of quirk fire to hit them. Aizawa could see several of his own students fighting in the front. There was Bakugo, unleashing stunning explosions as soon as the villains entered, immediately knocking several out. Uraraka swung those strange, glowing black and pink WHPs of hers to drag some of the small-time villains towards her so that she could render them weightless. Soon enough, her victims were helplessly flailing about in midair, just for Shiozaki and Shiro to further drag them towards Mineta's hairball and Kaminari's electrified nets, neutralizing them for the rest of the battle. Tokoyami, Hado, Amajiki, and Togata, meanwhile, looked up from the ground as All For One descended from the portal in an orderly fashion rather than haphazardly falling from it like the rest of the villains. He landed on top of one of his lackeys, burying the unfortunate minion under mud and water, and probably making a hole through his back. His leather shoes remained immaculate despite all the mud and muddy water being slung all around him. His fancy business suit was likewise completely unsoiled. It was easy to conclude that he was using some kind of laundry quirk to keep his clothes clean in this environment. What a pretentious prick. The villain had this devious grin on his face, which made Aizawa want to kick him. But, of course, the plan was to make sure that he could safely use Erasure on All for One to make sure that he would be unable to. Aizawa had already activated Erasure, and Manuel, who was sitting beside him, was already moisturizing his eyes. As Aizawa began to contemplate what that meant, Mirio launched himself toward All for One, a haymaker punch impacting right at the villain's chest. All for One coughed out blood as the punch was fast and powerful enough to create shockwaves of concussive force, but he was still grinning like an idiot. Ryukyu hovered above him, beating her wings to release a thundering gust of wind that smashed the villain against the ground. Uraraka, meanwhile, was now levitating, her black and pink WHPs slinging tungsten spheres towards All for One. She released her Quirk's effects on the sphere as they hurtled towards the villain. They also glowed blue as Bakugo flew near them, letting the villain feel even more weight and speed as the spheres came at him like bullets. Heido's wave motion beams seared and restrained All for One, their power enhanced by the relentless energy from Fa Gene. Amajiki, meanwhile, coiled and further restrained All for One in one place with octopus tentacles. He was not using smokescreen as there was no need to yet. Right. One for all. The Quirk that had 7 more Quirks inside it. As if the briefing about Midoriya's old aunt being an actual elf from another world and that the Salem 7 are demons from another world wasn't too much to think about already. Nizu told him just hours before the operation. Crazy rat. All for One seemed to be on the end of his rope. In seconds, Lemillion was popping in and out of the rice field around him, striking him with punches that could shatter entire buildings with one hit. He had tungsten spheres thrown at him by Uravity, and those same spheres were being accelerated by Dynamite's gearshift into even deadlier bullets, not to mention the explosions and Tsukuyomi constantly trying to rip his head off with their claws. Nijire and Sun Eater were keeping him pinned down. The only reason he was still alive and relatively intact were the genetic modifications made by Dr. Garaki on him in years past, as well as stacked mutant-type durability quirks that Erasure cannot erase. Even then, he won't last for long. Erasure is an annoying quirk. He recognized the quirks of the One for All users as other people besides Lemillion used them, of course. Daigoro Banjo's black WHP had become Uravity's. Kudo's gearshift was now Dynamite's, the two of whom truly resembled one another. That alone made All for One quietly hiss in anger. He hated Kudo above all the other One for All users as he stole Yoichi from him. Nijire wielded Bruce's Fa Gene, whom All for One hated slightly less than Kudo. He wasn't sure what Sun Eater had, but he probably had one. Alas, these heroes may believe that they have the upper hand? But in truth, they were just getting started. Things were going well. They were just as planned. No complications at all. All for One was visibly starting to be degraded, the demons of the Salem 7 were pinned down in their different combat zones. Then, Aizawa saw red. That red, he quickly realized, was his blood, and Manuel's. It was a shocking thing, indeed, to be stabbed through the chest from the back by a blade made out of, what is that, solidified air? How did someone even get here without him knowing? Now, all he knew was that somebody snuck up on him, a pro-hero whose entire shtick revolved around sneaking on people and making them unarmed with Erasure. It can't end like this, can it? Aizawa slouched forward, quietly hissing as he felt the excruciating pain from having a blade through his body. Manuel, likewise, was clutching at his chest as the blood flowed out of the stab wound like a bountiful river. You all thought that I'm only good for observation, did you not? A man with a pair of horns leaned forward between Manuel and Aizawa. The Erasure hero immediately knew that this was, in fact, Unwar the all-seeing, 7th demon of the Salem 7. He is the only variable that the plan had not, and could not, fully take into account. All that was known is that he had scrying abilities that allowed him to gather information from afar, but aside from that, nothing is known. The only people that know everything he can do is either dead, or a member of the Salem 7. You see, Unwar began, holding the two critically wounded pro-heroes on their shoulders to make sure they didn't fall from the tree branch. Back in the old days, I was deeply fascinated by human magic. So, I copied. The other demons find it strange that I choose to use the magic of such an inferior species, but it can't end like this. Aizawa couldn't move or speak, he was sure that he was losing too much blood at this rate. How he remained conscious, or even alive, after losing that much blood remained to be seen. I need to see them graduate. It is effective, Unwar continued. For one, this stealth spell that those who hunted us used. I used it to hunt you undetected. Aizawa weakly looked over at Manuel. He was completely limp already. Dead? Aizawa wasn't sure. And this blade made out of air? Also a human spell. Too bad we had to kill them all to maintain our survival. Aizawa didn't care about anything Unwar said. He only looked at the distance, where All for One was now floating, surrounded and under attack. And attacking. TSK. You're boring, Unwar grumbled at Aizawa for not even bothering to respond to him before grabbing his neck and hovering his fingers over the man's eyes. I must say, Unwar began, feigning sympathy for Aizawa's pain with a practiced, theatrical voice. Your eyes will make a fine addition to my collection. When All For One regained use over his quirks, he rose like a phoenix from the ashes. An aura of golden and purple energy emanated from his body. Wings of bone grew out of his back, each of which glowed with violet eldritch spheres. He let out a shockwave, one of the strongest he had ever unleashed, to scatter the heroes attacking him. His battered body regenerated as super regeneration went into effect. All For One then momentarily activated Search, looking for Manual and Eraserhead. Just as the demon said he would, he had eliminated the Erasure hero as a threat. He was dying, but not yet dead. All For One wondered for a moment why Unwar was taking his time when he realized that he was probably monologuing. All For One couldn't criticize that. After all, he too likes to monologue every now and then. Now. It was time. Where is All Might? All For One asked the heroes gathered before him. Also, you have gathered 20 of Japan's most powerful just for me? You must be itching to feed me your quirks. Do you think we came here with any intention to lose against you, All For One? Mirko came at him with a cartwheel aimed squarely at his head. All For One dodged the attack and knocked the rabbit hero away with a beam quirk. Right after that, an accelerated tungsten rods came flying towards him, which he took on with a barrier quirk. Then three things happened at the same time. 1. Lemillion emerged from the ground underneath while glowing blue with gearshift and screaming something about 120%, and brutally punched his back at blinding speed, fracturing his spine in a dozen places, though a painkiller quirk he held since the dawn of quirks prevented him from being distracted by such injuries. Lemillion then phased through All For One and went back into the ground, preventing him from using Overhaul on him to end his life right then and there. Tsukuyumi's Claws of Darkness came at him, aiming for his head just as All Might did when the big oaf tore half of his brain off. All For One summoned another barrier quirk to successfully repel that attack, learning from his past mistakes. And then, Dynamite unleashed a particularly powerful explosion just as Tsukuyumi momentarily retreated, just to be blocked by several stacked barrier quirks. The explosion's heat, however, still filtered through, and All For One's skin slightly sizzled. He then proceeded to regenerate. His spine reattached, his broken organs knit themselves back together, and his cooked skin healed. You cannot kill a god, children, All For One cackled, posing as he levitated just a few inches above the muddy ground. And you, he pointed at Lemillion. I will be ensuring that one for all dies with you. And all of those you gave its shards to. How about you do the world a favor and just die, All For One? Dynamite raged at him with a controlled explosion. All For One retaliated with a beam quirk, but Dynamite was using gearshift as he moved around, dodging the attack with ease. He moved too fast, like a mosquito? Then Mirio came at him again. He tried to remember where Ryukyu went. Right, one of the remaining high-ends attacked her and is keeping her busy. Mirko kicked him in the groin and jumped away faster than he could grab her and disintegrate her with Overhaul. TSK. What just happened? Where's Erasure? We were about to end him already. Mirio asked through the comms as All For One unleashed his quirks upon him and his allies. This world was so close to being free of his tyranny. Eraserhead is not responding to calls, Shining Finger replied through the comms. I dispatched drones. Oh no. Mirio landed back on the ground, watching as All For One regenerated from having his spine severed by Mirio's punch. He could feel the horror in Shining Finger's voice. What happened? Eraserhead and Manual are critically injured, stab wounds through the chest, though their vital organs were missed. My drones are carrying them to the infirmary now, but Eraserhead doesn't have his eyes anymore. That's Unwar's MO. A guttural roar would be heard right then and there as Dark Shadow suddenly and rapidly grew to the size of a building, making All For One seem small by comparison. Mirio shivered at the sight. Ochako feared that Fumicage was being taken over by his quirk once again upon hearing of Aizawa-sensei losing his eyes. As for Katsuki, he was more surprised than anything that Dark Shadow could grow so large so fast. What it took, however, was both rage and ample darkness, which, now that the sun had set, was in no short supply. Add the fact that Fumicage had been using Nebelung, and Dark Shadow was at the strongest level he had ever been at. That would be when All For One smiled, again. A gigantic sludge portal then appeared just in front of the enraged Dark Shadow, and out came a giant man with the appearance of a walking mountain. He was at least 25 meters tall, with sharp, shark-like teeth, brown hair, and a back with jagged spikes. Banjo, do you know who that is? Ochako asked, warily eyeing the titan that just challenged Dark Shadow. That's Gigantomakia? All for One's personal bodyguard. He's supposed to be dead. Nana made sure of it. The vestige in her mind gasped. Gigantomakia protects the MSTR. The giant man wailed at the titanic Dark Shadow's face. The two titans, one a faithful servant to an uncaring MSTR, and the other a beast consumed by rage, faced off against each other. Meanwhile, Mount Lady was running towards the two other giants, a gigantic wrench in hand as she was now directed to assist in taking down the titan All for One just summoned to his side. Then they started punching. It was like watching a fight scene in a MonsterVerse movie, except that it was very, very real. Chunks of Gigantomakia's craggy skin growths broke off as Dark Shadow pummeled him relentlessly, all the while Mount Lady was now trying to bash his head in with a gigantified wrench. The giant responded by uppercutting Dark Shadow and shoved Mount Lady aside in an attempt to get to his MSTR. Dark Shadow, however, grabbed him by the legs, his claws digging deep into his craggy skin. Amazingly, Gigantomakia kicked him off and proceeded, until Mount Lady blocked him with her arms. "Leave the big idiot to me. Go back to fighting All for One," Mount Lady all but commanded as she struggled to keep the giant at bay. Fortunately, it appeared Fumicage was still in control, as Dark Shadow complied and moved toward All for One. "Are you okay?" Ochako asked through the comms. Dark Shadow's eyes are red. "If you're dash. I am deeply enraged, I'm slipping in and out of control, but I can manage," Fumicage calmly replied, his voice betraying none of the rage that he was feeling at that moment. He was especially furious that he somehow didn't detect Unwar's mana with his magic detection. "Let us proceed. All for One must fall." "All right," Ochako nodded. She took out another bunch of tungsten spheres from the box, taking aim at All for One with them. With black WHP, she created a slingshot to throw them with. "Bakugo. Gearshift these." "Understood," Katsuki curtly replied as he exploded his way to get closer to Ochako. The tungsten spheres then glowed blue as Bakugo applied gearshift to them. In addition, she cancelled her quirk on them, making them blast towards a pin down All for One greater than the speed of sound. The spheres tore holes through his stomach and arms, but just like how he regenerated from each of Mirio's one for all enhanced punches that shattered bones and organs, he regenerated from those as well. All for One in his prime was really a terror to be faced. Ochako had been too absorbed with how Fumicage was fighting Gigantomakia, at least momentarily, to immediately notice that Mirko just lost an arm when All for One managed to touch it, atomizing it with overhaul. Despite the grievous injury she just suffered, Mirko didn't seem to care at all, as she kept attacking with reckless abandon, kicking All for One more times while he was busy keeping several other heroes off of him. It was just in time for Fumicage and Dark Shadow to come back from fighting Gigantomakia. As they arrived, Dark Shadow immediately attacked All for One with both of his claws balled together. All for One once again wrapped himself in several layers of barrier quirks while unleashing a combined kinetic and sonic attack on the gigantic shadow. That did little to deter them, if anything, it just made both user and quirk angrier as they smashed the villain into the rice paddy below before proceeding to pin him down with repeated punches to the ground. That will only keep him down for a while, Mirio thought to himself. All for One is really the strongest villain that the world has ever seen. That would be when Gigantomakia pushed Mount Lady aside and tackled the titanic Dark Shadow from behind, making the sentient quirk turn around, hissing in rage and hate. All for One rose up, dusting off his business suit. Unfortunately, Mount Lady and an enhanced Tsukuyomi were the only ones that could fight Gigantomakia on equal footing at the moment, and Mount Lady was clearly not able to take him on alone. Dark Shadow then struck Gigantomakia with a vicious uppercut to the center of his chest before biting down at the back of his head, as if he was trying to tear the giant's scalp off. Detroit Smash. As he regenerated from having his ribs broken in multiple places by Lemillion's brutal attacks enhanced by both his own One for All and Dynamite's gearshift, All for One looked up as All Might blasted towards him from the sky with an outstretched fist. The villain summoned air cannon enhanced by spring-like limbs, smirking as All Might was sent flying away. However, instead of being thrown against one of his fellow heroes like All for One hoped, All Might instead stabilized mid-air. "Float," All for One thought. "Nana Shimura's quirk, this will be fun. How much gas do you have left in you, All Might?" All for One asked. "You're even worse off than before, even if you have Nana Shimura's quirk in you." "Stop talking, All for One." All Might growled. He was not smiling. Nay, there was only contempt in that usually personable face. "My MSTR and I will help defeat you here and now, even if it is the last thing that I do." "Ah, well then," All for One raised his hand and readied an enormous energy beam. "Since you're here, it is about time I stopped playing. But before that, there is an announcement I must make." "Shut your mouth." Mirko came at him, only to be blown away by yet another air cannon. Dynamite, Uravity, Nijire, and Sun Eater were also blown away by the air cannon, leaving only Lemillion and All Might facing All for One. Tsukuyomi and Mount Lady were still some distance away, fighting Gigantomakia 2-on-1. Tamura Shigaraki, whom you heroes killed with no hesitation, is Nana Shimura's grandson. All for One giggled as he saw All Might's contemptuous expression melt into one of horror. Tenko Shimura. The first thing Nakaru did after that initial introduction was to focus an extreme telekinetic push on Frieren. In a split second, Frieren was sent flying away through the skies. It was a shock, indeed, as Izuku and Fern's eyes followed her as she became a dot in the distance. Frieren! Stark called out as he watched the old elf mage get sent hurtling off. DMN it. Nakaru knows that MSTRS Frieren is the biggest threat out of all of us, Fern quietly concluded. That move reminded her of the height of magic that Frieren's Spiegel clone used on her back in the first-class mage exam, except that this is both stronger and weaker. The second that she saw it in action, she deduced that it worked by pushing raw mana on a person's body, but unlike the height of magic, it was very much detectable and blockable once you know what it is. In summation, it is a single trick that could be used once in a battle. Nakaru was smart, she'll give her that. She temporarily removed the biggest threat to her. All she needed to do now was actually take Fern, Izuku, Stark, and Sane out before Frieren returned. Which will certainly be harder said than done. She will be alright. We need only to hold on until she returns. She can telekinetically control all unprotected inorganic objects, Izuku concluded as he observed Nakaru levitating several buildings beside her. She would have turned us inside out already if she could control organic beings as well. Or is it only because of the protection spell Sane used on us? I would rather not test theories right now. Sane opened his scriptures on a page for healing magic. I'll support you from here. Now go.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.